Chapter 1. A comparison of dual Douluo's, Tang San's hesitation. Inside the Stardow forest. Bang! With a resounding crash, a colossal ape-like creature, towering over 10 meters, collapsed to the ground, its eyes rolled back. Host has defeated the Titan Great Ape, earning one growth-type soul ring of 10,000 years. At this moment, standing before the Titan Great Ape was Shen Cangqiong, who appeared as a mere child. He curled his lips in mild disdain, listening to the voice resonating in his mind, too lethargic to even respond. This was not due to Shen Cangqiong's disdain for the 10th Santier growth-type soul ring, rather. Over the past 6 years, he had amassed an abundance of growth-type soul rings and soul bones through the completion of various tasks. Additionally, Shen Cangqiong's true training stemmed from an unnamed cultivation technique provided by the golden finger that referred to itself as the nameless source ranking within his mind. Thus, he harbored little genuine interest in these soul rings and soul bones. Host cultivation talent is exceptional. I have nothing more to teach. Goodbye. As Shen Cangqiong disregarded the voice in his mind, intending to rouse the Titan Great Ape, he suddenly heard the nameless source ranking, usually silent except during task assignments and reward settlements, unexpectedly praising him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Regrettably, before he could utter a word, the next statement from the nameless source ranking left him in a daze. Damn! After a prolonged moment, Shen Cangqiong regained his composure, gazing at the colorful light dissipating from his mind, unable to suppress his expletives. Boom! Just as Shen Cangqiong was inundating the nameless source ranking with various eloquent remarks, a tremendous sound erupted in the sky, reverberating throughout the entire Douluo star. The comparison video has commenced, featuring two extraordinary prodigies from the worlds of Douluo continent. During the comparison, all individuals and sentient soul beasts from both Douluo worlds may express their insights via bullet comments on the grand screen. Friendly reminder 1. All comparison videos may involve future events. Please do not be astonished. Friendly reminder 2. At the conclusion of the comparison video, 10 lucky participants will be randomly selected from those who sent bullet comments. If the selected are human, they will receive a 10th Santier soul ring. If soul beasts, their lifespan will be extended by 10,000 years without tribulation. Let the comparison begin. Shen Cangqiong, with innate full soul power, compared against Tang San, with pseudo-innate full soul power. As the voice in the sky faded, a seemingly small yet clear grand screen materialized high in the air, allowing all to see. At this moment, invariant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Cangqiong? This rascal has sneaked out for a full 6 years without even a glance back, truly a heartless little scoundrel. However, what does this so-called comparison video mean? Lu Erlong muttered, setting down the watering can in her hands. Invariant Douluo World, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Fengji, what are your thoughts? In the conference hall, Ning Fengji and Jian Gu were originally discussing matters when this unexpected scene occurred. This left Jian Duo, despite his vast experience, utterly perplexed, ultimately glancing at Ning Fengji, hoping to glean insights from the widely acknowledged sage. Heh, Uncle Jian, you think too highly of me. To be honest, I am equally bewildered. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji offered a wry smile, feeling quite helpless. There was no way around it. The current scene was something he had never encountered before, akin to a bride on her wedding day. It was indeed a first. Enough, old swordman. Let's disregard its nature. Regardless, if it is troublesome, the Wuhuan temple should be the one to worry. As Jian Gus remarked, as old swordman fell, he and Jian Gu, notorious for their banter, began to bicker again. Ning Fengji chuckled, his concerns slightly alleviated. After all, as Jian Duo stated, even if calamity were to arise, the Wuhuan temple would be the first to face it, for they were the true overlords of this continent. Regarding the rewards mentioned by the voice in the sky, Ning Fengji remained cautious, planning to observe further before assembling people to investigate this so-called comparison video. Invariant Douluo World, Shrek Academy. Third brother. That pseudo-innate full soul power Tang San mentioned by the voice in the sky. It wouldn't be you, would it? But what does pseudo-innate full soul power even mean? In the plaza, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears stood upright, revealing her inner turmoil. Seeing not only Xiao Wu but the other 5 gazing at him with curiosity, Tang San felt a wave of hesitation. He was well aware of the origins of his innate full soul power. Thus, he was certain that the voice in the sky referring to pseudo-innate full soul power Tang San undoubtedly pointed to him. Yet, this was Tang San's greatest secret, had not revealed it even to his father Tang Hao, his teacher Yu Xiaojiang, or his sister Xiao Wu. So how could he possibly divulge it to others? However, if he were to concoct a flimsy excuse to placate those before him, what if the truth were unveiled by this so-called comparison video? His carefully crafted image would be destroyed by his own hand. In an instant, Tang San found himself in a dilemma. At this moment, he was solely preoccupied with the concern for his flawless persona, entirely disregarding his own safety. Yet, this was hardly his fault, whether in his past life or in his current underdeveloped state. He was merely a minor figure, incapable of employing the mindset of those in power to contemplate issues. His so-called secrecy stemmed from selfishness, unwilling to impart the Shen Cangqiong skill to those he could not control. All right, everyone has their own secrets. Let us not put Tang San in a bind. At that moment, Ning Rongrong compassionately intervened. Her gentle demeanor made Tang San, who was on the verge of sweating from the pressure of concocting a mutually beneficial excuse, feel as if he had encountered a savior, nearly unable to restrain himself from bowing to her. Indeed, Ning Rongrong had provided Tang San with significant aid with her words. He could continue to maintain his air of mystery. Regardless of what this so-called comparison video might reveal, his perfect persona would remain intact. After all, he had said nothing, everything would merely be speculation from others, leaving him unscathed. Just by looking at your expression, it's clear you harbor ulterior motives. However, that's all right, this so-called comparison video will certainly expose your secrets, and I shall gladly assist you, leaving you in my debt. Unfortunately, what Tang San did not realize was that Ning Rongrong was not genuinely helping him, but rather had her own ulterior motives. Chapter 2. The comparison continues. Shen Cangqiong awakens the true dragon, martial soul. At this moment, the images on the grand screen gradually emerged amidst the discussions of people from both worlds. The grand screen was divided into two sections. On the left stood a 5- or 6-year-old boy, gazing longingly at a big sister passing by, while on the right sat a boy of similar age, facing the morning sun in a meditative posture. Cangqiong, you little rascal, you are once again eyeing the big sister from the academy. As the voice echoed, a beautiful woman in her 30s approached from a distance, exasperatedly scooping up the boy named Cangqiong, her face adorned with playful reproach. Ah, it's Sister Lu. Embraced by the beautiful woman, the boy named Cangqiong's eyes sparkled, calling out sweetly, I've told you countless times to call me Aunt Lu. With a bemused gaze at the boy pressing his little head against her chest, Lu Erlong blushed slightly, correcting him. But Aunt Lu, you look only 18. If I call you Aunt Lu, wouldn't that make you sound old? Thus, it's more fitting for me to call you Sister Lu. The boy named Cangqiong closed his eyes, relishing Lu Erlong's embrace, his words causing her heart to bloom with joy. In variant Douluo World, Ma Hongjun remarked, Wow, I finally see someone even more lecherous than me today. I'm truly impressed. However, this guy is quite eloquent, hell, likely charm many girls when he grows up. If I could learn a few tricks from him, I wouldn't have to worry about my girlfriend dilemma. Upon witnessing the actions of the young boy, Shen Cangqiong, who shares similar interests with Ma Hongjun, the latter, having long forgotten Flinder's admonitions, could not restrain himself from sending the very first barrage of comment from the world of Douluo continent on the grand screen. Original Douluo World, Ma Hongjun. Are you another version of me from a different world? As soon as he saw someone finally sending a comment, especially another version of himself, the eager Ma Hongjun from the original Douluo World immediately chimed in. Unbeknownst to him, however, the Ma Hongjun from the variant Douluo World had already received a severe reprimand from Flinder and was too intimidated to continue speaking through the comments. The scene continued. At this moment, contrasting with the heartwarming scene on the left, the young boy on the right appeared to be in a rather tragic situation. It was evident that the boy on the right not only had to care for his often inebriated father, but also had to cook and manage all household chores, and frequently found himself in the dire predicament of lacking money to buy rice and vegetables. Had it not been for the selfless assistance of the village chief, Old Jack, it would be uncertain whether this young boy could even reach adulthood. Yet, even with Old Jack's help, the boy on the right endured a life of hardship, his skin dark and sallow, and his stature significantly shorter than his peers. Variant Douluo World, Ma Hongjun. Tang San, you were truly unfortunate in your childhood. Ma Hongjun seemed to have developed a fondness for sending comments, and, despite being scolded, his heart swelled with pity upon witnessing Tang San's childhood experiences, prompting him to send another barrage of comments. Fortunately, this time Flinder refrained from reprimanding him further, instead stroking his beard while his eyes gleamed, as if contemplating something. Variant Douluo World Tang San. It is only right to be filial to one's parents, there is nothing to pity. Original Douluo World Tang San. The other me speaks the truth. Although the words spoken by the two Tang Sans were eloquent, they both felt a twinge of annoyance, believing that Ma Hongjun had no right to pity himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Hao, is this how you care for our child? Within a cave that was nearly devoid of light, a somewhat withered blue-silver grass swayed restlessly, displaying its discontent. Were it not for the fear that speaking in the comments might reveal Tang San's identity to those from the Spirit Hall, who would then seek to trouble him, Ain would have already taken to the comments to converse with her son Tang San and question Tang Hao. As people from both worlds of Douluo continent engaged in heated discussions, the grand screen flashed through various scenes, swiftly arriving at the day of the two boys' spirit awakening. Cangqiong, are you ready? Today, Aunt Lu will personally assist you in awakening your spirit. In a small cottage behind Blue Ba Academy, Lu Erlong spoke with a hint of anxiety. Isn't it just awakening a spirit? What is there to prepare for? In stark contrast to Lu Erlong's nervousness, the 6-year-old Shen Cangqiong, engrossed in a book, appeared utterly unconcerned. What you say is rather dismissive. Though Aunt Lu will love you regardless of the spirit you awaken, she still hopes for you to awaken a powerful one. Lu Erlong replied with dissatisfaction. Fine. At this, Shen Cangqiong shrugged. In truth, he was indifferent to what spirit he might awaken. After all, at present, if judged by the ranks of soul masters, he was already a quasi-soul king at level 50. The only shortcoming was that Shen Cangqiong had been overly sheltered by Lu Erlong, having never had the chance to engage in battle, thus lacking in combat experience. All right, focus. I shall begin now. With that, Lu Erlong took a deep breath and commenced the spirit awakening ceremony. What spirit is this? Could it be some serpent-like spirit? Minutes later, Lu Erlong frowned as she observed a serpentine creature radiating with 9-colored light swirling around Shen Cangqiong. This is a dragon. Shen Cangqiong quickly explained, grasping the tail of his true dragon spirit, which seemed ready to lunge at Lu Erlong in response to her remark. A dragon? It doesn't seem like it. Lu Erlong scrutinized the true dragon spirit, which was still thrashing about, murmuring to herself. Never mind. Regardless of whether this spirit is a dragon or a serpent, let's first test your innate soul power level. After all, it is only the level of innate soul power that can truly indicate the strength of a spirit. Since the quality of Shen Cangqiong's spirit could not be discerned by appearance alone, Lu Erlong chose to set aside her concerns and directly retrieved a luminous sphere to test the soul power level, handing it to Shen Cangqiong. Instantly, the cottage was illuminated by a dazzling light. Chapter 3. The Shock of Innate Level 50. Variant Douluo World Yu Xiaojiang. This is impossible. It absolutely cannot be. Fake. This is all fabricated. Even a fool should know that an innate soul power level reaching 10 is already the highest. How could there be an absurd level of 50? As Shen Cangqiong's innate soul power level was revealed, everyone in both Douluo Worlds, except for Lu Erlong from the variant Douluo World, was plunged into profound shock. After a considerable time, the self-proclaimed foremost scholar of the entire Douluo continent, Yu Xiaojiang from the variant Douluo World, finally regained his composure and began to flaunt his knowledge in the comments. Original Douluo World Yu Xiaojiang. Indeed, having seen this, I can assert with complete certainty that this so-called comparison video is a fabrication. Everyone should cease wasting time watching. Let's disperse. In the other world, upon witnessing his counterpart express a completely accurate assessment, Yu Xiaojiang from the original Douluo World promptly echoed the sentiment. Variant Douluo World Yu Lumian. Erlong, is it true that the child you adopted has an innate soul power of 50 at the time of awakening? However, regardless of how others perceive the knowledge and recommendations of the two Yu Xiaojiangs, Yu Lumian chose to disregard them completely. Due to the urgency of the situation, Yu Luomian, upon receiving the information that Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy had not faced any adverse consequences for sending barrage messages, chose to take the risk of inquiring through the barrage. In the world of variant Douluo, Lu Erlong stated, it's true. Aware that Shen Cangqiong's extraordinary talent could no longer be concealed due to the existence of comparative videos, Lu Erlong hesitated for a few seconds before opting to speak the truth. In the same world, Yu Yuanjin exclaimed, Erlong, you are truly unreasonable. If Cangqiong possesses such terrifying talent, why not bring him to my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family for cultivation? Understanding Lu Erlong's character, Yu Yuanjin immediately interjected angrily before Yu Luomian could respond. Shen Cangqiong, who had been lurking in the shadows, quickly interjected to prevent Lu Erlong from taking the blame for him, saying, it has nothing to do with Sister Erlong. I simply did not wish to come. Lu Erlong, concerned for Shen Cangqiong's well-being, cautioned, Cangqiong, your talent has been exposed. No matter where you are, do not return to Blue Tyrant Academy until you can ensure your safety. Seeing Shen Cangqiong reveal himself, Lu Erlong worried that his youthful naivety might lead him to divulge his whereabouts or choose to return to Blue Tyrant Academy. Shen Cangqiong reassured her, do not worry, Sister Erlong. I am no longer the same person who sneaked away 6 years ago. It will be my turn to protect you from now on. With his newfound abilities, Shen Cangqiong decided against continuing to roam outside, opting instead to return to Blue Tyrant Academy, where he could provide Lu Erlong with a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, on the grand screen, the words echoed, Cangqiong. Your cultivation talent can undoubtedly be deemed the most formidable in the history of Douluo continent. It is likely that until the continent's demise, no one will match your innate soul power of level 50. Lu Erlong, after a moment of contemplation, expressed her mixed feelings. It is indeed wonderful news that Shen Cangqiong possesses such talent, but the downside is that it is so exceptional that I still feel as if I am dreaming. Initially, Lu Erlong had hoped that Shen Cangqiong's innate soul power would reach level 6, and she would have been content with that. If he joins the Spirit Hall, so be it. What is there to worry about? Shen Cangqiong remained unfazed by the pressures from the Spirit Hall, while Lu Erlong frowned disapprovingly. The Spirit Hall is no good place. How can you think of joining them? Sensing the contradiction in Lu Erlong's reasoning, Shen Cangqiong remarked, Sister Erlong, your martial soul was awakened free of charge by the Spirit Hall. How can you deem it a bad place? Though aware of the reasons, he could not articulate them directly and hoped Lu Erlong would voice them first. After a moment of silence, Lu Erlong sighed softly. It seems this little one has strayed from the right path. Feigning innocence, Shen Cangqiong responded, Really, Sister Erlong? Do you believe everything you Xiaojang says? Lu Erlong paused, her expression growing somber as she spoke of friendship. He is my best friend. Of course, I trust him. Shen Cangqiong teased lightly. Then you truly are pitiable. Confused, Lu Erlong asked, What do you mean? Even someone like me, who rarely ventures out, knows the Spirit Hall stands on the side of the common people. Perhaps it may not embody true goodness, but it is certainly not a malevolent entity. Yet, in Yu Xiaojang's words, the Spirit Hall had been painted as a place of utter depravity. Is it that Yu Xiaojang is deluded, or does he simply regard you as a fool? Consider this. A force that annually helps individuals awaken their martial souls for free cannot possibly be malevolent, Shen Cangqiong reasoned. I suspect that Yu Xiaojang, having been expelled from the Spirit Hall, harbors resentment and spreads slander. Lu Erlong countered. The Spirit Hall's free assistance in awakening martial souls is merely a strategy to recruit talented cultivators. Even so, Shen Cangqiong replied, It is a blessing for the common soul masters. At least those who join the Spirit Hall can rise to prominence. I realize I seem unable to convince you. Lu Erlong admitted with a wry smile. Chapter 4. The significant Shen Cangqiong. This is simply because I speak nothing but the truth. For instance, should I choose to join the Spirit Hall, securing a position of worship would be a trivial matter, with a modicum of ambition. The possibility of becoming the Pope would not be far-fetched. Conversely, if I allied myself with those aristocratic sects, the zenith of my achievements would merely be that of a guest elder, devoid of any substantial authority. Unless, of course, I were to join a sect like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which lacks formidable family heritage in terms of battle spirit. In such a case, I might become a truly influential elder. However, such aristocratic sects are exceedingly rare across the entire Douluo continent. It appears that only the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Nine Heartsea Buttercup family exist. Shen Cangqiong regarded this with skepticism. As one well-versed in the fundamental narrative of the Douluo continent, each of his words was incisive and to the point, making it difficult to refute. Alas, your innate cultivation talent is remarkably potent. I had initially intended to protect you by sending you to the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, but it seems you would be reluctant to go. Nevertheless, Cangqiong, your favorable disposition towards the Spirit Hall may be overlooked by Aunt Lu. However, you must promise Aunt Lu that you will never associate with Bibi Dong. Shen Cangqiong's implication was unmistakable. He might as well have declared his support for the Spirit Hall outright, and Lu Erlong would not burden him further. Yet, as Bibi Dong was Lu Erlong's lifelong rival, she needed to clarify this matter with Shen Cangqiong. She did not wish for the child she had raised to be swayed by that sword-wielding individual. Reluctantly, Lu Erlong could not deny that Bibi Dong's allure far surpassed her own. Do not worry, Sister Lu. From the tale you recounted earlier, it was evident that Bibi Dong's intellect pales in comparison to yours. If I were to align myself with her, even with a natural soul power level of 500, her foolishness would undoubtedly lead to my demise. However, if the opportunity arises, I shall take it upon myself to educate Bibi Dong, thereby avenging you, Sister Lu. When Shen Cangqiong spoke of education and vengeance, his tone took on a profound significance. Very well. Then Aunt Lu shall await my little Cangqiong's maturation for the reckoning. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's vow of vengeance, Lu Erlong joyfully embraced him and spun in circles. Disregarding the remark about her intellect, she remained blissfully unaware that the vengeance Shen Cangqiong spoke of bore no resemblance to her own intentions. One was lighthearted, the other shadowy. By the way, since you've reached level 50, Aunt Lu shall now take you to hunt for a soul ring. After indulging Shen Cangqiong with affection, Lu Erlong remembered the task of assisting him in hunting for a soul ring, and thus set him down and hurried to the wardrobe, retrieving a change of clothes while speaking. At this moment, as Lu Erlong hastily led Shen Cangqiong toward the Star Dough Forest, the atmosphere within the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall in the variant Douluo World was eerily quiet. Teacher, should we send someone to find Shen Cangqiong and bring him back? After a long pause, unable to endure the strange ambience, Hulaina stepped forward and spoke softly. Unthinkable. From the recent footage, it is clear that Shen Cangqiong harbors a friendly attitude towards our spirit hall. Our priority should be to cultivate a good relationship, rather than antagonize him. Before Bibi Dong, seated at the head, could respond, Douluo World interjected vehemently. Very well, I concede. Hulaina meekly replied, retreating to her original position. She had merely sought to ease the tension, and with Douluo's intervention, she willingly stepped back. Furthermore, as a clever little fox, she would not stubbornly uphold her opinion without understanding her teacher's true thoughts. Let us observe further. At this juncture, Bibi Dong waved her hand, silencing the ensuing bickering among those present. As long as it did not involve Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong was generally quite accommodating. Besides, countless individuals on the Douluo continent had criticized her, including her daughter, whose existence she found difficult to confront. Thus, as long as no one insulted her in her presence, she remained indifferent. In the variant Douluo World, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Shen Cangqiong's thoughts are perilously audacious. Fingji, should we take action? The Sword Douluo inquired. We need not act. Regardless of circumstances, Shen Cangqiong is raised by Lu Erlong, who hails from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan. Moreover, it is evident from his words that while he favors the Spirit Hall, he bears animosity towards Bibi Dong. In such a scenario, even if Shen Cangqiong joins the Spirit Hall, he would likely oppose Bibi Dong. This discord could plunge the Spirit Hall into internal chaos. Upon hearing this, Ning Fingji appeared to have pondered the matter previously, promptly articulating his perspective. Isn't Shen Cangqiong approximately the same age as Rongrong? The Bone Douluo, seemingly less concerned than the Sword Douluo, alluded to the age of both Ning Rongrong and Shen Cangqiong. Old Bone, you aren't suggesting a romantic entanglement, are you? I must inform you that I disagree. While Shen Cangqiong's cultivation talent is undoubtedly exceptional, judging by the footage, he seems rather precocious. Who can say how many admirers he will attract as he matures? My Rongrong cannot endure such a predicament, despite Shen Cangqiong's unparalleled talent. The Sword Douluo found it hard to accept the notion of him becoming Ning Rongrong's husband due to his apparent flirtatious nature. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, please cease your quarrel. You are both well aware of Rongrong's temperament. I dare not introduce that little vixen to Shen Cangqiong. Otherwise, rather than fostering goodwill, we would only offend him, resulting in a well-intentioned plan gone awry. Witnessing the two perennial bickering companions resume their competitive banter, Ning Fingji sighed and raised a hand to his forehead, once again assuming the role of peacemaker. Chapter 5. Yu Xiaojiang seeks to accept Shen Cangqiong as his disciple in the office of Shrek Academy. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang hastily enter, looking rather disheveled from his hurried journey, Flander quickly rose with a face full of surprise. Xiaojiang, I never expected you to arrive at Shrek Academy so soon. Gather all the students. We are heading to the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heavendo City, Yu Xiaojiang commanded, his expression stern, devoid of any pleasantries. What? Have you set your sights on that extraordinary talent named Shen Cangqiong again? Flander's smile faded, and his brow furrowed. As the elder brother of the Golden Iron Triangle, he was well aware of Yu Xiaojiang's intentions. Yes, Yu Xiaojiang replied succinctly, as if everything was self-evident. Don't forget, Shen Cangqiong does not hold you in high regard. Just because you wish to take him as your disciple does not guarantee he will agree, Flander remarked, visibly annoyed. The image of Shen Cangqiong displayed on the grand screen showed a mere 6-year-old, too young to comprehend many things. Besides, there's Lu Erlong. I believe that regardless of Shen Cangqiong's thoughts, if Lu Erlong asks him to become my disciple, you will not refuse. Seemingly oblivious to Flander's irritation, Yu Xiaojiang remained unperturbed, hands clasped behind his back with an air of nonchalance. He believed that Lu Erlong's infatuation with him would facilitate his plans, as a mere hint during their conversations would suffice for Lu Erlong to handle everything. Xiaojiang, I now seriously doubt the authenticity of your feelings for Erlong. Previously, whenever I advised you to pursue her, you dismissed it, citing your sibling relationship. Yet this time, with the emergence of a prodigious talent, you wasted no time and rushed over. Furthermore, you intend to exploit Lu Erlong's connection to secure Shen Cangqiong as your disciple. Have you considered Erlong's feelings in this matter? Flander's anger intensified. Feeling that Yu Xiaojiang had transformed into someone entirely different from the melancholic yet righteous figure he once knew. Just tell me whether you will go or not. If you refuse, I will leave with Tang San and Xiao Wu. If it were not for his desire to lure a few more students from Shrek Academy for the upcoming elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies, Yu Xiaojiang would not have wasted his breath with Flander. Ultimately, he regarded Flander as nothing more than an ordinary commoner, lacking the authority to lecture him. Flander was nearly driven to exasperation by Yu Xiaojiang's retort. Suppressing the urge to strike him, he stormed out of the room. At that moment, Flander remained unaware of his standing in Yu Xiaojiang's heart. Otherwise, he might have realized that by this time next year, either it would be his own Memorial Day or Yu Xiaojiang's. Meanwhile, the grand screen transitioned to a new scene. Cangqiong, are you certain you wish to absorb this 10,000-year soul beast? According to Xiaojiang's soul theory, the upper limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. Although Shen Cangqiong is a genius among geniuses, Lu Erlong could not suppress her worry and inquired. Yu Xiaojiang is unreliable, which has led Lu Erlong to invest all her emotions into the prodigy she raised, Shen Cangqiong. Otherwise, she would have lost her temper long ago when Shen Cangqiong spoke ill of Yu Xiaojiang. Thus, Lu Erlong could hardly bear to think about the consequences should Shen Cangqiong be harmed by absorbing a soul ring beyond its limit. Don't worry, Sister Lu. I am confident. I still have much life ahead of me. I would never gamble with my own life. As for the 10 principles of soul theory published by Yu Xiaojiang, let me speak frankly. A person who can never surpass level 30. Someone who has never personally walked the path of the strong, who lacks funding for research and subjects to study, how could he possibly formulate useful theories? How could he justify his claims? Therefore, I am certain that those 10 principles of soul theory were either fabricated or learned in secret from the Spirit Hall. In the previous world, Shen Cangqiong was already dissatisfied with Yu Xiaojiang, and now he seizes the opportunity to critique him mercilessly. Cangqiong, are you truly confident? This is no trivial matter. Once you begin absorbing this soul beast soul ring, there will be no turning back. If you cannot rely on your own strength to absorb it, even with my assistance, you may survive, but your innate talent for cultivation would be effectively squandered. Lu Erlong grasped the eager Shen Cangqiong, still feeling the situation was too perilous. At this moment, her concern for Shen Cangqiong eclipsed all else. Even her worries about Yu Xiaojiang. Rest assured, Sister Lu. With that, Shen Cangqiong patted Lu Erlong's hand reassuringly, then broke free from her grasp. Turning towards the unconscious swordback dragon. Cangqiong, what are you doing? Filled with trepidation, Lu Erlong watched as Shen Cangqiong insisted on absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring for his first. Tension gripped her, but when she saw Shen Cangqiong not merely kill the swordback dragon, but instead cut a small wound with a dagger, she hurried forward, puzzled. For some reason, my martial soul can communicate with me. It tells me that I do not need to slay the soul beast. I merely need a drop of its blood to condense a corresponding soul ring. This, of course, was a fabrication. The real reason was that Shen Cangqiong's extraordinary abilities had just revealed to him that he could defeat a 10,000-year soul beast with another's help, earning him a reward of a 10,000-year growth-type soul ring. Anonymous in the original Douluo World, I can tolerate Shen Cangqiong having an innate soul power level of 50. But now he claims he can condense a corresponding soul ring using just a drop of blood from a soul beast. What is going on? Anonymous in the variant Douluo World, I seriously suspect this so-called comparison video is mocking us. Chapter 6. The Stars of the Empire in the World of the Original Douluo. An anonymous individual pondered, I have heard that soul beasts of 100,000 years, upon choosing to transform, can condense their initial soul rings by themselves. Is it possible that Shen Cangqiong is indeed a 100,000-year soul beast that has chosen to take form? Another voice from the variant Douluo World countered, that seems unlikely. If Shen Cangqiong were truly a transformed 100,000-year soul beast, how could he live in a place like Heaven Do City, teeming with powerful individuals, without fear of being discovered? Wouldn't he be unable to escape? The discourse continued. What does it matter whether Shen Cangqiong is a transformed 100,000-year soul beast to you? Even if he is, do you wish to share in his fortune? The series of astonishing events surrounding Shen Cangqiong compelled countless ordinary people to express their thoughts freely, leading to a flurry of comments appearing on the grand screen as if they were snatching tickets. Meanwhile, in a comparative video, discussions unfolded. Cangqiong, Aunt Lu fears for the day your true identity might be revealed. At that time, not just Aunt Lu, But even the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would struggle to protect you. Witnessing Shen Cangqiong perform a series of incomprehensible gestures, a black soul ring gradually materialized around him, eliciting a bitter chuckle from Lu Erlong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Erlong dismissed his astonishment. There's no one around to see, so what is there to fear? Besides, only the Spirit Hall, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and the Haoyan sect could withstand the pressure from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and dare to act against me. Spirit Hall is self-evident. Should they overstep, I would not hesitate to ally with them. Lu Erlong continued. As for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, their leader Ning Fengji is cautious. He wouldn't act unless he could do so without detection. And the Haoyan sect? Lu Erlong inquired. That is how I would assess them, Shen Cangqiong replied dismissively. Noticing Lu Erlong's troubled demeanor, Shen Cangqiong offered words of comfort. In the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's meeting hall, the sword Douluo observed Ning Fengji with a bemused expression. I never anticipated this little one would be so perceptive. Indeed, Ning Fengji replied, it's a pity that his affections lie with the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, we might have forged a lasting friendship. After a moment of jest, the sword Douluo posed another question. Are we truly to remain idle? Let us observe for now. Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head. Much like Shen Cangqiong had stated, Ning Fengji would not act without absolute certainty. Moreover, Shen Cangqiong had expressed his desire to join the Spirit Hall on more than one occasion. Should Ning Fengji choose to act against him, it might very well be the Spirit Hall that first sought to avenge Shen Cangqiong, rather than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, as they would see a dual benefit in eliminating the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. In the comparative video, the discussion continued. Do not overlook the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. While they may lack title Douluo level strength within their royal ranks, they command an army of millions, making them a formidable force. At this juncture, Lu Erlong was far less optimistic than Shen Cangqiong. The relationship between the Heaven Do Empire and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, while not particularly strong, is stable enough. As long as I do not officially join the Spirit Hall and maintain no hostility towards the Heaven Do Empire, they are unlikely to act against me. Shen Cangqiong shook his head, unconvinced. I know that Prince Shui Qinghe of the Heaven Do Empire is actually Qian Renxue in disguise. With her presence, all secretive actions of the Heaven Do Empire are transparent. And what of the Star Luo Empire? Lu Erlong inquired. The Star Luo Empire is inconsequential. I recall hearing that. Without the Spirit Hall's restraint, the Star Luo Empire would have long since annihilated the Heaven Do Empire. Those who believe such claims are simply deluded. Such delusions fail to consider the Star Luo Empire's peculiar succession methods. How could they be compared to the Heaven Do Empire? If I were the Snow Knight Emperor, I would simply need to pay a high price to hire a title Douluo to eliminate the Star Luo Emperor and his heirs. Then watch the Star Luo Empire crumble due to a lack of legitimate successors. Perhaps frustrated by the Star Luo Empire, Shen Cangqiong inadvertently veered off topic. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's explanation, Lu Erlong's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, as she had previously believed the Star Luo Empire to be superior to the Heaven Do Empire. Yet, Shen Cangqiong was her cherished child, and even if he had unwittingly called her foolish, she could not bring herself to reprimand him. Moreover, Shen Cangqiong's argument seemed quite reasonable, leaving Lu Erlong reluctant to chastise him. To maintain her image in Shen Cangqiong's eyes, she feigned agreement. As Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong prepared to search for the next suitable soul ring, an atmosphere of brewing tension enveloped the Star Luo Empire's palace in both Douluo worlds. In the study of the Star Luo Emperor Dai Xuanyu, he hurled a teacup in frustration, his gaze fixed angrily on the comparative video featuring Shen Cangqiong. What is there to be angry about? It is merely the ignorant ramblings of a foolish child, commented the Star Luo Empress Zhu Lingyun, unfazed by the outburst. To her, the imperial lineage of the Star Luo had endured for dozens of generations. If there were truly issues, the Dai family and her Zhu family would have long since ceased to exist. Humph! Dai Xuanyu scoffed, falling silent thereafter. Chapter 7 commences with the unfolding narrative of Tang San, depicting the ire of the Star Luo Empire's emperor within the 2 Douluo realms, alongside the myriad reactions from others in both worlds, which fail to influence the images displayed upon the grand screen. As time progresses, the comparative footage reveals that due to Lu Erlong's insufficient strength, after assisting Shen Cangqiong in capturing the third 30,000-year-old dragon-type soul beast, she reluctantly opts to return home. The comparative video ultimately freezes on the silhouettes of Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong. Simultaneously, the right-hand screen, which captures the moment Tang San awakens his martial soul, is also reignited. There is no need for fear. Please line up orderly, one at a time, states a staff member from the Spirit Hall. Dispatched to awaken the martial souls of the children from the Holy Soul Village, as he turns to the assembled children with a nonchalant demeanor. You lack soul power. Hence you cannot become a soul master. Please step aside. You too. You are likewise unable. Once the children have lined up obediently, Su Yutao, with little enthusiasm, proceeds to awaken their martial souls one by one. The outcome, as anticipated, reveals that these children either awaken a home martial soul or other kinds of agricultural tool martial souls, or the blue-silver grass martial soul, in essence. None of them awaken a martial soul endowed with innate soul power. At that moment, although Su Yunhao feels disappointment, he understands that in a small locality like Holy Soul Village, the probability of awakening a martial soul capable of cultivation is exceedingly slim. He never harbored much hope from the outset. However, just as he intends to hasten his work to return to Nodding City in search of his goddess, he is abruptly drawn back to reality by a dazzling light before him. Yet, before he can revel in this newfound excitement, he is nearly overwhelmed by the sight of the blue-silver grass martial soul. Had it not been for the boy's persistence, he would have deemed it unnecessary to assess soul power further. Anonymous from the second original Douluo World. Is this fellow named Su Yunhao truly unable to see? Has he genuinely overlooked the fact that this boy named Tang San is a prodigy with innate full soul power? Must he disregard Tang San's innate soul power simply because his awakened martial soul is blue-silver grass? Anonymous from the second original Douluo World. In my view, Su Yutao is not blind. Rather, he is simply a fool. Su Yutao from the second original Douluo World. Please do not misunderstand. I am merely a humble steward of the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City. At that moment, it was my first encounter with a prodigy possessing an innate full soul power blue-silver grass martial soul, and upon returning to the Spirit Hall, I promptly reported this matter to Spirit City. Yet, to my knowledge, there has been no action from Spirit City, nor have I received any response from them. Therefore, I have not erred in any way, as evidenced by the lack of response from Spirit City. After all, if Spirit City truly valued Tang San, how could they remain entirely unresponsive, faced with such criticism from individuals within his own world? Su Yutao from the second original Douluo World is reluctant to bear the brunt of such blame and quickly resorts to explaining through comments. Unbeknownst to him, while he desperately attempts to clarify to everyone through the comments, Bibi Dong from both worlds coldly fixes her gaze upon his explanations, a fleeting glint of danger flashing in her eyes. The comparative video continues. What are you doing here? Is this a place for people like you? The scene shifts to the entrance of Nodding Academy, where old Jack, about to knock on the door, hears a derisive voice from within a nearby small room, followed by a figure swiftly blocking old Jack and Tang San's path. This young man, I am here to enroll this child at Nodding Academy. He is a work-study student sent from our village this year, and here is the proof issued by the Spirit Hall. Old Jack hurriedly smiles and presents the proof from the Spirit Hall. Although the doorman's words are quite impolite, old Jack dares not offend him. Just him? I never expected a golden phoenix to emerge from such a humble nest. Upon hearing this, the doorman furrows his brow, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yet he still accepts the proof from old Jack to examine it. Blue-silver grass martial soul, with innate full soul power? Ha, truly laughable. I have served as a doorman here at Nodding Academy for 4 years and have never heard of anyone awakening a blue-silver grass martial soul with innate full soul power. I suspect this proof from the Spirit Hall is a forgery. With that, the doorman tosses the proof back at old Jack. Shuechinghe from the second original Douluo World. It seems the Spirit Hall is not as formidable as it appears, as even a mere doorman dares to disregard it. Qianrenxue from the second original Douluo World. It is not that the Spirit Hall is inadequate. Rather, it is the individual occupying that position who is unworthy. Qianrenxue from the second original Douluo World engages in a verbal duel. Her feelings towards Bibi Dong are complex, filled with both anticipation and resentment, and she will seize any opportunity to witness Bibi Dong's embarrassment. Bibi Dong from the second original Douluo World. Send someone from the Nodding branch to capture that doorman and give him a thorough lesson. Remember, just a lesson will suffice. Our Spirit Hall is not a ruthless organization that disregards human life. Having been exposed, Bibi Dong cannot remain silent or inactive. Furthermore, this serves as a way for her to support Yu Xiaojiang. Although she is unaware of the specifics, the name Tang San, which resonates deeply with her, allows her to piece together the truth of the matter with considerable accuracy. After all, the only reason a mere doorman in Nodding City would dare to disregard the proof issued by the Spirit Hall would be if Yu Xiaojiang intervened. Otherwise, even if he were granted 1,000,000 chances, he would never have the audacity to dismiss the Spirit Hall's proof. Lu Erlong from the second original Douluo World, BB Dong. You are truly hypocritical. Who among those who know you is unaware of your true nature? What say you, the other me from another world? In matters pertaining to the Spirit Hall, ordinary individuals dare not speak, and noble families refrain from public discussion. Yet, Lu Erlong stands as an exception. If Qian Rinshue's feelings towards BB Dong are a mixture of love and hate, then Lu Erlong's sentiments are steeped purely in animosity. Chapter 8. The revelation of Tang San's inner thoughts. Met with contempt and fear in the realm of the first variant Douluo World, Lu Erlong mused, perhaps. When questioned by her counterpart from another world, she anticipated a moment of resonance. To her dismay, she realized that the resentment she once held towards Tang San had nearly dissipated. What's the matter with you? Inquired the original Douluo World's Lu Erlong, who harbored similar expectations. Yet, she was met with the nonchalant response of perhaps. Furthermore, her frustration mounted as her counterpart chose to ignore her subsequent attempts at conversation. At that moment, the spectators from both worlds, realizing that there was no spectacle left to behold, redirected their attention to the comparative video. In the footage, just as the gatekeeper was about to strike the defiant old Jack, Tang San, who had remained silent until then, suddenly sprang forward, deftly incapacitating the gatekeeper. A raspy voice resonated from a distance, "Master, you have returned." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the gatekeeper's furious expression morphed into one of obsequiousness, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had almost forgotten that his earlier arrogance stemmed from the task assigned to him by this virtuous master. "Sir, may I see the proof from the Spirit Hall?" The gatekeeper, having nearly sabotaged his own interests, received no kindness from Yu Xiaojiang, who merely cast a fleeting glance at him before turning to old Jack with a warm demeanor. "Indeed, this proof from the Spirit Hall is genuine. I apologize on behalf of the Academy for what transpired. I shall take responsibility for this child." In truth, Yu Xiaojiang had long been aware of the existence of this prodigy, Tang San, who possessed innate soul power. Rather than confining himself to his room for research, he had chosen to wait nearby for the opportune moment to arrive. As for his request to examine the Spirit Hall's proof, it was merely for appearances. A nameless observer from the original Douluo World remarked, "I find this boy, Tang San, commendable. He dares to confront the gatekeeper to protect old Jack, demonstrating gratitude and loyalty." Another echoed, "Indeed, in my view, aside from his slightly lesser cultivation talent compared to Shen Cangqiong, Tang San is far more reliable in every other aspect." Silence. "How dare you speak of my Cangqiong?" retorted Lu Erlong from the first variant Douluo World. "Lu's sister, do not pay heed to such trivialities," Shen Cangqiong advised. "Very well. Lu Ant will heed your words," she acquiesced. "We merely speak the truth. At least Tang San has shown appreciation, while what we observe from you is sheer arrogance." The nameless observer stated. Regardless, individuals from one world would invariably support their own. Regrettably, the inhabitants of the second original Douluo World were overly optimistic, oblivious to the swift turn of events that awaited them. As the scene unfolded, just as Master Yu Xiaojiang and old Jack engaged in amiable conversation, the comparative video zoomed in on Tang San's face and meticulously revealed his inner musings. Lucky for that gatekeeper, had the master arrived any later, I might have had to deal with him harshly. The third principle from the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record states, once an adversary is identified as an enemy, if they possess a path to death, one should show no mercy lest they invite further troubles. At that moment, Tang San appeared innocuously obedient, akin to a well-behaved child. Yet, juxtaposing his external demeanor with his internal thoughts sent chills down the spine. The nameless observer from the second original Douluo World exclaimed, "What on earth?" Another chimed in. "It seems many faces are being slapped today. Is this Tang San out of his mind?" It was merely a verbal spat. He could have just dealt with the gatekeeper more mildly. Yet, he contemplates a ruthless act. The absurdity of claiming the gatekeeper has a path to death over mere words. One observer reflected, "What terrifies me most about Tang San is his ability to appear harmless while plotting your demise. It is utterly frightening. I must remember his face and steer clear of him in the future, for who knows what this cold-hearted individual might conjure based on a mere glance." Another added, "There is a more troubling thought. Keep in mind, Tang San was brought to Notting Academy by old Jack. If he were to harm the gatekeeper there, do you think old Jack could escape the consequences? It's likely that Tang San, being a prodigy, would be spared by the Spirit Hall, while all blame would fall on the ordinary old Jack. Even the entire Holy Soul Village might suffer the repercussions." "That is a valid point." Someone interjected. "Is the gatekeeper from Notting Academy present? If so, speak up." As Tang San's thoughts were unveiled, A wave of astonishment swept through both supporters and neutral parties alike. They were astonished that a mere child of 6 could harbor such twisted thoughts. The tension escalated, particularly when they noticed the absence of any response from the nodding city gatekeeper, sending shivers down many spines. Chapter 9, Tang San, a teacher for a day. A father for life inside the Shrek carriage, Ma Hongjun cautiously inquired, "You didn't actually eliminate the guard from Nodding Academy, did you?" He shifted closer to Daimubai, casting glances at the barrage of comments on the large screen, wary of getting too close to Tang San. "No," Tang San replied firmly, surveying the 6 individuals in the carriage, each displaying a myriad of expressions. "Really?" Ma Hongjun expressed skepticism, oblivious to the fact that Tang San had already noted him in his little book. Thanks to Xiao Zhang's insights, he understood that these Shrek students were potentially useful allies. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly vanished without a trace. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Wu. When Xiao Wu and I departed from Nodding Academy, that guard was still alive. Tang San maintained a calm facade, though inwardly he felt a flicker of irritation, perceiving Ma Hongjun's reckless attitude as a path to self-destruction. Xiao Wu, noticing the sudden collective gaze of the other 5 upon her, opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent, offering only a somewhat forced nod. She had not lied for Tang San. Indeed, the guard had still been alive when they left. However, the stark contrast between the guard's appearance at her graduation and when she first arrived at Nodding Academy left her utterly astounded. All right. Since Xiao Wu has vouched for Tang San, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Remember, Tang San is an indispensable partner. We need not question our ally over an inconsequential guard from Nodding Academy. Daimubai subtly implied that the guard was merely an inconsequential figure, nothing to be concerned about. Moreover, like Tang San, he sought to utilize their collective strengths to confront his elder brother, Davis. Thus, as long as someone could be of use, Daimubai cared little for their character. What Boss Dai said is correct. Regardless of circumstances, we are a team. And only through mutual trust can we forge an invincible Spirit Master team. Oscar, despite his humble origins, had long been regarded by Flandra as an extraordinary genius, leading him to develop a certain arrogance and a disdain for those who were not even Spirit Masters. We should exercise caution henceforth. There are far too many clever individuals in this world, Zhu Zhuqing remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San. She did not believe his words. Yet with her own safety at stake, she felt no obligation to concern herself with others' affairs. By the way, how powerful do you think that fellow named Shen Cangqiong is now? Zhu Zhuqing's question plunged the carriage into silence. Unable to endure the awkward atmosphere, Ma Hongjun hastily changed the subject. I estimate he should be around level 70, at least. His first spirit ring was a 10,000-year one, and his subsequent rings were a 20,000-year and a 30,000-year one, respectively. Following this pattern, his 4th and 5th rings should be at least 40,000 and 50,000 years old. Just considering these 5 rings alone, which are all above 10,000 years, should elevate his spirit power from level 50 to around 60. Combined with his innate level 50 talent, over 6 years, I find it hard to believe he couldn't achieve a 10-level increase. Upon mentioning Shen Cangqiong, Ning Rongrong perked up, transitioning from her previous silence to speak animatedly. That is not necessarily true. Achieving a level above 60 signifies the Spirit Emperor realm, and the pace of spirit power growth at that level is not as rapid as in the Spirit Master or Great Spirit Master realms. Take our Shrek teachers, for instance. Many have cultivated for decades and still remain in the Spirit Emperor realm. Thus, in my opinion, if Shen Cangqiong has reached level 64, that would be quite impressive. Seeing his idol, Ning Rongrong, hold Shen Cangqiong in such high regard ignited jealousy in Oscar, who wished nothing more than to trample Shen Cangqiong into the mud. Are you genuinely foolish? Or do you believe your earlier remarks were humorous? Shen Cangqiong possesses an innate level 50 spirit power. What qualifications do our Shrek teachers have to compare with him? Truly absurd. Currently, Ning Rongrong bore no affection for her Shrek companions, her words lacking any courtesy. She particularly detested Oscar's blatant dishonesty. Sighing, Oscar had recently thought Ning Rongrong had mellowed, rekindling his hopes of pursuing her. However, it became evident that her demeanor was merely a fade, leaving him disheartened and devoid of any desire to continue the conversation. Let us watch the comparison video first. Xiao Wu suggested, sensing that if they did not divert their focus, the group might end up in a quarrel similar to previous occasions. Of course, she had no intention of aiding Ning Rongrong. She merely felt that the current tension stemmed from Tang San, prompting her to intervene. What is there to see? Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong shifted to a comfortable position, raising her gaze to the large screen. The others in the carriage, in consideration of Tang San's presence, acquiesced to Xiao Wu's suggestion. At that moment, the large screen displayed, "Get up." "What are you doing?" Yuan Xiaojiang quickly helped Tang San to his feet, bewildered by the sight of Tang San kneeling and bowing 3 times. "Please, master, accept me as your disciple." After being assisted to rise, Tang San did not resist, bowing his head respectfully. "Haha, silly boy, why must you kneel to become a disciple? Are you not aware that this is a gesture reserved for parents and rulers?" Yuan Xiaojiang smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. "Once a teacher for a day, a father for life. I see nothing wrong with kneeling before you." 6-year-old Tang San spoke earnestly. Chapter 10. How could Tang San spare you upon learning my secret? Once a teacher, a father for life? Good, good, good. It seems I have truly acquired a disciple worthy of my utmost dedication. At this moment, the master was deeply moved, even contemplating abandoning the idea of using Tang San as a guinea pig. Alas, emotions could not eclipse a lifelong dream, nor the obsession to cleanse his humiliation. Soon, Yu Xiaojiang regained his composure and discreetly led Tang San to the registration area. In the unnamed realm of the original Douluo, an observer remarked, "To be fair, while Tang San may have faltered somewhat, he has shown commendable respect towards his teacher. At the very least, I cannot fathom or emulate the sentiment of once a teacher, a father for life." Another chimed in, "Indeed, it appears that Tang San possesses redeeming qualities." A third voice added, "Merely speaking such words is easy. Action speaks louder than rhetoric. We cannot judge Tang San solely by his words. We must also consider his deeds." His declaration of once a teacher, a father for life has significantly improved the perception of him among the denizens of Douluo continent, who previously held no such concept. Had his earlier thoughts not been broadcast, tarnishing his reputation, many might have taken him as a role model by now. The video comparison continued. "Xiao San, run." The scene shifted to the master, Yu Xiaojiang, leading Tang San to hunt for his first spirit ring. As the image appeared, everyone in both worlds heard Yu Xiaojiang's urgent shout. They then witnessed him, at the cost of his own spirit, attempting to block the pursuit of the mantis snake to allow Tang San to escape. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaojiang was ultimately too weak to withstand the creature's onslaught, and the mantis snake soon passed him, turning its attention to Tang San. What the mantis snake did not realize was that the Tang San it pursued possessed strength far exceeding that of the spirit master it had previously vanquished. Just as it prepared to strike at the child, Tang San had no choice but to employ his unparalleled skills. The mantis snake was left enraged by the strange tactics it had never encountered before. As it attempted to retaliate with a powerful move, it was caught off guard when Tang San preemptively targeted its vital areas. In the unnamed realm of the original Douluo, an observer exclaimed, "It cannot be true. A rank 29 spirit master unable to defeat a 400-year-old mantis snake, necessitating the intervention of a 6-year-old child? I am eager to discern who truly holds the title of teacher and who is the disciple here." Another laughed, "How absurd. A spirit master of such caliber. And yet he has the audacity to lead his disciple into danger. What boundless confidence." A voice interjected, "This transcends mere confidence. It signifies a lack of self-awareness." The first observer added, "Despite his overestimation of his abilities, Yu Xiaojiang is not entirely lacking. At least he did not abandon his disciple in peril. Yet, I cannot help but find this situation amusing." As the battle concluded on the grand screen, Yu Xiaojiang's inadequacy, unable to surpass even his 6-year-old disciple, was laid bare before all. Laughter erupted across both worlds, even reaching Yu Xiaojiang and his companions on their journey. Simultaneously, the video zoomed in on Tang San, and his inner thoughts resonated. "Surely, my teacher has seen the techniques I employed. What to do? This is my greatest secret. Perhaps I should eliminate my teacher instead? With my skills, a surprise attack could surely succeed." Tang San hesitated. "Xiao San, are you all right?" Came Yu Xiaojiang's anxious voice from afar. "For now, I shall see if I can deceive him. If that fails, I can always seek an opportunity later." Interrupted by Yu Xiaojiang's call, Tang San took a deep breath, swiftly arriving at a decision. In the unnamed realm of the original Douluo, an observer remarked, "Goodness, I am genuinely impressed by Tang San. Just recently, he knelt before Yu Xiaojiang, solemnly professing the touching sentiment of once a teacher, a father for life. Yet, mere days later, he contemplates betraying his father-like manner." Another noted, "Is this not a case of professing loyalty while harboring ulterior motives?" A third voice questioned, "Does it not seem that Tang San is inherently treacherous? Compare him to Shen Cangqiong, who, despite his playful nature, displayed no glaring faults throughout the video. Yet Tang San has made 2 astonishingly questionable decisions in such a short span. Do such thoughts truly belong to a 6-year-old child? Another observer suggested, perhaps Tang San's upbringing plays a role. For a child who, despite having a father, lives like an orphan, such behavior is not entirely unexpected. The first added, it is plausible that Tang San's father shares these traits. After all, numerous orphans exist in the world. Why do some not turn astray? Environmental influences may play a part, yet the predominant factors surely stem from Tang San's parents. If not his father, then his mother must bear some responsibility. Tang San's thoughts once again reshaped the perspectives of those in both realms. Even his parents found themselves ensnared in the backlash, facing condemnation from those who disapproved of Tang San. Chapter 11. Tang San once again made a promise to Xiao Wu, who expressed her skepticism regarding the Shrek team in the alternate Douluo World. Xiao Gang, your disciple has ulterior motives, Flinder remarked, unable to restrain his concern after witnessing Tang San's dubious actions. I am aware, Yu Xiaojiang replied, his expression impassive as he gazed at the grand screen. His tone remarkably calm. You know? Flinder reached out to touch Yu Xiaojiang's forehead, wondering if his brother was feverish and speaking nonsense. I am fine. Yu Xiaojiang dismissed Flinder's hand with irritation. You are aware of what kind of person Tang San is, yet you took him as a disciple. Are you certain this is inconsequential? Flinder's gaze was peculiar. Sigh. It was only through this soul-hunting expedition that I discovered another side of Xiao San. After all, Yu Xiaojiang hails from the prestigious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and at the very least, he possesses the ability to read others' intentions. In that moment, he had indeed caught a glimpse of Tang San's methods when dealing with the mandala snake. He had intended to inquire about it, but before he could voice his questions, he sensed a faint aura of danger emanating from Tang San. Though it dissipated swiftly, he understood that these methods were secrets Tang San could not disclose. Consequently, when Tang San chose to deceive him, he decided to play along, feigning indifference. In that case, it is still not too late for you to sever your master-disciple relationship with Tang San. After all, everyone is aware of his past intention to harm his master. If you choose to expel him now, no one will speak ill of you, Flinder advised. There is no need. My relationship with Tang San is one of mutual benefit. He utilizes my knowledge to grow, and I leverage his innate talent to validate my theories on martial souls. As long as I do not infringe upon Tang San's core interests, he will not turn against me. This unspoken understanding between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San was thus established. In truth, had Yu Xiaojiang not sensed the danger within Tang San, he would have long since sought out the peculiar methods of cultivation Tang San possessed. After all, the ability to defeat a mandala snake of around 400 years with a 6-year-old soul master was something Yu Xiaojiang greatly coveted. Never mind, do as you wish. Flinder conceded, well aware of Yu Xiaojiang's stubborn nature. Once he had offered his counsel, he felt absolved of any future consequences that might arise. Meanwhile, within the carriage where Tang San was situated, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Xiao Wu, do you trust me? Tang San asked, his face grave. I suppose so. Xiao Wu hesitated for several seconds before responding. Having known Tang San for over 6 years, she was only now realizing the depths of his character. Though she often thrived on chaos, she would never so easily take a life, especially that of someone close to her. It could only be said that Tang San had concealed himself remarkably well during their time at Nodding Academy, always appearing indifferent and unassuming, which left her entirely oblivious. Xiao Wu, remember this. No matter what occurs, you will always be my sister. Anyone who seeks to harm you must first tread over my corpse. This promise from 6 years ago will never waver. Perceiving Xiao Wu's reluctance, Tang San reaffirmed his vow. I understand, Xiao Wu nodded noncommittally. Had it been in the past, such a declaration would have moved her to tears. Yet now, confronted with a person who had just proclaimed a day as a master, a lifetime as a father, yet harbored intentions of annihilation, she could only regard this promise with profound skepticism. All right, let us not scrutinize Tang San any longer. What he thought at that moment is of little consequence. What matters is that he ultimately refrained from taking action. Observing the tense atmosphere in the carriage, which had become even more peculiar than during the Nodding Gate incident, Dai Mubai spoke up in Tang San's defense. Mubai is correct. Moreover, I sense that the master harbors no discontent regarding this matter. Otherwise, the dean and others would have summoned Tang San for questioning by now, Oscar chimed in. Unfortunately, the words of Dai Mubai and Oscar elicited no response. Aside from Ma Hongjun shifting a bit further away from Tang San, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing remained impassive, merely gazing once more at the grand screen above. Seeing this, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged wry smiles before directing their attention back to the screen. At this moment, in the video, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang had reunited. After casually discussing previous events, they seamlessly transitioned the conversation toward the mandala snake. Teacher, you do not intend for me to absorb this snake, do you? Tang San inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, that is precisely what I mean, Yu Xiaojiang affirmed. Based on my observations, this mandala snake is approximately 400 years old, making it suitable for your absorption. But my martial soul is a plant martial soul. Can I truly absorb an animal martial soul like the mandala snake? Tang San questioned, uncertain. According to one of my research theories on martial soul course, beast martial souls and plant martial souls can indeed absorb one another. However, due to my own limitations, both the Martial Soul Hall and Ordinary Soul Masters have dismissed my 10 theories on martial soul cores with scorn, Yu Xiaojiang lamented. Sigh, Xiao San, are you willing to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's voice turned somber, yet his eyes sparkled with hope. Teacher, I am willing to attempt it. I believe your research is infallible. Although Tang San possessed the reasoning of an adult, he was utterly ignorant of martial soul knowledge at this juncture. And the profound understanding Yu Xiaojiang had of twin martial souls left him wholly convinced of Yu Xiaojiang's so-called theories on martial soul course. Excellent. Then let us begin. With Tang San's agreement, Yu Xiaojiang beamed with joy and promptly set about initiating the process with Tang San. Chapter 12. Shen Cangqiong Sao's discord between Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. Isn't it common knowledge that plant-type and beast-type spirit souls can be mutually absorbed? How has this become one of Yu Xiaojiang's so-called research achievements? If plant-type spirits could only absorb plant-type spirit rings, and beast-type spirits only beast-type rings, what about tool-type spirits? Should they only absorb tool-type spirit beasts? Take the 7 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda spirit if it couldn't absorb beast or plant-type rings. Would it have to absorb a 7 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda spirit beast? But does such a spirit beast even exist? Are there even tool-type spirit beasts in this world? Variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. So, Tang San has been fooled by Yu Xiaojiang, has he? Original Douluo World Anonymous 2. I've heard of Yu Xiaojiang's title as the Grandmaster, and he is quite famous. I thought he had real expertise. But this is it. I wonder how he earned such a lofty reputation. Original Douluo World Anonymous 2. Wait. Doesn't anyone else think Tang San's mind seems a bit off? One moment he is contemplating killing Yu Xiaojiang, and the next, he is the devoted disciple willing to risk his life to validate his teacher's theories. Such erratic behavior is something no sane person would exhibit. Fake is fake. Even with Bibi Dong's full support, Yu Xiaojiang, this fraud, can only deceive those who just awakened their spirits and know nothing about them. The flood of mocking comments on the grand screen is proof enough. Of course, since Tang San leaves a poor impression himself, and his chameleon-like temperament is downright nauseating. The barrage of insults aimed at Yu Xiaojiang also includes plenty of disdain for Tang San. In just a few short hours, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San have become infamous, the kind of infamy that makes everyone shake their heads in disapproval. Elsewhere, variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, Sister Lu. Do you see now? Yu Xiaojiang has ruined a genius. So, don't believe his so-called spirit theories anymore. Seeing the flood of criticisms against Yu Xiaojiang on the grand screen, Shen Cangqiong, on his way back to the Blue Tyrant Academy, seized the opportunity to undermine Yu Xiaojiang further. Variant Douluo World Lu Erlong. What do you mean? Not only Lu Erlong, but even those still mocking Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San paused, bewildered. Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. The blue silvergrass is a healing-type spirit. Yet Yu Xiaojiang, pretending to know better, forced Tang San onto the control-type path. Isn't that destroying his future? From the spirit bone skill left by Ayin, it's clear that as the blue-silver emperor, she chose the cultivation path most suited for the blue-silver grass. Original Douluo World Yu Xiaojiang. Nonsense. How dare you claim the path I set for Tang San is wrong and yours is right? Like a cat with its tail stepped on. Yu Xiaojiang immediately lashed out in defense. Variant Douluo World 100,000. Your blue-silver emperor Ayin. If you can refute Shen Cangqiong, then refute me now. Overjoyed that someone stood up for her son, Ayin seized the chance to guide Tang San without seeming suspicious. Of course, unaware of Shen Cangqiong's deep-seated hatred for Tang San, she didn't realize his help was merely to watch Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San tear each other apart. Original Douluo World Yu Xiaojiang. And who are you? Furious from the earlier mockery, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't tolerate further challenges to his authority. Variant Douluo World 100,000. Year Blue Silver Emperor Ayin. Are you blind? Can't you see my title? 100,000. Year Blue Silver Emperor? Normally gentle, Ayin had no patience for those harming her child's future. Original Douluo World 100. 000. Your Blue-Silver Emperor Ain. Just saying Blue-Silver Emperor might not mean anything to this so-called Grandmaster. Let me explain. The Blue-Silver Emperor is the sovereign of all blue-silver grass, achievable only after reaching 100,000 years of cultivation. Variant Douluo World 100. 000. Your Blue-Silver Emperor Ain. Tang San. What is your current spirit power level? Seeing Yu Xiaojing silenced, Ain turned her focus to Tang San. Variant Douluo World Tang San. Level 31. Variant Douluo World 100. 000. Your Blue-Silver Emperor Ain. 3 spirit ring slots wasted already. Sigh. I'll think it over and tell you which spirit beasts to target for your next rings. I just hope it's not too late to correct your path. Ironically, Ain now lamented her son's talent. Had he progressed slower, fewer rings would have been wasted. The thought only deepened her resentment toward Tang Hao. Chapter 13. Yu Xiaojing was rendered unconscious by the anger of another version of himself. Variant Douluo World Tang San. Why are you helping me? Tang San could not fathom that anyone would assist another without a motive or benefit. Variant Douluo World, the 10,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor. Ain, because you are the only soul master who cultivates blue-silver grass. Ain casually concocted a seemingly plausible excuse. Variant Douluo World Tang San. Well then. Tang San remained non-committal regarding Yin's reasoning. Regardless of its veracity, once he received the information, he would thoroughly investigate it. Only after he confirmed the data was flawless and suitable for the cultivation of his blue-silver grass martial spirit would he consider following the prescribed methods. Variant Douluo World. The 10,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor. Ain. By the way, the other Tang San. I will also provide you with information on the soul beasts needed for subsequent cultivation. Observing Tang San's rather dismissive response, Ain pondered how to safely reveal her true identity to him. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she communicated through the chat. Original Douluo World Tang San. Thank you. The original Tang San, too, offered little more than gratitude. After all, both he and the variant Tang San had identical life trajectories prior to the appearance of the comparison video. Therefore, their thoughts were naturally quite aligned. Original Douluo World Yu Xiaojing. Outrageous. This is intolerable. Witnessing the Blue-Silver Emperor from the variant world attempt to undermine him, Yu Xiaojing could no longer feign ignorance and erupted in fury. Original Douluo World, the 10,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor. Ain. You, a mere rank 29 soul master. Dare speak to another version of me like that? Who is truly being outrageous and intolerable? In matters concerning her son Tang San, both versions of Ain shared the same sentiment. Now that her variant self intended to assist her, she felt compelled to defend her counterpart against Yu Xiaojing. Original Douluo World BB Dong. If I am not mistaken, you are the wife of Tang Hao from years past, are you not? Huh. Do not think that just because you are a fallen soul beast of 10,000 years, you can belittle the esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall. Seeing her cherished figure belittled, BB Dong could no longer restrain herself and leapt to Yu Xiaojing's defense. Original Douluo World Lu Erlong. BB Dong. You need not concern yourself with Xiaojing's matters. Flender, and I can protect him. Lu Erlong stated vehemently. Original Douluo World Flender. Indeed, Lu Erlong speaks the truth. Even though Flender felt a twinge of frustration, he conceded to Lu Erlong's words. Original Douluo World BB Dong. And you, with a mere passerby alongside you, dare speak so boldly? Lu Erlong, one should possess self-awareness. Do not overreach. Otherwise, one day you may find yourself with no chance to regret. Within the hall of the Pope, BB Dong sat alone upon her throne, her eyes glinting with a crimson hue. Variant Douluo World Lu Erlong. BB Dong. Who do you think you are intimidating? Observing the bullying of her counterpart, Lu Erlong could not bear it any longer. Variant Douluo World BB Dong. What? Do you wish to challenge me? The dignity of the Spirit Hall shall not be infringed upon by anyone. Likewise, our esteemed elders shall not tolerate disrespect. Noticing her original self was drawn into the fray, BB Dong cleverly sought a reasonable excuse that would not arouse suspicion among outsiders. Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. Let us discuss the dignity of the Spirit Hall once we capture Tang Hao. Bibidong's confrontations were mere entertainment for Shen Cangqiong, but he would not hesitate to retort if Lu Erlong were challenged. Original Douluo World Yu Xiaojing. Enough. My affairs do not require your intervention. Is the other me not going to say something? Witnessing the women argue on his behalf, Yu Xiaojing felt a mix of pride and embarrassment, realizing he was hiding behind them and losing his dignity as a man. Thus, he sought to quell the dispute, intending to reclaim his lost honor alongside his counterpart. Variant Douluo World Yu Xiaojing. Let us see how Tang San chooses. I have faith he will make the right decision. The variant Yu Xiaojing differed from the original. The latter relied solely on Tang San to realize his dreams and would not tolerate any disruptions. In contrast, the variant Yu Xiaojing, with Shen Cangqiong as a variable, had more options and could remain composed. Furthermore, he needed to establish a good relationship with Shen Cangqiong, ensuring no unpleasantness arose. Consequently, when Shen Cangqiong accused him of ruining Tang San, he refrained from reacting with the same fury as his original counterpart. Naturally, he did not wish to abandon Tang San, so he deliberately spoke kind words to evoke Tang San's emotions, hoping he would continue his studies under his guidance. Original Douluo World Yu Xiaojing Yu. The original Yu Xiaojing was taken aback by his counterpart's words, causing him to faint in shock. Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong. By the way, Sister Lu, I anticipate returning to Blue Tyrant Academy tomorrow. After waiting a moment and seeing the original Yu Xiaojing unresponsive, along with the other key figures remaining silent, he addressed Lu Erlong. Variant Douluo World Lu Erlong. Really? But will it be safe for you to return like this? Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's impending return, Lu Erlong initially felt joy, but her concerns soon followed. Chapter 14. The unbelievable soul power level of Shen Cangqiong. Although Shen Cangqiong had previously mentioned that he had undergone significant changes, Lu Erlong remained somewhat skeptical. In her eyes, if Shen Cangqiong possessed a soul power level around 75, it would already be an extraordinary achievement. However, such a level of soul power would render him utterly defenseless against the title Douluo. In the variant Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong lamented, Sister Lu, how can you not believe me? This truly saddens me. I demand some form of compensation. Perhaps the thought of soon returning to Lambo Academy to reunite with Lu Erlong made Shen Cangqiong adopt a somewhat playful tone, reminiscent of their interactions 6 years prior. In the variant Douluo world, Lu Erlong replied, all right, I'll compensate you. But first, you must tell me your current soul power level. If it's below 90, you must wait a while longer before returning. Otherwise, I will leave Lambo Academy and ensure you can never find me again. Ultimately, Lu Erlong's concern for Shen Cangqiong's safety prompted her to state a soul power level that she believed was far beyond his reach. In the variant Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong responded, it seems Sister Lu is genuinely trying to prevent my return. However, you have miscalculated this time. I, little Cangqiong, am now a title Douluo at the astonishing level of 94. Over the span of 6 years, with the various rewards from the Golden Finger, had he not devoted most of his time to cultivating that nameless true method, he would have undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of 99. The revelation of Shen Cangqiong's soul power level instantly sent shockwaves through both worlds. However, as calmness returned, nearly everyone shook their heads in disappointment, deeming the once great genius to be a mere charlatan. Such is the unpredictability of fate. In the variant Douluo world, at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a discussion arose. Is there a possibility that Shen Cangqiong is not lying? Someone pondered aloud. Well, let us not entertain such hypotheticals. If he claimed to be an 84th level soul Douluo, I might begrudgingly accept it. But to ascend to a 94th level title Douluo in just 6 years? Given his innate soul power was merely 50, even if it were 90. Unless he absorbed 100,000-year spirit ring, it would be utterly impossible to achieve such heights in that time frame. As the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji understood better than anyone on Douluo continent just how arduous the path to becoming a title Douluo truly is. Over the past few decades, even with the full support of the sect, they had only managed to cultivate 2 title Douluos, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. In the last 20 years, despite substantial sacrifices, no new title Douluo had emerged. It seemed this young lad, Shen Cangqiong, was merely fabricating tales out of fear that Lu Erlong might indeed abandon him. In contrast to Ning Fengji's hesitation, the Sword Douluo was far more straightforward. As a title Douluo himself, he understood the difficulty of achieving such a status and quickly dismissed Shen Cangqiong's claims as a benevolent falsehood. Perhaps, he mused, but honestly, if this little rascal truly became a 94th level title Douluo at the tender age of 12, then even if it meant risking Rongrong, we must secure his lineage. Ning Fengji chuckled, but upon seeing the serious expressions of the Sword and Bone Douluos, he abruptly became embarrassed and took a sip from a nearby teacup. In the variant Douluo world, within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Yuanjin turned to Yu Lumian, seated in the first position, and said, "Since Shen Cangqiong is about to return, you should visit Lambo Academy. As Erlong's father, your words will carry more weight than ours." "I can only try," Yu Lumian replied. "But do not harbor too much hope. You are aware that due to his mother and Yu Xiaojing, Erlong harbors little fondness for me as a father. I will go, but I have no desire to undertake a thankless task." Only after the assembly nodded in agreement, assuring him that he need only do his best, did he rise to depart. As for Shen Cangqiong's assertion of being a title Douluo, it was not only Yu Lumian who remained silent. Everyone present refrained from addressing the matter. After all, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family had only one title Douluo, Yu Yuanjin. If they believed a mere 12-year-old child claiming to be a 94th level title Douluo, it would render them foolish. In the variant Douluo World, at the Spirit Hall, a voice interrupted Bibi Dong's thoughts. "Your Holiness, should I and Lao Gui pay a visit to Lamba Academy?" It was the voice of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Eguan. "Yes," Bibi Dong replied. "Remember, if possible, coax him away from Lu Erlong." Before the chrysanthemum Douluo, Bibi Dong did not conceal her true intentions, speaking candidly. "Understood." Although curious about the inconsistency between this command and their previously discussed plan, the chrysanthemum Douluo refrained from questioning further. Ultimately, whether it was the prior plan or the current directive, the goal remained the same, to draw Shen Cangqiong to the Spirit Hall, albeit through different means. At that moment, the chrysanthemum Douluo was unaware that Bibi Dong had altered her original plan due to a certain possibility she had gleaned from the interactions between Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong. Driven by the principle of not letting any opportunity to annoy Lu Erlong slip by, Bibi Dong was more than willing to act. In the variant Douluo World, Lu Erlong exclaimed, "Cangqiong, you're deceiving Aunt Lu, aren't you?" After a brief moment of shock, Lu Erlong finally regained her composure from the revelation of Shen Cangqiong's soul power level. In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong insisted, "I truly am at 94. Since I became aware, have I ever deceived you, Sister Lu? Just like that time, I spoke nothing but the truth, even though you ended up giving me a good thrashing afterward." As he recalled Lu Erlong's expression from that incident, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but chuckle. In the variant Douluo World, Lu Erlong retorted, "You little rascal. If you're coming back, then come. But let me make this clear. If I find out you're not actually at 94, you will face the consequences." Lu Erlong declared, half embarrassed, half angry. Chapter 15. The first comparison video concludes variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. Brothers, for some inexplicable reason, I suddenly feel as though the colors before my eyes have shifted. Original Douluo World Anonymous 2. I feel the same. I've suddenly become quite exhilarated. Variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. You all are truly something else. What bizarre thoughts you entertain. One must remember that at that time, Shen Cangqiong was merely 6 years old. What could he possibly comprehend? Even if he did understand and wished to take action, his abilities were insufficient to realize his ambitions. Compared to watching Shen Cangqiong boast, most ordinary folks prefer dialogues that allow for free imagination. Variant Douluo World Spirit Hall. It appears my previous intuition was indeed correct. I never anticipated that Lu Erlong would exhibit such flamboyance in her swordplay. However, this is advantageous. Xiao Gang must have seen the comments Shen Cangqiong posted. And now it seems there is little hope for them to reconcile. In a secluded chamber, Bibi Dong gazed at the grand screen, which could disregard any obstacles, and sneered. Variant Douluo World Shrek Team. Xiao Gang, what Shen Cangqiong said is certainly not as you interpret it. Do not allow those foolish individuals, consumed by such thoughts, to mislead you. Flinder frowned. Xiao Gang nodded, showing no concern for the matter. He did not believe Lu Erlong would betray him. After all, despite Shen Cangqiong's extraordinary talent, Lu Erlong was not a shallow person. Moreover, the age gap between Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong was significant. Unless Lu Erlong had completely lost her sense of propriety, how could she possibly engage with a mere child? Variant Douluo World Yu Lumian. Erlong, do you not intend to provide an explanation? As your only daughter, I cannot help but be concerned. Variant Douluo World Lu Erlong. Explain what? I, Lu Erlong, conduct my life as I see fit and owe no explanations to others. At this moment, Lu Erlong recalled a statement Shen Cangqiong had once made and directly quoted it. Variant Douluo World Yu Lumian. What I mean is, if you truly have something with Cangqiong, I can wait until he is of appropriate age to host a wedding for you. Lu Erlong's bold declaration left Yu Luomian feeling both impressed and bewildered. However, His true desire was to hear Lu Erlong declare her intention to marry, as other young women her age were already becoming grandmothers. Variant Douluo World Lu Erlong, what nonsense are you spouting? Seeing her father, who felt like a stranger, speak so publicly infuriated Lu Erlong. Variant Douluo World Yu Luomian, I am merely concerned for you. If you are not inclined, I will not force you. Nonetheless, Yu Luomian planned to privately discuss the matter with Shen Cangqiong. He believed that with Lu Erlong's beauty, Shen Cangqiong could not possibly be indifferent. As for the age difference, there is an old saying, a woman 3 decades older brings great fortune. If Shen Cangqiong were to marry Lu Erlong, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would surely be under his command. Variant Douluo World Lu Erlong, I do not need your concern. Please do not meddle in my affairs. At this moment, Lu Erlong found her thoughts somewhat absurd, realizing that she felt no aversion to the idea of marrying Shen Cangqiong. Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong, let us first view the comparison video. I sense that Tang San's comparison video is nearing its conclusion. In light of Yu Luomian being an ally, Shen Cangqiong sought to preserve their rapport, to prevent any strain in their father-daughter relationship. He naturally redirected their attention back to the comparison video, which was the most suitable topic of conversation at that moment. As expected, shortly after Shen Cangqiong's words, Tang San's first spirit ring was absorbed. Subsequently, upon awakening, Tang San assisted in removing the toxins from Xiao Gang's body, and the images of the comparison video began to fade. The first comparison video concludes. Based on the emotional recognition of all those observing the video across both worlds, the ultimate victor of the first comparison video is Shen Cangqiong. Below are the comparative data regarding the recognition received by the two protagonists. Variant Douluo World Shen Cangqiong's vote percentage, 99. Original Douluo World Tang San's vote percentage, 001. Due to the shortcomings of the first comparison, additional aspects will be supplemented. Variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. Is it possible to do it this way? Original Douluo World Anonymous 2. Who cares? I have been eagerly awaiting those 10 lucky spots. Variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. Exactly. As long as there are good rewards, what else is there to discuss? Variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. I wonder how this 100,000-year spirit ring will be awarded. If it cannot be absorbed, will it lead to dire consequences? Original Douluo World Anonymous 2. Why are you so jubilant? Regardless of how the 100,000-year spirit ring is bestowed, it is beyond the reach of us, ordinary folk. One must understand that the value of a 100,000-year spirit ring is sufficient to purchase an entire city. If such a spirit ring were to fall into the hands of those formidable factions, it would be one thing. But if bestowed upon ordinary individuals, it could spell disaster rather than fortune. Variant Douluo World Anonymous 1. I am unperturbed. I am currently in Spirit City. If I obtain the 100,000-year spirit ring, I will immediately join the Spirit Hall. The various antics surrounding the comparison video did not incite much commotion. Instead, the forthcoming lucky spots and the reward of the 100,000-year spirit ring became the sole topics of discussion. Strange. This so-called comparison video is just as unreliable as that golden finger I lost. I recall when I first received that golden finger. It too made similar remarks about needing to rectify its shortcomings. Hiss. What if this comparison video is the very golden finger that eluded me? No way. Could it truly be that troublesome item? As individuals from both worlds engaged in lively discussions through comments, Shen Cangqiong stared at the grand screen above with a puzzled expression, murmuring to himself. Chapter 16. Seizing opportunities. The completion of the additional content is finished. Next, we shall commence the distribution of rewards for the two protagonists featured in the comparative video. A friendly reminder, all types of rewards issued from the comparative video are tradable, but only at the seller's discretion. We now bestow the rewards upon the winner from the comparative video, Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Reward 1. 10 pieces of cross-border symbol fragments. Note 1. Upon collecting 100 fragments, they can be assembled into a cross-border symbol, which allows free traversal between Variant 1 of the Douluo World and the original Douluo World 2. Note 2. Each cross-border symbol can be utilized 10 times. Note 3. A maximum of 5 individuals may travel through the cross-border simultaneously. Reward 2. 1 selected 10,000-year soul bone. Reward 3. 1 recipe for the true soul pill. The rewards for the winner, Variant 1 of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, have been successfully distributed. Now, we shall proceed to award the loser, Tang San, from the comparative video. Reward 1. 1 piece of cross-border symbol fragment. Reward 2. 1 10-year soft-boned rabbit skull. Reward 3. 1 fragment of the True Soul Pill Recipe, Position 1. Note: collecting 10 fragments of the True Soul Pill Recipe will allow the assembly of a complete recipe. The rewards for the loser, Tang San, have been fully distributed. We shall now draw 10 fortunate slots. Each recipient will receive a selected 10,000-year limb bone. As the Soul Beast faction did not submit any comments, there are no fortunate recipients from that side. Below is the list of fortunate slots. Variant 1 Douluo World, Lu Erlong. Variant 1 Douluo World, Bibi Dong. Original Douluo World 2, Xian Cangqiong. Variant 1 Douluo World, A Yin. Note: due to a Yin's special circumstances, her reward will be issued upon her transformation. Variant 1 Douluo World, Ma Hongjun. Variant 1 Douluo World, Yi Xian. Variant 1 Douluo World, Zhang Xifeng. Variant 1 Douluo World, Wang Lu. Variant 1 Douluo World, Xiao Wu. Variant 1 Douluo World, Han Yu Pao. Xiao Wu from Variant 1 of the Douluo World exclaimed, "Haha! I really can obtain a 10,000-year selected limb bone. From now on, I, Xiao Wu, shall be your grandson." Han Yu Pao from Variant 1 of the Douluo World retorted, "Give me a copper soul coin, and take back those words. Allow me to speak." An anonymous voice from Original Douluo World 2 questioned, "Why are 9 out of 10 fortunate slots from another world? Is this not too unfair?" Another anonymous voice concurred, "Indeed. Since it is a comparison between 2 worlds, the 10 fortunate slots should be evenly divided." Yushin from Variant 1 of the Douluo World replied, "Who told you to lose in the comparison? The winning side naturally deserves more rewards. Is that not reasonable?" Zhang Xifeng from Variant 1 of the Douluo World added, "Exactly. Historically, it has always been the winning side that takes the larger share." Wang Lu from Variant 1 of the Douluo World remarked, "Do not pay attention to such people. It is merely envy and jealousy. The distribution of fortunate slots has concluded, and naturally, some rejoice while others lament. Opinions vary, yet none of it matters." After the rewards for the fortunate recipients were dispensed, the comparative video fell into utter silence. Inside the Shrek carriage of Variant 1 of the Douluo World. "Unexpectedly, my luck seems to be rather splendid." Ma Hongjun cradled a colorful orb as if it were a priceless treasure, wearing a smug expression. "By the way, Tang San, what do you plan to do with that 10-year soft-boned rabbit skull?" After a moment of pride, Ma Hongjun suddenly noticed the skull in Tang San's hand and raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "I am unsure," Tang San replied. "A 10-year soul bone is practically a double-edged sword, tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to discard." Even with Tang San's cunning, he was at a loss. "Perhaps I could make rabbit skull soup?" Just imagine, a soup made from a soul bone must be delectable. Ma Hongjun, already feeling elated with a 10,000-year soul bone in his possession, regarded the 10-year soul bone in Tang San's hand as utterly worthless. Gua. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's audacious suggestion, the others in the carriage turned to him with incredulous expressions, particularly Xiao Wu, whose gaze was sharp as she retorted, "You fool. How could you suggest selling a 10,000-year soul bone? Fatty, are you selling that 10,000-year soul bone?" Ning Rongrong inquired with a smile. Observing Ma Hongjun being cornered by the others, "How much will you offer?" Ma Hongjun, at that moment, had little ambition and merely wished to enjoy life. Thus, if Ning Rongrong's offer pleased him, he would not mind selling the 10,000-year soul bone. After all, he was aware of his own predicament. If his raging fire remained unresolved, he would likely reach the pinnacle of his potential as a soul emperor. "If you truly wish to sell, once we arrive at Tiando City, accompany me to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Rest assured, while my school may lack in many things, it certainly does not lack in gold soul coins." Ning Rongrong was taken aback to discover that Ma Hongjun was genuinely willing to sell the 10,000-year soul bone. She had merely spoken casually. "Is your 7-treasure glazed tile school truly that wealthy?" Although the 7-treasure glazed tile school was renowned, Flanders and his companions had never shared such widely known knowledge, leaving Ma Hongjun completely unaware of the school's true influence. Speaking purely in terms of financial resources, if my 7-treasure glazed tile school claims the 2nd position, then no other power in the entire Douluo continent would dare claim the 1st, not even the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong spoke with great confidence, for their school possessed the skill of identifying treasures. "Very well, it is settled then." Listening to Ning Rongrong and recalling her extravagant spending habits, Ma Hongjun was convinced. "Fatty, how can you sell a 10,000-year soul bone?" As Ma Hongjun resolved to sell the soul bone to Ning Rongrong after just a few exchanges, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. "Sigh, Dai, you know my situation. This 10,000-year soul bone is an invaluable treasure for you, a rapid means of enhancing your strength. Yet for me, it is a death sentence. In response, Ma Hongjun shook his head, feeling somewhat dejected. Naturally, he would prefer to absorb the soul bone himself. However, he feared that after absorbing it, he would not have time to relieve himself of the raging fire before meeting his end. Given this, you should sell me that 10,000-year soul bone. Just then, before anyone else could interject, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the carriage. Chapter 17 Farewell to Lu Erlong, Master? Although the crowd held a certain disdain for this perpetually stiff-faced individual due to the comparison video, he remained a close confidant of Dean Flander. Thus, when they heard the unexpected voice of Yu Xiaojiang, aside from the cold-faced Ning Rongrong and the expressionless Zhu Shiqing, the others were still quite polite in addressing Yu Xiaojiang with this respectful title. What do you think? In response to the greetings, Yu Xiaojiang nodded as he entered the carriage, then turned to Ma Hongjun and inquired, Teacher Yu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, I was the one who first proposed it. Witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's brazen attempt to usurp his business without a shred of remorse, Ning Rongrong's expression grew even colder. Haven't you yet paid? As long as Yu Haven Tea completed the transaction, others can still bid. Yu Xiaojiang appeared utterly unconcerned, showing no awareness of any wrongdoing. You wish to bid? Huh? Yu Xiaojiang, do you have the funds? For Ma Hongjun's 10,000-year soul bone. My 7-treasure glazed tile school can offer 5 million gold soul coins. Pray tell, what can you offer? Since Yu Xiaojiang had cast aside all semblance of shame, Ning Rongrong felt no need to maintain even a semblance of politeness. Hongjun, though I lack funds, if you sell this 10,000-year soul bone to me, I assure you I will exert every effort to nurture you. Furthermore, this would be a contribution to our entire team. Just think, in about 3 years, the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent will commence, with Tang San, who has absorbed the 10,000-year soul bone, leading you. Your chances of securing the championship would be assured, wouldn't they? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback when Ning Rongrong boldly offered 5 million gold soul coins. But desperate to fulfill his aspirations, he could only respond with a strained inquiry. What is the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent? The weight of 5 million gold soul coins was staggering, leaving Ma Hongjun dazed. If not for Yu Xiaojiang gently tapping him upon noticing his stunned silence, he might have remained in that state indefinitely. Indeed, it was not only Ma Hongjun who was astonished by Ning Rongrong's offer, even Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing, who were not lacking in wealth, were internally astonished, let alone the other financially strapped students from Shrek Academy. The elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent is a highly prestigious contest held every 5 years, uniting all advanced soul master academies of the Douluo continent. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang elaborated on all details concerning this elite competition. So, you mean to suggest that Ma Hongjun should donate his 10,000-year soul bone to Tang San for free, allowing your disciple to shine on the competition stage, while you, under the guise of generosity, claim it's merely for Ma Hongjun to bask in Tang San's glory? Ning Rongrong interjected with sarcasm. Enough, Xiaojiang. This 10,000-year soul bone belongs to Hongjun. Only he has the right to decide its fate. Observing the expressions of the other students, which shifted upon hearing Ning Rongrong's jibe, Flander, who had been hesitating, finally intervened, halting Yu Xiaojiang before he could voice any further objections, thus concluding the matter. Without regard for Yu Xiaojiang's protests, Flander seized him by the collar and exited the carriage, leaving behind 7 silent yet contemplative students. On another front, it appeared that the comparison video truly was my elusive golden finger. Riding a husky, Shen Cangqiong retrieved 20 fragments of interdimensional symbols from the infinite storage ring provided by the golden finger. After comparing them with the 10 fragments he had recently acquired, he muttered with a slight twitch of his lips, "Oh well, if it's gone, it's gone. After all, I've already obtained ample treasures from the other party." A moment later, having come to terms with it, Shen Cangqiong stowed away his belongings and gave the husky a hearty pat. Instantly, the husky let out a howl and began to sprint, though its eyes were filled with a sense of grievance. Morning. In the small courtyard of Lu Erlong at Blue Tyrant Academy, still immersed in slumber, Lu Erlong suddenly felt a weight on her body, jolting her awake. "Sister Lu, don't strike. It's me." Shen Cangqiong chuckled, effortlessly blocking Lu Erlong's incoming punch. "Cangqiong? Hiss. Quickly get down. You've grown up now and can't act like you did as a child." Despite her words, Lu Erlong made no move to push Shen Cangqiong away. What is there to fear? No one else watching. Shen Cangqiong was unfazed by Lu Erlong's protests, maintaining the same demeanor he had since he was 3. "You're impossible." Lu Erlong feigned annoyance, blushing as she turned her head, unable to meet Shen Cangqiong's gaze. "Sister Lu, you promised to make it up to me yesterday." As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong summoned his true dragon martial spirit to impress Lu Erlong. Instantly, 9 crimson soul rings emerged around him, leaving Lu Erlong utterly astounded. Is it really you, Cangqiong? After a long pause, Lu Erlong still found it hard to believe. Of course, it's me. To prove his identity, Shen Cangqiong performed a small gesture known only to the two of them. Now I truly believe it's you. But how is it possible that all 9 of your soul rings are 10,000-year ones? In Douluo continent, such a phenomenon is unheard of. Upon feeling Shen Cangqiong's mischievous touch, Lu Erlong chose to trust him. Though she remained puzzled as to how he possessed 9 10,000-year soul rings, especially since she had personally taken him to hunt for a 1,000-year, a 2,000-year, and a 3,000-year soul ring. I'll explain that later. Now, shouldn't sister Lu make it up to me? Shen Cangqiong grinned mischievously. I am your Lu aunt. What compensation do you seek? Hurry and get down from here. Sensing Shen Cangqiong's impish smile, Lu Erlong felt a sense of impending trouble and quickly assumed a stern demeanor. You have no say in the matter. With that, Shen Cangqiong didn't give Lu Erlong a chance to react, reverting to their childhood antics. Soon, melodious sounds filled the room. What woof? Outside the room, the husky's curious barks echoed. Chapter 18: An encounter with the Red Pearl 3 hours later. It is no wonder that whenever you spoke of growing up to repay me, there was always a peculiar smile on your face. So this is what you meant by repayment. I truly wish to ask you, you little rascal. Is this truly your way of repaying me, or is it I who am repaying you? Lu Erlong's face was filled with anger, feeling as though she had invited a wolf into her home. Have I merely added a few more steps and actions compared to a few years ago? Besides, during the subsequent time, Lu's sister, you were far more proactive than I was, Shen Cangqiong said, feeling aggrieved. You. At these words, Lu Erlong felt a mix of shame and fury, kicking Shen Cangqiong out the door. What are you staring at? As he steadied himself, nearly falling apart. Shen Cangqiong was at a loss for words, just then noticing a husky running over, its silly head tilted in curiosity. Shen Cangqiong immediately glared at it. A Wu? The husky, bewildered by Shen Cangqiong's sudden glare, wore an even more foolish expression, as if it had the words "I'm silly, I don't understand" written all over its face. What is there to chatter about with a fool? Hurry up and come inside. Seeing Shen Cangqiong wrestling with a seemingly silly husky outside, Lu Erlong snapped impatiently. He understood. Receiving Lu Erlong's cue, Shen Cangqiong promptly lost interest in continuing his banter with the husky, shoving the creature aside with a grin and entering the small room, closing the door behind him under the watchful gaze of the husky, which seemed to exude wisdom. Evening, Lu Erlong's small abode. Hurry up. Yu Luomian has arrived. Lu Erlong pulled a paper ball from a pigeon's claw, opened it, and remarked, He is quite darty, isn't he? Shen Cangqiong was not surprised. With his return, various forces, both overt and covert, would undoubtedly send people to probe. He just did not expect that the very first person from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would arrive so late. Who knows? Let us go meet him since he is here. Lu Erlong appeared indifferent, having already witnessed Shen Cangqiong's formidable prowess from various angles. She felt no concern over any insurmountable troubles that might arise. Blue Tyrant Academy, Dean's office. Why have you only just arrived? As soon as Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong entered, Yu Luomian's dissatisfied voice rang out. Didn't you just arrive? Lu Erlong frowned, a flicker of irritation igniting within her. Who said I just arrived? I arrived at noon. I even had lunch in the Academy's cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Yu Luomian struggled to contain his rage at his daughter, who never took him seriously. Noon, you say? Lu Erlong did not glance at her father but turned to her assistant. Indeed, she arrived at noon. The assistant nodded. That is strange. I only received the news half an hour ago. Lu Erlong was somewhat puzzled. Never mind. What brings you here this time? After pondering for a few seconds, Lu Erlong, completely at a loss, redirected the conversation to Yu Luomian's purpose for coming. I initially had something to discuss, but it seems there is no longer a need. As an experienced individual in such matters, Yu Luomian discerned what had transpired with his daughter the moment she entered, and thus felt there was no necessity to elaborate further. Since there is nothing, please take your leave. Lu Erlong, unaware that her father had already grasped the situation, issued an invitation for him to depart. Sigh. Previously scrutinizing Shen Cangqiong with satisfaction, Yu Luomian's expression stiffened at Lu Erlong's cold remarks. Take good care of Erlong. Silently walking to the office door, Yu Luomian paused beside Shen Cangqiong, patting him on the shoulder and speaking softly. Rest assured. Faced with Yu Luomian's gaze, which seemed to see through everything, Shen Cangqiong felt no embarrassment over having entangled himself with his daughter, but but rather felt a sense of pride as he patted his chest. What were you two playing at? After a moment, once Yu Lumian and the assistant had departed, Lu Erlong cautiously took a seat and inquired. Your father has already discerned our relationship. As Shen Cangqiong surveyed Lu Erlong's office, he explained. What? How could he possibly know? Although Lu Erlong did not regard Yu Luomin highly, she could not deny the fact that he was her father, and at this moment, she felt utterly disheartened. How else would he know? He simply observed. Just as you once told me, your father was quite the flirt in his youth. Thus, he must possess ample experience in such matters. Shen Cangqiong shrugged, showing no signs of remorse for exposing Yu Lumian's awareness. Very well. You make a valid point. Lu Erlong conceded to Shen Cangqiong's reasoning. By the way, are you hungry? After a while of bustling about, Lu Erlong suddenly remembered that they had spent the entire day playing games without having eaten. I am a little hungry. However, Lu's sister, you must not be hungry, right? Shen Cangqiong looked at Lu Erlong with a half-smile. Damn. Lu Erlong, infuriated, conjured a fireball and sent the laughing Shen Cangqiong flying out. It has been over 6 years, yet Blue Tyrant Academy remains unchanged. The only difference is that the older sisters from back then have all graduated and departed. As Shen Cangqiong walked along the path to the cafeteria, gazing at the familiar scenery of Blue Tyrant Academy, he could not help but reflect. Shen Cangqiong? It was already somewhat late, and most students were either out having fun or meditating in their dormitories. Thus, it was not until Shen Cangqiong was nearly at the cafeteria door that someone noticed him. Big sister, who are you? Shen Cangqiong naturally recognized the person standing before him. Before the arrival of the 3 beauties from Shrek Academy at Blue Tyrant Academy, aside from Lu Erlong, the only true beauty in the academy was the Red Pearl. Unfortunately, having not returned for over 6 years, if he were to call her name outright, it would seem excessively strange. I am called Red Pearl. I am a student in the advanced class of Blue Tyrant Academy. Should I address you as senior or junior? Realizing that Shen Cangqiong appeared quite amiable, devoid of the aloofness typically associated with a super genius, Red Pearl felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had initially feared that Shen Cangqiong might be excessively arrogant, and if he were to ignore her greeting, she would surely feel humiliated beyond measure. Chapter 19. It's not your fault, yet you are older than I am. Naturally, you shall call me Junior. Shen Cangqiong was acutely aware of Jiang Zhu's inner turmoil. In terms of age, Shen Cangqiong was several years younger than her. However, if one were to consider the order of arrival, Shen Cangqiong had been at Lamba Academy long before Jiang Zhu. Well, then I shall refer to you as Junior Shen from now on. Observing the sincerity in Shen Cangqiong's expression, Jiang Zhu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Jiang Zhu, have you eaten yet? Now that they had become acquainted, Shen Cangqiong felt comfortable asking directly. Not yet. I was just hoping to find a moment to eat when I ran into you, Junior Shen. Jiang Zhu playfully shook her head. Shall we dine together? As they spoke, they had already arrived at the cafeteria, where Shen Cangqiong skillfully opened the door to Lu Erlong's exclusive dining room, inviting Jiang Zhu inside. Perhaps not. You have only just returned. I am certain you have much to discuss with Dean Lu. It would be inappropriate for me to linger. Jiang Zhu, perceptive as always, waved her hand dismissively. An hour later, you should eat some vegetables. Don't just drink water. Inside Lu Erlong's exclusive dining room, Shen Cangqiong offered Lu Erlong a chicken wing. Having consumed copious amounts of water that day, he felt a slight queasiness at the mere sight of it. Humph. You say that, yet it is your fault. Lu Erlong scoffed, taking a fierce bite of the chicken wing. Seeing this, even though the chicken wing's appearance was incongruous, Shen Cangqiong felt a chill run down his spine. I heard you were sharing laughter with Jiang Zhu just now? After finishing his chicken wing and downing a large glass of water, Lu Erlong suddenly inquired. Of course, among classmates, there should be laughter and joy. Should I wear a stern expression and appear aloof? Shen Cangqiong remained unfazed, recognizing that Lu Erlong was not angered. Classmates? You are already at Title Douluo at level 94. Do you still wish to be a student? Lu Erlong regarded Shen Cangqiong with a peculiar gaze, sensing that he should deter this notion. You do not understand my concerns. After mingling in the outside world for so long, I have realized that being a student within the academy is the most comfortable existence. Moreover, I have not yet surpassed the age of 25 and wish to participate in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Although somewhat whimsical, Shen Cangqiong's sentiments were genuine. In his previous life, he had loathed school during his childhood, and by the time he regretted it, he had lost the opportunity to re-enter the academy. Therefore, cherishing this rare chance to relive his youth, even if it was not in the original world, was of utmost importance to him. As for participating in the competition, it was merely a secondary consideration. Perhaps the Spirit Hall will not permit you to compete. Although you have not yet exceeded 25 years of age, you are still a titled Douluo. If you were allowed to participate in this elite competition, there would be no need for the contest itself. Consequently, it seemed that not only would the Spirit Hall refuse to grant him entry, but other esteemed academies would likely do the same. Speaking of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Lu Erlong set aside his doubts and began to analyze the situation seriously. Naturally, he disregarded Shen Cangqiong's playful demeanor, having witnessed similar antics from him numerous times before. Then let us do this. I will personally cultivate a few individuals and have them participate in the elite competition. Consider it a gift for Lu Erlong. In truth, Lu Erlong's analysis was not entirely inaccurate. The existence of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition was indeed to allow significant powers to discover talents among the younger generation, and Shen Cangqiong was not unreasonable. That is feasible. However, Lamba Academy lacks abundant talents. It may be challenging to achieve commendable results due to Shen Cangqiong's influence. Lu Erlong in this world was far more invested in the academy than he had been in the original narrative. Regrettably, Lamba Academy primarily accepted ordinary civilian soul masters, resulting in a dearth of those possessing formidable martial souls. Take a look at this. Noticing Lu Erlong's hesitation, Shen Cangqiong produced the formula for the true soul pill and presented it to him. Hiss. If the effects of this true soul pill were indeed as described in the formula, it could be both a blessing and a curse. Upon receiving the formula, Lu Erlong scanned it and frowned deeply. Rest assured, with my current strength, even if I cannot defeat a level 99 peerless Douluo, I can certainly protect myself. Primarily, Shen Cangqiong had never engaged in battle with a level 99 peerless Douluo and was unaware of their true combat prowess. However, he had battled a Titan Giant 8 and, after some playfulness, had managed to subdue it with a single strike. However, we must exercise caution. We cannot allow this information to leak. Otherwise, we may encounter endless troubles. In the face of absolute profit, there will always be some reckless individuals willing to take risks. Perhaps we could reform Lamba Academy, dividing it into an inner court and an outer court. The outer court would consist of the current Lamba Academy, while the inner court would include those who have genuinely joined Lamba Academy. This way, once the inner court students become part of Lamba Academy, the likelihood of information leakage would be significantly reduced. Shen Cangqiong had long believed that the academies in Douluo continent were rather foolish, failing to retain the talents they had cultivated while allowing graduates to depart, heedless of the possibility of them joining rival factions. Now that Lu Erlong had suggested keeping the true soul pill a secret, it was the perfect opportunity for Shen Cangqiong to propose reforming Lamba Academy. This may not be advisable. Across the entire Douluo continent, no academy interferes with their graduates' choices after they complete their studies. Lu Erlong did not oppose the idea of distinguishing between the inner and outer courts, but he held differing opinions regarding Shen Cangqiong's plans for the inner court. We will not force those students to join the inner court. It must be entirely voluntary. Moreover, how is joining the inner court any different from joining the external families and sects? Shen Cangqiong, however, remained unconvinced. Chapter 20. The arrival of the Shrek team at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Sister Lu, you must remember that joining the inner academy is a privilege for those students. Not everyone is qualified to enter it. Besides, we still have the outer academy, which is not too different from the present circumstances. Observing Lu Erlong's hesitation, Shen Cangqiong spoke with utmost seriousness. In his vision, the outer academy of Blue Tyrant Academy would remain as it is, open to all. But entry into the inner academy would require passing several rigorous assessments to become an ordinary student there. Very well. Since you insist, I shall refrain from saying more. I will manage the outer academy, while you will oversee all matters concerning the inner academy. After all, the more crucial aspects have already been taken by Shen Cangqiong. What difference does it make for one academy? Let us proceed with this arrangement. Shen Cangqiong nodded. If he could not be a student, then being a dean would suffice. By the way, Sister Lu, here, this is for you. After concluding their discussion about the academy, Shen Cangqiong stored away the recipe for the true soul pill and produced a piece of a 10,000-year-old skeletal remains. What is this? Lu Erlong examined the object before her, having never seen anything like it, and looked at Shen Cangqiong with curiosity. This is a 10,000-year skeletal remains. Shen Cangqiong spoke nonchalantly, as if he were referring to a mere cabbage. No, this item is too precious. I cannot accept it. Upon learning that the object was a 10,000-year skeletal remains, Lu Erlong was taken aback, and after a long moment, she gazed at Shen Cangqiong with deep affection, shaking her head in refusal. Sister Lu, please accept it. What you have given me is worth far more than this skeletal remains. I possess many soul bones. Had I not feared that you might absorb too many at once and destabilize your foundation, I would have presented you with a complete set long ago. Haha. You still possess that charming way with words. However, your flattery this time seems a bit excessive. On that note, Sister Lu. No. I am self-aware enough to know my place. Lu Erlong playfully pushed the soul bone back towards Shen Cangqiong, laughing lightly, appearing quite cheerful. Well then, you must accept this. Observing that Lu Erlong truly did not wish to take the 10,000-year skeletal remains, Shen Cangqiong did not press her further. Instead, he retrieved a suitable 1,000-year growth-type skeletal remains from his storage space. What is this? Another skeletal remains? Lu Erlong was astonished. Although the 1,000-year skeletal remains were clearly inferior to the previous 10,000-year one, any soul bone was invaluable, especially one as significant as a skeletal remains. Second only to external attachment soul bones. Yes, this is a 1,000-year fire dragon skeletal remains. Shen Cangqiong refrained from mentioning that it was a growth-type soul bone, as that would be difficult to explain. Where did this come from? Lu Erlong was aware of the origins of the 10,000-year skeletal remains, but she was clueless about the source of this 1,000-year fire dragon skeletal remains. Of course, it came from slaying monsters. Shen Cangqiong replied matter-of-factly. I never expected your luck to be this extraordinary. After 6 years of training, not only did you gather a complete set of soul bones, but you even have surplus ones. Lu Erlong envied Shen Cangqiong's fortune immensely. In the past, due to the matter concerning Yu Xiaojiang, she had hunted numerous soul beasts, yet she had not even obtained a single 10-year soul bone. You must accept this, otherwise, I will truly be upset. Shen Cangqiong did not respond to Lu Erlong's sentiments and said nothing more, simply pressing the soul bone into her hands with a serious expression. Surprises are best revealed unexpectedly to achieve the greatest effect. If announced prematurely, they lose their charm. I am genuinely intimidated by you. Very well. While a 1,000-year soul bone is indeed invaluable, it remains within my capacity to accept. Being cherished by someone I respect brings me great satisfaction. Thus, I shall not stubbornly refuse your gift. That's more like it. Come, let us drink to that. We shall strive for more later. Upon seeing Lu Erlong accept the soul bone, Shen Cangqiong's serious demeanor transformed into an expression that was difficult to articulate, and his words caused Lu Erlong's face to flush crimson. After a moment, the room echoed with Lu Erlong's exasperated shout and Shen Cangqiong's hearty laughter. 2 nights later, in the dead of night, what is that ruckus? In Lu Erlong's courtyard, after finishing a game, Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong, engaged in conversation, suddenly heard a series of howls and coos from the yard. Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but shout out. It sounds like pigeons. Lu Erlong listened intently, uncertain. I shall take a look. Shen Cangqiong rose to step outside and returned shortly with a peculiar piece of paper, his expression rather odd. What is it? Lu Erlong asked. Intrigued. You can see for yourself. Shen Cangqiong handed the note to Lu Erlong while he began putting on his clothes. Flander and the others have arrived? But why at this hour? Lu Erlong looked at the note, feeling somewhat speechless towards Flander. They must have arrived earlier. Just now, when I stepped outside, I saw the dog carrying a pigeon toward our courtyard. Shen Cangqiong felt somewhat awkward. At that moment, he finally understood why Yu Luomin had come so early that day. Yet he and Lu Erlong had only received the news of her arrival in the evening after their game concluded. Oh, very well. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong paused for a moment. She suddenly felt that this mischievous creature might sometimes be quite useful, at least with it around. She would not have to awkwardly hold back from going out to handle matters. Let us go. Once Lu Erlong was properly dressed, Shen Cangqiong spoke. Perhaps Yu Xiaojiang will also be among them. However, ye and I are a thing of the past. Do not let jealousy trouble you. Along the way, Lu Erlong reminded him. Initially, she had not thought much of it, but now it dawned on her. Given her understanding of Flander, he would never approach her alone to avoid suspicion. You must not get too close to him, nor should you close the door to whisper together. Shen Cangqiong snorted. Rest assured, since I have already given it to you, I have no other intentions. Lu Erlong cast a sidelong glance at the visibly displeased Shen Cangqiong. Yet he earnestly assured him. Chapter 21. Dear Sister Rabbit, you wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you? In the lounge of the Blue Tyrant Academy, ere long, you have finally arrived. We were about to doze off waiting for you. Flander jested as Lu Erlong and Shen Cangqiong stepped through the door. My sincerest apologies, Flander. I recently adopted a pup, and it has taken a liking to catching pigeons. I had just finished my training and was about to get a drink of water when I heard some commotion outside. It was only then that I discovered from the messages on the pigeon's leg that you had brought someone here, Lu Erlong explained, knowing that Flander wouldn't be upset about her tardiness. However, she unwittingly shifted all the blame onto her new pet. Erlong, it has been a while. How have you been? At that moment, Yu Xiaojing, who had been unable to contain himself, broke through the crowd and gazed at Lu Erlong with a melancholic expression. His tone tinged with bitterness. Do you see something amiss with me? Lu Erlong rolled her eyes and leaned closer to Shen Cangqiong, avoiding his gaze. I'm sorry, but our relationship simply cannot be, she asserted. Yu Xiaojing, mistaking her words for sarcasm, continued to speak with a sorrowful tone. Haha. Lu Erlong realized that she felt neither love nor hatred for Yu Xiaojing anymore. If anything remained, it was merely indifference. Erlong, do you not have anything you wish to say to me? Yu Xiaojing sensed that the situation was not as he had imagined. In his mind, Lu Erlong should have been weeping as she threw herself into his arms, proclaiming that she cared for nothing as long as she could be with him. I have nothing to discuss with you, Lu Erlong replied curtly, turning her attention back to Flander, who had set aside his earlier annoyance at being interrupted by Yu Xiaojing and began introducing Lu Erlong to the other teachers of Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing was left in a state of daze, processing the abrupt shift in their dynamic. On the other side of the lounge, you must be Shen Cangqiong. The one from the comparison video, said Ning Rongrong, playfully circling around him. Hello, Shen Cangqiong greeted her with a smile. He recalled that many had claimed Ning Rongrong had a terrible temper and a princess complex, yet he found her to be far more reliable than most. After all, she was already designated as the next head of the 7 Treasure Glorious Pagoda, and with 2 titled Douluos as her grandfathers. Her status surpassed that of even a genuine royal princess. In Shen Cangqiong's eyes, with such a prestigious background, it was only natural for her to carry a sense of pride. Senior Cangqiong, is it true that your initial soul power level is 50? Ning Rongrong inquired. Unable to suppress her curiosity upon realizing Shen Cangqiong was quite approachable. Indeed, he replied, revealing no intention of concealing the truth. It's truly hard to fathom. Hearing his confirmation, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement, though she refrained from probing further. Well aware of the boundaries of acceptable inquiries as a core member of a prestigious family. By the way, you haven't introduced me to your 6 classmates yet. Shen Cangqiong reminded her, eager for an introduction so he could engage with Tang San. Oh, them Ning Rongrong's enthusiasm dwindled as she mentioned the other 6 Shrek students. If it weren't for Tang San's hidden weaponry and Ma Hongjin's 10,000-year soul bone, she would have little interest in mingling with them. Shen Cangqiong found this puzzling. Given Tang San's soul power level, he had expected the Shrek 7 to have smoothed over their relationships by now. Initially, he thought Ning Rongrong simply forgot to introduce them, but it seemed there was more beneath the surface. I am Zhu Zhuqing. This is Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, perhaps sensing Ning Rongrong's reluctance. Xiao Wu, do we know each other? Why do you look as if you've seen something terrifying? Shen Cangqiong greeted Zhu Zhuqing with a warm smile before turning his curious gaze toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was on the verge of tears, unable to fathom that Shen Cangqiong's claim of being a titled Douluo was indeed true. All that remained in her mind were the words "my life is over." Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Her distress did not go unnoticed by the others. Tang San rushed to her side, his expression filled with concern as he glared at Shen Cangqiong. I'm fine. Xiao Wu. Fearing Tang San would offend Shen Cangqiong, steadied herself and forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Perhaps we could discuss it privately later. If I have offended you in any way, please do not hesitate to tell me. Rest assured, I am not unreasonable. Should I have erred, I will apologize sincerely. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Shrek 7 shifted dramatically as they regarded Shen Cangqiong, who spoke with such earnestness. Do you think this fellow has taken a liking to Xiao Wu? Ma Hongjin's voice was low, but among the soul masters present, it could not go unheard. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Elegant ladies attract gentlemanly pursuits, Shen Cangqiong remarked, seemingly adding fuel to the fire. Xiao Wu is still young. She certainly cannot entertain such notions at this time. Tang San had long viewed Xiao Wu as his cherished possession and would never allow anyone else to covet her. That may not necessarily be the case. Dear Sister Rabbit, you wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you? Ignoring Tang San's protective stance, Shen Cangqiong mischievously looked at Xiao Wu, quoting a classic line from his original world. I understand now. Please lead the way. Xiao Wu, realizing there was no escaping, nodded resignedly. Yet, she masked her despair and fear to protect Tang San from unnecessary trouble. Chapter 22. Your hearts are truly filthy. Upon discovering that his beloved Xiao Wu had agreed to meet with Shen Cangqiong alone, Tang San was taken aback. Third brother. Do not worry. I am merely within the confines of the Lambo Academy. Nothing untoward shall occur, Xiao Wu replied with a rather forced smile. No, I cannot permit this. As a man, Tang San was acutely aware of Shen Cangqiong's intentions and could not allow Xiao Wu to converse privately with him. Tang San, what troubles you? The sudden shout from Tang San startled Yu Xiaojiang, who had been lost in contemplation, and drew the attention of Lu Erlong and the others. Cangqiong, what has transpired? Lu Erlong inquired, puzzled as she approached. I noticed that Xiao Wu appeared fearful of me, so I intended to invite her out for a conversation to discern if I had inadvertently harmed her in the past. To my surprise, she consented. Yet Tang San vehemently opposes it, Shen Cangqiong explained, shrugging his shoulders dismissively. Is there not a suitable time to discuss matters? Must it be in private with Xiao Wu? Tang San interrupted, refusing to grant others a chance to speak. If it were something she could share openly, she would have done so already. Shen Cangqiong regarded Tang San with an expression resembling that of someone observing a fool. Xiao Wu is my sister. I bear the responsibility to protect her. If you truly wish to converse, let it be in the presence of all. Tang San remained unyielding. I am indifferent. Xiao Wu, the decision rests with you. Shen Cangqiong did not believe Xiao Wu would dare to reveal her true identity before so many witnesses. Brother, let me go. Please do not concern yourself with this matter. Evidently, Xiao Wu, who had not yet fully succumbed to her feelings for Tang San, was not foolish and understood how to navigate the situation. In truth, she had already processed that if Shen Cangqiong truly intended to seize her soul ring and soul bone, he would not waste time engaging in idle chatter. Shen Cangqiong, a titled Douluo, was undeniably formidable. Even the combined forces of Shrek Academy would stand no chance against him, especially on his own turf. Xiao Wu. Tang San exclaimed in alarm. He could not fathom why Xiao Wu, who had always obeyed him, had suddenly taken an opposing stance. Could she not see that he, as her brother, was attempting to protect her? Calm down, Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang interjected, stepping forward to halt Tang San's further protests. He had aspirations of taking Shen Cangqiong as his disciple and did not wish to see any discord arise between the two due to Xiao Wu. Teacher? Tang San furrowed his brow, perplexed by Yu Xiaojiang's intervention, while Yu Xiaojiang offered him a reassuring glance before turning to Shen Cangqiong. Cangqiong, it is indeed inappropriate for Xiao Wu to meet you alone. How about this? You both can find a room within the academy to talk, while Tang San waits outside. Does that sound acceptable? Yu Xiaojiang understood Xiao Wu's significance in Tang San's heart and was cautious in his approach. This proposal was the most suitable solution he could conceive at that moment. Have you all misconstrued the situation? I have reiterated several times that my invitation to Xiao Wu was born from concern, as she appeared frightened of me and was reluctant to disclose the reasons publicly. Yet now, it seems you are insinuating that I am a villain seeking to coerce her into wrongdoing. Wait a moment. Surely, you Shrek individuals do not genuinely believe I harbor malicious intentions toward Xiao Wu? Shen Cangqiong's voice rose in exasperation. Even if I were enamored with her, I would not behave inappropriately upon our first meeting. Why do you all possess such sordid thoughts? Especially you, Tang San. I merely wish to have a conversation with Xiao Wu. Why must you overthink it? You speak of her as your sister, claiming to protect her. Is forbidding her from conversing with any man your definition of protection? If she were your beloved, I could understand your desire to shield her from other suitors. However, you profess her as your sister while attempting to impose restrictions that only a boyfriend would. Forgive my candor, but your behavior suggests either a duplicitous facade or a lack of discernment. Shen Cangqiong intended only to lightly provoke Tang San today. However, with the conversation veering off course, he saw no need for further excuses to confront Tang San. He would simply follow the momentum. Tang San was left speechless by Shen Cangqiong's words. Indeed, as Shen Cangqiong had articulated, if Tang San sought to protect Xiao Wu as a brother, he was overstepping. Yet, if he were to assume the role of a boyfriend, he shook his head in contemplation. Unbeknownst to Shen Cangqiong, his presence had inadvertently altered the dynamics between Tang San and Xiao Wu during their expedition to the Douluo Forest, resulting in the absence of a pivotal moment that could have transformed their friendship into love, leaving Xiao Wu to regard Tang San solely as a brother. Very well. I have already sent someone to prepare dinner. It should be ready shortly. Let us proceed to eat and converse, Lu Erlong interjected, Sensing the awkwardness that Shen Cangqiong's remarks had cast upon the group, aside from the three women and Tang San. Indeed, we have yet to dine and are quite famished. It would be prudent to first satisfy our appetites. With Lu Erlong's timely intervention, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and under Flandra's invitation, the Shrek group followed Lu Erlong towards the dining hall. Xiao Wu, Tang San began hesitantly. Third brother, you should go on ahead. I will join you shortly. Xiao Wu shook her head. She understood Tang San's intentions, but genuinely wished to speak privately with Shen Cangqiong. Although she believed he would not harm her, she still sought clarity regarding his true thoughts. Otherwise, she feared she might lose sleep over it. Be careful then. If anything arises, call for me, and I shall come immediately. Tang San had come to realize that even if Shen Cangqiong harbored ulterior motives, it ultimately depended on Xiao Wu's willingness. He acknowledged that he had momentarily lost his composure. Chapter 23. Shen Cangqiong's continuous schemes against Tang San. You truly possess remarkable courage, little rabbit. Living in a small town like Notting City was one thing, but daring to accompany Tang San to a grand metropolis like Heaven Do City is quite another. Are you planning to follow him to the sacred land of Wuhuan City soon? Shen Cangqiong initiated the conversation, his tone laced with playful sarcasm, once everyone else had departed. I am a fan, not just a rabbit. With only Shen Cangqiong remaining beside her, Xiao Wu felt a little more emboldened, not sensing any malice from him. A fan. Shen Cangqiong blinked, his gaze instinctively drifting toward a certain part of Xiao Wu. What are you looking at? She retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I mean, my fur is pink. Shen Cangqiong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xiao Wu is indeed the legendary 10,000-year-old rabbit of the fiery miasma, unafraid to speak her mind. Never mind. You claim that our Shrek's hearts are tainted, yet I see you are not much better. Xiao Wu mumbled quietly, pausing before shifting to more serious matters. You clearly recognize my identity as a 10,000-year soul beast. Why did you not act against me? Would it not have been more beneficial for you? Observing Xiao Wu's curiosity, Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes, considering her intellect, which was evidently why Tang San had outsmarted her in the original tale, leaving her still concerned for him. That is not my intention. Don't you desire my soul rings and soul bones? Xiao Wu appeared baffled, as she firmly believed that anyone else would have seized the opportunity to eliminate her upon discovering her true identity. Even Tang San, whom she spent her days with, was not to be fully trusted. Otherwise, she would have revealed her true self to him long ago. I am only interested in beauty and fine cuisine. Shen Cangqiong shrugged nonchalantly, paying no heed to Xiao Wu's suddenly flushed cheeks. Unlike Tang San, who was a hypocritical gentleman, Shen Cangqiong had no inclination to conceal his desires. Hey, what are you doing? At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been pondering Shen Cangqiong's words, suddenly exclaimed, clutching her ears and taking a large step back. Nothing much. I merely wanted to see if your rabbit ears are genuine or merely ornamental. Shen Cangqiong explained, retracting his hands. Still in his sage state, he had no intention of taking advantage of Xiao Wu. His curiosity had momentarily got the better of him. All right. Don't be upset. Here, take this as my apology. Acknowledging his mistake, Shen Cangqiong produced a necklace from his storage space and offered it to Xiao Wu. I don't want it. The longer Xiao Wu conversed with Shen Cangqiong, the less fear she felt, even developing a slight temper. This necklace can suppress your soul beast aura. Are you certain you do not want it? After speaking, Shen Cangqiong pretended to withdraw the necklace, only for Xiao Wu to snatch it away. Let me help you put it on. As Xiao Wu fumbled with the necklace for a few moments without success, Shen Cangqiong took it back, deftly unclasping it before stepping behind her to lift her long hair and fasten it around her neck. What do you think you were doing? Just as Shen Cangqiong secured the clasp, a furious shout from Tang San echoed from the cafeteria entrance, followed by a barrage of hidden weapons hurtling towards Shen Cangqiong. Are you not concerned about accidentally harming Xiao Wu? Shen Cangqiong swiftly pulled Xiao Wu behind him, extending his left index finger forward. Instantly, all the projectiles halted midair before clattering to the ground. In this instance, Shen Cangqiong was playing a clever trick, using the pretext of Xiao Wu potentially being harmed by Tang San to mock him, while simultaneously protecting Xiao Wu, all to irritate Tang San. Indeed, causing trouble for Tang San had become Shen Cangqiong's third greatest pleasure after beauty and fine food. Humph. I have confidence in my abilities. There is absolutely no chance I would harm Xiao Wu. As he spoke, Tang San approached Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Wu with swift strides. Although he had been momentarily stunned by Shen Cangqiong's display of power, he was undeterred, for his previous attack had merely been a casual effort, lacking his true strength. He was convinced that if he truly exerted himself, Shen Cangqiong would stand no chance against him, especially considering that even Xiao Wu, a soul sage at level 76, had suffered a significant defeat at his hands not long ago. Brother San, what brings you here? Xiao Wu stepped out from behind Shen Cangqiong to confront Tang San. Aware that while he was oblivious to Shen Cangqiong's true status as a titled Douluo, she was acutely aware. Despite Shen Cangqiong's seemingly affable demeanor, any individual, no matter how amiable, could unleash their fury if provoked repeatedly. I heard your cries and came out. Upon my arrival, I saw him doing something behind you and thought he was bullying you, which is why I acted, confident that I would not accidentally harm you. Tang San's words, influenced by Shen Cangqiong's subtle provocation, lingered in his mind as he explained himself, while Xiao Wu inquired about his purpose. I see. Shen Cangqiong accidentally bumped into me, which is why I shouted. However, he has already offered this necklace as an apology. Xiao Wu, after hearing Tang San's explanation, responded with a white lie of her own, though she unintentionally omitted acknowledging Tang San's assurance about not harming her. Tang San, did you not claim that Xiao Wu is your sister? Why then have you not even bought her a piece of jewelry? Shen Cangqiong interjected, his expression serious. If Xiao Wu were adept at fastening necklaces, I would not have been misinterpreted for helping her wear it. In the end, the issue lies with you. Honestly, it seems you have become a mere tool for my endeavors, Shen Cangqiong thought to himself. We are not like you. You grew up under the care of Principal Lu Erlong, without a care for your livelihood. Xiao Wu and I are commoners, reliant on our own efforts to earn a living. We often have to stretch a single copper soul coin to last us, leaving no room for frivolous expenditures on trinkets. The implication in Tang San's words was clear. As someone who lived in comfort, he had no right to speak on such matters. Chapter 24. A thorn of discontent buried in Xiao Wu's heart. Are you jesting with me? Or do you consider me as foolish as Xiao Wu? Disregarding other matters. Simply the weapons you employed to attack me earlier, if any one of them were sold, the proceeds could adorn Xiao Wu from head to toe with exquisite accessories. Initially, upon hearing Shen Cangqiong label her a foolish rabbit, Xiao Wu appeared taken aback. Yet, the subsequent words from Shen Cangqiong rendered her instantly mute. Tang San found himself at a loss for words once more, pressed by Shen Cangqiong's remarks. What a selfish individual. Shen Cangqiong sneered. For it was not merely a matter of finances. Tang San had never contemplated bestowing upon Xiao Wu those trinkets that held no significance for him. Otherwise, even if he truly could not afford jewelry made of gold and silver, with Tang San's blacksmithing skills, crafting an exquisite ornament from ordinary iron for Xiao Wu would pose no challenge. Ultimately, Tang San's selfishness prevailed. When his desires remained unfulfilled, he scarcely considered others, Xiao Wu included. Accessories are cumbersome to carry. I have little interest in them, Xiao Wu remarked, breaking the silence to alleviate Tang San's predicament. She then bent down, commencing to gather the scattered concealed weapons without waiting for Shen Cangqiong's response. Although Shen Cangqiong's argument held merit, her bond of over 6 years with Tang San could not be severed by a mere few words from him, at most. It left her with a few lingering thorns in her heart. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the cafeteria, it was astonishing how effortlessly he deflected Tang San's concealed weapons. Could Shen Cangqiong, as he claimed, truly be a 94th level title Douluo? Ning Rongrong pondered, her expression grave. I am unaware of Shen Cangqiong's current soul power level, but I am certain he is formidable, Zhu Qing remarked, her eyes glimmering. This was not due to any burgeoning affection for Shen Cangqiong, but rather the thought that if she were to ally with him and compete in the elite tournament alongside the prestigious Soul Master Academies of the continent, defeating her sister's team, the Douluo Royal Squad, might not be an unattainable dream. Should Dai Mubai catch sight of the way you gaze at Shen Cangqiong, I suspect he would stir up quite a ruckus, Ning Rongrong teased, for among Shrek Academy, Zhu Qing was the only one who had never clashed with her, and she felt no qualms about making a playful remark. Dai Mubai? Ever since he abandoned me to flee alone, my disappointment in him has long since settled. Now, my only desire is to survive. What becomes of Dai Mubai is of no concern to me, Zhu Qing retorted. As Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged idle chatter, Xiao Wu and Tang San finally finished collecting the concealed weapons from the ground. Xiao Wu, you must be famished. Let us enter and dine, Tang San suggested, pocketing the last concealed weapon without casting a glance at Shen Cangqiong, intent on leaving with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu replied, glancing back at Shen Cangqiong before turning to follow Tang San. Are you not returning to eat? After Tang San and Xiao Wu had departed, Shen Cangqiong inquired of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, who stood before him. I have provisions within my storage soul guide. I am not hungry, Zhu Shiqing stated. Her tone measured. Ning Rongrong chuckled, yet her words elicited a twitch of Shen Cangqiong's lips and a darkening of Zhu Shiqing's expression. Well, I happen to be a bit hungry. Let us go in together, Shen Cangqiong proposed. If only Ning Rongrong were present. He would not mind engaging in light conversation with her. However, with Zhu Shiqing also there, and Ning Rongrong's playful remarks directed at her, it seemed inappropriate for him to interject. Though he was forthright, he maintained boundaries, refraining from overstepping with a lady who harbored no romantic inclinations. Upon hearing this, both women nodded in agreement with Shen Cangqiong's suggestion, dissipating the previously awkward atmosphere that had been rendered tense by Ning Rongrong's comments. Shen Cangqiong, the necklace you gifted to Xiao Wu earlier, does it signify a token of affection? Ning Rongrong, curious, gradually steered the conversation towards Xiao Wu. This was not mere gossip. Ning Rongrong recalled how intimately Xiao Wu and Tang San were bound, making it improbable for her to accept gifts from another unless her heart had been swayed. No. I was merely curious whether her ears were genuine or ornamental. When I touched them, she became upset, so I offered her that necklace as an apology. Shen Cangqiong explained candidly, for this was not a secret he deemed necessary to conceal. Moreover, while Ning Rongrong was playful, she was not one to speak indiscriminately. And Zhu Shiqing was the type who preferred silence. However, as he thought of Zhu Shiqing, Shen Cangqiong instinctively glanced toward her tail. My tail is merely decorative. Zhu Shiqing clarified, perhaps apprehensive that Shen Cangqiong might attempt to repeat his earlier actions. Hee. Ning Rongrong chuckled as she observed the embarrassment on Shen Cangqiong's face following Zhu Shiqing's explanation. Moments later, Cangqiong, you have arrived. Earlier, Boss Fu mentioned forming a joint team of Shrek Academy students and those from our Blue Tyrant Academy to participate in the elite tournament. What are your thoughts? As Shen Cangqiong and the two women entered, Lu Erlong motioned for him to sit beside her, recounting the discussion she had with Flinder. But isn't Shrek Academy already at full capacity with 7 members? If they join forces with us, some must inevitably be eliminated, Shen Cangqiong remarked, chewing thoughtfully on his food. A frown creasing his brow. Something felt amiss with Shrek Academy. It diverged significantly from the original narrative. Those who are not eliminated can serve as substitutes, Yu Xiaojing interjected, not overthinking the implications of Lu Erlong's inquiry regarding Shen Cangqiong's opinion. He perceived Lu Erlong's interest in Shen Cangqiong as indicative of her treating him as an important junior. Eager to hear his perspective, little did he realize that Shen Cangqiong was already a dragon knight. Chapter 25, Confronting Yu Xiaojing. Forming a team indeed, Cangqiong. I wish to take you as my disciple. This way, once you join the new united team, I can tailor a training regimen specifically suited to your needs. Yu Xiaojing continued, unperturbed by the conversation. He did not inquire whether Shen Cangqiong was willing, as he had faith that Lu Erlong would advocate on his behalf. Up to this moment, Yu Xiaojing still believed that Lu Erlong's previous indifference was merely an expression of her dissatisfaction. You wish to take me as your disciple? Are you aware of my current soul power level? Shen Cangqiong's gaze was peculiar, subtly halting Lu Erlong, who was about to voice her objections. It should be around level 62, Yu Xiaojing mused, offering what he deemed the most reasonable estimate. And do you still believe you are qualified to accept me as a disciple? What can you, a person who will never hope to surpass level 30, teach me? Shen Cangqiong retorted, his sarcasm unrestrained. My soul power level may not be high, but my theoretical knowledge is unparalleled, Yu Xiaojing shot back, his expression darkening as he felt the sting of Shen Cangqiong's words. Enough. The comparison videos have already showcased some of your theories. I can only say that. For Soul Masters, your so-called theories are either common knowledge or utterly misguided speculations. Even ordinary lower-ranked Soul Masters have criticized them during the video comparisons. Didn't you notice? Shen Cangqiong found himself admiring Yu Xiaojing's audacity to deceive himself, convincing himself of his own fabrications. Erlong, is this the child you raised? How has he no manners at all? Unable to counter Shen Cangqiong, Yu Xiaojing turned his ire towards Lu Erlong, who had remained silent until now. If you believe I lack manners here, then you may leave for a place you deem more civilized, Lu Erlong replied, her patience holding firm despite her desire to chastise Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing was taken aback. The usually compliant Lu Erlong now dared to speak so boldly. His face flushed crimson, finger trembling in her direction, words escaping him entirely. Sigh. Xiaojing, please calm down. Regardless of the circumstances, your remarks towards Cangqiong were indeed inappropriate. Flanders interjected, stepping in as the elder statesman of the trio to diffuse the tension. Humph. With Flanders' intervention, Yu Xiaojing huffed and begrudgingly took his seat once more. Erlong. Do you see? Seeing his obstinate old friend calmed, Flanders breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Lu Erlong with an expression of distress. Let this matter rest. Shen Cangqiong tugged at Lu Erlong's sleeve, not wishing for her to drive Yu Xiaojiang away entirely. After all, he still needed an opportunity to take advantage of Yu Xiaojiang's presence, whether in good spirits or otherwise. Since Cangqiong has spoken, we shall let it be, Lu Erlong agreed, seeing no reason to oppose her knight's wishes. Subsequently, the atmosphere at the banquet resumed its lively tone, with Shen Cangqiong and Flanders reaching a consensus on forming the united team. In the Shrek courtyard, Yu Xiaojiang confronted Flanders. Why are you so eager to curry favor with Shen Cangqiong today? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see Shen Cangqiong standing in Lu Erlong's eyes? Flanders retorted, skipping pleasantries as they were alone in the room. I'll tell you this. If you wish to remain at the Blue Tyrant Academy, it would be wise not to provoke Shen Cangqiong further, he warned Yu Xiaojiang. I refuse to believe that Lu Erlong would expel me for Shen Cangqiong, Yu Xiaojiang scoffed, dismissing Flanders' concerns. Suit yourself. I've said all I can. Whether you heed my advice is entirely up to you, Flanders concluded, pushing Yu Xiaojiang out the door. Humph. You are simply envious that Lu Erlong holds me dear and seek to sow discord between us, Yu Xiaojiang reassured himself as he made his way towards Tang San's room. The following afternoon, where is Tang San? Shen Cangqiong inquired, observing the 6 members of Shrek Academy and 4 from Blue Tyrant Academy before him, a frown creasing his brow. Little Wu? Not receiving an answer, he directly addressed her. I don't know, Little Wu shook her head. Since the banquet had concluded the previous night, Tang San had repeatedly requested her to return the necklace to Shen Cangqiong. Yet, to maintain her cover, she had consistently refused, leading to a disagreement between them. They had not seen each other for over 10 hours. Then it seems he has forfeited his position, Shen Cangqiong remarked, surprised by Little Wu's response. It was unusual for her not to know Tang San's whereabouts, given their nearly inseparable bond since their acquaintance. At that moment, Shen Cangqiong remained unaware that the cause of the rift was indeed the necklace he had given Tang San. Tang San is the strongest among us. If he does not show up, our team's combat effectiveness will drop by at least half, Dai Mubai exclaimed, worried, as he relied on Tang San's strength to help defeat Davis. Don't be so anxious. You might not even qualify for the team I lead. Shen Cangqiong raised an eyebrow, hinting at something deeper. What do you mean? In terms of soul power level, I am the highest among those present, aside from Tai Long. If I can't be selected, then who else is worthy? Dai Mubai responded, sensing Shen Cangqiong's ulterior motives. If having a high soul power level is all that matters, then what of your so-called Tang San, with a mere 31st level soul power, who supposedly comprises half of our team's strength? Shen Cangqiong dismissed, his disdain palpable. Chapter 26. The second comparison begins. Dai Mubai, filled with regret, wished he could give himself a slap, realizing he had dug his own grave. Listen well. Regardless of your current soul power levels, that is of no importance. If you aspire to join my team, you must possess talent, diligence, and perseverance. Each is indispensable. I shall now announce the names of those who will directly enter the main team. Those whose names are not called will be placed in the reserve slots. Disregarding Dai Mubai's frustration, Shen Cangqiong adopted a serious demeanor and declared, Zhu Shiqing. Without allowing anyone a chance to speak, he called out the first name. Upon hearing her name, Zhu Shiqing felt a surge of joy and stepped forward. All right, Shen Cangqiong continued, at this stage, among the 10 of you, only Zhu Shiqing qualifies to become a core member. Just as the gathered hundreds awaited the announcement of the second name, Shen Cangqiong closed the documents in his hands. A gasp rippled through the arena. No one anticipated that Shen Cangqiong would select Zhu Shiqing, the one with the lowest soul power level, barring auxiliary types, among the group. Although he had stated from the outset that he would not consider soul power levels but would focus on talent, effort, and perseverance, this choice was utterly preposterous. Boom. Just as Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself and was about to voice his doubts, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. The second comparison video began to be released, showcasing the first solo trials of the 2 protagonists from the worlds of Douluo continent. New friendly reminder 1. The future scenes that appear during the comparison will inevitably occur without external interference. New friendly reminder 2. Upon the conclusion of the comparison, 10 lucky viewers who sent bullet comments during the comparison will be randomly selected to receive a prize of 100,000 comparison video points. Note, these points can be freely exchanged for soul rings, soul bones, and the cultivation years of soul beasts, and can also be traded freely. New friendly reminder 3. This is the final friendly reminder. Starting from the third comparison, no further reminders will be given, and all rules will adhere to this final reminder. Now, the comparison begins. Shen Cangqiong's 6 years of training compared to the Awakener Tang San's trials in the City of Slaughter. In the core area of the Douluo Forest. What should we do now, Daming? The comparison video has started again. Should we awaken our master? The Titan Great Ape, Erming, asked the Tianqing Yomang beside him. A look of concern on his face. Sigh. Let us awaken our master. According to the information gathered from the Soul Masters hunting in the Douluo Forest these past few days, the reward for that lucky spot is indeed real. Moreover, the reward has now become even more reasonable. This might be a tremendous opportunity for our Soul Beast clan. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Erming nodded in agreement, and together with Daming, they made their way to a hidden location. At this moment, not only were the sovereigns within the Douluo Forest taking action, but others, like the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from the extreme north, were also issuing their own commands. In an instant, nearly all intelligent soul beasts were gearing up to claim a share from the humans. On the battle arena of Blue Tyrant Academy, Shen Cangqiong, I never expected you to appear as the protagonist in the second comparison. Although Ning Rongrong felt slighted for not being chosen as a core member, her interest in Shen Cangqiong only deepened. Chuckling, Shen Cangqiong simply smiled, inwardly reflecting. There was little he could do. During his 6 years of training, he had acquired an abundance of treasures from his golden finger. He wondered whether this so-called comparison video would portray everything as it was or if it would be slightly modified. With this thought, he shook his head and turned his gaze to the already playing footage, mentally preparing for both possibilities. Meanwhile, within the comparison video, haha, I finally escaped. Outside the city of Tiando, Shen Cangqiong sat atop a horse he had pilfered from Blue Tyrant Academy, beaming with pride. Enough dawdling. I should head to my first target. If Lu Jie discovers my absence and I haven't strayed far from Tiando City, I'll surely be dragged back. Resolute, Shen Cangqiong concealed his delight, oriented himself, and with a swift kick, galloped forth like an arrow loosed from a bow. The scene shifted, leading him to a valley. This must be where Qian Xuanji and Tang Hao had their final battle. How ridiculous, a god-grade martial soul, with a soul power level superior to his opponents. And yet he lost to a Haotian hammer martial soul. It seems that you Xiaojiang saying, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, hold some truth. But if you Xiaojiang's statement is indeed valid, does that mean all those within Douluo continent who cannot become titled Douluo are worthless? As he strolled through the valley, Shen Cangqiong pondered the chaotic surroundings, speaking to himself. By the way, why was the outcome of the battle between Qian Xuanji and Tang Hao not sealed off but instead leaked out? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that those superpowers intentionally spread this information to undermine the martial soul hall? Surely not. Those superpowers cannot be that foolish. As the scene unfolded, Shen Cangqiong continued his musings, his expression one of confusion. Chapter 27. Exposing Tang Hao's actions towards A-in, however, judging by the behaviors of the 3 upper sects, the 4 lower sects, and the 2 royal families of Tiando and Douluo, it appears that their intelligence is indeed lacking. Otherwise, they would not fail to comprehend such a simple assessment of pros and cons. After all, making the fact that Qian Xuanji's defeat becomes widely known could, to some extent, undermine the prestige of the Spirit Hall. Yet, as a superpower rooted in a formidable family lineage of martial souls, their fundamental rule is that strong martial souls easily suppress weaker ones, thus allowing their possessors to reasonably control the fates of those with inferior martial souls. Should the irrefutable truth that strong martial souls can be subdued by the weak ever be shattered, these families, which rely on their powerful martial soul heritage, would lose their foundational principle, and it would merely be a matter of time before they devolve into ordinary existence. Never mind. Why am I even engaging in this internal monologue? For now, my sole responsibility is to protect my sister Lu. The affairs of those noble families have no bearing on me. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. As a rational being, I cannot possibly relate to those dim-witted fools. After indulging in this self-reflection for a while, Shen Cangqiong suddenly paused, patted his own head, and, with a mix of exasperation and amusement, remarked, "Indeed. It is not surprising that Shen Cangqiong has so much to say. This is primarily because, in his original world, he harbored significant reservations concerning the utterly irrational narrative of Douluo continent. Now that he is here, experiencing it firsthand, it is only natural that he feels compelled to express his thoughts." Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Shen Cangqiong is not wrong. If a weak martial soul can defeat a strong one, why should I heed the commands of those families? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Was Shen Cangqiong truly only a little over 6 years old at that time? Why does he come across as more mature than an adult? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. I share that sentiment. Shen Cangqiong transcends the typical description of a child prodigy. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Am I the only one to notice Shen Cangqiong's disdain for those superpowers? 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Fengji, you were involved in the dissemination of news regarding Qianxuanjie's defeat, weren't you? The sword Douluo remarked with a peculiar expression. Indeed, Ning Fengji replied with a wry smile. Do you think Shen Cangqiong's assertions hold any merit? Though Ning Fengji's expression revealed the answer, Shen Cangqiong found it hard to believe. Sigh. Shen Cangqiong is correct. While the incident did diminish the Spirit Hall's prestige, it also created substantial risks for us. If no one had stood up, there would have been no issue. However, I fear the Spirit Hall may not behave as we hope. Ning Fengji sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. The scene continues. This must be the place of a yin's foolish sacrificial ritual. How pitiful, completely sold out by others, yet still counting the money for them. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had arrived outside a vast circle. Observing the intricate patterns within, he deduced that this was the protective circle used during a yin sacrifice. I cannot comprehend it. Yin is so beautiful. How could Tang Hao bear to lead her to her demise? Could it be that after a prolonged period, the novelty wore off, and he grew weary? If you are tired of her, then keep her for yourself. Leading Yin to her doom is an utter waste. Sigh. Is 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone truly that significant? Everyone claims Tang Hao is a great hero, daring to defy the Spirit Hall for love. I wonder from which fool such a statement emerged. It is laughable that this patently absurd claim has garnered widespread acceptance. Do these gullible individuals not possess the capacity to think critically? Yin was with child at the time. Any rational individual, knowing their wife was a transforming spirit beast, would choose to hide away with her. Yet, Tang Hao, on the contrary, not only rejected the protection offered by Haotin sect, but also brought Yin to the Spirit Hall's domain, brazenly flaunting her before Qianxuanjie. Moreover, coincidentally, Tang Hao's soul power level had just reached 90. What was he attempting to achieve? It was as if he wanted the Spirit Hall to discover a yin's true identity and use them to execute her sacrifice. Tragically, Yin was thoroughly ensnared by Tang Hao's machinations, choosing to confront Qianxuanjie shortly after her delivery, in a place that entirely restricted her abilities as the Blue Silver Emperor. One can only say that if Tang Hao truly wished to protect Yin, during his flight from Qianxuanjie, he could have chosen to escape to any location abundant with blue silver grass, and Yin would not have been sacrificed. After strolling around the circle, Shen Cangqiong found himself involuntarily expressing his thoughts once more. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. No way. Could Tang Hao truly be such a heartless individual? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. I find Shen Cangqiong's analysis quite reasonable. This may very well be the truth of the matter. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Does that mean I have now become one of the fools Shen Cangqiong refers to? After all, I have idolized Tang Hao all these years. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. I believe Shen Cangqiong's analysis is factual. Perhaps we should all reflect on this. When Tang Hao caused the former pope's downfall, leading to the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotin sect, how did Haotin sect respond? They retreated without even engaging in battle with the Spirit Hall. The most disgraceful aspect is that while they were hiding, they failed to inform their loyal allies from the single attribute 4 clans, nearly leading to their total annihilation. Even more despicable is that this incident, which originated from the actions of the Haotin sect, resulted in others bearing the nearly unbearable consequences. One must ask, what kind of character can one expect from a family as unreliable as the Haotin sect? Chapter 28. The filial son Tang San at this moment. While the ordinary individuals from both worlds began to question Tang Hao's character, the two versions of Yin could no longer contain themselves. In the Variant Douluo World, the 100,000, your blue-silver Emperor Yin asked, Tang Hao, is what Shen Cangqiong said true? If Yin were in her transformed state, her face would undoubtedly display disbelief. In the original Douluo World, the 100,000, your blue-silver Emperor Yin echoed, Tang Hao, I hope to hear your honest words. Remarkably, without prior communication, these two individuals from different realms managed to articulate their thoughts in synchrony. Hu Yinshan, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect in the Variant Douluo World, remarked, is there even a need to ask? All forces with any semblance of power are aware of the truth. However, these factions have chosen to conceal it in order to contend with the Spirit Hall. Naturally, Hu Yinshan, who harbored ambitions to supplant the top 3 sects, would seize this opportunity to undermine them. Niu Gao, the patriarch of the Yu clan in the Variant Douluo World, added, Shen Cangqiong is indeed referring to the truth of that incident from years ago. Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Pa clan, concurred, agreed. Both Niu Gao and Yang Wudi harbored a greater resentment towards the Haotian sect in Tang Hao than they did towards the Spirit Hall. Titan, the patriarch of the Li clan, cautioned, "Brothers, do not speak recklessly." Bai He, the patriarch of the Min clan, found himself in the most precarious position. He could neither blindly support Tang Hao like Titan nor harbor the hatred against the Haotian sect like Niu Gao and Yang Wudi. The 100,000, your blue-silver Emperor Ain from the variant Douluo World questioned. Tang Hao, why are you silent? The 100,000, your blue-silver Emperor Ain from the original Douluo World pressed. Tang Hao, do you ever regret your actions? Seeing Tang Hao's continued silence, the two Ains were left feeling disappointment and sorrow respectively. Tang San from the variant Douluo World declared, "This man shares my father's name yet is a coward who has betrayed his own wife. He truly seeks his own demise." Tang San from the original Douluo World asserted, "Indeed, should I ever encounter this person, I shall, to the best of my abilities, bring him to justice. Both to vindicate my father Tang Hao and to express gratitude to Ain for her previous assistance in designing our subsequent soul ring plans." Unbeknownst to them, the Tang Hao they spoke of was nearing madness from their incessant remarks. The Emerald Swan, by Ji, from the variant Douluo World expressed, "What a despicable human." Recently awakened and grasping the current situation, she was enraged to witness humans bullying their spirit beast kin. Tian, the Black Dragon King from the variant Douluo World commanded, "Issue a decree. Henceforth, any encounters with Tang Hao in the Stardow Forest must be reported immediately." In the original Douluo World, the Ice Empress, Shui Di, concurred, "We shall manage the same in our northern lands." Upon hearing the sentiments from the Stardow Forest, Shui Di and the Ice Emperor exchanged glances and voiced their agreement. Tian questioned, "What of the sea spirit beasts? Do they not have a stance?" Lan Di, the Deep Sea Whale King from the variant Douluo World replied, "The other sea spirit beasts do not heed my command. Only a decree from Sea God Island would be effective. Yet, how could Sea God Island possibly assist our spirit beast kin against humans?" Although Lan Di seized the opportunity to disparage Sea God Island, he felt quite frustrated. After all, while other dominators amongst spirit beasts had vast followings, he, the true sovereign of the deep sea, could command only his kin, while all other sea spirit beasts ignored him. Tian scoffed, "A bunch of traitors." An unnamed individual from the variant Douluo World inquired, "May I ask who you are? Why do you refer to yourselves as fierce beasts? What distinguishes fierce beasts from spirit beasts?" Another unnamed individual from the original Douluo World echoed, "Indeed. The term fierce beast leaves me perplexed." The first unnamed individual remarked, "Such a grand title must signify a strong spirit beast among you." Ignoring the inquiries from these unknowns, the fierce beast continued to observe the video where Shen Cangqiong, after traversing the valley, mounted a horse and hastily made his way to the next destination. The scene shifted. "Stop. This is not a place for a mere child." In the video, Shen Cangqiong arrived at a dark and ominous city, and before he could make any further moves, a fully armored guard emerged from within, with the leader stepping forward to block Shen Cangqiong's path. "This is the city of slaughter, is it not?" Shen Cangqiong stated calmly. "To think you, a child, are aware of the city of slaughter," the guard leader replied, momentarily taken aback. "You must be from one of the prominent families. Since that is the case, I need not explain further. You should leave at once." Upon hearing the child mention the city of slaughter, a name unknown to ordinary people, the guard leader quickly regained composure. However, the city of slaughter collaborates with nearly all major families possessing titled Douluos in Douluo continent and would not allow a clearly inexperienced child to enter recklessly. Do you think I came here out of childish curiosity?" Shen Cangqiong regarded the leader with a smirk. "Yes," the leader coldly replied, lacking both time and interest for idle banter. "Fine, I understand your rules." With that, Shen Cangqiong struck with a swift hand, and before the leader could react, he was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. "Now, may I enter?" Having subdued the leader, Shen Cangqiong smiled amiably at the remaining guards. "Please." Though astonished by the child's formidable power at such a tender age, the guards knew that since he had bested their leader, he had earned the right to enter. And thus, they ceased their obstruction. As for other matters, those were for their superiors to address, far beyond the concerns of mere foot soldiers. Chapter 29. The Essence of the City of Carnage. Esteemed young sir, welcome to the trials of the City of Carnage. I am the receptionist number 9527. Soon, Shen Cangqiong rode in, under the watchful eyes of his guards, into the City of Carnage. At that moment, a woman clad in palace attire approached him briskly and bowed. Receptionist number 9527? Shen Cangqiong's lips twitched slightly. Is there an issue with this designation, esteemed young sir? The receptionist, number 9527, looked at him in confusion. Her heart filled with curiosity. There is no issue. By the way, you seem somewhat different from the receptionist over there. Shen Cangqiong shook his head and pointed towards some receptionists in the distance, attired rather peculiarly, and inquired, are those receptionists for those who enter through ordinary means? Indeed. If someone enters through this trial passage and shows disrespect towards the city of Carnage, the receptionists attending to such esteemed guests would also be those ordinary receptionists. Understanding dawned upon Shen Cangqiong, and he nodded. Then, esteemed young sir, do you intend to undergo the ordinary trials or the true trials? Once she confirmed there were no issues with Shen Cangqiong, receptionist number 9527 proactively asked, what is the difference between the two types of trials? Shen Cangqiong inquired. Ordinary trials cater specifically to the disciples of the prominent factions who come to the city of Carnage for training. They can leave at any time. And battling on the arena poses minimal danger. On the other hand, true trials are for those who either fled or were captured by powerful factions and brought here. If one cannot achieve victory in the arena 100 times, they will never be able to leave the city of Carnage, with danger lurking at every turn. Though somewhat perplexed by the young lad's ignorance, receptionist number 9527 patiently explained, I choose the true trials. With that, Shen Cangqiong dismounted, entrusted the reins to receptionist number 9527, and requested her to take care of his horse. He then followed her guidance to the registration area. Esteemed young sir, have you truly considered this? Once you register, there will be no opportunity for regret. Before it was Shen Cangqiong's turn to register, receptionist number 9527 asked once more, primarily due to his tender age, as she felt a twinge of sympathy for him hanging in the arena. Fear not, I am invincible among those of the same realm. Shen Cangqiong's statement was rather modest. In truth, within this realm where no one could employ soul techniques, the enhancements from the unnamed true method he cultivated empowered him in every aspect, allowing him to effortlessly vanquish opponents. This was precisely why he chose to train in the city of Carnage. Unknown entity from variant Douluo World. Where is this so-called city of Carnage? I have never heard of such a place. Unknown entity from variant Douluo World. I have not heard of the city of Carnage either. However, I am quite relieved to be ignorant of its existence. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly suffer from nightmares every single night. Unknown entity from original Douluo World. Having nightmares every night is already a blessing. I cannot fathom how such a place could exist in this world, where various conspiracies and schemes unfold every moment. I reckon if I were placed in such a location, I would probably last mere minutes before being utterly vanquished. Unknown entity from variant Douluo World. I actually find such places rather appealing. Hiki. Are you also fixated on the myriad of conspiracies that you fail to see the invigorating scenes? Unknown entity from original Douluo World. You all have not grasped the essence of the matter. To me, the city of Carnage resembles a prison for countless evildoers. Should a day come when this place encounters trouble, allowing those malevolent individuals to escape, it would spell disaster for ordinary folk like us. Unknown entity from variant Douluo World. Surely not. Don't frighten me. There can't truly be those who would engage in such abhorrent acts without a second thought. The emergence of the city of Carnage in the video left ordinary individuals, who had lived in relatively acceptable conditions, quite unsettled. Especially when some capable individuals articulated the essence of the city of Carnage and the ensuing trepidations, it sparked considerable uproar and anxiety. Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall from variant Douluo World. Everyone need not worry. Our Spirit Hall has been vigilantly monitoring the movements of the city of Carnage. Should anyone escape, they will undoubtedly be eliminated by our powerful members on the spot. Titan, the clan leader of the Strength Clan from variant Douluo World. Haha. The Spirit Hall is hypocritical. You could annihilate the city of Carnage, yet you choose to leave it be. Isn't it merely a means to threaten those who defy you? Yu Guan, the Ju Douluo from variant Douluo World. Titan. Do not think that just because your Strength Clan has moved to Heaven Do City, we of the Spirit Hall cannot handle you. If we are truly provoked, no force in this world will be able to protect you. Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan from variant Douluo World. Old Gorilla, can you keep your mouth shut? You must understand that it was the Haotian sect that abandoned us, while the Spirit Hall, despite our suffering, ultimately let us go. When we vowed never to rejoin the Haotian sect, our grievances with them and the Spirit Hall were entirely severed. If it weren't for our long-standing rapport, Yang Wudi would have wished to silence Titan. Ning Fingji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect from variant Douluo World. Everyone, cease your quarrels. You have all misunderstood the Spirit Hall regarding the city of Carnage. It serves as the optimal confinement for evildoers, as they can only enter, not exit. The Spirit Hall indeed has the power to obliterate the City of Carnage. However, if the city were to vanish, those malevolent individuals would lose their proper confinement, leading to their scattering and wreaking havoc everywhere. Even if all forces among us mobilized, it would be impossible to apprehend all the evildoers in a timely manner. Ning Fengji favored maintaining equilibrium and wished to avoid conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. Chapter 30. Preparing to leave the City of Carnage as the atmosphere on the grand screen grew increasingly intense. Shen Cangqiong had successfully completed the registration process and ascended the arena. Haha, I never expected that among my opponents there would be a mere child. Everyone, hold your horses. Let me first present a little performance for you. With that, the scarred man charged at Shen Cangqiong, his face twisted in a menacing grin. Is this all you've got? As the opponent lunged with a fierce punch, Shen Cangqiong merely smiled, unfazed, and extended his right hand to effortlessly catch the powerful blow. What? The scarred man, once brimming with confidence, was astounded as his strike was easily thwarted by the seemingly insignificant child. Before he could react further, a voice echoed ominously in his ears. Since you have thrown a punch at me, allow me to return the favor. It is only fair. Wouldn't you agree? In an instant, Shen Cangqiong raised his other hand and, with what appeared to be a slow motion, delivered a swift blow that left an afterimage, striking the scarred man's chest. In a heartbeat, the scarred man was sent flying at a velocity 100 times greater than when he had charged, colliding with numerous bystanders along the way, shattering the defensive barrier of the arena, and finally embedding himself into the wall of the competition venue. Variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. This guy, though born with a spirit power of level 50, is unexpectedly formidable. It seems the champion of this elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies has been decided in advance. Variant Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Xiao Wu. Even without Shen Cangqiong, the champion's title has nothing to do with your Tianshui Academy. Original Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Yuer. As if your Qihua Academy has any chance at the championship. Original Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Xiao Wu. What has your quarrel from another world got to do with you? Variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Binger. Enough. Let's focus on the competition and do our best. Observing her sister embroiled in yet another squabble with Xiao Wu, now involving two worlds, Shui Binger could only helplessly intervene. Otherwise, the grand screen would soon be inundated with their bickering. Variant Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Xiao Wu. Shui Yuer. Look at your sister Shui Binger. She is younger than you yet far more mature. Variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Yuer. I am the younger sister. Shui Binger is the elder. Variant Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Xiao Wu. Come on, you can fool others with that, but don't forget, our families are close friends. When I first met you and your sister, Shui Binger was still drinking milk. Tianshui Academy ranks its members by strength. Since Shui Binger is the strongest, she is regarded as the eldest. However, one cannot simply assume the role of the younger sister simply because she calls Shui Binger elder for so long. You are not at the age to feign youthfulness yet. Variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger, Xiao Wu, and Shui Yuer. If you wish to argue, do it privately. And don't involve me, or else. Original Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger. Even if you both team up, you are no match for me, so don't bother. The two-world Shui Binger was momentarily thrown off by Xiao Wu's remark about still drinking milk, and her demeanor shifted, losing the gentleness she typically exuded. Variant Douluo World, Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin. And, will Shen Cangqiong participate in the elite competition this time? Variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Principal Lu Erlong. He likely will not. Variant Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Tianhing. Why not? Variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Principal Lu Erlong. The elite competition is a celebration for your generation. Variant Douluo World, Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin. He seems to be younger than us. Variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Principal Lu Erlong. His soul power level far surpasses yours. Lu Erlong's words were not explicit. Ordinary individuals might not grasp their true meaning. But the leaders of various factions and some astute individuals from the academy sensed something unsettling. Could it be that Shen Cangqiong had indeed reached the rank of title Douluo? On the other side, in a comparative video, it seems I underestimated you. At that moment, Shen Cangqiong had effortlessly taken down dozens of opponents in the arena. Observing the scene before her, receptionist 9527 could not help but express her awe. Initially, she had waited here merely to collect the poetry after the child had fallen, yet unexpectedly witnessed an incongruous battle. I am no fool. I would never engage in something without assurance. At her words, receptionist 9527's face flushed with embarrassment, and she silently led Shen Cangqiong to his private chamber. In the days that followed, Shen Cangqiong participated in competitions thrice daily, each time achieving victory with astonishing ease. Before long, the 34th day arrived. You won your 100th match last night. If nothing unexpected occurs, you are preparing to leave today, correct? Black Pearl, the receptionist 9527, inquired. Indeed. I came here for the purpose of honing my skills, and having achieved my objective, it is time to depart. Why not accompany me as I leave? After a month of close companionship, Shen Cangqiong found Black Pearl to be quite agreeable and did not mind lending a hand to help her escape from this place devoid of hope. The King of Slaughter would never permit that. Black Pearl longed for freedom, yet she understood the rules of the City of Carnage. Entry was granted, but exit was forbidden. He has two options. Either I defeat him into agreement, or he graciously accepts my gift, allowing you to leave with me. Had this been over a month ago? Shen Cangqiong would not have dared to speak so boldly, but through the rigorous battles he had faced, he had amassed a wealth of combat experience. Shen Cangqiong was confident that with Tang Chen's body, which had been severely weakened by the nine-headed Bat King, a single blow from him would surely dismantle it entirely. Are you truly willing to help me? Black Pearl appeared somewhat moved. As a receptionist of her caliber, she often encountered the King of Slaughter. And judging by the aura emanating from him, it seemed that Shen Cangqiong might indeed possess the capability to subdue the King of Slaughter. After all, according to her observations, the means by which the King of Slaughter survived, which could suppress the abilities of Soul Masters, appeared to have no effect on Shen Cangqiong whatsoever. Chapter 31. Encountering the Purple Pearl. As the scene shifts, Black Pearl is lost in the intoxication of the fresh air outside. I never expected to actually emerge, she muses. Is this the domain of the god of killing? It feels rather underwhelming. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong, with a hint of disappointment, gazes at the gradually forming domain of the god of killing, ignoring Black Pearl as she flits about, savoring the external sensations. Well, I suppose I shall make use of it, he concludes, summoning his true dragon martial spirit and utilizing its inherent domain to begin devouring the god of killing's realm. The Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, Douluo, observes, it seems this young man's martial spirit transcends the classifications of divine or super divine. Poseidon, the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, wonders whether Shen Cangqiong can consume the domains of others. Douluo replies, who would have thought we'd deconverse in such a manner one day? Poseidon laments the absence of a certain individual, while Douluo sighs, questioning whether she still thinks of him. Lu Erlong, the Dean of Lambu Academy, interjects with a chuckle, Shen Cangqiong, where have you hidden this Black Pearl? I never imagined you, at such a young age, would already be adept at concealing beauty. Her irritation stems not from Shen Cangqiong's secretive behavior, but rather from his failure to inform her about Black Pearl. She hopes to draw Black Pearl into the conversation through the public screen. Black Pearl, the Vice Island Master of Purple Pearl Island, clarifies, there is nothing between Cangqiong and me. Unaware of Lu Erlong's thoughts, she quickly explains herself to avoid misunderstandings. Lu Erlong notes, so you've even become a Vice Island Master. If you truly care for Cangqiong, consider joining Lambu Academy. Shen Cangqiong's formidable strength leaves Lu Erlong feeling overwhelmed, and Black Pearl's eagerness to clarify her relationship with Shen Cangqiong suggests her good character. Our age difference is considerable. Black Pearl remarks. Lu Erlong counters, yet his emotional maturity is remarkable. This maturity explains why Lu Erlong was captivated by Shen Cangqiong. Had his emotional age mirrored his physical age, she would have never entertained the notion. The comparison video continues. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it heralds dusk. Shen Cangqiong reflects, standing on the beach 3 days later, gazing at the crimson clouds on the horizon. Is this a poem of yours? Black Pearl inquires. Sort of. He nods, not disclosing its origins. You seem to be a versatile talent, she praises, to which he replies, let us depart. Without waiting for her response, he takes her hand, ascending toward the depths of the sea. A startled cry echoes from afar. What is happening? Am I imagining things? Shen Cangqiong is flying without summoning his martial spirit. Water Moon, from Tianshui Academy, expresses her astonishment. His movements are unlike those of titled Douluo. It appears incredibly graceful. She observes. Fire Dance from Chihua Academy quips, have you ever seen a titled Douluo? Water Ice, another student from Tianshui Academy, implores, Water Moon, can you be quiet? Frustrated with her sister's antics, she wishes to vent her frustration. Poseidon remarks, I cannot discern how Shen Cangqiong is flying. Douluo, can you? Douluo admits his inability to comprehend the phenomenon. If only he were here, his insight would surely illuminate this mystery. The scene transitions again as Shen Cangqiong and Black Pearl arrive on an island. What are you doing here? Do you know where this is? A group of men dressed in seaweed attire surrounds them. I saw people on this island and came here, Shen Cangqiong replies, shaking his head. Well, listen closely. This is Purple Pearl Island. With a signal, the men begin to close in on them. Stop right there. A commanding feminine voice calls from the outskirts, halting the advancing men. Did you fly here? A striking woman steps forward, her expression serious. Did you not see? Shen Cangqiong smiles. I am Purple Pearl. Can you share your purpose for visiting my island? Purple Pearl's concern grows as she senses potential danger from Shen Cangqiong. Chapter 32. The unadorned Shen Cangqiong, do not attempt to deceive me. Just moments ago, you claimed to my subordinates that you were unaware of this place. A statement I find utterly implausible. Xiao Pearl, being a sole emperor of level 65, possesses a far superior vision compared to her subordinates. While they failed to discern how Shen Cangqiong and his companion made landfall, she observed every detail with clarity. Moreover, she noted the glimmer of joy on Shen Cangqiong's face upon discovering their island. You truly lack amusement. Have you never heard the adage, seeing through yet remaining silent? Are we not friends? At this remark, Xiao Pearl felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Shen Cangqiong was incensed and might retaliate. As she chastised herself for her thoughtless words, she witnessed Shen Cangqiong wave his hand grandly, showering her numerous subordinates with gold soul coins, as if it were raining. We shall reside here for a time. Consider these gold soul coins as our lodging and sustenance fees. Now lead the way. Prepare us a lavish seafood feast, and arrange your finest accommodations for us. The nameless individual in the Douluo continent remarked. What a remarkably unembellished life this is. It is no wonder that aside from the Spirit Hall, only the Blue Tyrant Academy caters to ordinary civilian soul masters. It appears the Blue Tyrant Academy is quite affluent. The nameless individual continued. Why is there such a disparity between the two academies supported by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? I find myself regretting my decision to pursue studies at the Thunder Academy. Yu Engine, the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, inquired, Erlong, where does your wealth originate? Shen Cangqiong's lavish spending has even made me envious. In all honesty, although the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family ranks among the top 3 sects, even he, as the leader, would not dare squander wealth as Shen Cangqiong does. Lu Erlong, the president of the Blue Tyrant Academy, replied, these gold soul coins are not from my purse. She recalled providing Shen Cangqiong with a monthly allowance of 100 gold soul coins, but the source of his newfound wealth was beyond her knowledge. Moreover, why would his financial standing concern outsiders? Yu Luomian, the vice leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, added, elder brother, let the younger generations enjoy their fortunes. As elders, we need not pry too deeply. Lu Erlong failed to grasp the underlying implications of Yu Engine's words, but Yu Luomian, well aware of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family's financial situation, deftly steered the conversation away. At this juncture, 3 days had elapsed since Shen Cangqiong's arrival on Xiao Pearl Island. After a period of rest, he took flight after lunch, venturing hundreds of miles from the island and plunging into the sea. Shortly thereafter, the previously tranquil waters erupted into a frenzy, with columns of water soaring skyward, accompanied by a multitude of small fish and shrimp. Minutes later, a resonant roar echoed from beneath the waves, and the tumultuous sea gradually settled. Before long, a colossal fish-like soul beast, towering several stories high, surfaced, cradling Shen Cangqiong, who sat cross-legged upon it. Look quickly. Is there something shimmering atop the fish's head? Exclaimed Shui Yuer from the Heavenly Water Academy. It indeed appears so. Could it be a soul bone? Speculated Xiao Wu from the Fiery Academy. Upon successfully hunting a soul beast, the only rewards typically yielded are soul rings and soul bones. Since this did not resemble a soul ring, it must be a soul bone. This knowledge was clear to all advanced academy students, save perhaps for those from Shrek Academy. Since Xiao Wu claims it is a soul bone, it must undoubtedly be so, remarked Feng Xiaodian from the Wind Spirit Academy, taken aback by Shen Cangqiong's fortuitous luck. The soul beast appeared to be at least 40,000 years old, implying the soul bone was of similar antiquity. However, unbeknownst to both worlds, the revelation of the soul bone was a manipulated event, designed to lend credence to Shen Cangqiong's acquisition of it. Obtaining a soul bone is indeed a fortunate event, yet its exposure may complicate matters, voiced Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy. What is there to fear? Retorted Yu Luomian. Is our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family so easily intimidated? Ning Rongrong from the Blue Tyrant Academy chuckled. How amusing. What are you all contemplating? Shen Cangqiong's ability to single-handedly dispatch a soul beast of at least 40,000 years demonstrates a strength that cannot be trifled with. Prompted by Ning Rongrong's reminder, many felt a flush of embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Indeed, they had initially failed to recognize that a mere child with only 3 soul rings could possess such might. Even after Ning Rongrong's intervention, many struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. For countless years, the continent had measured a person's strength by their soul power level. Thus, despite Shen Cangqiong's past accomplishments in the City of Slaughter and his current triumph over a 40,000-year soul beast, the mere fact that he had only 3 soul rings led many to instinctively label him as weak. Meanwhile, as the conversation unfolded, the visuals in the comparison video began to elicit a dwindling barrage of comments until they eventually ceased altogether. Just as the inhabitants of both worlds believed Shen Cangqiong had exhausted his luck by obtaining a soul bone of approximately 40,000 years, he demonstrated the true meaning of slapping faces with undeniable evidence. The footage revealed Shen Cangqiong having absorbed the soul ring and discovered the soul bone, wasting no time before diving back into the sea. Shortly thereafter, as yet another massive fish floated belly up to the surface, keen observers noted a soul bone, at least 40,000 years old, cascading from the fish's tail. Yet, this was not the culmination of the excitement. In the ensuing moments, every fish that Shen Cangqiong caught from the depths, provided it was over 10,000 years old, seemed to trigger some profound principle, ensuring that a soul bone would invariably emerge. Chapter 33. The Soul Guidance Device Blueprint left behind a millennia ago in the variant Douluo World. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, questioned Shen Cangqiong. Were those images of the continuously falling soul bones truly genuine? At that moment, aside from Bibi Dong's remark, the barrage was devoid of any other comments. After all, anyone with a semblance of intelligence understood that remaining silent was their only recourse. The Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, interjected, Bibi Dong, what are you attempting to imply? Shen Cangqiong replied, Sister Lu, allow me to handle this matter. The authenticity of those images was indisputable. He was curious about the Pope's intentions. They were designed to lend a plausible identity to the soul bones. And Shen Cangqiong would not refute that. Bibi Dong remarked, wealth stirs the heart. You should come to my spirit hall. If you are reluctant to part with your sister Lu, feel free to bring her along. Based on the footage displayed, the soul bones Shen Cangqiong acquired were predominantly from 10,000 to 50,000 years old. Such ancient soul bones, apart from the external ones, were not of particular interest to Bibi Dong. However, just because she had no need for them did not imply her Pope Hall shared the same sentiment. If every formidable member within her Pope Hall possessed 7 soul bones over 10,000 years old, which force in the world could possibly impede her progress? Shen Cangqiong firmly stated, I shall not sell. Those soul bones were of a growth type. Parting with them was out of the question. With his refusal, the atmosphere in the barrage began to shift as the silence from the superpowers restored a sense of liveliness. In the original Douluo World, an anonymous voice remarked, I can't shake the feeling that our world is merely a backdrop. Another added, remove the seams. Our world is indeed a mere supporting role. The discussion continued, highlighting how the focus on Shen Cangqiong from the other world cast their own world into the shadows. As the comparative video played on, a voice asked, may I inquire about your soul power level? Days later, Zijin Pearl approached Shen Cangqiong with hesitation. Why do you ask? Shen Cangqiong pulled Black Pearl closer, preventing Zijin Pearl from encroaching too near. During my time working on a remote island, I encountered a peculiar structure, but my strength was insufficient to enter. Noting Shen Cangqiong's actions, Zijin Pearl rolled her eyes, but proceeded to explain, are you suggesting a collaboration to explore that strange building? Shen Cangqiong, puzzled, wondered why Zijin Pearl had not invited Tang San in the original narrative if she was indeed aware of such a place. Indeed, she affirmed, I can see that while you may seem frivolous, you possess a good heart. I trust that even if we uncover something within that strange structure, you would not silence me. Unbeknownst to her, Zijin Pearl had already granted Shen Cangqiong a good person card. Very well, lead the way, and let us see. With a playful smack to Zijin Pearl's arm, eliciting a startled gasp, Shen Cangqiong, alongside Black Pearl, advanced towards Zijin Pearl's vessel. Through Zijin Pearl's explanation, Shen Cangqiong understood that her hesitation to bring Tang San to the so-called strange building stemmed from her discernment of his character, fearing he might eliminate her should they discover any treasures within. As the scene shifted, Shen Cangqiong and his companions arrived before an imposing structure resembling a palace. "Step back," he instructed, knocking on the silver-white door. With a thunderous crash, the door trembled, stirring a cloud of dust. "Impressive. A door I could not breach with all my strength yielded to your touch," Zhejian Pearl praised, watching the door vanish. "Enter, but remember not to stray too far. Should danger arise, I may not reach you in time," Shen Cangqiong cautioned, his tone serious for the first time. Not out of trepidation but from a recognition of the unknown. As they traversed the interior, Zhejian Pearl spotted a blueprint within a peculiar container. "What is this? A level 5 soul guidance bubble blueprint?" Shen Cangqiong turned at her words, confirming, "Indeed, it appears to be a blueprint left behind from a millennium ago." Summoning the document to his hand, he discreetly verified its authenticity before inquiring, "Can you comprehend this?" Zhejian Pearl responded, taken aback, "You can understand it?" Chapter 34. A treasure unearthed. This object belongs to the category of offensive soul guides, a classification within the realm of soul guides. For instance, this 5th-level soul cannon, when infused with sufficient energy, can unleash an attack equivalent to the full force of a soul king. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong surveyed his surroundings and discovered another 5th-level soul cannon, similarly encased in a special container on a nearby table. It was astonishing to realize that such artifacts existed in this world. Zhejian Pearl was momentarily taken aback. "Shall we give it a try?" Shen Cangqiong took the 5th-level soul cannon from the table and handed it to Zhejian Pearl. "All right," she replied eagerly, accepting the soul cannon. Ningfengji, the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in the variant Douluo World, remarked, "Young friend Cangqiong, would you be willing to sell the blueprint for this 5th-level soul cannon to our school?" Initially, Ningfengji was not overly concerned upon hearing about offensive soul guides. Even after Shen Cangqiong elaborated on the 5th-level soul cannon, his interest was only mildly piqued. After all, at this juncture, while the Douluo continent possessed soul guides, they were primarily of the supportive variety, lacking any offensive capabilities. Consequently, for someone like Ningfengji, who had never truly witnessed an offensive soul guide, even the notion that this 5th-level soul cannon could match the power of a soul king did not evoke a vivid image. It was only after Zhejian Pearl unleashed 9 attacks with the 5th-level soul cannon, each rivaling the strength of a soul king, that Ningfengji was jolted into realizing the significance of this soul cannon for his 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yiling Long, the head of the 9 Hearts Sea Tang family, responded, "Our family does not possess the wealth of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, if young friend Cangqiong is willing to sell the blueprint to my Yi family, we assure you that we will heed your words without hesitation in the future. To demonstrate our sincerity, my daughter Yu Lingling can join your Blue Tyrant Academy." Yiling Long was indeed making a bold move. Ningfengji, however, retorted, "Your family consists of only 2 individuals. What use would you have for the 5th-level soul cannon's blueprint? Furthermore, can you guarantee the security of this blueprint? It may very well turn into a liability," he proposed, instead of competing. "Why not wait until our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School produces the finished product, and we can provide your Yi family with some for self-defense? What say you?" Feeling the pressure from Yiling Long's audacity, Ningfengji took a step back after kindly advising him. Shen Cangqiong interjected, "You two need not quarrel. I shall not sell the blueprint." "Why not?" Ningfengji inquired. "If you are willing to part with the blueprint, we at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would not only offer you a substantial amount of gold soul coins but also grant you access to our treasury to select 10 treasured items of your choice." Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's refusal to sell, Ningfengji grew anxious, hastily trying to increase his offer, yet received no response from Shen Cangqiong. The scene shifted. Zhejian Pearl gazed in awe at the soul cannon in her hands. "This soul cannon is truly a coveted treasure for all supportive soul masters," she mused. After a prolonged moment, she finally voiced the sentiments of all supportive soul masters. Perhaps so. Shen Cangqiong tucked away the blueprint for the 5th-level soul cannon and, along with the 2 women, returned to the building. "Why do you appear so disinterested? Have you not acquired a remarkable treasure?" Zhejian Pearl questioned, puzzled. She believed that if Shen Cangqiong sold the blueprint to someone knowledgeable, even a price of 10 billion gold soul coins would be readily accepted. "I shall not divulge this soul guide technology," Shen Cangqiong replied, shaking his head. "Why?" Zhejian Pearl and the previously silent Zhejian Pearl both turned their curious gazes toward him. "This soul guide technology is beyond the means of ordinary individuals. If I were to share it, the potential for ordinary people to rise would be utterly extinguished." At this point, Shen Cangqiong seemed to recall something, letting out a sigh. "I don't understand." Zhejian Pearl looked bewildered, unable to grasp the depth of Shen Cangqiong's statement. "It matters not. It's a matter of intellect, and I can do nothing about it," Shen Cangqiong teased, observing Zhejian Pearl's confused expression. Ah, you little rascal! Zhejian Pearl exclaimed in indignation, playfully punching Shen Cangqiong's shoulder. The scene transitioned again. This room is so spacious. Yet there is only a blueprint for a 9th-level sky-splitting cannon. Where is the actual 9th-level sky-splitting cannon? Throughout their journey, aside from the initial 5th-level Soul Cannon blueprint and Soul Cannon taken by Shen Cangqiong, Zhejian Pearl had claimed all other valuables, causing her to feel quite elated. Do you know what level of Soul Master corresponds to this 9th-level sky-splitting cannon? Do you have any idea how many gold soul coins are required to fabricate it? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes, exasperated. I don't know. I'm not familiar with these matters, Zhejian Pearl shrugged nonchalantly. Having received so many benefits, she was indifferent to being called a novice by Shen Cangqiong. Just as he was about to explain the foundational details of the 9th-level sky-splitting cannon, a wall in the room suddenly collapsed, revealing a meticulously arranged array of over 1,000 boxes. The scene flashed. In total, there were 1,200 boxes, all containing storage soul guides. 8 hours later, after receiving data from Zhejian Pearl approached the reclining Shen Cangqiong, her excitement palpable as she danced about. Let us split these storage soul guides evenly between us, she proposed. Shen Cangqiong replied, you cannot carry so many storage soul guides. Before Zhejian Pearl could respond, Zhejian Pearl wiped the sweat from her brow and cautioned, never mind, you can take all the storage soul guides. Surprisingly, Zhejian Pearl waved her hand dismissively, remaining calm in the face of the unexpected offer. Chapter 35, The Sea God is nothing but an exceedingly hypocritical scoundrel. How curious indeed, mused Shen Cangqiong, raising an eyebrow in jest. You, a mere seaweed spirit, actually have the audacity to expect offerings to come knocking at your door. I have already gained enough from this encounter, Zizinza replied earnestly. Without your assistance, I might never have opened the door to the outside world in my lifetime. Very well. I shall accept these storage soul guides, Shen Cangqiong conceded. From this moment forth, we are friends. When you seek to hunt for soul rings, feel free to visit me at the Blue Tyrant Academy. I assure you, I will help you find the most suitable soul ring. Of course, should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, you are welcome to seek my aid at the Blue Tyrant Academy as well. Seeing that Zizinza was sincere, Shen Cangqiong chose not to prolong the conversation and accepted her as a friend. Did no one ever inform you that your little adult demeanor is quite comical? Zizinza chuckled, seizing the opportunity to tease Shen Cangqiong, whose adorable face had taken on a serious expression. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. In the vast ocean, there exists a place known as Sea God Island. Those who journey there may partake in the divine examination. Upon passing, one may receive rewards such as enhanced soul power levels, divine soul rings, and increased longevity of soul rings. How about it? Would you care to give it a try? I can escort you there, Zizinzu suggested after attending to matters on the island, approaching Shen Cangqiong, who was fishing. I shall not go, Shen Cangqiong replied, barely lifting his eyelids, his interest waning. Why not? Zizinza pressed. With your cultivation talent, participating in the divine examination at Sea God Island would surely yield extraordinary benefits. In fact, it is possible that you could someday replace the current High Priest of Sea God Island and become the new High Priest. The Sea God is merely an exceedingly hypocritical scoundrel. To ask me to participate in his divine examination is nothing short of repugnant, Shen Cangqiong scoffed. You, how can you say such a thing? If the people of Sea God Island were to hear you, you would be finished, Zizinzu exclaimed, her face paling in shock. She quickly looked around to ensure no one was nearby, before fearfully covering Shen Cangqiong's mouth. Variant Douluo World, Sea God Island Sea Dragon Douluo. How bold of you to show such disrespect to Lord Sea God. You truly do not know the peril you court. Sea Star Douluo, Shen Cangqiong, prepare to face the consequences of your insolence from Sea God Island. Seahorse Douluo, brothers from another world, do not forget to settle the score for our world when teaching Shen Cangqiong a lesson. High Priest Poseidon of Sea God Island, Shen Cangqiong, if you were to come to the island and apologize now, Sea God Island might show leniency. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Poseidon, having become the High Priest not only due to her formidable strength but also her ruthless nature, was not one to be trifled with. Otherwise, she would not have completely eradicated the members of the Wuhuan Hall in the past. Shen Cangqiong, Poseidon, you cannot leave Sea God Island. Can you truly stretch your neck across the sea to gnaw at me? The strongest of your title Douluo is merely at level 95. If he dares to trouble me at Blue Tyrant Academy, I shall make him understand why flowers are so red. Poseidon, how do you possess such knowledge of Sea God Island? Did Qian Daolu inform you? Qian Daolu, the Grand Priest of the Wuhuan Hall. Not at all. I am merely an observer here. How did I get dragged into this? Realizing that Poseidon was placing blame on him, Xiao finally comprehended the meaning of the phrase. Sitting at home, yet the pot comes from the sky. Poseidon, if it is not you, then who else could it be? Only you and him know everything about Sea God Island. Now that he has vanished, it must be you. Xiao, even if he hadn't disappeared, you would likely still blame me. Poseidon, of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Poseidon confirmed her accusation. Xiao, that brat? Don't you intend to say something? This is clearly your affair with Sea God Island, yet I am the one suffering. Shen Cangqiong, what reason is there to argue with someone like Poseidon? With her temperament? As long as you can turn her over, whatever you say will be right. If you cannot, then everything you say will be wrong. Remember, to occupy a place in a girl's heart, if you cannot make her love you, then make her hate you. So Poseidon, if you have the ability, come and capture me. I shall be waiting for you at Blue Tyrant Academy. If you manage to catch me, I shall let you have your way. Poseidon, you have successfully provoked my wrath. At that moment, within Poseidon's palace, not a single decorative item remained intact. As the esteemed high priest of Sea God Island, she had never endured such indignities. Even Tang San and Xiao would never dare speak to her in such a manner. Shen Cangqiong, have you forgotten the reason for our conflict? Furthermore, I recall that in the comparison video, when I mocked the sea god earlier, you did not seem as furious as you do now. It appears that the sea god standing in your heart is rather trivial. Poseidon, you would do well to hope that you do not fall into my hands. With that, Poseidon exited the palace and commanded Sea Dragon Douluo, Sea Star Douluo, and Seahorse Douluo to capture Shen Cangqiong at Blue Tyrant Academy. Deep Sea Whale King Land. What a splendid performance. Nonetheless, I support Shen Cangqiong. For the sea god is indeed, as he said, an exceedingly hypocritical scoundrel. As the grand spectacle seemed to draw to a close, the Deep Sea Whale King stepped forth to make his presence known. Chapter 36, Feeling unworthy for Xiao. Meanwhile, the scene continued. Will you betray me? Shen Cangqiong gazed earnestly at Zizinzu, seemingly quite concerned about her response. Are we not friends? Since we are friends, I would never betray my own. However, you must be cautious in the future. Never speak ill of the sea god in front of other sea soul masters and sea soul beasts. Under Shen Cangqiong's intense stare, Zizinzu felt somewhat uneasy and instinctively stepped aside, her voice becoming a little more ethereal. Well, I didn't expect my status in your heart to be this high. Rest assured, I have no desire to converse with those other sea soul masters and sea soul beasts. Shen Cangqiong's smile was rather peculiar. By the way, why do you harbor such animosity towards Sea God Island? Logically, as a land soul master of such tender years, it was surprising that she even knew of Sea God Island's existence. If there were indeed any foul dealings on the island, she shouldn't be privy to them. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's comical expression, Zizinzu rolled her eyes dramatically, yet her curiosity got the better of her. She leaned closer to Shen Cangqiong and whispered, I have always enjoyed reading books about legends and secrets. The more I read, the more I understand. At this, Shen Cangqiong mimicked her, half seriously whispering in her ear. Can the contents of those books be trusted? Zizinzu appeared skeptical. Perhaps you don't understand. Only those books about legends dare to write anything. Shen Cangqiong, experienced in such matters, asserted confidently. Fine, I concede that you make a valid point. Now, do tell me why you consider the sea god to be a hypocritical scoundrel. A great deal of time had passed since the sea god's ascension, and only Zizinzu's generation truly understood their respect for him. Nevertheless, from Zizinzu's gaze, Shen Cangqiong perceived no trace of reverence for the sea god. Perhaps, in today's ocean, without the absolute military might of Sea God Island, the name of the sea god would have long faded into obscurity, forgotten by the majority of sea soul masters and beasts. Much like the angel god of the Spirit Hall, of whom only the Spirit Hall itself is aware, while the common folk remain oblivious. Even the superpowers possess only a vague understanding of the Spirit Hall. Are you aware that Sea God Island has a guardian beast named Seabai? Zizinzu expressed her eagerness to hear more, and Shen Cangqiong, relishing the opportunity to take a jab at Tang San, willingly obliged. That is the guardian beast. The soul-devouring great white shark, not just Xiaobai. And what is this beauty beast nonsense? Zizinzu retorted. Let us not dwell on names. It is inconsequential. Since you know Xiaobai, you must also be aware that her clan, the soul-devouring great white sharks, are sworn enemies of the evil soul killer whales. Why did the sea god not assist his Mount Xiaobai in annihilating the evil soul killer whales before his ascension? Subsequently, Xiaobai's brother also fell at the hands of the evil soul killer whales. Why did Sea God Island not aid Xiaobai in eradicating them? Even if just to make a show of it, by sending a few individuals to slay an ordinary evil soul killer whale? To be honest, Shen Cangqiong truly felt it was unjust for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, the guardian beast of Sea God Island, pondered. Indeed, why? This has always been a conundrum for Xiao Bai, and she hadn't expected such sentiments to be echoed by the enemies of Sea God Island. The High Priestess Poseidon of Sea God Island reassured Xiao Bai, do not be swayed by the words of this fool. He seeks to sow discord within Sea God Island. Then, why is this the case? Shen Cangqiong inquired. Xiao Bai is your guardian beast. Is it truly so difficult to aid her in destroying the evil soul-killer whales? Rest assured. Xiao Bai, as for your brother, a resolution will eventually come to light, Poseidon comforted, disregarding Shen Cangqiong's provocations. Yes, Xiao Bai, do not worry. Once the lifespan of the evil soul-killer whale king has expired, you shall receive an answer from Sea God Island. After all, by then, the evil soul-killer whale king will have perished of old age. What more could you desire? Can you not empathize with Sea God Island's predicament? Shen Cangqiong fanned the flames of discontent. Xiao Bai, you have safeguarded Sea God Island for over 10,000 years. Do not let the trifling words of outsiders shake your faith. The sea soul woman Douluo of Sea God Island added, I shall not dwell on past grievances. However, should the evil soul-killer whales disturb your territory again, I will certainly assist you. Receiving Poseidon's hint, the sea soul woman spoke up in timely support. I understand, Xiao Bai replied. Though she secretly dispatched a clan fish to relay the news of 3 tidal Douluo dispatched by Sea God Island to capture Shen Cangqiong to Zhenzu. In truth, while the sea soul woman promised to help, she made no mention of aiding in the extermination of the evil soul-killer whales, revealing her lack of sincerity to Xiao Bai. Humph. The ferocious beast, the Black Dragon King, said. As a soul beast, one should know their place. Otherwise, one will find no favor from either humans or soul beasts. Indeed, echoed the ferocious beast, the dark golden claw bear. If Sea God Island truly regarded you as one of their own, they would have long since helped you annihilate the evil soul-killer whales. If you doubt this, let the evil soul-killer whales slay a tidal Douluo from Sea God Island and witness the frenzy that ensues. They would eradicate all the evil soul-killer whales in a single day. So why is it that the discussion always circles back to me being betrayed by various factions? The 10,000-year evil soul-killer whale king remarked. I can see these comments too. Are you not being excessive? Chapter 37, Shen Cangqiong's true power astonishes all. The comparison video continues. Since that day when Zhejian Pearl was left speechless by Shen Cangqiong's 2 probing questions, 6 months have swiftly passed. During this time, initially, every 5 days, Shen Cangqiong would dedicate 1 day to absorbing a soul bone, and spend the following 4 days familiarizing himself with the newfound powers acquired from the absorption. In this period, Shen Cangqiong ventured out once and absorbed the 6th soul ring. Thus, over the course of a month, when he finally emerged after absorbing 7 soul bones, his soul power had ascended to level 70. Are you truly at level 70? In the conference hall of Zhejian Pearl Island, Zhejian Pearl appeared somewhat disheartened. One must simply acclimate, Shen Cangqiong replied, taking a sip of tea brought by Black Pearl and casting a flirtatious glance at Zhejian Pearl. Scoundrel. Zhejian Pearl turned her face away, too weary to engage with this shameless fellow. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Shen Cangqiong had spent 2 years on Zhejian Pearl Island. During this time, he had slowed his cultivation pace and began studying soul rings and soul bones in front of the island's inhabitants, as per his task. Initially, both Zhejian Pearl and Black Pearl found it perplexing, questioning the merit of studying soul rings and soul bones. Consequently, the two would often join forces to dissuade Shen Cangqiong from squandering his innate talent for cultivation and urged him to diligently enhance his soul power. However, when Shen Cangqiong effortlessly subdued a sea soul beast approximately 70,000 years old before their very eyes, they fell into silence. From then on, regardless of Shen Cangqiong's intentions, as long as he did not plan to dismantle Zhejian Pearl Island, the 2 women expressed indifference. Soon, the scene shifted again. Ah, Zhejian Pearl remarked. Our genius has finally decided to emerge today. After a month of absence, she scrutinized Shen Cangqiong. I came to inquire if you know of any locations where 100,000-year soul beasts appear, he replied, taking a seat beside her and discreetly making a move. Why do you ask this? Zhejian Pearl, caught off guard, huffed, and then questioned him with some curiosity. What do you think? Shen Cangqiong gazed at her in disbelief. Are you planning to hunt them? Zhejian Pearl's concern was palpable as she noted the vast difference in strength between 70,000-year and 100,000-year soul beasts. While Zhejian Pearl possessed ample information about the habitats of 100,000-year soul beasts, she feared for Shen Cangqiong's safety against such formidable foes. Do you truly have so little faith in me? Shen Cangqiong smirked. I must have been away for too long, and you seem to have forgotten my terrifying prowess. With that, he donned an intimidating expression, startling Zhejian Pearl into dropping the information and fleeing. Indeed, the sea is vast, Shen Cangqiong mused, glancing at the documents Zhejian Pearl had left behind. 3 days later. This must be the territory of the Steel Dragon Shrimp King. Shen Cangqiong floated above a rocky isle, comparing it with his map. At that moment, a formidable attack, equivalent to a level 92 tidal Douluo strike, hurtled toward him. Such a lack of martial etiquette, he remarked, bemused that the assailant chose to attack before introducing themselves. Unflustered, Shen Cangqiong effortlessly deflected the incoming strike and charged toward the source of the attack. Boom, boom, boom. In the ensuing clash between man and dragon shrimp, a cacophony of explosions erupted. After more than 10 minutes, with the island nearly submerged, a massive dragon shrimp collapsed at Shen Cangqiong's feet. In an alternate dimension of the Douluo World, an anonymous observer exclaimed, "Goodness! Shen Cangqiong is only at level 70 and has yet to absorb the 7th soul ring. How did he defeat this 100,000-year shrimp?" Another voice chimed in, "Indeed. He previously vanquished a 70,000-year soul beast. Why did he not absorb the 7th soul ring? It seems he has set his sights on the 100,000-year soul ring. But can Shen Cangqiong successfully absorb this 100,000-year soul ring? One would hope so. Do not forget, he has spent nearly 2 years studying soul rings and soul bones. If he had not achieved anything noteworthy, he would not have concluded his seclusion." In the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji remarked, "It seems we must pay a visit to this young friend." In the council hall, the sword Douluo was genuinely astonished by Shen Cangqiong's combat prowess. "Indeed, I had intended to visit the Blue Tyrant Academy, soon to see Rong, and discuss matters with Shen Cangqiong. It appears I must alter my plans." Initially, he believed that despite Shen Cangqiong's exceptional talent, he would require several more years to fully mature, allowing time for their friendship to develop organically. Ning Fengji's expression turned grave. "What of the Spirit Hall? Yuguan has long arrived, but has yet to meet with Shen Cangqiong. Now that he has witnessed Shen Cangqiong's true strength, I fear he may become restless." The Bone Douluo inquired, "Should we not concern ourselves with Yuguan? Do not forget the situation between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps Yuguan is preoccupied with dealing with Yu Xiaojiang." Ning Fengji chuckled, showing no signs of worry. In the Heavenly Do Palace, Shui instructed, "Qinghe, prepare yourself. We shall visit the Blue Tyrant Academy to have a thorough discussion with Shen Cangqiong. Remember, we must secure his support for the Heavenly Do royal family at all costs." Inside the hall, Shui trembled with excitement. "Father, perhaps I should go. My elder brother has many pressing matters to attend to," Shuelang suggested, subtly influenced by Prince Xuexing's hint. "You? If anything, Shen Cangqiong would not only refuse to support our royal family, but might come to despise us instead. How could you not recognize the folly in sending Shuelang?" Chapter 38. The unprecedented turmoil caused by Shen Cangqiong's father. It is evident that Shen Cangqiong harbors a notably amicable disposition towards the Spirit Hall. If we fail to present something of considerable value, it is likely that we shall find it exceedingly difficult to secure his support. Meanwhile, Shui Qinghe, Chen Renque, instead of attending to the farcical display of Shuelang, pondered and remarked, "Moreover, it is worth noting that Shen Cangqiong has already offended the Sea God Island. Are we, the Tiando royal family, truly willing to antagonize the Sea God Island for the sake of Shen Cangqiong?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Shui Qinghe continued, "The 7-treasure glazed tile school and other terrestrial sects may not fully grasp the extent of Sea God Island's might. Thus they do not regard its threat with the seriousness it warrants. However, I, disguised as Shui Qinghe, possess a clear understanding of the formidable power of Sea God Island and must account for every possibility. Otherwise, should the Sea God Island become incensed by our imperial family's support for Shen Cangqiong and retaliate, all of my efforts over the years would be rendered a jest. At that moment, that woman would surely regard me with disdain once more. What is Sea God Island to us? Why should we concern ourselves with them? Sea God Island may have tidal Douluos, but does the 7-treasure glazed tile school not possess tidal Douluos as well? Should their people dare to come? The 2 Douluos of the Sword Bone and the Lord Ning, alongside Shen Cangqiong and the Poison Douluo, would undoubtedly ensure they leave empty-handed." Initially disheartened by Shui's previous remark, feeling that he had no chance to undertake this mission, Shuelang suddenly felt invigorated upon witnessing his elder brother make such a fundamental blunder. If the Crown Prince finds this matter too challenging, he may entrust it to me. I can assist him and ensure that it is executed flawlessly. At this moment, Prince Xuexing immediately took over the conversation, concluding with an assurance to Shuiyu. He did not comprehend what Shui Qinghe was concerned about, but he recognized that if he could secure this mission, it would enable him to cultivate a legitimate rapport with Shen Cangqiong. At that juncture, with the support of both Douluo and Shen Cangqiong, he believed his elder brother would surely weigh the pros and cons when it came to the transfer of power. Very well. Let Qinghe handle this matter. Qinghe. There's no need to heed the Sea God Island. Regardless of their power, I do not believe they would dare to create turmoil on land. Furthermore, if it comes to that, we can always enlist the Spirit Hall to address the issues with Sea God Island. After all, does not the Spirit Hall claim to be the overseer of the Spirit Master realm? Are they to ignore the disturbances caused by Sea God Island? Despite acknowledging that Shui Lang's reasoning held merit, it did not prevent Shui from harboring skepticism towards him. He is merely a debauched prince, destined to live his life as a leisurely royal. Why concern himself with such trivialities? He ought to reflect on whether he possesses the caliber for such matters. As for Prince Xuexing's assurances, Shui chose to disregard them entirely. In truth, Shui held a degree of dissatisfaction towards Xuexing as well. His own son had been molded into an extravagant wastrel under Xuexing's influence, regardless of the underlying circumstances. One undeniable truth remained. Once a person becomes accustomed to a life of indulgence, reforming such habits requires immense willpower, which is often unattainable. Indeed, I shall ensure the task is executed flawlessly. Upon hearing Shui's thunderous calculations, Xueqinghe, Qian Renqiwei, could not help but roll her eyes internally while maintaining an outward demeanor of respect. Meanwhile, within the realm of the first variant Douluo World, the other major factions deliberating over Shen Cangqiong arrived at conclusions akin to those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family. Faced with the fully matured Shen Cangqiong, regardless of their willingness or inner thoughts, any faction with a semblance of intelligence would strive to cultivate favorable relations. This sentiment starkly contrasted with their prior discussions regarding how to approach the nascent Shen Cangqiong, while the potential of this unparalleled genius warranted their attention. He had yet to earn the right to their submission. After all, an extraordinary talent remains merely that, an extraordinary talent, until it is fully developed. At which point they could easily extinguish this so-called prodigy. The scene continues. At this moment, in the comparative footage, Shen Cangqiong has successfully absorbed the 100,000, your spirit ring from the giant lobster, now pondering over the 100,000, your spirit bone he holds. Suddenly, it appears as if Shen Cangqiong has made a significant decision. His gaze sharpens, and he begins the arduous process of forcibly refining the spirit bone in his grasp. Anonymous from the first variant Douluo World. What is happening? Hasn't Shen Cangqiong already reached his limit with spirit bones? Anonymous from the first variant Douluo World. Who knows? Perhaps he discovered something while researching spirit rings and spirit bones previously. Anonymous from the second original Douluo World. This is merely a ploy for attention. Mark my words. Either Shen Cangqiong will be rendered powerless, or this invaluable 100,000 year spirit bone will be wasted. The perplexing actions of Shen Cangqiong not only left the ordinary citizens of both worlds in confusion, but also rendered the heads and disciples of various noble families and sects utterly speechless, unsure of how to respond. In the comparative footage, Shen Cangqiong's face is contorted in agony, sweat pouring from him as if it were free-flowing, quickly forming a small pool around where he sits. This is indeed feasible. In an instant, as Shen Cangqiong gritted his teeth to endure, a flicker of joy crossed his otherwise pained countenance, prompting an involuntary exclamation before he promptly shut his eyes and devoted himself to the refining process. Success. Although it seems somewhat unbalanced, forcibly merging 100,000, your spirit bone with another only resulted in an increase of 5 decades in longevity. After a considerable time, when Shen Cangqiong reopened his eyes and summoned the spirit bone from his right arm, its appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Boom. The scene unfolding around Shen Cangqiong shattered the conventional understanding of everyone from both worlds, inciting an unprecedented uproar. Anonymous from the first variant Douluo World, Shui Wei, brother Cangqiong. Is it truly possible for 2 spirit bones to coalesce into one? At this moment, Shui Wei had taken the rare opportunity to be earnest. Anonymous from the first variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Indeed. However, the process of merging 2 spirit bones is exceedingly painful and rather wasteful. Although many aspects of this scene have been modified, Shen Cangqiong genuinely attempted to merge 2 spirit bones based on the settings of the original World S Douluo continent game. One could only say that the process was exhilarating, yet the outcome was indeed wasteful. Nonetheless, it was undeniably possible. Chapter 39. The Doubts of the Crowd in the Douluo Continent Variant World. At the Tianshui Academy, Shui Wei remarked, while my sister Shui Binger does not fear pain. This wastage is rather unappealing. Soul bones are already a scarce resource. Who would willingly merge two soul bones merely to extend their lifespan? Moreover, the years do not simply stack together after merging. Shui Binga chuckled. You truly are a wonderful sister. I can see that you have become increasingly troublesome. Feng Xiaotian from the Shinfeng Academy commented. Setting aside Shui Wei's troublesome nature, her other observations do hold merit. When I first learned that soul bones could be fused, I was astounded. However, upon contemplation, it seems rather impractical. As Shui Wei pointed out, given their rarity, who would choose to waste them? Perhaps this is the reason why the secret of soul bone fusion has remained undiscovered until now. Hu Wu from the Qihua Academy questioned Feng Xiaotian. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge the strengths of others? Feng Xiaotian replied, Did I say something wrong? As the comment section became inundated with remarks from ordinary individuals and students from various academies, the major forces once again convened in their respective chambers, prompted by Shen Cangqiong's influence. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fingji looked at the two Douluos from the Sword Bone, feeling regret for not having consulted Shen Cangqiong sooner. Rather than dwelling on regret, we should focus on our next steps, he said. The Sword Douluo, perceiving Ning Fingji's thoughts, encouraged him. You are right. When I meet Shen Cangqiong next, I plan to inquire about the precautions for fusing soul bones. I wish for Rongrong to attempt it. After all, while other major forces may lack the financial resources for such trials, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect does not share this concern. Ning Fingji fell silent for a moment, then sighed and replied, I fear Rongrong might struggle with the pain of fusing soul bones. The Bone Douluo shared his concern for Ning Rongrong, recalling Shen Cangqiong's agonizing experience, but ultimately refrained from opposing the idea. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong frowned as she surveyed the situation. What is Moonguan doing? Why has no news returned? Moonguan had indeed transmitted messages using the Spirit Hall's unique communication methods, but the reports mainly concerned Yu Xiaozhang's insistence on engaging him, lacking any information about Shen Cangqiong, which the Guemei failed to report to Bibi Dong. Nana, would you like to try merging soul bones? Bibi Dong casually inquired, turning her attention to Hulina. Yes, I am willing and not afraid of hardship. Hulina responded eagerly, thrilled by her teacher's question. I will seek someone to experiment in the coming days. If it proves feasible and poses no danger, then it will be your turn. Remember, strive to fuse as many soul bones as possible. Do not fear wastage. The Spirit Hall is unlike other factions. We have an abundance of soul bones with lifespans ranging from decades to hundreds of years. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, within other major forces in the Douluo variant world, as Ning Fengji and Bibi Dong had noted, while debates raged, reaching a boiling point, they eventually realized that their discussions were futile. Within their sects, they possessed a mere handful of soul bones, with only one or two boasting lifespans of 20 to 30,000 years. As the leaders of these families returned to their seats in silence, either meditating, observing the comment section on the grand screen, or studying the ceiling, no one dared to meet another's gaze. The amusing scene left the younger members in the assembly torn between laughter and restraint. Meanwhile, returning to Shen Cangqiong, after a brief respite, he resumed his activities. The screen displayed Shen Cangqiong, seemingly dissatisfied with the lifespan of the fused right arm bone, as he took out another right arm bone for refinement. Perhaps due to gained experience or the fact that this new bone was not of the 100,000-year variety, this time, he spent merely half the time compared to his first fusion. Indeed, once I refine a soul bone of several thousand years, this right arm bone will reach a 100,000-year lifespan, he mused, continuing to extract another soul bone for refinement. For a period, under the scrutiny of all present, Shen Cangqiong repeated the process of fusing and refining soul bones, familiarizing himself with the newfound power. Before long, the grand screen flickered with images of Shen Cangqiong merging two soul bones into one of 100,000-year caliber, and his soul power level subsequently ascended to 80. At the Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin exclaimed, this doesn't add up. 200,000-year soul bones, combined with a 100,000-year soul ring, could only elevate one from a soul power level of 70 to 80? Is the enhancement from the fused soul bones inferior to that of the original soul bones? Yu Tianheng from the Tiando Academy replied, perhaps. I recall that when Shen Cangqiong absorbed that 100,000-year soul ring, his soul power level surged from 70 to 77 in an instant. Therefore, according to the enhancement from the 100,000-year soul ring, his soul power should have reached 80 upon elevating one of those soul bones to a 100,000-year status. An anonymous voice from the original Douluo World chimed in, fortunately, I did not merge my two 10-year soul bones of the same position, Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Another anonymous individual added, "Indeed, it seems that merging soul bones only results in wastage, with no tangible benefits." A final remark from the Douluo variant world echoed, "There certainly are many who delight in another's misfortune." Chapter 40. The invincible Shen Cangqiong Yao Zi from the Plant Institute of the variant Douluo World. What a pity. The discovery of fusing soul bones is remarkable, yet its significance is greatly diminished due to the inability to substantially elevate one's soul power level. Huo Wu from the Blaze Academy of the variant Douluo World. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. Zhu Zhuyun from the Douluo Royal Academy of the variant Douluo World. The higher-ranking soul masters from your side in Tiando are truly foolish. Are those two eyes on your faces merely for decoration? Have you failed to notice that the colors of the 6 10,000-year soul rings on Shen Cangqiong have grown deeper and more profound than before? Clearly, it is not that fusing soul bones cannot significantly enhance soul power levels. Rather, the additional soul power has been absorbed by the soul rings. Few have made this observation. Yu Tianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy of the variant Douluo World. Are you joking? How could you even suggest that? Soul bones cannot possibly extend the lifespan of soul rings. Yu Tianheng could hardly believe Zhu Zhuyun's assertion. This disbelief is understandable as he, being the presumptive heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, is seldom challenged in either his family or academy, leading to a lack of vigilance and awareness of external matters. This contrasts sharply with Zhu Zhuyun, who has lived amidst schemes and must remain perpetually alert and observant. Zhu Zhuyun from the Douluo Royal Academy of the variant Douluo World. Haha. Is this the extent of the Tiando Royal Academy's top student? No wonder the champions of the elite competitions over the years have never been associated with your academy. From the very first exchange, Zhu Zhuyun expressed disdain for Yu Tianheng, one of the renowned younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, believing that with a mere slight maneuver, she could utterly humiliate him. Shui Yuer from the Water Academy of the variant Douluo World. Brother Cangqiong, is what Zhu Zhuyun said true? I didn't notice any changes in the color of your 10,000-year soul rings. Shui Yuer, carefree as ever, paid no heed to the quarrel between Zhu Zhuyun and Yu Tianheng, simply asking questions whenever she was confused. Huo Wu from the Blaze Academy of the variant Douluo World. Shui Yuer, I have tolerated you for quite some time. Your age is clearly greater than Shen Cangqiong's, yet you insist on calling him brother. What about your dignity? Nevertheless, despite her words, Huo Wu's eyes remained fixed on the screen, eager to learn Shen Cangqiong's response. Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. Zhu Zhuyun is not mistaken. However, you should not attempt this method. It is only possible for me due to my unique martial spirit. Should you insist on trying, the consequences, whether fatal or debilitating, are not my concern. Shen Cangqiong did not fully disclose the truth. After all, the fusion of Huo Wu's rings and the explosion of Hao Tian's sex rings both indicate that soul rings are not immutable. Thus, Shen Cangqiong believes that if Huo Wu can create a fusion ring from her absorbed soul rings, it may be possible, given the right approach, to merge the soul rings she has absorbed with those of unclaimed origin. Shen Cangqiong's explanation garnered considerable belief, as all were aware of the extraordinary nature of his martial spirit. Yet, despite this knowledge, the allure of extending the lifespan of soul rings proved irresistible to some audacious soul masters, who could not refrain from attempting to merge soul rings. After all, the challenge of fusing soul bones was daunting. Even if they wished to try, they lacked the soul bones. However, merging soul rings was different. They could simply hunt a soul beast to test its feasibility, showcasing their ability to extrapolate. As for the potential consequences of failure, it must be acknowledged that there are an abundance of overly confident individuals in this world. At this moment, in stark contrast to the eager common soul masters, the leaders of various families and sects remained remarkably quiet. Their demeanor was the polar opposite of the heated discussions surrounding the fusion of soul bones. Their silence, however, was not due to disinterest in the prospect of extending soul ring lifespans, but rather a calculated wait for those aspiring soul masters to blaze a trail for them. After all, these leaders understood that while others could attempt to fuse soul bones and reclaim them upon success, the matter of extending soul ring lifespans was a personal endeavor. Any failure would fall squarely on their shoulders. Thus, despite the relative ease of obtaining soul rings compared to soul bones, the enthusiasm of these family and sect leaders remained muted. Meanwhile, the video continued. In the footage, the now level 80 Shen Cangqiong ascends skyward after locating the nearest territory of a 100,000-year soul beast on the map given by the Purple Pearl. The scene flickers. This time, the battle with the 100,000-year soul beast concluded even faster than the last. Shen Cangqiong overturned the massive crab in mere 6 minutes. Subsequently, he absorbed the crab's soul ring using the previous method and began the process of refining the soul bones and familiarizing himself with his new powers. The image flickers once more. Before long, having refined all 7 of his soul bones to a 100,000-year level, Shen Cangqiong's soul power level surged to the monumental threshold of 90. After overturning another 100,000-year soul beast nearby, his soul power level reached 94. At this moment, the soul bones and soul rings on Shen Cangqiong were comprised of 100,000-year left and right arm bones, left and right leg bones, skull bone, torso bone, external soul bone, and 9 red 100,000-year soul rings. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. So, Shen Cangqiong was never lying from the outset. He truly is a 94th level title Douluo? Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. My friend, are you only just realizing this? From the moment Shen Cangqiong acquired so many soul bones and could merge them, you should have known he was speaking the truth. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. I simply wish to inquire, with the current strength of Lord Cangqiong, who can still contend with him? Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. It seems Shen Cangqiong has become invincible. After all, that last 100,000-year fish was obliterated by him in a single strike. Chapter 41. The revelation begins on a certain stretch of ocean in the first variant Douluo World. Shall we pursue Shen Cangqiong? Haixing inquired, standing at the bow of the ship, her tone tinged with reluctance. I am uncertain, Hailong replied, shaking his head. Given Shen Cangqiong's displayed combat prowess in the comparative footage, we are hardly his match. If he were not so fiercely loyal to the sea god, he would have returned to Sea God Island long ago. Perhaps we could consult the Grand Priest through the barrage? Haimiao suggested. That would be unwise. An inquiry via the barrage would be visible to everyone from both realms. We cannot afford to lose face for Sea God Island, Hailong reiterated, shaking his head once more. Let us proceed as follows. Hailong and I will continue our journey to the Blue Tyrant Academy as originally planned. Haimiao shall return to Sea God Island at the swiftest pace to consult with the Grand Priest. We will wait near Blue Tyrant Academy for 2 months. Should we receive no support by then, it would indicate that the Grand Priest has abandoned the plan to capture Shen Cangqiong, at which point Hailong and I will return to Sea God Island. However, if assistance arrives within 2 months, we will act together, disregarding any notions of martial ethics. The trio fell into contemplative silence for a moment until Haixing's eyes suddenly lit up as she conceived a solution that would serve both parties. Agreed. Let us proceed in this manner. I trust the Grand Priest will not hold it against us. At long last, Hailong nodded in agreement with a smile. And after a brief exchange, they parted ways to fulfill their respective tasks. In the first variant Douluo World at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Where are you headed? Sword Douluo queried as Ningfengji rose silently to depart. I'm off to the treasury, followed by a visit to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ningfengji replied without glancing back, making his way directly to the treasury of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. In the first variant Douluo World at the Spirit Hall, Your Holiness, should we hasten Yu Guan to recruit Shen Cangqiong, or perhaps send another title Douluo to persuade him? Gui Douluo expressed his impatience. There is no need. Once Elder Zhu has completed his tasks, he should return directly. If Shen Cangqiong could be easily controlled, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly wish to have him under her command. However, it is evident that Shen Cangqiong is not someone she can easily dominate. He would never willingly submit to her control. And what if Shen Cangqiong were to align himself with the Tiando royal family, or the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Gui Douluo asked, perplexed. You are overthinking this. If Shen Cangqiong were merely scraping by with the strength of a title Douluo, he might be swayed by other powers. Now, however, he is likely to establish his own force. Bibi Dong's reasoning is quite natural. Who would, upon attaining such formidable strength, seek to submit to another? Even if that figure were hesitant to exert control, it remains an unappealing prospect. Your insight is astute, Your Holiness. Gui Douluo, realizing the truth in Bibi Dong's words, offered a quick commendation. As the comparative footage continued, the inhabitants of both worlds, increasingly disheartened by Shen Cangqiong's soul power, soul rings, soul bones, and combat effectiveness, found themselves questioning their very existence. Meanwhile, the image of Shen Cangqiong had already returned to Purple Pearl Island. Finally, you have returned. I feared you had perished at the hands of a 100,000-year soul beast. Purple Pearl, having long awaited Shen Cangqiong's return, remarked with a hint of annoyance. Yet her crimson eyes betrayed her true feelings. You lack confidence in me. Shen Cangqiong, not revealing her thoughts, retorted with a similarly vexed expression. Then, with a gasp from Purple Pearl, the scene shifted. 3 years later. Why are there no fish here? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong was fishing beside an exquisitely beautiful lake. Human child. This is not a place for you. You should leave at once. The Tianqing Niupong, initially disinterested in Shen Cangqiong, found himself provoked by the child's remark about the absence of fish. You are the Tianqing Lulang, correct? Startled by the large head that appeared before him, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. After fishing here for over an hour, he had assumed that Daming was absent. Given the lack of interruption, Junior, I am Tianqing Lulang, not Tianqing Niupong. Whether deliberate or not, the human child's ignorance infuriated Daming. Indeed, Tianqing Lulang, I did not misspeak. As Shen Cangqiong placed his fishing rod near Daming's mouth, he feigned innocence with a curious demeanor. I am Tianqing Niupong. Moreover, I am not a fish. With that, Daming swatted the fishing rod aside, intent on teaching the child a lesson. However, just as Daming prepared to retaliate, Shen Cangqiong landed a punch on his large head, causing him to roll his eyes comically as a sizable bump rapidly formed atop his skull. In the final moments before losing consciousness, Tianqing Niupong realized that Shen Cangqiong's arrival here was not mere fortune. The child's strength was truly extraordinary. However, Tianqing Niupong had little time to contemplate further as he was overcome, unable to utter the words, "My life is forfeit." The scene shifted. Little monkey, come chase me. The image turned once more. Little monkey, are you not weary? You have been pursuing me for nearly a month. Does a single bump on your elder brother's head warrant such effort? He is not dead. What is the fuss? The scene transitioned again. Forget it. It has been almost 3 months. It seems Guyuna and the others do not intend to emerge. Perched atop a large tree, Shen Cangqiong frowned thoughtfully. Then, glancing at the approaching Erming, Shen Cangqiong, no longer wishing to waste time, swiftly dealt a punch that knocked Erming down. At this point, the screen gradually dimmed. Variant Douluo World Anonymous, while the subsequent scenes are rather humorous. I cannot help but yearn to witness what transpired after Purple Pearl's surprised gasp. Variant Douluo World Anonymous, this comparative video is rather inconsiderate. It even keeps a gentleman on guard. Variant Douluo World Anonymous, indeed. I merely wish to uncover what occurs next. Is that too much to ask? Primitive Douluo World Anonymous, enough chatter. Tang San's comparison is about to commence. Primitive Douluo World Anonymous. Haha, at last, our world is no longer a mere spectator. Chapter 42. The Arrogance of Tang San Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. I truly do not comprehend what brings joy to the people of your world. Do not forget. This Tang San is no paragon of virtue. You might find yourselves embarrassed when videos resurface, revealing unsavory moments of his past. Anonymous from Original Douluo World 2. Indeed. That seems to hold merit. Anonymous from Original Douluo World 2. Thus, I earnestly hope that this little scoundrel Tang San does not falter this time. Blue Tyrant Academy, Variant Douluo World. Dai Mubai. Previously, you appeared quite discontent with my arrangements. Do you harbor any objections? It is perfectly acceptable. I am quite open-minded. Should your concerns be valid, I will certainly consider them. Seizing the moment before the comparison video commences, Shen Cangqiong beamed at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, no? I have no objections whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai hastily shook his head, asserting his unwavering support for teacher Shen's decisions, executing his role with utmost dedication. Shen Cangqiong, that is satisfactory. Now, let us enjoy this moment and witness the remarkable performance of your so-called team member, Tang San, whose strength accounts for half of your collective power. Shen Cangqiong's smile held a hint of intrigue. In the next instant, boom. As the comparison video began, a thunderous sound resonated, followed by a strikingly handsome young man clad in blue, making his way towards the city of slaughter. At this moment, the video thoughtfully displayed the name Tang San prominently across the young man's visage. Anonymous from Original Douluo World 2. Huh? Is this really Tang San? This is utterly absurd. I've heard of women transforming as they age, but never of men doing so. Anonymous from Original Douluo World 2. His appearance has completely transformed. I cannot fathom how he could have achieved such a change on his own. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. I too find it hard to believe. I suspect Tang San must have employed some extraordinary means to evolve from an ordinary-looking individual to this stunning figure. Anonymous from Original Douluo World 2. That seems plausible. If Tang San has discovered a method to enhance his appearance, I wish he would share it. I too desire to become strikingly handsome. At Shrek Academy. Original Douluo World. Tang San, you have practically undergone a complete transformation. Hiki, could you lend a hand to a brother and share this miraculous method of transformation? In the plaza, Ma Hongjun was particularly eager. After all, among the four boys of Shrek, he had always been the most unfortunate, at least until now when Tang San, once an ordinary-looking companion, had suddenly metamorphosed into the most handsome of Shrek. How could he remain composed? Tang San, I am also perplexed as to why I appear so strikingly handsome in this comparison video. While speaking, Tang San could not help but internally scoff. Reflecting on how Ma Hongjun had distanced himself after the first comparison video, yet now had the audacity to inquire about such a secretive matter. Truly, the audacity of some individuals knows no bounds. Ma Hongjun, well, you make a fair point. If Tang San had already discovered how to become handsome, he would have utilized it by now. Strangely, where had Xiao Wu gone during all this? Ignoring the disappointed Ma Hongjun beside him, Tang San gazed at the unfolding video, harboring his own doubts. As Tang San pondered Xiao Wu's whereabouts, the video depicted him entering the inner sanctum of the City of Slaughter. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. I am your attendant. For the next 12 hours, feel free to inquire about anything you wish. After 12 hours, you will officially become a member of the City of Slaughter. In the video, a veiled attendant approached Tang San, her words starkly contrasting with those of Attendant 9527 when facing Shen Cangqiong. Tang San, what manner of place is the City of Slaughter? Unaware that he had already been branded as disrespectful, Tang San nodded and inquired further. Attendant, a paradise for the fallen. Tang San, is that all? Furrowing his brow, he sensed that the attendant was being dismissive. Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for the Slaughter King sensing the presence of Tang Hao, his treatment would have been far less favorable. Attendant, that is all. Tang San, how did the City of Slaughter come into existence? This time, the attendant did not brush him off, but rather provided a comprehensive account of the city's overt details. Tang San, and what are the rules here? After digesting the information shared by the attendant, Tang San pressed on with his inquiries. Attendant, the foremost rule here is that there are no rules. The attendant continued to rattle off a plethora of redundant information, which every newcomer to the City of Slaughter would be informed of. Tang San, I believe I have grasped the general situation here. Now, please take me to the slaughter arena. Attendant, are you certain? The attendant raised an eyebrow slightly. Tang San, I am certain. Take me there now. With an air of finality in his tone, Tang San insisted. Attendant, very well, please follow me. With that, the attendant guided Tang San toward the slaughter arena. Tang San, by the way, does the Spirit Hall know of the existence of the City of Slaughter? If they do, why do they not come to eradicate you? Seemingly struck by a thought, Tang San posed this question without reservation. Attendant, naturally, they are aware. Tang San, but why wouldn't they come to eliminate us? Attendant, did I not already mention? Aside from the experienced personnel from major powers, only the fallen come here. This place is predominantly a one-way entry, thus it can be perceived as a holding ground for those fallen. In such circumstances, unless the leaders of the Spirit Hall were foolish, they would never seek trouble with us in the City of Slaughter. At this moment, the attendant regarded Tang San as though he were a fool. Tang San, indeed, the emergence of the City of Slaughter is a direct consequence of the Spirit Hall's indulgence. Unyielding, Tang San scoffed, refusing to accept the explanations of others. Chapter 43, Tang San's defense breached. Anonymous from the original Douluo World. No. 2. Is it possible that Tang San's handsome visage was acquired through his intelligence? Even I, who have never read a book, have understood that the existence of the Slaughter City benefits everyone. How could Tang San, a prodigy endowed with innate soul power, fail to comprehend this? Anonymous from the original Douluo World. Number 2. It's one thing for Tang San not to understand. But the key point is that I discerned his dissatisfaction with the Spirit Hall from his tone. Could it be that the monthly subsidies provided to him by the Spirit Hall are akin to feeding a treacherous wolf? Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. No. 1. I warned you not to celebrate too soon in this world. Now you see, the comparative video hasn't even begun. And Tang San has already conjured up new troubles. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Number 1. What frightens me is that, given Tang San's disdain for the Slaughter City, once he acquires sufficient strength, he might take action against it. Upon hearing this, most viewers felt a pang of apprehension. Anonymous from the original Douluo World. I hope this individual named Tang San will not truly act on such thoughts. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. What is there to fear? If the comparative video reveals that Tang San indeed harbors intentions to destroy the Slaughter City, then our Four Elements Academy will eliminate him. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. You've gone too far. Let us put aside whether the person in the comparative video is truly me. Even if it is, that is the future me. On what grounds do you hold the current me accountable? Moreover, A place like the Slaughter City, filled with degenerates, should not exist at all. Anonymous from the original Douluo World. The other me is correct. Destroying the Slaughter City is undeniably a monumental act of kindness. How could it be construed as a fault on my part? Are you willing to stand idly by while such an evil place continues to exist? After watching for so long without seeing a single supportive comment, instead being threatened due to his expressed aversion to the Slaughter City. Both versions of Tang San felt their defenses crumbling. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, with so many people on the Douluo continent. Do you truly believe you are the only one with intelligence? Are the leaders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall not wise enough compared to you, a junior? Even they have tacitly accepted the existence of the Slaughter City. Who do you think you are to judge it as an evil place on behalf of everyone on the Douluo continent? Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Shui Yuer. I never realized you could be so perceptive. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Enough. Tang San is my disciple. How he chooses to act is not for you juniors to question. With Shen Cangqiong out of the picture for accepting disciples, Yu Xiaojiang will certainly support Tang San. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Let us focus on the comparative video. If Tang San truly commits any wrongdoing, that is a matter for the Spirit Hall to address. Though Bibi Dong's words appeared unproblematic, those aware of the relationship between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang merely smiled. Nonetheless, they restrained the younger generation's actions. Granting Bibi Dong some respect, the scene continues. At this moment, the receptionist in black gauze has grown weary of conversing with Tang San, silently leading him towards the slaughter arena. As they near the slaughter arena, an otherworldly figure gradually materializes before them, unexpectedly, for reasons unknown. The strange girl nearby chooses to assist Tang San when she sees someone attempting to ambush him. Thus, after swiftly neutralizing the assailant, the enigmatic girl engages in brief conversation with Tang San, establishing a semblance of familiarity. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Nana. It seems the future you has taken quite a liking to this Tang San. Bibi Dong playfully teased with a rare smile. Teacher. I cannot deny that the transformed Tang San possesses a certain allure, particularly for Hu Laina, who has an affinity for handsome appearances. However, it is merely attraction. She is not the type to fall head over heels at first sight. If you are fond of Tang San, you might consider approaching him. I would not oppose it. Bibi Dong's sentiments reflect a broader affection. In the original narrative, had Yu Xiaojiang not been entangled with Lu Erlong again, Bibi Dong would not have troubled Tang San. Otherwise, she would not have sent the talented Tang San, endowed with innate soul power, to Yu Xiaojiang, fully aware of his lineage. In truth, even if an innate soul power genius of level 8 appeared, Bibi Dong would be instantly aware, let alone a prodigy with full innate soul power. Teacher. Let us wait and see. My focus is on cultivating swiftly. Otherwise, even if Shen Cangqiong does not participate in the upcoming elite competition, the Spirit Hall may still not emerge victorious. This serves as Hu Laina's half-hearted excuse. After all, she has no interest in Tang San's current appearance. Yet, recalling Shen Cangqiong's extensive collection of soul bones, this excuse may not hold much weight. Sigh. With that thought, Hu Laina felt a wave of despondency. Suit yourself. Bibi Dong nodded, turning her gaze back to the comparative video. For now, she felt no urgency, with Qian Dao still around. Even if she wished to be with Yu Xiaojiang, it would require her to unleash her true power, or else she could only watch with envy. The scene continues. In the subsequent period, the interactions between Hu Laina and Tang San become increasingly frequent. Gradually, Hu Laina falls for the handsome and powerful figure known as Tang Yin. However, Tang Yin remains elusive, sometimes showing concern for her while at other times appearing indifferent. Before long, amidst their budding romance, both achieve a remarkable 100 victories. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Wow. This Tang San is actually a dual martial soul. Moreover, his other martial soul is the Haotian Hammer. Does this not imply that Tang San is affiliated with the Haotian sect? Chapter 44. The snow-colored swan kiss from Tang San at this moment. Individuals from both worlds could not help but curse under their breath upon witnessing someone boldly reveal Tang San's, Tang Yin, true identity, particularly the members of the Spirit Hall. While aware that the truth would eventually come to light, felt it unnecessary to vocalize it, as doing so only served to create an atmosphere of discomfort. In the variant Douluo World, Yu Xiaojiang from Shrek Academy remarked that Tang San had grown up in the outside world and could not rightfully be considered a disciple of the Haotian sect. Furthermore, he asserted that Tang San was his only disciple, suggesting that it was more accurate to regard him as a disciple of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. In the original Douluo World, Xiao Wu echoed these sentiments, feeling fortunate that the comparative video had not disclosed Tang San's identity as the son of Tang Hao. For such a revelation would have led to significant complications. Tang San himself, in both worlds, expressed his ignorance of the Haotian sect, having been raised in a small village, and declared that even if he were a disciple of the Haotian sect, he would not acknowledge that identity. He questioned how a sect could neglect its own disciples if it truly regarded them as family. After Xiao Wu's statement, Tang San, under Xiao Wu's suggestion, made his stance known, albeit with evident emotion, as he pondered the worth of a sect that disregarded its own members. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the variant Douluo World, commended Tang San's perspective, extending an invitation for him to join the Spirit Hall. She expressed confidence in his potential to ascend to the rank of title Douluo and become one of the elders of the Spirit Hall in the near future. The original Douluo World's Bibi Dong reiterated her welcome for Tang San to join her ranks, viewing it as a means to solidify Xiao Wu's allegiance to her while providing a legitimate reason to protect her newly found disciple from any potential threats. Tang San, grateful for Bibi Dong's offer, indicated that he would consider it. This response, however, irked both Tang Hao and Ayin, who, constrained by their identities, could only silently endure their frustration. Lu Erlong, the dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy in the original Douluo World, remarked on Bibi Dong's cunning. Bibi Dong, dismissively, stated that if Lu Erlong could assist Tang San, she would not oppose it, finding amusement in Lu Erlong's anger. As tension simmered, the focus shifted back to the comparative video, where Tang San and Hu Laina, after rejecting the invitation of the King of Slaughter, faced the final challenge of their journey. Their experience starkly contrasted with their previous encounter with Shen Cangqiong, as they encountered various formidable trials, including the dark gold three-headed Bat King and the 10-headed Sun Serpent. Ultimately, through mutual support, they reached the final segment, but Hu Laina, exhausted, chose to allow Tang San to render her unconscious for her safety. After doing so, Tang San, instead of hastily departing, coldly retrieved a snow-white herb from his treasure bag and, without hesitation, discarded it, leaving behind a message for the King of Slaughter, implying a grim fate for the city. As the screen faded, inquiries arose regarding the nature of the plant Tang San had thrown. Speculations ensued, with some suggesting it could be either a precious herb or a deadly poison. Yang Wu, the leader of the Breaking One clan in the variant Douluo World, identified the plant as the snow-colored swan kiss, foreseeing calamity for the city of Slaughter. Bai Chenxiang of the sensitive clan expressed disbelief at the plant's destructive potential, while Titan, the leader of the Force clan, cautioned against making hasty statements that could endanger Tang San. Yang Wu, confident in his knowledge of herbs, asserted that he was unmatched on the continent, save for Yueguan of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 45. Tang San faces targeting Titan, the leader of the one variant Douluo World. Questioned, could it be that you haven't been observant enough? Is it possible that this is a treasure resembling the so-called Snow White Swan's kiss? Yang Wu, the leader of the Broken One variant Douluo World, replied, Xiang, remember Tang San's appearance. If you encounter him in the future, do not let him deceive you. Yang Wu disregarded Titan's comments and focused on instructing Bai Chenxiang. In truth, even Titan could discern Tang San's true identity through his martial soul at a glance. How could Yang Wu fail to do the same? If it were someone else, he might have refrained from publicly stating that the Snow White Swan's kiss could destroy the city of Slaughter, but given that it was the son of Tang Hao, he felt compelled to embellish the situation. The King of Slaughter in the city of Slaughter remarked, Yueguan, does the Snow White Swan's kiss truly threaten my city of Slaughter? While the king did not recognize Yang Wu, he was familiar with the title Douluo, Yueguan, and sought clarification. After a long pause without a response from Yueguan, the king understood the gravity of the situation. An anonymous figure in the city of Slaughter reassured, rest assured, King of Slaughter, we have all memorized Tang San's face. Should he dare to enter my city of Slaughter, we shall unite to eliminate him. Another voice echoed, indeed, if Tang San refuses us mercy, should he dare to come, regardless of his backing, his fate is sealed. An anonymous individual from the second original Douluo World added, our world has reached a similar resolution. Does the Spirit Hall have nothing to say? Inquired another anonymous figure from the one variant Douluo World. We implore the Spirit Hall to take action. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the one variant Douluo World, responded, given that this situation has yet to unfold, I shall instruct Elder Yu to rigorously educate Tang San. She continued, our world shall address matters similarly. Of course, this was merely Bibi Dong's rhetoric. In a nameless forest of the one variant Douluo World, Tang San looked up at the barrage of critical comments in the chat section, his fists clenched tightly. He did not believe he had erred based on the explanatory video about the land of slaughter. Can you truly argue against so many with just your words? He pondered. Rest assured, as long as the spirit hall remains uninvolved, you shall not encounter any trouble. Yu Xiaozhang's confidence reassured him. He understood that unless there were compelling benefits to incite the noble families to act against Tang San, they would merely watch the spectacle with amusement. Reluctantly, Tang San tightened his fists again. He cherished his reputation dearly, and being the target of ridicule was deeply unsettling. Striving to grow stronger is paramount above all else. Imagine if you were already a titled Douluo. Who would dare confront you then? Yu Xiaozhang patted Tang San's shoulder. I understand. Tang San inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. That is the right mindset. Well, we have rested enough. Let us proceed. Yu Xiaozhang nodded in satisfaction. Although the comparison video had led to numerous misunderstandings between him and his disciple, it mattered little. Currently, Tang San was still obediently adhering to the guidance of his teacher, Yu Xiaozhang, under promises of immense benefits. Upon hearing the signal to continue, Tang San felt a flicker of excitement. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, who had remained silent, rose reluctantly. The second comparison video concluded. Based on the collective acknowledgement from beings across both worlds concerning the comparison video, the ultimate victor emerged as Shen Cangqiong. Below are the statistics of the votes received by the two protagonists. In the one variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong received 431,241, 017 votes. In the second original Douluo World, Tang San received 4 votes. In the one variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Blaze Academy exclaimed, Ha! Out of over 400 million votes across both worlds, Tang San garnered a mere 4. Let me guess, 2 of those votes came from his fathers in both worlds, and the other 2 from his teachers. Shui Yuer from the Water Academy remarked, the key point is that even those with ill intentions do not acknowledge Tang San. His failure as a person is rather evident. Yao Zi from the Plant Academy noted, during the first comparison, Tang San at least earned the recognition of 1 in 10,000 beings. This time, however, he has been reduced to just 4. Huo Wushuang from the Blaze Academy interjected. That shouldn't be the case. Regardless of their child's merits or faults, parents will always support their offspring. Therefore, if Tang San is given another chance for comparison, he should at least secure 2 votes. Shui Binger from the Water Academy urged, enough talk. It is time to distribute the rewards. Huo Wu expressed, I wonder if I will be fortunate enough to receive a lucky spot. Feng Xiaodian from the Wind Academy chimed in, Huo Wu, I shall bestow my good fortune upon you. They proceeded to announce the rewards for the 2 protagonists of the comparison video. Friendly reminder, all types of rewards distributed from the comparison video are tradable, contingent on the seller's consent. Note, this is the final reminder. Now, the rewards for the victor. Shen Cangqiong from the one variant Douluo World are as follows. Reward 1, 10 fragments of cross-boundary symbols. Reward 2, 1 selected external soul bone of 100,000 years. Reward 3, 1 recipe for ascension elixirs. Reward 4, 100,000 points of comparison video credits. The rewards for the victor, Shen Cangqiong from the one variant Douluo World, have been distributed. Now, we shall award the 2 rewards for the defeated, Tang San. Reward 1, 1 fragment of a cross-boundary symbol. Reward 2, 1 right arm bone of a 10-year-old soft bone rabbit. Reward 3, 1 fragment of the recipe for ascension elixirs, position 1. Note, collecting 10 fragments of position recipes for ascension elixirs will form a complete recipe. Reward 4, 10 points of comparison video credits. The rewards for the defeated Tang San have been distributed. Chapter 46, commencing training for Zhu Zhiqing and others. Now, we shall extract 10 fortunate names. Those fortunate enough to be selected will each receive 100,000 comparison video points. Below is the list of lucky recipients. Variant Douluo World, Shui Binger. Variant Douluo World, Huo Wu. Variant Douluo World, Shui Yuer. Variant Douluo World, Yao Zi. Variant Douluo World, Huo Wushuang. Variant Douluo World, Di Tian. Variant Douluo World, Bai Ji. Variant Douluo World, Shuedi. Variant Douluo World, Xinjiang. Variant Douluo World, Yang Di Guang. Unnamed from the original Douluo World. Alas. Upon last comparison, our world had at least 1 lucky spot. This time, not a single one remains. Truly, our world appears to merely fill the numbers. Unnamed from the original Douluo World. Indeed, If only we could exchange Tang San for that Shen Cangqiong. Unnamed from the variant Douluo World. Ha! Your thoughts are quite fanciful. I would argue it is more fitting to send our Tang San to you. Then, your world could enjoy a splendid duality. Unnamed from the original Douluo World. By the way, I meant to ask last time. What exactly are these so-called ascension pills and true soul pills? Has your Shen Cangqiong revealed anything? Unnamed from the variant Douluo World. Not yet. However, I have heard that Lanba Academy is acquiring various types of medicinal ingredients. Meanwhile, at Lanba Academy in the variant Douluo World. Cangqiong, are you truly alright? As discussions about the effects of the True Soul Pill and the recently obtained Ascension Pill began to circulate in the bullet screen, Lu Erlong quietly inquired at Shen Cangqiong's ear from the VIP area. I'm fine, Shen Cangqiong reassured her once more. I must quickly become stronger, otherwise I may become a burden to you. Lu Erlong, a determined individual, wished to fight alongside Shen Cangqiong rather than remain hidden behind him, consumed by worry. There's no need to rush. Let us adhere to the plan we previously discussed. Remember, haste makes waste. Shen Cangqiong did not want Lu Erlong to encounter any issues in her training due to impatience. All right. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's serious expression, Lu Erlong reluctantly acquiesced. By the way, what exactly happened with that purple pearl? I wish to know what transpired after that exclamation. Just as Lu Erlong intended to disperse the crowd, she suddenly recalled the matter of the purple pearl, casting a playful glance at Shen Cangqiong. Would you believe me if I said nothing happened? After all, I was quite young back then, right? Shen Cangqiong replied with a wry smile. Hiki, guess whether I believe you. Lu Erlong shot Shen Cangqiong a look. As a jest. If you weren't seasoned by battle, could you possibly possess such remarkable skills? On another front, while Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at Shen Cangqiong's explanation, the sound of the comparison video resonated once more. In order to enhance participation, beginning tomorrow, the comparison video will randomly issue various rankings at irregular intervals. Consequently, those who make the list will receive rewards. The types of rankings include, but are not limited to, the Martial Soul ranking, Combat Power ranking, Talents ranking, and Beauty ranking, among others. Boom. As the comparison video concluded, the grand screen dimmed entirely, and the audiences from both worlds became increasingly animated due to these announcements. Variant Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui's Ware, Hiki. If I am not mistaken, the beauty ranking should assess the most exquisite individuals. Specifically tailored for us at Tian Shui Academy. Variant Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy, Xiao Wu. Where? Keep a low profile. Although our Tian Shui Academy students are indeed above average, we still fall short compared to the truly stunning. Variant Douluo World, Chiwa Academy, Wu. Shui Wu sees clearly. Speaking of which, do I not outshine you? Shui where? Variant Douluo World, Shenfeng Academy, Feng Xiaodian. Sister Wu must surely rank first on the beauty list. Original Douluo World, Shenfeng Academy, Feng Xiaodian. It is hard to disagree. Variant Douluo World, unnamed. I support the beauties of Tian Shui Academy. After all, the Tian Shui girl group is quite renowned. Variant Douluo World, Wuhuan Hall, Xiaohua. Enough nonsense. The first place in the beauty ranking can only belong to our hall's pope. Variant Douluo World, unnamed. Why is everyone fixated on the beauty ranking? Are the other rankings not important? Variant Douluo World, unnamed. Are not the other rankings merely serving the beauty ranking? Friend, ponder deeply what your efforts in life truly aspire to. Silver coins, power? If devoid of a beautiful companion, what is it but tasteless? Variant Douluo World, unnamed. Your words carry a profound logic, rendering me speechless. At this moment, within Lanba Academy of the Variant Douluo World. Now, I will impart to you the first lesson. Shen Cangqiong, undistracted by the lively bullet screen, led Zhu Zhuqing and 9 others to the back mountain of Lanba Academy. Cangqiong, what must we do? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. You need not do anything. Simply endure 1 hour within my true dragon domain without using your soul power, and you will have passed the first trial. Shen Cangqiong's method was quite straightforward. He merely required Zhu Zhuqing and her companions to train under several times the gravity. The principle mirrored that of a gravity chamber from a certain novel. Of course, this was entirely different from Yu Xiaojiang's method of carrying stones. Is it truly that simple? Daimubai furrowed his brow in confusion. Simple? I hope you will still think so shortly. With that, Shen Cangqiong pointed his finger, sealing the soul powers of the 10 individuals, and then activated the true dragon domain while they eagerly anticipated. Bang, bang, bang. As the 10 were enveloped by the true dragon domain, within a mere second, aside from Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu who persevered, The remaining 8 collapsed to the ground without exception. Daimubai, did you not say it was simple? How is it that even a girl surpasses you now? Moments later, as Zhu Shuqing and Xiao Wu fell one after another, Shen Cangqiong retracted the true dragon domain and jested at the utterly disheveled Daimubai. Chapter 47. The Visit of Ning Fingxi, Ning Rongrong's Marriage. I am not prepared. Daimubai's face flushed as he protested. Who here is truly prepared? Zhu Shuqing scoffed. Zhu Shuqing, mind your manners, Shen Cangqiong interjected, somewhat irritated by her blatant disregard for her fiancé in public. In the academy, all individuals are of equal standing, and if one were to speak of status, Zhu Shuqing's rank surpassed yours. Do not forget that she is a main team member, whilst you are merely a substitute. Before Zhu Shuqing could retort, Shen Cangqiong continued, I understand. Daimubai felt a profound sense of frustration. Yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, beneath the roof of another, one must bow their head. Should he retaliate, he would likely face a severe reprimand from Shen Cangqiong, leaving him with no ground to argue. Cangqiong, the sect master Ning has arrived and wishes to meet you, announced Lu Eryong, who approached swiftly just as Shen Cangqiong was about to engage with others. That was quick, Shen Cangqiong remarked, taken aback. This time, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had mobilized fully. Not only had sect master Ning come, but also both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Lu Eryong nodded and added, very well. Rongrong, you shall accompany me. The rest of you disperse. Given the current assembly, it was clear that Ning Fingxi was earnest in his intentions. After all, in past visits, he was always accompanied by a titled Douluo to guard the premises. A moment later, in the Blue Tyrant Academy's reception hall, Ning Fingxi stood and smiled as he greeted. So, this is the young friend Cangqiong. Truly impressive. You flatter me, Sect Master Ning. Please, have a seat, Shen Cangqiong replied, taking his place at the head of the table after Ning Fingxi and his companions settled into their seats. The saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, especially with the generous array of gifts filling half the room. Baba, grandfathers, Ning Rongrong called out sweetly as she approached, having observed the greetings exchanged between Shen Cangqiong and her grandfather. Cangqiong, my dear Rongrong can be quite mischievous. I hope you will look after her in the future, Ning Fingxi remarked, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. Sect Master Ning, you jest. Rongrong is simply straightforward. Mischievous is a mischaracterization, Shen Cangqiong replied, appreciating the innocence of the pre-education Rongrong. With her, there was no need to fear treachery, a quality rare among friends. Humph. Baba, did you hear that? I am straightforward. Not the little troublemaker you all claim, Rongrong chimed in, feeling quite pleased with Shen Cangqiong's words. If not for her father and grandfather's presence, she would have eagerly expressed her gratitude. Very well, you are straightforward, Ning Fingxi said, bemused by his daughter's pride. Yet, he felt a mix of surprise and delight. He could tell that Shen Cangqiong's compliments were sincere, altering his original plans. By the way, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Sect Master Ning? Shen Cangqiong, sensing Ning Fingxi's scrutinizing gaze, shifted slightly in his seat and opened the conversation. Ahem. To be frank, it is not of great importance. I merely wish to inquire about your impressions of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and your views on the Spirit Hall, Ning Fingxi explained, slightly alleviating the awkwardness. Naturally, he was also interested in purchasing the Level 5 Soul Engine blueprints and even the Level 9 blueprints that Shen Cangqiong had yet to elaborate on. But he refrained from mentioning them. I can only say that I harbor no ill feelings towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for the Spirit Hall, Shen Cangqiong paused, the Spirit Hall must not fall. After a moment of contemplation, he stated resolutely, recognizing that while he could not claim to be virtuous, a man must know his boundaries. I understand, Ning Fingxi replied after a moment of silence, nodding slowly. Young friend Cangqiong, what do you think of my daughter? She is quite remarkable, Shen Cangqiong noted, recognizing that this question diverged significantly from the previous inquiries. As Rongrong matures, how do you feel about a union between our families? Ning Fingxi proposed. I must consult with Eryong first. However, I have a promising idea. Would Sect Master Ning care to hear it? Shen Cangqiong suggested, showing respect by asking Lu Eryong's opinion. I am all ears, Ning Fingxi replied, though somewhat skeptical of Shen Cangqiong's approach. He was not one to lose composure over minor matters. We plan to establish an inner and outer academy at Blue Tyrant Academy. Shen Cangqiong proceeded to explain his thoughts regarding the division. What advantages would Rongrong gain from joining the inner academy? Ning Fingxi inquired, aware that this was no trivial matter. He would not allow his daughter to join without substantial benefits, as marrying into another faction was altogether different. I can facilitate the evolution of Rongrong's martial spirit into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Shen Cangqiong stated calmly. Knowing this was the lifelong aspiration of everyone within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, leaving no room for Ning Fengji to refuse. What? As soon as Shen Cangqiong's words fell, Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Douluo stood up in astonishment. Even Ning Rongrong, who had blushed at the mention of marriage, could not contain her curiosity, her eyes fixed intently on Shen Cangqiong. Is what young friend Cangqiong says true? After a long pause, Ning Fengji, prompted by Sword Douluo, finally snapped out of his shock. Indeed, it is true. If I fail to deliver, Sect Master Ning may withdraw Rongrong at any time. Familiarity with the narrative allowed Shen Cangqiong to speak with confidence. Excellent. As long as young friend Cangqiong speaks truthfully, Rongrong shall become a disciple of the Inner Academy at Blue Tyrant Academy. Furthermore, should Blue Tyrant Academy ever require assistance, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will undoubtedly lend its full support. With Shen Cangqiong's unwavering confidence, Ning Fengji decided to take a leap of faith. Should Shen Cangqiong truly succeed in evolving his daughter's 7-treasure glazed tower into the 9-treasure glazed tower, no matter the cost incurred, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 48. Teasing Qian Renxue, are you truly certain? Ning Rongrong gazed nervously at Shen Cangqiong, still unable to fully believe him after Ning Fengji and the sword dagger Douluo had departed. Of course, Shen Cangqiong planned to visit Douluo the following day. With his collection, he was confident that acquiring Douluo's treasured ice and fire yin-yang would pose no difficulty. Then what about us? Only after Shen Cangqiong's reassurance did Ning Rongrong finally relax, though her cheeks flushed anew at the thought of the marriage proposal. That depends on your own wishes. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to offer a comforting smile to ease her concerns, Lu Erlong's voice interrupted from outside. Cangqiong, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe has arrived. Moments later, in the same reception hall. Brother Shen, why do you stare at me so? Is there something amiss with my appearance? Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, shifted uncomfortably under Shen Cangqiong's scrutinizing gaze after their initial greetings. Not at all. I was merely wondering what brings His Highness the Crown Prince to seek me out. Shen Cangqiong sipped his tea, deliberately refraining from exposing her disguise. I came to extend an invitation for Brother Shen to become an honored guest of the Heaven Do imperial family. What say you? Composing herself, Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, stated her purpose with formal grace. I dislike constraints. Shen Cangqiong declined with a shake of his head. The title is purely honorary. No obligations would be imposed upon you. Only in dire circumstances beyond our capability would we request your intervention. Masking her relief with feigned urgency, she elaborated. Forgive my bluntness, but even were I willing, what treasures could the Heaven Do imperial family possibly offer to secure my allegiance? Shen Cangqiong arched a brow. Apart from Princess Xue Ku and the Oceanic Heaven Cover, nothing in their possession held value to him. Qian Renxue herself might qualify, but she belonged to the Spirit Hall, not the imperial family. This. Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, blinked her striking eyes, momentarily stunned by his audacity. In all her years navigating intricate politics, none had ever been so forthright. What does Brother Shen desire? Perhaps our possesses it. Recovering swiftly, she maintained her diplomatic poise. Since you ask sincerely, I shall name my terms. As the comparison videos indicated, various rankings will be unveiled periodically. My demand is simple. Procure for me the top beauty from the forthcoming rankings, and I shall accept your proposal. Shen Cangqiong's lips curved knowingly. This was pure mockery. He was fully aware that Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna would likely share that very title. That presents complications. Firstly, the rankings release remains uncertain. Secondly, the top-ranked beauty would undoubtedly receive substantial rewards, making her an immediate target for the Spirit Hall's recruitment. Thirdly, Qian Renxue delivered an impressively analytical rebuttal, her facade flawless save for the fury Shen Cangqiong's truth I discern beneath. That is yours concern. Shen Cangqiong spread his hands, adopting an unyielding stance. Understood. Though I cannot guarantee fulfillment, I shall consult His Majesty. Farewell for now. Forcing a smile, Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, clasped her fists and departed swiftly, lest her composure crumble. Amusing. Quite the narcissist, isn't she? So certain of topping the beauty rankings. Shen Cangqiong chuckled at her retreating figure, finding her stifled indignation rather endearing. After dinner, Senior Cangqiong, where are you taking us? Ning Rongrong inquired. Following his earlier reminder, the group now addressed him uniformly as Senior, with closer acquaintances using his given name. To the combat arena. Shen Cangqiong gestured toward the distant Heaven Do Grand Spirit Arena. Senior Shun, doesn't arena registration require gold spirit coins? Xiao Wu's expression faltered. Indeed. Is there an issue? Shen Cangqiong feigned ignorance. I lack the funds. Xiao Wu's face burned with embarrassment. None? Shen Cangqiong paused, recalling her reliance on Tang San for safekeeping her money. Having no storage spirit tool. Don't all spirit masters receive monthly stipends from the spirit hall? How could you lack even registration fees? Seizing the opportunity to undermine Tang San, he pressed with exaggerated surprise. Without a storage tool, carrying coins risks loss, so I entrusted my stipend to Tang San, Xiao Wu explained. Is that customary? Surely the rest of you haven't come empty-handed? Shen Cangqiong turned theatrically to the former Shrek Academy members, excluding Ning Rongrong. We're prepared. Zhu Zhuqing and the others promptly patted their purses, then regarded Xiao Wu with puzzled frowns. Silent suspicion hung in the air. Had that shameless Tang San deceived her with such a flimsy pretext? Chapter 49. The announcement of the Rouge List. Xiao Wu. You haven't been deceived by Tang San, have you? Ning Rongrong inquired straightforwardly. No, it was I who took the initiative to place my money with him. Although Xiao Wu was currently in a quarrel with Tang San, she did not intentionally speak ill of him. It's quite absurd of him. Does his storage soul guide not possess 24 compartments? Why doesn't he allocate one specifically for your funds? Moreover, it's even more disappointing that he has vanished. And before departing, he didn't leave you even a single coin. Is he not concerned about your well-being? Ma Hongjun expressed his dissatisfaction. Tang San indeed exhibited some unreasonable behavior. He spent lavishly on himself, crafting numerous hidden weapons, while Xiao Wu was left without a single copper soul coin. Zhu Zhuqing also rarely voiced her opinion, but she felt that Tang San was even less reliable than Dai Mubai. At least Dai Mubai would never neglect the financial needs of the girls around him. Here, take this 100 gold soul coins. Hearing the disparaging remarks towards Tang San, Shen Cangqiong chuckled inwardly and produced a storage soul guide, extending it towards Xiao Wu. I cannot accept this. Xiao Wu stepped back, shaking her head in refusal. If you do not accept it, how will you register for the soul arena? Shen Cangqiong's tone turned slightly serious. Consider it a loan. You can return it to me once you earn some money. Well, all right then. Xiao Wu understood that simply registering would require several gold soul coins. Without borrowing some, she wouldn't even qualify to enter the Grand Soul Arena. Precisely. Now, let us proceed. Observing Xiao Wu accept the storage soul guide, Shen Cangqiong nodded in satisfaction, gestured, and led the group into the Tiando Grand Soul Arena. Grandfather, are we really going to acknowledge that Tang San as our leader? He seems rather unreliable. Can he truly guide our family back to glory? At the rear of the line, Tailong gazed at the silent Xiao Wu ahead, feeling somewhat perplexed. In the midst of a restless night, noon arrived. Are you not getting up? Lu Erlong stormed into her private courtyard after lunch, her temper flaring as she kicked Shen Cangqiong, who was soundly asleep, out the door, causing him to land atop the bewildered husky. Awoof. The husky, also in a deep slumber, was suddenly startled by the unexpected weight and stared blankly at Lu Erlong. What are you staring at? Lu Erlong glared. Sister Lu, can you not speak civilly? What if you injure me? What will you do then? Shen Cangqiong, rising with a mischievous grin while balancing the husky's head, replied playfully. Humph. Lu Erlong, her face flushed, shot Shen Cangqiong a disdainful look and retreated into the house. Hee. Noticing her reaction, Shen Cangqiong dusted himself off and swiftly followed her inside, leaving the husky in a state of confusion. Boom. Just as Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong busied themselves within the room, a tremendous noise erupted from the sky. Today, the Rouge List is announced. All those who make the list shall receive corresponding rewards based on their rankings. We shall now reveal the names. Rank 100, Lin Phone from 2 worlds. Reward, the option to increase soul ring duration by 1,000 years. Special reward, anyone who captures Lin Feng's heart will also receive an increase of 1,000 years. Anonymous from the original Douluo World. No. 2. It seems individuals from both worlds are receiving rewards. It appears our world will no longer be mere spectators. Anonymous from the original Douluo World. No. 2. While this is indeed a good thing, is it appropriate to make comparisons? Isn't that somewhat out of place? Anonymous from the original Douluo World. No. 2. Do you not understand what it means to compare? Is not determining who is more attractive a comparison? Anonymous from the original Douluo World. No. 2. You have a point. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World number 1. Look at how delighted you are. yet you fail to see what truly matters. Understand that this beauty list benefits not only the girls, but also the boys among us. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World number 1. Indeed. This effectively means that everyone from both worlds is participating. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World number 1. Not necessarily. Those girls who did not make the list remain mere spectators. Anonymous from the original Douluo World no. 2. The comparison does not state that only those who capture the hearts of the listed can benefit. What if the affection is directed towards a girl instead? Anonymous from the variant Douluo World number 1. Wow, that's impressive. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World number 1. Do not keep calling it the beauty list. It's the rouge list. Anonymous from the original Douluo World number 2. What difference does it make? Everyone understands its meaning. Rank 90. Sheng Wenwen from 2 worlds. Reward. The option to increase soul ring duration by 11,000 years. Special reward. Anyone who captures Sheng Wenwen's heart will also receive an increase of 11,000 years. Rank 80. Jiang Yu from 2 worlds. Reward. The option to increase soul ring duration by 21,000 years. Special reward. Anyone who captures Jiang Yu's heart will also receive an increase of 21,000 years. Rank 70. Wang Xiyu from 2 worlds. Reward. The option to increase soul ring duration by 31,000 years. Special reward. Anyone who captures Wang Xiyu's heart will also receive an increase of 31,000 years. Rank 40. Lan Yu from 2 worlds. Reward. The option to increase soul ring duration by 61,000 years. Special reward. Anyone who captures Lan Yu's heart will also receive an increase of 61,000 years. Rank 20. Pang Chen from 2 worlds. Reward. The option to increase soul ring duration by 81,000 years. Special reward. Anyone who captures Pang Chen's heart will also receive an increase of 81,000 years. Rank 15. Yin Ran from 2 worlds. Reward. The option to increase soul ring duration by 86,000 years. Special reward. Anyone who captures Yin Ran's heart will also receive an increase of 86,000 years. Rank 11. Do from 2 worlds. Rewards. The duration of the selected spirit ring has been extended by 90,000 years. Special reward. Anyone who can capture Do's heart shall also receive an extension of 90,000 years for their selected spirit ring. Chapter 50. Lu Erlong enters the Rouge list. Yu Xiaojing's heart stirred. Rank 10th. Lu Erlong from 2 worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 91,000 years. Identity. Principal of Lamba Academy. Current location. Lamba Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can win Lu Erlong's affection will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 91,000 years. Also rank 10th. Jiang Zhu from 2 worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 91,000 years. Identity. Substitute of the Lamba Academy battle team. Current location. Lamba Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can win Jiang Zhu's affection will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 91,000 years. Also ranked 10th. Yao Zi from 2 worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 91,000 years. Identity. Captain of the Plant Academy battle team. Current location. Plant Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can win Yao Zi's affection will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 91,000 years. Also ranked 10th. Meng ran from 2 worlds. Reward. Self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 91,000 years. Identity. Young Lady of the Dragon and Snake Clan. Current location. Exotic Beast Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can win Meng Ran's affection will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 91,000 years. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Truly deserving of the top 10, the atmosphere is simply unparalleled. Unlike the previous 90 slots, where only names and corresponding rewards were presented, I am left knowing little else aside from Dodo, the commentator at the Great Soul Arena, and Yanran, the receptionist at the Soto Great Soul Arena, along with a few students from Tianshui Academy and Plant Academy. The identities of the others listed remain a mystery to me. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. My dear brother, you are truly impressive, possessing such extensive knowledge about the listed individuals. I, on the other hand, know not a single soul among them. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Are not Zizhu and Heizhu residing on Zizhu Island? How could you not know this? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Brother, you are remarkably bold. Please do not converse with me. I fear being misunderstood, and I might lose track of my own whereabouts. Flandra from Shrek Academy and Variant Douluo World. Erlong, congratulations. Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy and Variant Douluo World. Principal Erlong, heartfelt congratulations. Flandra from Shrek Academy in Original Douluo World. This must serve as a testament to Erlong's prowess in comparison videos. At this moment, both versions of Flandra share genuine joy for Lu Erlong. In contrast, Yu Xiaojing, regardless of the world he inhabits, feels turmoil within upon seeing Lu Erlong's name on the list, especially fixated on the phrase self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 91,000 years, longing to be by her side at that very instant. Lu Erlong, principal of Lamba Academy in Variant Douluo World, thank you. Tonight, I will host a gathering at Tianxiang Tower. Let us all celebrate together. Lu Erlong, principal of Lamba Academy in Original Douluo World. This is not what I desired. Unlike her counterpart in the Variant Douluo World, who feels genuine happiness for being able to assist Shen Cangqiong, the Lu Erlong of the Original Douluo World shows no interest in her ranking on the Rouge list. For her, without Yu Xiaojing, everything else bears no significance. Little does she know, at this moment, Yu Xiaojing is already contemplating how to approach her in a manner that feels justified. 9th place, Shueku from Two Worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 92,000 years. Identity, Princess of the Tiando Empire. Current location, Tiando Imperial Palace. Special reward, anyone who can win Shueku's affection will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 92,000 years. Also ranked 9th, Zhu Zhiyun from Two Worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 92,000 years. Identity, young lady of the Zhu clan. Current location, Xingluo Royal Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Zhu Zhiyun's affection will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 92,000 years. Also ranked 9th, Xiao Bai from Two Worlds. Reward, cultivation lifespan increased by 92,000 years. Identity, leader of the Mo Soul Great White Shark clan. Current location, surrounding waters of Sea God Island. Special reward, anyone who can win Xiao Bai's affection, if human, will receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 92,000 years. If a soul beast, they will receive a cultivation lifespan increase of 92,000 years. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Can soul beasts also be listed? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. As long as they can assume human form. What is so strange about being listed? Let us not forget, during the previous 2 comparison videos, the soul beast side has always been involved. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Kiki. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Your bold idea is rather perilous. Young one. Live your life well and refrain from entertaining such thoughts. 8th place, Shui Yuer from Two Worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 93,000 years. Identity, young lady of the Shui family. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Shui Yuer's affection will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 93,000 years. Also ranked 8th, Duguyan from Two Worlds. Reward, self-selected soul ring lifespan increased by 93,000 years. Identity, young lady of the Dugu clan. Current location, Tiando Royal Academy. Special reward, anyone who can win Dugu Yin's affection will also receive a self-selected soul ring lifespan increase of 93,000 years. Dugubo, the poison Douluo from Variant Douluo World. Alas, I never expected Yin Yin to be ranked only 8th. Dugubo, the poison Douluo from Original Douluo World. Yin Yin's ranking is indeed a bit low. In my view, even if she does not rank among the top 3, she should at least be within the top 5. Dugu Yin from Tiando Royal Academy and Variant Douluo World. Grandfathers, this ranking is already quite commendable. Dugu Yin from Tiando Royal Academy in Original Douluo World. Exactly. Though Dugu Yin may possess a hint of arrogance, she is not blindly proud. To be ranked 8th among millions is a source of great satisfaction for her. Chapter 51. A single remark by Shen Cangqiong sparks a stir. 7th place, by Cangqiong from Two Worlds. Reward, an increase of 94,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Identity, young mistress of the Bai clan. Current location, Bai clan of the Min family. Special reward, Anyone who can capture Bai Qinxiang's heart will also receive an increase of 94,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Tied for 7th place. Hulaina from 2 worlds. Reward. An increase of 94,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Identity. Saintess of the Wuhuan Hall. Current location. Papal Palace in Wuhuan City. Special reward. Anyone who can capture Hulaina's heart will also receive an increase of 94,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. 6th place. Shui Bingo from 2 worlds. Reward. An increase of 95,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Identity. Second Miss of the Shui clan. Current location. Heavenly Water Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can capture Shui Bingo's heart will also receive an increase of 95,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Tied for 6th place. Xiao Wu from 2 worlds. Reward. An increase of 95,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Identity. Second Miss of the Hua clan. Current location. Blazing Fire Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can capture Xiao Wu's heart will also receive an increase of 95,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Tied for 6th place. Tang San from 2 worlds. Reward. An increase of 95,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Identity. Master of the Moon Pavilion. Current location. Moon Pavilion. Special reward. Anyone who can capture Tang San's heart will also receive an increase of 95,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Tied for 6th place. Hayamo Nu from 2 worlds. Reward. An increase of 95,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Identity. One of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. Current location. Sea God Island. Special reward. Anyone who can capture Hayamo Nu's heart will also receive an increase of 95,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. 5th place. Yi Lingling from 2 worlds. Reward. An increase of 96,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Identity. Young Mistress of the Yi clan. Current location. Tiando Royal Academy. Special reward. Anyone who can capture Yi Lingling's heart will also receive an increase of 96,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration. Tied for 5th place. Ain from 2 worlds. Reward. An increase of 96,000 years in cultivation duration. Identity. Blue Silver Emperor. Current location. A certain cave. Special reward. Anyone who can capture a Yin's heart will receive an increase of 96,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration if they are human, or an increase of 96,000 years in cultivation duration if they are a spirit beast. Tied for 5th place. By Ji from 2 worlds. Reward. An increase of 96,000 years in cultivation duration. Identity. Leader of the Emerald Swan clan. Current location. Stardow Forest. Special reward. Anyone who can capture Bai Ji's heart will receive an increase of 96,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration if they are human, or an increase of 96,000 years in cultivation duration if they are a spirit beast. Tied for 5th place. ZG from 2 worlds. Reward. An increase of 96,000 years in cultivation duration. Identity. Hell Demon Dragon King. Current location. Stardow Forest. Special reward. Anyone who can capture ZG's heart will receive an increase of 96,000 years in the selected soul ring's duration if they are human, or an increase of 96,000 years in cultivation duration if they are a spirit beast. Variant Douluo World. Anonymous 1. What is the meaning of this? The Blue Silver Emperor Ain is one thing. But what about the Emerald Swan Bai Ji and the Hell Demon Dragon King ZG? I recall that when Bai Ji commented earlier, her prefix was Fierce Beast. What exactly does Fierce Beast signify? Can someone enlighten us? Original Douluo World. Anonymous 2. Yes. Could a kind soul provide some clarity on this matter? I have inquired about the term Fierce Beast numerous times, yet no answers have been forthcoming. Variant Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. A fierce beast refers to spirit beasts with a cultivation duration exceeding 200,000 years. In other words, only those spirit beasts that have achieved a cultivation duration of over 200,000 years can be deemed as fierce beasts. Original Douluo World. Anonymous 2. What? Shen Cangqiong's casual explanation instantly incited an unprecedented uproar across both worlds. Variant Douluo World. Wuhuan Hall. It appears that there are numerous matters in this world that elude my knowledge. Yet, how is it that Shen Cangqiong is aware of information that even I do not? Within a palace, Qian Dalu gazed toward the Stardow forest, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes, before shifting his attention toward the direction of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Murmuring softly. Meanwhile, in the Papal Palace, "Teacher, do you believe what Shen Cangqiong stated is true?" Hulaina asked, her disbelief evident. She found it difficult to fathom that spirit beasts of 100,000 years could easily overpower ordinary tidal Douluos. If those referred to as fierce beasts indeed possess a cultivation duration exceeding 200,000 years, how could they allow humans to hunt spirit beasts? At that moment, Hulaina suddenly pondered. Since fierce beasts are spirit beasts with a cultivation duration exceeding 200,000 years, what then is the status of the deep-sea demon whale king? Known as a demigod beast? I am uncertain of the truth. Bibi Dong was originally not well versed in the existence of the heavenly blue bull python and the titan giant ape, let alone the more obscure information regarding fierce beasts. In truth, had Bibi Dong been aware of the existence of such fierce beasts, she might have already set her sights on them. After all, her second martial spirit still lacked several soul rings. This is not arrogance. Perhaps ordinary tidal Douluos could be effortlessly defeated by fierce beasts, but she was entirely confident that she could triumph over those fierce beasts without resorting to her sealed soul power. Your Holiness, shall I venture into the Stardow forest to investigate? Noticing that Bibi Dong seemed somewhat inclined, the crafty Douluo stepped forward. Yes, do so. However, remember, if the situation becomes untenable, do not force it. Bibi Dong held a high regard for the stealth abilities of the crafty Douluo, and after a brief moment of reflection, she nodded in agreement. Due to the crafty Douluo being one of the few tidal Douluos who fully supported her, coupled with the possibility of forming a martial soul fusion technique with her trusted aide, Yueguan, Bibi Dong took the rare moment to remind the crafty Douluo. Chapter 52, The Rouge List, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places in the realm of the variant Douluo World. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan is abuzz with intrigue. Do you know where Lu Erlong found Shen Cangqiong? Yu Yuanjin inquired, glancing at Yu Lumian seated beside him. His mind was troubled. For every time he felt he was on the verge of unraveling Shen Cangqiong's mysteries, the latter would astonish him with unexpected revelations. I do not know, Yu Lumian replied with a shake of his head. He had little interest in the origins of Shen Cangqiong or the peculiarities surrounding him. What mattered most to him was that Shen treated his daughter well. So, you know nothing at all, yet you only care about his relationship with your daughter? Yu Yuanjin retorted, his irritation evident. He was increasingly displeased with Yu Luomian's repeated attempts to deter him from probing Shen Cangqiong's true nature. Is that not enough? Yu Luomian regarded Yu Yuanjin with disdain, considering him ineffectual aside from his slightly superior cultivation talent. He failed to consider that with Shen Cangqiong's current prowess, he was not someone Yu Yuanjin could easily meddle with. Enough, interjected the sect leader, eager to quell the brewing dispute. We are family. There is no need for such contention. He concurred with Luomian that as long as Shen Cangqiong maintained a good rapport with Erlong, that was all that truly mattered. Even if Erlong's relationship with him were tenuous, the bond of blood would compel them to aid the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan in times of dire need. In light of current circumstances, their focus should shift to the individuals listed on the Rouge List, rather than squandering time on those whose fates were already sealed. As the sect leader and vice-sect leader prepared to engage in another round of mutual criticism, the chief elder, positioned at the third seat, stepped in to mediate and subtly redirected the conversation towards the Rouge List. The elder is correct, he declared. Let us leverage our blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan's connections to locate all those featured on the Rouge List and dispatch our inner disciples to pursue those lesser-known candidates. He was confident that the prestige of their clan, coupled with the allure of a legitimate position, would entice the lesser contenders. The second elder readily agreed, quickly devising an excellent strategy. What do you all think? He proposed, and as soon as he did, the chief elder's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, prompting him to survey the assembly for their consensus. Indeed, it is a splendid idea. Let us proceed accordingly, came the collective endorsement. We must act swiftly, otherwise other factions may devise similar plans. Thus, the hall reverberated with voices of support, swiftly ratifying the second elder's proposal. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian, the latest directives from the Elder Council were dispatched to the outer disciples. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the two worlds stirred by Shen Cangqiong's interpretation of ferocious beasts, the announcement of the 5th place on the Rouge List was met with indifference. After a customary pause of half a minute, the names of the 4th place contenders were revealed. 4th place, Zhu Zhiqing of the Two Worlds. Reward: selectable soul ring lifespan increased by 97,000 years. Identity: third miss of the Zhu clan. Current location: Lamba Academy. Special reward: any who can win Zhu Zhuqing's heart shall also receive an increase of 97,000 years in selectable soul ring lifespan. Fourth place, tied Xiao Wu of the Two Worlds. Reward: selectable soul ring lifespan increased by 97,000 years. Identity: substitute member of the Lamba Academy battle team. Current location: Lamba Academy. Special reward: any who can win Xiao Wu's heart shall also receive an increase of 97,000 years in selectable soul ring lifespan. Fourth place, tied Ning Rongrong of the Two Worlds. Reward: selectable soul ring lifespan increased by 97,000 years. Identity: young master of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. Current location: Lamba Academy. Special reward: any who can win Ning Rongrong's heart shall also receive an increase of 97,000 years in selectable soul ring lifespan. Third place, the Snow Empress of the Two Worlds. Reward: cultivation lifespan increased by 98,000 years. Identity: leader of the Three Kings of the Extreme North. Current location: the Extreme North. Special reward: any who can win the Snow Empress's heart, if human, shall receive an increase of 98,000 years in selectable soul ring lifespan. If a soul beast, an increase of 98,000 years in cultivation lifespan. Third place, tied the Ice Emperor of the Two Worlds. Reward: cultivation lifespan increased by 98,000 years. Identity: Ice Blue Empress Scorpion. Current location: the Extreme North. Special reward: any who can win the Ice Emperor's heart, if human, shall receive an increase of 98,000 years in selectable soul ring lifespan. If a soul beast, an increase of 98,000 years in cultivation lifespan. Second place, BB Dong of the Two Worlds. Reward: selectable soul ring lifespan increased by 99,000 years. Identity: Pope of the Spirit Hall. Current location: Pope's Hall in Spirit City. Special reward: any who can win BB Dong's heart shall also receive an increase of 99,000 years in selectable soul ring lifespan. Second place, tied Poseidon of the Two Worlds. Reward: selectable soul ring lifespan increased by 99,000 years. Identity: High Priestess of Sea God Island. Current location: Sea God Island. Special reward: any who can win Poseidon's heart shall also receive an increase of 99,000 years in selectable soul ring lifespan. Anonymous of the variant Douluo World. Is this merely a coincidence? The two second-place contenders on the Rouge list happen to be from the east and west. I wonder if the first place is from the north and south. Anonymous of the variant Douluo World. Brother, you are quite bold to jest about the Pope's name. Anonymous of the variant Douluo World. It is truly unbelievable. While I have not encountered Poseidon, I was fortunate enough to meet the Pope once. That encounter remains etched in my memory, for the Pope's unparalleled beauty is simply unforgettable. Honestly, I find it hard to imagine what visage could surpass that of the Pope. Becoming the first on this Rouge list. Chapter 53. Qianren Xue and Guyu are tied for first place in the variant Douluo World of Haotian sect. Bang! BB Dong. That woman has unexpectedly ranked second, significantly enhancing the strength of the Wuhuan Hall. In the conference hall, Elder Tang Lai slammed the table beside him, glaring furiously at the comparison video. Judging by his expression, had it not been for the impossibility of attacking the comparison video, he might have been tempted to strike it a blow. Calm down. No matter how high BB Dong's rank is, she is ultimately just one person. Have we not already agreed on our plan? We will leverage Yuehua's network to identify the individuals on the Rouge list and win their favor through various means. As long as the younger generation of Haotian sect can gain the goodwill of at least 20 individuals from the Rouge list, our resurgence will be imminent. Tang Xiao stated from the head position. Remember to prioritize those ranked 70 or above. After all, those ranked too low would not provide significant benefits even if we earned their rewards. Beside him, the second elder initially attempted to suppress the furious first elder before turning to Tang Xiao with a reminder. I understand, Tang Xiao nodded. Master, how do you intend to handle Yuehua? Remember, she ranks 6th on the Rouge list. At this moment, the third elder, with a glint in his eye, suddenly inquired. What is there to handle? She is my own sister. Years ago, she was expelled for failing to awaken the Haotian Hammer Martial soul, constrained by the sex rules. I remained silent on this matter. However, granting her the right to choose her own partner for marriage is my promise as her elder brother. And none of you can interfere with that. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhao's expression turned cold as he cast a chilling glare at the third elder. Enough, third. Let Yuehua's matters unfold naturally. Sensing Tang Zhao's rising anger, the second elder furrowed his brow, ultimately preventing the third elder from continuing. This was not due to fear of Tang Zhao but rather because the comparison video had made it abundantly clear that to receive rewards, individuals must voluntarily participate. Coercion from outsiders would be futile. Humph. With the old men now subdued, Tang Zhao snorted disdainfully and redirected his attention to the comparison video. At this moment, amidst the anticipation and curiosity of everyone from both worlds, the rouge list suddenly shone brightly. And the information of the first place finally appeared on the grand screen of the comparison video. First place, Xian Renxue from both worlds. Reward, increase of 10,000 years to chosen soul ring lifespan. Identity, Sanus of the Wuhuan Hall. Current location, Tiando Imperial Palace. Special reward. Anyone who can win Xian Renxue's heart shall also receive an increase of 10,000 years to their chosen soul ring lifespan. Tied for first place, Guyu from both worlds. Reward, increase of 10,000 years to cultivation lifespan. Identity, Master of Soul Beasts. Current location, Stardo Great Forest. Special reward, anyone who can win Guyu's heart, if human, will receive an increase of 10,000 years to their chosen soul ring lifespan, if a soul beast. They will receive an increase of 10,000 years to their cultivation lifespan. The announcement of the Rouge List rankings is complete. Next, we will begin distributing rewards to all those listed. Note, the cultivation lifespan rewards for soul beasts listed on the Rouge List will not trigger a heavenly tribulation. All rewards for the listed individuals have been distributed. This round of the Rouge List concludes. As the final words of the comparison video faded, the grand screen in the sky dimmed. In the variant Douluo World, Emperor Dai Xianfeng of Star Luo laughed heartily. How amusing. The Sanus of the Wuhuan Hall is so brazenly hiding within your Tiando Imperial Palace. And yet your royal family remains completely oblivious. If the time is right, perhaps a change in your emperor is in order. Dai Xuanfeng's words were not mere jests. They served a dual purpose. Enabling the Wuhuan Hall and Tiando royal family to remain at odds while also prompting wandering soul masters to ponder whether allegiance to the Tiando royal family or the Star Luo royal family is more prudent. Emperor Shui of Tiando retorted, how do you know that the Wuhuan Hall has not placed spies within your Star Luo palace? Furthermore, if the Wuhuan Hall truly has not done so, it would only reflect poorly on your Star Luo empire. After all, whether the Wuhuan Hall finds it unnecessary to deploy spies indicates whether your empire is powerful enough to intimidate them or weak enough to be disregarded. This is clear to anyone with eyes. Shui's counterattack was both logical and substantiated, transforming the Tiando Empire from a laughingstock into a formidable force that even the Wuhuan Hall must regard with caution. Of course, Shui's retort was not entirely original but rather a reformulation based on Shen Cangqiong's previous remarks regarding the Star Luo Empire during the first comparison. Emperor Dai Xianfeng of Star Luo responded, what a flimsy argument. I can't be bothered to engage in further banter with you. Perhaps you should focus on capturing the person first. Otherwise, I might just hear news of your demise tomorrow. Dai Xianfeng felt a twinge of frustration. He had not anticipated Shui's rapid response, and in a mere moment, he had devised a countermeasure. The situation had now turned unfavorable for his Star Luo empire. Emperor Shui of Tiando replied, you need not worry about that. He then commanded Crown Prince Shui Qinghe to take full charge of addressing the Wuhuan Hall's undercover agents within the palace. However, due to the high status of these undercover agents, Shui was cautious not to overstep, instructing the Crown Prince only to locate them and return them to the Wuhuan Hall to resolve the matter. 2 hours later, in the variant Douluo World, at Lanba Academy, it turned out that one final step was necessary to ensure that those who had captured the hearts of the listed individuals would receive their rewards. In the office of the dean, Lu Erlong was slightly breathless. This must be to prevent those on the list from being easily deceived out of their rewards. Shen Cangqiong speculated. That seems to be the case, Lu Erlong mused, agreeing with Shen Cangqiong's assessment. By the way, I need to take the team to the Sunset Forest. I should return by tomorrow. The two indulged in a brief moment of intimacy before Shen Cangqiong finally spoke. Indeed, Lu Erlong nodded, understanding without needing further explanation. Chapter 54. Xiao Wu's bitterness and doubt as evening descended, Senior Cangqiong remarked, this isn't the way to the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, is it? Ning Rongrong voiced her confusion amidst their 10-member team. Indeed. Today, I shall take you to the Sunset Forest, Cangqiong replied, casting a discreet glance at Daimubai. Mentally revisiting his plan to ensnare Tang San. This scheme had unexpectedly occurred to him while he intended to converse with Du Gubo. Otherwise, he could have ventured to Du Gubo alone, without the need to bring along Dai Mubai, who maintained a tolerable rapport with Tang San. What purpose do we have in the Sunset Forest? It seems none among us requires soul rings, Ning Rongrong observed, looking at the other 9 in bewilderment. There exist rare treasures there that can facilitate the evolution of your 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower, Xiao Wu declared, deliberately raising his voice to ensure the other 9 could hear, aiding his plan to ensnare Tang San. Is that truly so? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement, her heart swelling with pride at the thought of fulfilling the aspirations of her ancestral sect through her own endeavors. Of course, Xiao Qiong replied with a smile, fully understanding her exhilaration. He recalled that in the original story, upon witnessing her 7 treasures glazed tower transform into the 9 treasures glazed tower, Ning Rongrong had impulsively kissed Tang San. At that time, her relationship with Oscar was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet she had disregarded Oscar's feelings entirely in her moment of joy. Yay, that's wonderful. Without warning, Ning Rongrong leaped onto Xiao Qiong, their faces colliding unexpectedly. For a moment, all stood frozen in place. After a brief silence, Xiao Wu, noticing Ning Rongrong's flushed face and her reluctance to speak to Xiao Qiong, hesitated before approaching him. Is the matter regarding the fierce beast true? Of course, Xiao Qiong replied with a roll of his eyes. It was astounding that 100,000-year soul beast like Xiao Wu was unaware of the very concept of fierce beasts, particularly given her proximity to the Lake of Life. Then why do they not emerge to support our soul beast clan? Xiao Wu pondered, her voice laced with bitterness and confusion. She believed that if those fierce beasts had come forth to defend their kind, her mother would not have encountered her misfortune. Isn't it obvious? They are either selfish or utterly misguided, Xiao Qiong answered without hesitation. He dismissed any notion that divine beings were monitoring the soul beast clan, preventing the fierce beasts from intervening. The stark reality was that unless one's cultivation reached a staggering 99 million years, those deities would have no interest in even glancing at them. Thus, as long as the Silver Dragon King Gyuna remained absent, it was entirely feasible for fierce beasts like Xiangjun to protect the Soul Beast clan. Yet, the fierce beasts within the Douluo Forest showed little inclination to safeguard the weaker soul beasts, and even fewer were aware of their existence. It could only be concluded that the short-sightedness of Gyuna and Di Tian had led to the ultimate downfall of the Soul Beast clan. Did they not realize that once all the weaker soul beasts perished, even their might would not alter the grim reality of their extinction? Xiao Wu exclaimed with disdain. I cannot believe you possess such insight. Xiao Qiong was genuinely surprised, judging by Xiao Wu's understanding. She would be far more capable of leading the Soul Beast clan than Gyuna and Di Tian could ever hope to be. They seemed fixated on waiting for Gyuna to recover her strength to return to the divine realm and alter the fate of the Soul Beast clan, utterly failing to acknowledge that even the peak dragon god had met defeat, and Gyuna, now diminished, stood little chance of victory. It must be understood that virtuous individuals could never triumph over duplicitous ones. Their focus should have been on strengthening the Soul Beast clan as a whole, utilizing their numbers to challenge the divine realm, rather than abandoning the weaker beasts in favor of nurturing a few powerful fierce beasts. After all, should Gyuna and Di Tian succeed in their endeavors, the Soul Beast clan would remain irretrievably diminished, with only a handful of powerful fierce beasts left. I am not foolish. Do you think I cannot comprehend such a simple truth? Xiao Wu bristled, feeling insulted by Xiao Qiong's condescension. Xiao Qiong merely chuckled. It was not that he underestimated her, but all 3 soul beasts connected to the Tang family were equally perplexing, whether it was Yin, Xiao Wu, or Gyuna. They all shared a common flaw. Never mind. Are Deming and Erming faring well? Perhaps realizing Xiao Qiong was a title Douluo. Xiao Wu suppressed her displeasure and shifted the conversation to inquire about Deming and Erming. She had long wished to ask, but had not found the opportunity to speak with him alone. Given that she had seen from the comparison video that Xiao Qiong had merely given them a thrashing without causing any lasting harm, she had delayed her inquiry until now. They should be doing relatively well, Xiao Qiong replied, recalling the large bump on the head of the Tianqing Yeomang with a hint of amusement. I haven't visited them in quite some time. Xiao Wu sighed, expressing her longing for them. If you're missing them, why not return for a visit? Xiao Qiong shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps later. Xiao Wu's sentiments were merely a fleeting thought. Had it not been for her recent unpleasantness with Tang San, she would have long forgotten about Deming and Erming. Do as you wish, Xiao Qiong replied with a careless shrug. In the ensuing hours, relying on a rented carriage at the gates of Heaven-Do City, the group of 11 traversed toward the heart of the Sunset Forest, engaged in light-hearted banter. Arriving in just over 3 hours. Du Gubo, I have come to pay my respects. Please, show yourself. Cangqiong called out before the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, his voice resonating through the air. Shen Cangqiong, please, come in. A somewhat astonished voice responded after a brief pause, and the poisonous miasma before them gradually receded, revealing a safe passage. Let us proceed. Remember, once inside, do not touch anything recklessly, or you shall have no one to blame but yourself, Cangqiong instructed, leading the way forward. Chapter 55. Meeting Douluo. Unbeknownst to the young friend who sought him, Douluo awaited with a calm demeanor as he addressed Shen Cangqiong. What brings you here? Esteemed guest, I have 2 matters to discuss. The first is to assist you and your granddaughter in detoxifying. The second is to exchange treasures for this location. Shen Cangqiong spoke plainly, eschewing unnecessary embellishments. How did you come to know I was poisoned? Douluo questioned, puzzled, for apart from his granddaughter Douluo, no one else was privy to his affliction. Nevertheless, he dismissed the inquiry as inconsequential. What mattered most was whether Shen Cangqiong possessed the means to alleviate the poison afflicting both him and Douluo. Indeed, I do. Should you doubt my abilities? I can demonstrate my prowess in detoxification first. Shen Cangqiong had meticulously devised a foolproof plan prior to seeking Douluo's aid. Very well. Follow me, Douluo conceded. Setting aside his skepticism, given the strength showcased by Shen Cangqiong in the recorded footage, he realized it was futile to resist. Prepare yourself. I am about to commence. Shen Cangqiong announced as Douluo sat cross-legged in the chamber. Proceed. I am ready, Douluo responded, inhaling deeply. With that affirmation, Shen Cangqiong wasted no time. He placed his left hand upon Douluo's shoulder, channeling the power cultivated through his unnamed technique to cleanse the toxins that clung to Douluo's body. Half an hour elapsed. Take a moment to feel the changes, Shen Cangqiong instructed, retracting his hand after expelling the last vestiges of poison. That won't be necessary, Douluo replied, already acutely aware of the newfound lightness in his being, a stark contrast to the indescribable agony he had previously endured. Given this, what are your thoughts on the second matter I mentioned? Shen Cangqiong inquired. Since you have liberated me from my poison, consider this location a token of gratitude. There is no need for a trade, Douluo declared. However, I hope that when my granddaughter and I are once again beset by toxins from our martial spirits, you will lend your assistance once more. Though Douluo recognized the value of the site, he lacked the understanding to appreciate its true potential. Now that the poison had been purged, he felt no hesitation in offering this favor to Shen Cangqiong, believing it prudent to cultivate goodwill with such a formidable ally. If only you understood the significance of this place, you might be more cautious with your words, Shen Cangqiong chuckled, recalling the original narrative where Douluo was left destitute by Tang San. Regardless of its significance, it pales in comparison to the lives of my granddaughter and me. Douluo countered, shaking his head in disagreement. Is that truly your sentiment? Shen Cangqiong replied with a bemused smile. Indeed, it is, Douluo affirmed. No matter its rarity. Can this site truly yield treasures that bestow divinity? This time, it was Douluo who laughed, invoking the term divinity that he had seen in the footage. Aha! Shen Cangqiong laughed heartily, leaving Douluo and those outside in a state of bewilderment. I hope you do not come to regret this decision, Shen Cangqiong remarked meaningfully after their laughter subsided. Though I am not a benevolent person, I am a man of my word. Douluo began to realize that he may have been at a disadvantage, yet he held no regrets. After all, even if the site remained in his possession, he lacked the knowledge to utilize it effectively. It was far better to bestow it upon Shen Cangqiong, trusting that such a fortunate ally would reciprocate in due time. Very well, Douluo conceded, casting a grateful glance at Shen Cangqiong. Moments later, near the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Douluo gazed quizzically at the dragon-shaped plant handed to him by Shen Cangqiong. Consume this, and your martial spirit will undergo a transformation. You will no longer need to worry about exhausting its use and succumbing to poison again. Shen Cangqiong had gathered knowledge of this miraculous herb during his prior exploits and was finally putting it to use. Goodness! At my age, my potential has dwindled. Such a precious treasure should be reserved for Yin, Douluo exclaimed, realizing his oversight, though he said little more, merely inhaling sharply. Rest assured, there are even more suitable treasures awaiting her. Shen Cangqiong was the type who cherished kindness and held grudges against those who wronged him. Given Douluo's amiable disposition, he felt no inclination to let him down. Then I entrust Yin to your care. I shall proceed to refine this plant, Douluo said, now fully satisfied. Relinquishing his insistence on keeping the herb for his granddaughter, his burgeoning admiration for Shen Cangqiong eclipsed any lingering sense of loss. Understood, Shen Cangqiong nodded, imparting the method for refining the herb to Douluo. As Douluo departed in high spirits to refine the celestial herb, Shen Cangqiong embarked on his own quest for gathering. He collected every herb of immediate use and then plunged into the ice and fire yin-yang in search of the fallen Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. Ultimately, his diligence bore fruit. After wandering for over half an hour, he discovered the hidden remains of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King in a secluded locale. Chapter 56. The talent ranking in the third comparison video time flew by like a fleeting shadow, in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed since Shen Cangqiong took 10 members of his team to meet Douluo. During these 3 days, with the assistance of Qilua Yijingxiang, Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fingji, overwhelmed with joy, wholeheartedly supported Ning Rongrong's admission to the inner court of Lamba Academy. He believed that with his daughter now connected to Shen Cangqiong, the 7 treasure glazed sect would be free from significant troubles until Shen Cangqiong's lifespan was exhausted. Thus, he no longer needed to worry about the precarious situation Ning Rongrong would face alone after he and the other 2 Doa had passed. On that afternoon, Shen Cangqiong addressed Xu Qing, reminding her that as an agility-type soul master, her focus should be on evasion before offense. She needed to disrupt her enemies while searching for their weaknesses, seizing the opportunity to strike decisively. He pointed out her shortcomings, which Xu Qing acknowledged with a nod. "Yes, I understand," she responded. "Now, take a moment to rest and contemplate how you can improve," he encouraged, feeling confident in Xu Qing's determination to change her fate. Next, he turned his attention to Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun, but upon observing Xiao Wu's combat style, he immediately halted her. "What type of soul master do you consider yourself?" he inquired. "I am a power-type soul master, as you already know," she replied, equally perplexed since Shen Cangqiong had previously reviewed their profiles. "I am aware you are a power-type soul master. Yet I have never encountered a power-type soul master possessing a charm ability, which is distinctly a control-type skill," he remarked, suppressing his urge to critique. Xiao Wu's abilities, including charm, teleportation, and invincibility, rendered her a rather unconventional soul master. Frankly speaking, if she did not possess the protagonist's halo, her chaotic skill set would have likely led to her expulsion from Shrek Academy. But, aren't rabbits adorable? It's only reasonable that I can charm my opponents, Xiao Wu murmured, feeling slightly embarrassed. "A cooked rabbit is even cuter," Shen Cangqiong retorted. "You, how infuriating." Xiao Wu pouted, turning her face away in annoyance. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from above, interrupting Shen Cangqiong, drawing the attention of everyone present. In the variant Douluo World, Prince Davis of the Xing Luo Empire remarked, "There seems to be movement regarding the comparison video. I wonder if a new ranking will be released, or if there will be new character comparisons." An anonymous participant expressed a preference for the release of new rankings, as it provided ordinary individuals like them a chance to partake in the rewards rather than relying solely on luck for the 10 fortunate slots. "Has anyone succeeded in winning the hearts of those on the Rouge ranking?" Another queried, to which no one could confirm. It was likely that if someone had, they would have already boasted about it in the comments. The talent ranking and the character comparison of past and present will be announced today. Let us begin with the list of those who made it onto the talent ranking. 100th place, Xiao Chilla from both worlds. Martial Soul, Mighty Battle Tiger. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 7. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 1000. Reward, 1 Great Soul Master Pill. Note, consuming the Great Soul Master Pill can elevate a Great Soul Master's soul power level by 1 rank, with no upper limit on usage. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuer from the Water Academy exclaimed, "Is there truly a pill that can increase a Great Soul Master's soul power level by 1 rank? What if there are even higher tier pills like the Soul Respect Pill, Soul Sec Pill, Soul King Pill, or even the Tidal Douluo Pill? If I were to obtain a complete set and consume them, could I become a Tidal Douluo in a single day?" The thought left her breathless. "Shui Yuer, can you behave like a proper lady?" chided Shui Binger. Bibi Dong. The Pope of the Spirit Hall declared, "The Spirit Hall is purchasing Great Soul Master Pills in unlimited quantities. Those wishing to sell may come speak with me." I'll sell, Your Holiness," replied Xiaochilla eagerly. In the original Douluo World, Lu Erlong, the principal of Lamba Academy, chuckled. 90th place, D. Renjie from both worlds. Martial Soul, Inquiry of the Breeze. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 7. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 1500. Reward, 11 Great Soul Master Pills. 80th place, Oscar from both worlds. Martial Soul, Sausage. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 7. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 1900. Reward, 21 Great Soul Master Pills. Flander from Shrek Academy protested, impossible. Oscar is the first food-type soul master with innate full soul power. How can he only have a level 7 innate soul power? The comparison video countered, in contrast, Ning Rongrong, an auxiliary soul master from the original Shrek Academy, possesses an innate soul power level of 9 and reached level 26 at 12 years old, whereas Oscar, at 14, only reached level 29. The primary reason Ning Rongrong's level was not higher was her lack of dedication to training, often prioritizing play over practice. With this comparison, do you still maintain that Oscar is a soul master with innate full soul power? Chapter 57. The diligent Bibidong Flander, the head of Shrek Academy, fell into a contemplative silence. Over the years, he had consistently proclaimed Oscar as the first food system soul master with innate full soul power. As time passed, not only did the members of Shrek Academy and Oscar himself come to believe this assertion, but even Flander had accepted it as truth. Yet, in a moment of distraction, he found himself exposed before the entirety of both worlds. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Ning Rongrong is indeed somewhat mischievous. This fact is well known throughout the entirety of Heavendo City. Thus, it seems improbable that Oscar possesses innate full soul power. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. It appears there are still those who dare to question the comparison video. How delightful it is to witness them being proven wrong. I refuse to believe that with Ning Rongrong's innate 9th level soul power, she could fail to progress at least 3 ranks within 2 years in the grand realm of great soul masters. Comparison video. Since you have no objections, let us continue with the announcement of the talent rankings. Rank 70. Z ran from both worlds. Martial Soul, Moonshadow Dagger. Innate Soul Power level. Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 2100. Award, 11 Soul Master Pills. Note, consuming a Soul Master Pill can elevate a Soul Master's level of soul power by 1 rank, with no limit on consumption. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong from the variant Douluo World. I would gladly purchase any surplus Soul Master Pills. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong from the original Douluo World. I too am willing to buy, whatever the quantity. Rank 60. Mahongjun from both worlds. Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix. Innate Soul Power level. Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 2300. Award, 21 Soul Master Pills. Rank 59. Daimubai from both worlds. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Innate Soul Power level. Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 2400. Award, 22 Soul Master Pills. The Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis from the variant Douluo World. Oh, Mubai. I never expected you to make it onto the talent rankings. Daimubai from the variant Douluo World. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Xianfeng from the variant Douluo World. Mubai. Remember to return any excess Soul Master Pills to the family. Daimubai from the variant Douluo World. Yes, father. A wave of resentment surged within Daimubai. Yet he dared not oppose Dai Xuanfeng's command. Without Dai Xuanfeng's protection, he would have long been crushed by Davis. Rank 50. Xiao Wu from both worlds. Martial Soul, Ice Spirit. Innate Soul Power level. Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 2900. Award, 31 Soul Master Pills. Shui Ware from the Water Academy of the variant Douluo World. 31 Soul Master Pills. Even if all 7 members of our team consume these to reach level 40, we would hardly be able to exhaust such a bounty. The Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibidong from the variant Douluo World. Any surplus Soul Master Pills can be sold to me. Feel free to express your requirements. Shui Wu from the Water Academy of the variant Douluo World. I will need to consult my parents first. The Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibidong from the variant Douluo World. That is acceptable. Others who have surplus Soul Master Pills may also sell them to me. Conditions are negotiable. Rank 40. Shui Ware from both worlds. Martial Soul, Azure Dolphin. Innate Soul Power level. Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 3600. Award, 21 Soul Ancestor Pills. Note, consuming a Soul Ancestor Pill can elevate a Soul Ancestor's level of soul power by 1 rank, with no limit on consumption. Shui Ware from the Water Academy of the variant Douluo World. How frustrating. We are short on Soul Ancestor Pills once again. The Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibidong from the variant Douluo World. As per usual, I am purchasing Soul Ancestor Pills. Conditions are negotiable. The Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy from the original Douluo World. Lu Erlong. Bibidong. Must you be so shameless? A dignified pope, yet you peddle like a street vendor. How undignified. The Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibidong from the original Douluo World. If you cannot afford the price, refrain from speaking. Rank 30. Zhu Zhuyan from both worlds. Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 4300. Award, 31 Soul Ancestor Pills. Rank 29. Davis from both worlds. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 4400. Award, 32 Soul Ancestor Pills. The Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis from the variant Douluo World. Mubai, you might as well give up. Zhu Yun and I are ranked 29 and 30, while you are in 59, and Xu Qing isn't even ranked. You cannot win. If you concede, I promise not to harm you. Zhu Zhiyun from the Star Luo Royal Academy in the variant Douluo World. Sister, Davis speaks the truth. If you and Dai Mubai surrender, I guarantee your safety and a life free from what? Zhu Qing from the Blue Tyrant Academy in the variant Douluo World. Such sweet words. You promise not to harm me while ensuring I want for nothing. But if my martial soul is crippled, what difference does it make? Rank 20. Du Gu Yin from both worlds. Martial Soul, Phosphorescent Serpent. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 4700. Award, 41 Soul Ancestor Pills. Rank 15. Yu Tianxin from both worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 4900. Award, 46 Soul Ancestor Pills. Rank 14. Yu Tianhing from both worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 8. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 5000. Award, 47 Soul Ancestor Pills. The sect leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Yu Yuanjin from the variant Douluo World. How could this be? The twin stars of my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family have failed to secure a position in the top 10. The sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fingxi, be content with what you have. Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has yet to produce a single ranked member. The primary variant of the Douluo World, Yu Yuanjin, the esteemed leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, remarked with a chuckle, of course, you are not in a hurry. Given that your daughter possesses an innate soul power level of 9, the primary variant of the Douluo World, an unnamed individual, pondered, may I inquire why, thus far, every renowned figure I have heard of among the ranked are all from the younger generation? Chapter 58. The rewards for Tang San are not granted. Rank 13. The Fire Dance of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Fire Shadow. Innate Soul Power Level, 8. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 6000. Reward, 48 Soul Sect Pills. Rank 12. Zhu Zhuqing of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Innate Soul Power Level, 7. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, Limitless. Reward, 49 Soul Sect Pills. The first variant Douluo World. Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire. How can this be? Zhu Zhuqing's innate soul power is merely 7. How has she secured the 12th rank? Comparative video. Although Zhu Zhuqing's innate soul power is low, her acquired comprehensive quality is astonishingly high, regardless of one's innate talents. If an individual fails to exert effort in their later development, they may surpass many ordinary individuals. Yet it is utterly impossible to outshine those with similar innate gifts who are diligent in their pursuits. The first variant Douluo World. Unknown. That seems quite reasonable. The first variant Douluo World. Zhu family head Zhu Zhantian. Shiqing. Return. If you wish to abstain from the competition for the crown princess, I can alter your status to that of an elder within the family. The first variant Douluo World. Lanba Academy. Zhu Zhuqing. No need. I am quite content with my current life. The notion of leveraging usefulness while disregarding the unworthy ultimately extinguished the last flicker of recognition Zhu Zhuqing had for the Zhu family. Rank 11. Dugabo of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Biphosphor Serpent King. Innate Soul Power Level, 9. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 7000. Reward, 49 Soul Sect Pills. Tied for Rank 11, the Porcupine Douluo, the Serpent Spear Douluo, and all other titled Douluos below level 95 from both worlds, excluding the Haoyan sect. Reward, 49 Soul Sect Pills. The first variant Douluo World. Unknown, huh? Did the Haoyan sect defend the comparative video? Comparative video. The detailed reasons for the exclusion of the Haoyan sect members from the rankings will be elucidated in subsequent lists and character comparisons. Rank 10. Yueg 1 of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Miraculous Mushroom Chrysanthemum. Innate Soul Power Level, 9. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 9000. Reward, 5 Soul King Pills. Tied for Rank 10, the Enigmatic Charm of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Phantom Shadow. Innate Soul Power Level, 9. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 9,000. Reward, 5 Soul King Pills. Tied for rank 10, the Ancient Banyan of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Bone Dragon. Innate Soul Power Level, 9. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 9,000. Reward, 5 Soul King Pills. Tied for rank 10, the Sea Dragon of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Sea Dragon. Innate Soul Power Level, 9. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 9,000. Reward, 5 Soul King Pills. Rank 9, Chi Engine of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Coiling Dragon Staff. Innate Soul Power Level, 9. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 11,000. Reward, 10 Soul King Pills. Tied for rank 9, the Falling Imo Douluo and all other Super Douluos of level 96 from both worlds, excluding the Haotian sect. Reward, 10 Soul King Pills. The first variant Douluo World, unknown, ISNT the title Douluo already the highest level? What then is this Super Douluo? The first variant Douluo World, unknown, please. Can you read without skimming? Did you not notice that the comparative video stated that level 96 denotes Super Douluo? Rank 8, Hulaina of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Demon Fox. Innate Soul Power Level, 9. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 11,500. Reward, 15 Soul King Pills. Rank 7, Feng Xiaotian of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Twin-Headed Gale Wolf. Innate Soul Power Level, 10. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 10,000. Reward, 20 Soul King Pills. Tied for rank 7, Xiao Wu of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Soft Bone Rabbit. Innate Soul Power Level, 10. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 10,000. Reward, 20 Soul King Pills. Rank 6, Ning Rongrong of the first variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Innate Soul Power Level, 10. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 11,000. Reward, 5 Soul Emperor Pills. Note 1. Consuming a Soul Emperor pill can elevate a Soul Emperor's power level by 1 rank, with no upper limit on consumption. Note 2. Ning Rongrong of the second original Douluo World is ineligible for ranking due to her martial soul being the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. Tied for rank 6, Yilingling of Two Worlds. Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. Innate Soul Power Level, 10. Acquired Comprehensive Quality, 11,000. Reward, 5 Soul Emperor Pills. The first variant Douluo World. Yu Engine, the master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. You, Ningfengxi. Your daughter is clearly endowed with innate full soul power. Yet you publicly claim her innate soul power is merely 9. Was it said that the 3 great sects are united? The first variant Douluo World, Ningfengxi. Master of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect, Rongrong indeed originally possessed only 9 innate soul power, and her martial soul is also the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. This has been made abundantly clear in the comparative video. The second original Douluo World, Ningfengxi, master of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect. Alas. The first variant Douluo World. Yu Engine, master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. So, your daughter must have encountered some extraordinary fortune that transformed her 7 Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, while also elevating her innate soul power from 9 to 10. The first variant Douluo World, Ningfengxi, master of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect. That's about the gist of it. However, I cannot disclose specific details, given Ningfengxi's character. He would certainly not have revealed this information voluntarily had the comparative video not exposed Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul. However, Ningfengxi's explanation instantaneously incited a stir among the crowd in both realms, particularly within Yu Engine. If it were not for the relentless and exasperated intervention of Yu Lumian, he would have disregarded the decorum and directly posed his inquiries. Rank 5, Tang San from the Dual Worlds. First Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Unawakened. Second Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Innate Soul Power Level, Level 1. Acquired Comprehensive Aptitude, 5,000. Special Enhancement, Xiantian Skill. Reward. As Tang San primarily relies on the Xiantian skill to attain this ranking, his reward shall not be granted. Chapter 59. Tang San's discontent in the Douluo World Variant Number 1. At the Tianshui Academy, Shui Wei pondered over the comparison video. What exactly is the Xiantian skill? How could it elevate someone with only a first-level innate soul power and a postnatal aptitude of merely 5,000 to the 5th rank on the talent list? This question echoed in the minds of everyone in both worlds, aside from Tang San and Shen Cangqiong. The comparison video was set to provide a detailed introduction to the Xiantian skill in the upcoming character comparison segment. Oh, I see, Shui Wei responded. Then I shall wait a bit longer. Hiki. However, I bet Tang San must be feeling utterly frustrated right now. He achieved the 5th place on the talent list. Yet due to this so-called Shen Cangqiong skill, he cannot receive the rewards associated with his rank. Is this not a case of success and failure both attributed to the Shen Cangqiong skill? A flicker of joy sparked in her heart upon realizing the comparison video had indeed responded to her. Driven by intense curiosity, she had taken a chance and was pleasantly surprised by the result. Co-ranked 5th, the Golden Crocodile from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King. Innate Soul Power Level, 10. Postnatal Comprehensive Aptitude, 13,000. Reward, 10 Soul Emperor Pills. 4th place, Poseidon from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Sea God. Innate Soul Power Level, 15. Postnatal Comprehensive Aptitude, 10,000. Reward, 15 Soul Emperor Pills. Co-ranked 4th, Qian Dalu from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, 6-Winged Angel. Innate Soul Power Level, 15. Postnatal Comprehensive Aptitude, 10,000. Reward, 15 Soul Emperor Pills. 3rd place, Qian Rinqiwei from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, 6-Winged Angel. Innate Soul Power Level, 20. Postnatal Comprehensive Aptitude, 10,000. Reward, 5 Soul Saint Pills. In the Douluo World Variant Number 1, an unknown individual mused, "Am I going mad, or has this world gone mad? Ever since Shen Cangqiong appeared, everything has changed. I was taught since childhood that the highest innate soul power level is 10. Yet here we are with levels of 15 and 20. Is it possible that we might see 30 or 40 next?" "Calm down," another voice replied. "Learn from me. My heart is currently devoid of any turmoil. After all, I have seen innate soul powers reach level 50. What is so astonishing about 15 or 20? In the original Douluo World, yet another unknown individual commented, "It's easy for you to say, I've lost the motivation to train hard. No matter how diligently I strive, I cannot compete with these extraordinarily gifted individuals." Unlike the frustrations of ordinary individuals in both worlds, it was the aristocratic families and sects that truly felt the chill. They had long believed that uniting against the Spirit Hall would force it to retreat. Yet, upon witnessing the talents of Qian Daolu and Qian Rinqiwei, the true representatives of the Spirit Hall, they realized their previous notions were utterly naive. 2nd place, Bi Biong from 2 Worlds. Primary Martial Soul, Death Spider Queen. Secondary Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Queen. Innate Soul Power Level, 10. Postnatal Comprehensive Aptitude, Supreme Limit. Reward, 5 Soul Douluo Pills. Co-ranked 2nd, Shui Binger from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix. Innate Soul Power Level, 10. Postnatal Comprehensive Aptitude, Supreme Limit. Reward, 5 Soul Douluo Pills. In the Douluo World Variant Number 1, Xiao Wu from the Blaze Academy remarked, "Shui Binger, did you not claim your innate soul power level was 9? How is it now 10? Shui Binger replied, "In a world where the outstanding are often targeted, which family with foresight would reveal their true innate soul power levels? Take Yi Lingshuang from the Yi family, for instance. She too concealed her actual innate soul power level." Shui Yue interjected, "Haha. Xiao Wu, my sister is not one to seek the limelight as you do. When she awakened her martial soul and discovered her innate full soul power, she requested to keep her true level hidden." Xiao Wu responded, "Your sister is clever and formidable. But that does not make you so. Yet, it seems I was somewhat narrow-minded, naively believing that a once-in-a-century talent with full innate soul power was rare, only to discover several who prefer to play the role of the underdog right beside me. At this moment, everyone tacitly avoided discussing Bi Bidong or the fact that Shui Binger could suppress those prodigies with innate soul powers exceeding 10. After all, speaking of their immense talents would only flatter them, while addressing their suppression would humiliate them, an outcome best avoided. 1st place, Shen Cangqiong. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Innate Soul Power Level, 50. Postnatal Comprehensive Aptitude, Supreme Superlimit. Special Bonus, Nameless True Method. Reward, 5 Tidal Douluo Pills. As the talent list was announced, the distribution of rewards commenced. In the original Douluo World, Tang San from Shrek protested, "Wait, this is unacceptable. Why does Shen Cangqiong receive special bonuses and yet still claim his rewards?" In the Douluo World Variant Number 1, Tang San echoed, "Indeed, the same circumstances. Yet disparate treatment, there must be an explanation. Perhaps due to the likelihood of future encounters." The tone of Tang San from the Douluo World Variant No. 1 was considerably more amiable than that of his counterpart. The comparison video explained, Shen Cangqiong's ascension to the top of the talent list is not solely attributed to his special bonus, but but rather his innate talent. An unknown voice from the original Douluo World lamented, "What a disgrace. Do they truly lack self-awareness regarding their own circumstances compared to others?" Another voice from the Douluo World variant number 1 added, "Some individuals simply lack the insight to recognize their own limitations." Shui Yue inquired, by the way, "Why do only Shen Cangqiong and Tang San possess special bonuses? Where did Shen Cangqiong's nameless true technique and Tang San's Xiantian skill originate?" Chapter 60. The third comparison video commences with no further objections. We shall now proceed to distribute rewards to the top contenders. The reward distribution is complete. We shall now commence the third character comparison, past and present, the tale of Shen Cangqiong. Anonymous from the original Douluo World. "Goodness, it's Shen Cangqiong again. Can we have someone else?" Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. "What's the issue? Shen Cangqiong possesses strength and consistently makes it to the stage. Are you dissatisfied?" Anonymous from the original Douluo World. "I am indeed dissatisfied." Anonymous from the original Douluo World. "Regardless of your feelings, I shall shout out for my chance at fortune." Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. "Your shouting in this world is futile." Anonymous from the original Douluo World. "Who says? I refuse to believe that our world loses every time." At this moment, behind the Blue Tyrant Academy, variant Douluo World. "Cangqiong, it seems we will soon uncover your origins." At this juncture, Lu Erlong has arrived at Shen Cangqiong's training ground for the Blue Tyrant Shrek team, standing beside him with an odd expression. It appears so." Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong glanced around and noticed 11 pairs of eyes, including Lu Erlong's, fixed intently upon him. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly, while his curiosity about this elusive golden finger grew. After all, his so-called past life should refer to the original world, where he merely slept, ate, and played daily. What was there to discuss? Would they show footage of him casually mocking Tang San on Douluo continent? Amused by this thought, Shen Cangqiong shook his head and ceased his musings, turning his attention to the comparison video that had just illuminated the grand screen. However, upon witnessing the first image, he was rendered momentarily speechless. Shen Cangqiong, Douli Power, Rank 3, Low Level. The image displayed a middle-aged man with an impassive expression. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Tianshui Academy, Shui Yue, Douli Power, Rank 3? What does this mean? Did they mistake it for innate soul power levels? By the way, what is wrong with the people from this family? Their siblings lack talent and cultivation, and instead of offering comfort, they engage in mockery, truly devoid of any compassion. Such a family is doomed to falter. Although there have been numerous hints in previous comparison videos, the inhabitants of Douluo continent were utterly unaware of the existence of other worlds. This ignorance led Shui Wei to misunderstand the implications of past and present entirely. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Xiao Academy, Xiao Wu. If they can misinterpret innate soul power levels as Douli Power Rank 3, do you think such a family, lacking in intellect, understands the concept of familial harmony? Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yue. You might have a point there. Wait. Does this mean Shen Cangqiong hails from A? Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger. Your Highness Cangqiong, I apologize. My sister can be quite dense and often speaks without thinking. Please forgive her. At Tianshui Academy, Shui Yue, teary-eyed, clutched her head, her face laden with grievances as she gazed at her sister, Shui Binger, who was explaining the situation to Shen Cangqiong amidst the barrage of comments. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Xiao Academy, Xiao Wu. Your Highness Cangqiong, I too apologize for my sister's thoughtless remarks. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive her. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong. No need to worry. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong was still somewhat bewildered. Had it not been for Lu Erlong's gentle nudge, he would have missed Shui Binger and Xiao Wu apologies. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Headmaster of Xiao Academy, Wu Tianji. Thank you, Your Highness. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Headmaster of Tianshui Academy, Shui Qiuhua. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong bore no ill will, both Shui Yue and Xiao Wu's elders breathed a sigh of relief. What they had said was merely the truth. Why would I be angry? Furthermore, you may simply call me by my name. I prefer not to be addressed as Your Highness. In truth, every time Shen Cangqiong witnessed the familial strife depicted among the characters in Dopa, he couldn't help but express his disdain. Encountering kindred spirits this time, he could only commend Shui Yue and Xiao Wu, never blaming them. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Hulaina. This is incorrect. The Shen Cangqiong in the video appears to be merely in his teens. Yet, we have all witnessed his growth through previous comparison videos, and there was no such scene. Moreover, Shen Cangqiong is already a level 94 title Douluo. How could his strength be categorized as low level? Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Ware. It does seem that way. Brother Cangqiong, do you know what is happening? Shen Cangqiong's magnanimity revitalized Shui Ware. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong. Is it possible that you are interpreting the phrase past and present literally? Shen Cangqiong chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, never anticipating that this golden finger would directly impose the identity of Xiao Yinzi upon him. Was this the golden finger's way of expressing affection for its host? Anonymous from the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Ware. Huh? Interpret past and present literally? Shen Cangqiong's words left not only Shui Ware confused but also others from both worlds equally bewildered. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong, you will understand as you continue watching. As he had made his point abundantly clear, yet no one seemed to grasp its meaning. Shen Cangqiong could only gesture for everyone to proceed with the viewing. Chapter 61. The involvement of Bibi Dong at this moment within the comparative video. As each family member took the stage to test their abilities, amidst the gasps and explanations, two individuals from the Douluo continent gradually grasped the general situation depicted in the current scene. Variant Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Tianheng. It seems that the middle-aged man on the high platform was not mistaken. This family truly practices what is referred to as Douqi and Doli. Variant Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Yufeng. Could it be that the special enhancement technique used by Shen Cangqiong is indeed this family's Douqi and Doli? Variant Douluo World, Shifeng Academy, Feng Shaodian. It is a possibility. By the way, does anyone know where Wutan City is located? Variant Douluo World, Xinglua Empire. Prince Davis. I am quite certain that there is no city named Wutan within our Xinglua Empire. Variant Douluo World, Tiando Empire. Prince Shuqinghe. We do not have a city called Wutan in the Tiando Empire either. Is it possible that Wutan City is a small town built by this family in an obscure location? However, based on the conversations of these family members, it does not seem so. As they reached this point in their discussion, everyone instinctively paused, noticing that Shen Cangqiong had no intention of explaining, and they, understanding the situation, redirected their attention back to the comparative video. In the video, a girl of stunning beauty approached Shen Cangqiong, who stood silently, calling out to him. The video thoughtfully displayed her name and basic information beside her. Am I still worthy of being called that? Shen Cangqiong glanced at the charming girl and replied bitterly. Do not say that, Cangqiong brother. No matter how others perceive you, in my heart, you will always be the strongest. The girl stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Shen Cangqiong's, speaking earnestly. Hiki. At this, a smile finally grazed Shen Cangqiong's face. Gently, he stroked the girl's hair. And amidst the jealousy and disdain from the surrounding youths, he left the testing ground with her. I too wish for a sister who would stand by me unwaveringly. No matter what happens. The key is, this sister is extraordinarily beautiful. By the way, her name is Gu Suner, right? How could someone so lovely not make it onto the beauty list? Indeed, this is somewhat perplexing. However, you are quite the lecher, desiring even your own sister. Lecherous? Nonsense. Everyone else in this family bears the surname Shen, yet this girl, Suner, on the surface shares the Shen surname while secretly carrying the surname Gil. Clearly, she's only a nominal sister. You all are thinking too simplistically, based on the tropes I have observed in various biographical novels. Gu Suner's family background must be extraordinary. If Shen Cangqiong were to retain the unmatched cultivation talent he had years ago, he might have a chance to gain the approval of Gu Suner's family. However, with his current strength of merely 3 segments of Douqi, it seems unlikely. Even if Gu Suner does not mind marrying someone who can only ever reach the 3rd segment of Douqi, her family would certainly object. Thus, their relationship is fated to be tragic. Bibi Dong. The Pope of the Wuhuan Palace. Although I do not understand why Shen Cangqiong's cultivation has regressed and remains fixed at this so-called 3rd segment of Douqi, nor do I grasp its meaning. If the two are truly in love, why should they heed the trivial opinions of outsiders? They could simply find a secluded place to live in peace together. The scene unfolding before Shen Cangqiong reminded Bibi Dong of Yu Xiaojiang, who could never break through the 30th level. In Gu Suner, she saw a reflection of herself. Thus, upon hearing someone claim that Shen Cangqiong and Gu Suner were destined for tragedy, having already identified with Yu Xiaojiang and herself, Bibi Dong instinctively retorted. At that moment, she earnestly wished for Shen Cangqiong and Gu Suner to be together, hoping to remedy her own regrets with Yu Xiaojiang. The Pope is right. I have been short-sighted. Shen Cangqiong and Gu Suner will undoubtedly be together. With the Pope herself advocating for their love, What could a naysayer possibly say? It is wise to follow one's heart. Bibi Dong, indeed. Let us continue watching. Bibi Dong expressed her satisfaction with the other's understanding. The scene progressed. Sigh. 3 years have passed. My cultivation talent shows no signs of recovery. Is it destined that I must remain an ordinary person? Forever limited to the third segment of Dochi? Under the silver moon, amidst a sea of stars, atop a cliff, Shen Cangqiong lay on the grass. Hands as a pillow, murmuring. Hiki, little one, it seems you are in need of assistance. Just as Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, a jovial voice from an elder suddenly echoed beside him. What? Who? In the dead of night, in a desolate place, the unexpected voice startled anyone. Do not search. I am within the ring on your finger. Noticing Shen Cangqiong's vigilant gaze, the elder's voice resounded calmly. What? Shen Cangqiong abruptly raised his left hand, staring in horror at the ancient ring on his index finger. You have endured greatly these 3 years. Without you, I would have been asleep in this ring for an indefinite period. At this moment, a transparent figure emerged from the ring. Are you implying that my regression in cultivation over these 3 years is your doing? Shen Cangqiong's expression darkened upon hearing this. Higi, it appears so. But I am also quite helpless in this matter. How about this? I will provide you with ample compensation. What do you think? The transparent figure seemed rather embarrassed, awkwardly proposing a form of recompense. Chapter 62. 2 Compensations Variant 1, Douluo World, Water Academy, Shui Yuer. What is the situation with this old man? Is he a humanoid intelligent martial soul? Variant 1, Douluo World, Fire Academy, Wu. Shui Yuer, must your imagination always be so astonishing? Whoever marries you in the future will undoubtedly be tormented by your fanciful thoughts. Variant 1, Douluo World, Water Academy. Shui Yuer, am I not also tormented by him at night? So, it seems quite reasonable and fair for me to torment him during the day. Having said that, Shui Yuer suddenly felt a chill down her back. Turning around awkwardly, she met the fierce gaze of Shui Binger, who looked as though she wished to attack her. She quickly promised in a hushed voice that she would never speak out of turn again. Variant 1, Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Back Mountain. Cangqiong. What is the situation with this old man? Unlike the others in the comment section, Lu Erlong had no interest in speculating like them, but instead smiled and directly asked Shen Cangqiong, how should I explain this? Let me think. At this point in time, the Douluo continent has yet to conceive the notions of spirit or soul, leaving Shen Cangqiong somewhat at a loss for words. Let us put it this way, you may regard him as a being without a physical body. Essentially, his body has been destroyed, yet he remains alive. If I were to name this condition, it could be termed as spirit or soul, or perhaps divine soul. Fortunately, after careful contemplation, Shen Cangqiong managed to articulate the old man's current state in the simplest terms. I see. Lu Erlong nodded in apparent understanding. In fact, among those present who heard Shen Cangqiong's explanation, aside from the little rabbit Xiao Wu, who seemed to ponder deeply, the others shared Lu Erlong's confusion, appearing to grasp the meaning yet remaining unclear. Let us continue watching. With that, Shen Cangqiong felt he had no other choice. New concepts invariably require time for assimilation. However, for some reason, he sensed that the unfolding events felt somewhat odd, and if he recalled accurately, the old man should have appeared after the engagement-breaking plot. I hope I am merely overthinking. Shen Cangqiong murmured to himself as he gazed at the comparison video. Compensation? Do you know how I have spent these 3 years? In the footage, Shen Cangqiong gritted his teeth. I know, even though I have been in slumber, I can still vaguely perceive some external circumstances. Truthfully, during these 3 years, while you have endured considerable grievances, your character has also been tempered. Overall, you could be considered fortunate in adversity. The transparent old man said earnestly. Well, I truly thank you. Shen Cangqiong tightened his fists. Here is the deal. I possess an unnamed true technique, which I found in a mysterious ruin. I shall bestow it upon you. Additionally, I can teach you the art of alchemy, enabling you to become an alchemist. What do you think of these 2 compensations? Noticing Shen Cangqiong's increasingly grim expression, the transparent old man hastily redirected the conversation back to the compensations, proposing his offer. Variant 1, Douluo World, Water Academy, Shui Yuerao. The special enhancement of the unnamed true technique has emerged. Surely there will be an explanation regarding what this unnamed true technique truly is. Variant 1, Douluo World, Fire Academy. Wu. By the way, this transparent old man can refine medicine. Could there be a connection to the Piji clan? Variant 1, Douluo World, Piji clan. Leader Yang Wudi. Absolutely not. If this transparent old man were truly related to our Yang family, How could I possibly remain ignorant of his identity or whether he is human or something else? Most importantly, if this old man were connected to us, why does no one from the Yang family possess the special enhancement of this unnamed true technique to rank among the top 10 in the talent list? Yang Wu dared not associate himself with such matters, for their Yang family might genuinely become a relic of history on the Douluo continent. Variant 1, Douluo World, Water Academy. Shui Binger, this old man is certainly unrelated to the Yang family. Pay attention. Whenever the old man mentions alchemy and alchemists, he displays immense pride. Even Shen Cangqiong's expression shifted from extreme dissatisfaction to one of seriousness when discussing alchemy. I harbor no intention of offending the Yang family. But judging by the pills produced by the Yang family, they hardly warrant Shen Cangqiong's level of attention. Variant 1, Douluo World, Paji Clan. Leader Yang Wu. Although the words of the Shui family girl may be somewhat harsh, the truth remains. Our Yang family can at most concoct some healing pills. Yet such healing elixirs hold little value for true powerhouses, and ordinary practitioners cannot afford them. They are, in essence, rather trivial. Variant 1, Douluo World, Minji Clan. Young leader by Cangqiong. Whether it be the unnamed true technique or the alchemist, we can simply continue watching to uncover the answers. What purpose does aimless speculation serve? Variant 1, Douluo World, Paji Clan. Leader Yang Wu. Cangqiong is right. We shall see. I believe the comparison video will vindicate our Yang family. The footage continued. To become an alchemist is indeed a good thing. But what rank of alchemist are you? Can you truly teach me? In your current soul state, you might struggle to preserve yourself. Otherwise, how could you have absorbed my battle energy for 3 years? At this moment, after a brief exchange with the old man before him, Shen Cangqiong had regained his composure. Haha, you little rascal, still testing me. Rest assured. I may not claim to excel in other matters, but as far as alchemy is concerned, teaching you is more than sufficient. As for my rank as an alchemist, let me put it this way. Based on what I have learned from you, the strongest alchemist in the Jamadi Empire, Gu He, is nothing before me. The transparent old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a sense of arrogance. Cut it out. You're just bragging without basis. Gu He is a 6th-rank alchemist. Not only is he renowned in the Jamadi Empire, but he is also among the top tier in the surrounding empires. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes, not entirely convinced by the old man's claims. Chapter 63. Tang San once again became a model in the variant Douluo world. The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Snow Knight, Gamma Emperor. There are several nearby emperors. Could it be that I misheard? In the variant Douluo world. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Xianfeng. You did not mishear. Given the current circumstances, either the comparison video is fabricated or it depicts another world. After all, both the so-called 6th-grade alchemists and the concepts of fighting energy are not found in our Douluo continent. In the variant Douluo world, Snow Knight, Young Master Shen. Could you elucidate this for us? In the variant Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong, that indeed is another world. There is no need for concealment, as the plot deepens. Anyone who is not a complete fool can discern it. Unfortunately, while Shen Cangqiong considers this inconsequential, others on Douluo continent do not share his perspective. Almost as soon as Shen Cangqiong acknowledged it as another world, the inhabitants of both realms erupted in yet another wave of excitement. This time, the commotion surpassed any previous occurrences. In the variant Douluo world, Shui Wu of the Water Academy, Brother Cangqiong, I never imagined you hailed from another world. By the way, do you remember how to return? Might you take me along to see it? In the variant Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong, for now, I cannot return. In the variant Douluo world, the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis, what a pity. If we could go there. Perhaps we could unite Douluo continent to conquer that land. Davis contemplated that if he could secure new territory for the Star Luo Empire, he might be directly appointed as the Crown Prince. In the variant Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong, you should be grateful that Douluo continent is not connected to that world. Otherwise, Douluo continent would have long since changed its name. In the variant Douluo world, Davis, what do you mean? Are we that weak? In the variant Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong, hee. The realms in that world are categorized from low to high, consisting of 9 levels of fighting power, followed by Fighter, Master, Great Master, Spirit King, King, Emperor, Sect Master, and Supreme, culminating in 9 turns Supreme, low to mid-level Semi-Saint, Saint, and then Emperor. Just one Emperor from that world could obliterate your Star Luo Empire within a day. In the variant Douluo world, Shui Wu. No way. Does that mean we are in grave danger? In the variant Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong, do not worry. Those capable of arriving here have no interest in our Douluo continent. and those who lack the ability to come, even if they are interested, would be of no consequence. In the variant Douluo world, Shui Ware, that is a relief. You truly startled me. In the variant Douluo world, the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shuqinghe, Brother Shen. What level of power does an emperor from that world correspond to in our Douluo continent? In the variant Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong, a low-level king approximately corresponds to a regular title Douluo, a mid-level king to a super Douluo, a high-level king to a peerless Douluo, and a peak king to a semi-divine pinnacle. As for what level an emperor corresponds to in Douluo continent, I need not elaborate. Upon hearing this, Shuqinghe, Qianrenqiwei, inhaled sharply and fell silent. In truth, it was not only Qianrenqiwei who became silent. Even the previously fervent inhabitants of both worlds suddenly quieted down. Although these ordinary people might not fully grasp the significance of peerless Douluo and semi-divine, they understood that these realms were undoubtedly superior to tidal Douluo and the recently learned super Douluo realm. At this moment, the scene continued. Forget it. I believe you are more formidable than that ancient river. Now, let us discuss this nameless true method. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, offering a semblance of comfort to the transparent elder, who was fuming. That cannot be discussed. I previously mentioned that this nameless true method was discovered in a mysterious relic. At the time, I had yet to thoroughly study it before being ambushed and my body destroyed. Subsequently, I barely escaped in a spiritual form, only to fall into slumber shortly thereafter. However, I can share the peculiarities of this nameless true method. Unlike other cultivation methods, which maintain their rank indefinitely once created, the rank of this nameless true method increases in tandem with the practitioner's level, and it can be elevated infinitely. As he spoke, the transparent elder's expression grew decidedly grim. Is that so? Very well, I shall accept it. By the way, although you absorbed 3 years' worth of my fighting energy, the 2 compensations you provided have evidently far exceeded the losses incurred. Is there anything you require of me? I shall not decline anything within my capabilities. Shen Cangqiong sensed the elder's mood had suddenly soured, so he refrained from further bargaining and instead offered his own promise. I hope that when your strength is sufficient, you can assist me in refining a new body. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong was quite earnest, the transparent elder suppressed the anger that arose from reminiscing about past grievances and nodded in satisfaction. Refining a new body for you? How is that accomplished? Upon hearing the elder's unusual request, Shen Cangqiong was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat troubled. Do not worry. I possess the method for body refinement. When you reach the requisite level for body refinement, I will share the method with you. The transparent elder stated, understanding Shen Cangqiong's predicament. After all, Wutan City is a minuscule place, and families within such a small city naturally lack the means for body refinement, perhaps even having never heard of it. In the variant Douluo world, Shui Ware of the Water Academy, Brother Cangqiong is truly a kind-hearted person, knowing how to be grateful. If it were that Tang San in this situation, he might have taken the compensation yet still held resentment toward the transparent elder. In the variant Douluo world, Xiao Wu of the Blaze Academy, where you have already found a path to resurrection. In the variant Douluo world, Feng Xiaodian of the Wind Academy, where you should still be cautious. Do not let that Tang San find you. In the variant Douluo world, the Blue Silver Emperor. Ayin, is it truly possible to recreate a body after losing one? Chapter 64. The withdrawal of engagement in the variant Douluo world, Shen Cangqiong remarked. It is indeed possible, but there are no heavenly materials or earthly treasures on Douluo continent that can refine a body. The ancient Blue Silver Emperor, Ayin, replied. Do enlighten us. Many rare materials grow in places seldom trodden by humans. Although you may never have the opportunity to witness them, I, as the Blue Silver Emperor of 100,000 years, have ventured into numerous perilous and treasure-laden locales. This was not mere boasting on Ayin's part. She had genuinely encountered many such treasures, though most were of little use to her, hence she refrained from collecting them. The mindset of the Spirit Beast clan fundamentally diverges from that of humans. Even in her human form, Ayin retained her uncomplicated nature, only taking what was beneficial to her. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, interjected, our Spirit Hall possesses numerous treasures as well. If possible, I too wish to forge a new body. After a moment of hesitation, she finally made her decision. The main reason was that very few were privy to the incident that transpired with her in the past, leaving her unconcerned about speculation from those unaware of the truth. Very well, Shen Cangqiong responded. Since you wish to know, I shall share. To forge a new body, one must first possess strange fire. Do you have any? Or do you know where it can be found? Ayin inquired. What sort of item is that? Could you elaborate? Bibi Dong asked the assembly. Has anyone heard of? Those who can provide information shall be generously rewarded. At that moment, she hoped Yu Xiaojiang would step forward with knowledge of the strange fire. For his vast erudition fascinated her. In simple terms, is an extraordinary flame born from the essence of heaven and earth. As you continue to observe, you shall gain further clarity on what truly is, Shen Cangqiong explained. Very well, Ayin conceded, redirecting her attention to the comparison video. Despite her vast knowledge, she was baffled by the concept of. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, after waiting in vain for Yu Xiaojiang's commentary or anyone to provide information about that, also turned her focus back to the video, disappointment evident. As time elapsed, Shen Cangqiong's training aptitude had been restored. To compensate for the 3 years of stagnation in his cultivation, exacerbated by the absorption of his spirit energy by Yao Lao, he immersed himself in relentless training. Soon, a full month passed in the monotony of his rigorous routine. On this particular day, the Shen family welcomed a distinguished guest. Patriarch Shen, the lead guest, stated, taking a sip of tea before addressing Shen Cangqiong and the family council. Let us speak plainly. I have brought Yin and here with the intention of withdrawing the engagement with your Shen Cangqiong. Displaying no signs of embarrassment for confronting the host, it seemed entirely natural for him. Yanran, my dear niece, was this decision made by your family, or is it your own? Shenjan's sharp gaze turned towards the quiet Nalan Yanran. It is my own decision. My family is unaware of this matter, she candidly confessed. Acknowledging that the withdrawal of the engagement was her initiative, Tian Shui Academy's Shui Yuer exclaimed, wow, this Nalan Yin and is rather wicked. Oh dear. My pert Cangqiong. At the same time, Xiao Wu from the Qihua Academy remarked, Nalan Yanran's desire to withdraw the engagement is not inherently wrong. After all, who would wish to be bound to someone they have never met, given the ability to choose? However, she erred in making such a public spectacle of it. Why not withdraw quietly? She chose to make it a grand affair, letting everyone know of her intentions. What a foolish act. From the comparison video, it was apparent that the Shen family and the Nalan family shared a long-standing relationship. Yet, Nalan Yanran's actions made it seem as if they were bitter enemies to those unaware of the familial ties. The head of the Blue Ba Academy, Lu Erlong, expressed her frustration. Enough of this nonsense. Everything Nalan Yanran says is merely an excuse. The truth is that she is someone who craves strength. Why did she not withdraw the engagement when Cangqiong's talent was intact? Only after it diminished did she make this move. Although 3 years have passed. Who knows if she was waiting for his talent to recover, ultimately deciding to withdraw upon realizing it would not. Lu Erlong was incensed. She felt that Shen Cangqiong had never faced such humiliation, and if Nalan Yanran were present, she would ensure the latter understood what it meant to incur the wrath of a dragon. Enough, there is no need for further debate. Let us continue watching. Shen Cangqiong said, bemused. He realized that if this topic of engagement withdrawal continued unbridled, it might linger indefinitely. Lu Erlong had already smashed several chairs in her wrath. Had he not intervened, the assembly would have been left standing to view the video. Tian Shui Academy Shui Ware declared, I shall heed Cangqiong's words. Humph. I am eager to witness whether Nalan Yin and will regret her decision once she learns of Cangqiong's restored talent. Chapter 65. A Small Pitfall with Yu Xiaojiang, Patriarch Shen. Please do not be angry. We are aware that this cancellation of engagement will significantly impact the Shen family. Thus, our esteemed leader has entrusted me with a token of goodwill, a gesture of apology. With that, Guy produced a box containing a medicinal pill from his storage ring and opened it, placing it on the nearby table. The Qi-gathering pill. As the pill came into view, the onlookers, who had initially appeared to revel in the misfortunes of Shenjan and Shen Cangqiong, collectively gasped. Their avarice barely concealed in their eyes. This Qi-gathering pill was personally crafted by Master Guha from our sect. Seeing the expressions of the Shen family, Guyi felt a swell of pride and began to elaborate. Guyi, I suggest you take that pill back. The matter between Miss Nalan and myself cannot be resolved so simply. Once Guyi finished speaking, Shen Cangqiong rose and remarked coolly. Before making his way to Nalan Yan and amidst the admonitions from the prominent members of the Shen family, it is evident that I do not harbor any affection for you. Can you not perceive that? Gazing at the proximity of Shen Cangqiong, Nalan Yanran's eyes flickered with displeasure, her tone decidedly frosty. Nor do I hold any fondness for you. However, our marriage was promised by your grandfather and my father. Now, you come to cancel the engagement. What of your grandfather's words? Shen Cangqiong's voice remained equally cold. This is my affair, and it bears no relation to my grandfather. Nalan Yin replied with impatience. There was an unspoken thought in her mind. With the backing of Yunlan's sect and her instructor, the Nalan family is insignificant. Were it not for her reputation, She would hardly care to associate with the Nailan family at all. Haha. Why do I detect a hint of disdain for your grandfather in your tone? Never mind. A wife like you, even if offered for free, I would not dare accept. With that, Shen Cangqiong, under the scrutinizing gazes of the assembled guests, swiftly pinned a divorce document and tossed it into Nailan Yinran's arms before departing without a backward glance. Hey, this is more like it. Let her attempt to cancel the engagement, only to find herself rejected instead. Brother Cangqiong truly excels. Yu Xiaojiang, filled with fervor, pondered whether Shen Cangqiong could concoct the qi-gathering pill, envisioning a future where he acquired countless pills with Lu Erlong's assistance, ultimately achieving the title of a Douluo. Why do you inquire about this? Shen Cangqiong intended to discern Yu Xiaojiang's motives while also seeking an opportunity to outwit him. If you possess the ability to create them, could you assist me in crafting a few? While he posed the question, Yu Xiaojiang's desires far exceeded mere quantities. Even if I could produce the qi-gathering pill, how much are you willing to offer for my services? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, realizing his financial constraints. Without the support from the spirit hall, he would have long faced starvation. Yet, he could not show weakness now, lest he suffer humiliation before both worlds. Even disregarding the production costs, the labor fee alone for crafting a qi-gathering pill would be no less than 1,000 gold soul coins. Such a steep price. Yu Xiaojiang nearly choked on his astonishment. You have published several books, have you not? 1,000 gold soul coins should be a trifling matter for you. Confronted with this truth, Yu Xiaojiang's countenance darkened, but he could not unleash his frustration. Haha. The books of this master were funded by someone within the spirit hall. Otherwise, given the nonsensical content, they would never have seen the light of day. Shen Cangqiong realized the implications, stating, henceforth, do not hold any hopes for the qi-gathering pill. The labor fee alone is merely 1,000 gold soul coins. If you truly wish to procure a finished pill, you must consider a sum in the hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. As I have said, there are no materials for crafting the qi-gathering pill on Douluo continent. Substitution with similarly effective rare materials is unavoidable. You understand their true value, I trust. I comprehend now. As he continued watching the comparison video, Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew increasingly grim. He should never have held any expectations for Shen Cangqiong. As anticipated, just a few words had led to his humiliation once more. The ever-irritating golden crocodile would soon face retribution from him. Such thoughts lingered in Yu Xiaojiang's mind. Meanwhile, the scene unfolded further. Brother Cangqiong, I may soon have to depart. Over here, Shen Suner caught up with the departing Shen Cangqiong. Her tone tinged with melancholy. Are you returning to your family? Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. Indeed. Brother Cangqiong is already aware that I am not of the Shen family. Shen Suner managed a strained smile. The elders in my family do not even regard my father, the patriarch of the Shen family. However, with just a word from you, they would immediately yield. Which speaks volumes. Suner, you must come from a powerful lineage. Gently brushing the long hair of the young girl before him, Shen Cangqiong voiced his curiosity. I hail from an ancient family, the ancient clan. Once you become powerful, Brother Cangqiong, you must come to the central domain to find Suner. Suner leaned against Shen Cangqiong's shoulder, as if bidding farewell, reluctant to part. Chapter 66, Curiosity, the variant Douluo World at the back mountain of the Blue Tyrant Academy. What? As Shen Cangqiong observed the increasingly absurd narrative in the comparison video, a jolt surged through him. The earlier plot twist regarding the broken engagement had already shifted. And while he refrained from commenting further, the sudden emergence of Suner contemplating departure ignited a familiar sensation within him. It felt as though the elusive golden finger was indeed preparing to unleash unexpected developments. Nevertheless, he decided to let it be. After all, this golden finger had never led him astray. It could pursue its whims as it pleased. Why overthink? He resolved to treat it as merely another enchanting anime. Remarkably, with this alteration to the narrative, even he found himself intrigued by the unfolding events. After a brief internal struggle, Shen Cangqiong exhaled deeply, adopting a rather resolute demeanor. The comparison video continued. You brat, if you wish to see that girl again, then you must double your efforts in cultivation, the voice echoed. Otherwise, Yao Lao did not complete his sentence, yet his implication was unmistakable. Yao Lao, do you know Sunda's family? In the footage, Shen Cangqiong, who had been momentarily dazed, perked up at Yao Lao's words. Do you truly wish to know? The truth may be disheartening for you. Yao Lao hesitated momentarily. Just tell me. I will not be disheartened. Regardless of Suner's identity, it will only serve to amplify my motivation for cultivation, Shen Cangqiong asserted. Very well. Observing Shen Cangqiong's earnest expression, Yao Lao nodded, organizing his thoughts before he began to explain. The cultivation realms on this continent, from lowest to highest, are 9 stages of battle power: fighter, master, grandmaster, spirit king, spirit emperor, spirit sage, spirit Douluo, spirit respect, 9-turn spirit respect, low, mid, and high half-saints, spirit saint, and spirit emperor. In the 4 domains aside from the central region, possessing a spirit king powerhouse allows a faction to dominate a territory as an upper echelon force. Having a spirit emperor grants the capability to establish a vast imperial force. Meanwhile, a faction with a spirit Douluo can become an extraordinary hegemonic power. However, within the central region's formidable factions, even the invincible spirit kings and spirit emperors from the other 4 domains are relegated to merely mid-tier positions. Even the superlative spirit Douluos, who reign supreme elsewhere, are often just elevated members within these mighty groups. Yet, that is not the end of it. Above the countless significant forces in the central region, there exists a considerable number of superlative powers. In these superlative factions, even a spirit respect is relegated to the status of an ordinary senior member. Only those who ascend to the unique realm of 9-turn spirit respect can attain the title of ancestor within the sect. At this juncture, Yao Lao glanced at Shen Cangqiong, who was rendered speechless, and with a hint of amusement, remarked, "What's wrong? Feeling a bit overwhelmed? There's still much more to come." Not at all. I am merely astonished. I hadn't imagined the external world to be so vast. I realize now that my previous perspective was somewhat narrow. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong acknowledged Yao Lao's earlier assertion that his 3 years of seclusion had served as a form of tempering. We've only just begun. With a playful smile, Yao Lao, under Shen Cangqiong's eager and slightly bemused gaze, continued his discourse. Indeed, whether it be the significant factions of the central region or the superlative forces, they merely represent the most formidable powers on the surface. In truth, the real authority over the central region lies within the few supreme forces. In these supreme powers, a spirit respect is no longer a rarity. Only those who transition from the 1st to the 9th turn can be considered the backbone. To become a genuine decision-maker, one must reach the legendary half-saint realm to secure a position of influence. Following that, there exists a final echelon, that being the ancient imperial clans, which have dominated the continent for hundreds of thousands of years, unbeknownst to ordinary folk. And the family to which that girl belongs is among the most distinguished among the ancient imperial clans. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. I had previously stated that the identity of this Gusuner must be extraordinary. Look, it seems I was correct. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. But what does it matter that I guessed correctly? What I ponder now is, what kind of force could endure for hundreds of thousands of years? Variant Douluo World Anonymous. Regardless of the nature of such a force, I am certain that it must be unimaginably powerful. Primitive Douluo World Anonymous. According to Shen Cangqiong's prior explanations, the Spirit King corresponds to the title Douluo at the pinnacle of our Douluo continent. Wait, I suddenly perceive an issue. After reaching the pinnacle of the demigod realm, it seems there is no higher realm. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. There should be new realms beyond the demigod pinnacle. After all, from the comparison video, we learned of the Super Douluo, the Peerless Douluo, and the demigod pinnacle, prior to which we only knew that the highest realm for soul masters was the title Douluo. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. Truly a bunch of simpletons. From the very phrase demigod pinnacle, along with discussions about Sea God Island and the Sea God, one can deduce that the realm beyond the demigod pinnacle must indeed be that of a deity. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. That makes perfect sense. How did I not realize this sooner? Primitive Douluo World Anonymous. Thus, he called you simpletons. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. Even if there exists a divine realm beyond, so what? Let us not forget that the pinnacle of demigods in our world can merely reign as a local tyrant in the countryside. Even if the divine realm corresponds to the Spirit Emperor and Spirit Douluo, it remains a larger, but still feeble entity. Variant Douluo World Anonymous. TCH, whatever Shen Cangqiong says, you all blindly believe. It is truly lacking in intellect. Regardless, I refuse to accept that our world is so weak. Chapter 67. The healing elixir stirs the treatment system. Soul masters in the variant Douluo world. Shui Yuerer from the Heavenly Water Academy inquired, Brother Cangqiong, are there any realms beyond the peak of demigods? Shen Cangqiong responded, the triumvirate god, secondary god, primary god, supreme god, and possibly the creator god. That leaves us with only 5 realms, Shui Yuerer remarked. Qian Daolu, the grand elder of the spirit hall in this variant Douluo world, expressed his confusion. How do you know so much about the realms of gods, Shen Cangqiong? Even as descendants of the first-generation angel god, we lack such clarity on the divisions of divine realms. Shen Cangqiong replied, I've gleaned this knowledge from ancient texts. This reasoning was unassailable, as no one could verify its truth. Could you show me that ancient text? Douluo asked. After you read it, I wouldn't know where it ended up. Shen Cangqiong replied. In truth, many questions could be directed towards the comparative videos. As long as they're not unmentionable secrets, they should provide answers. Shen Cangqiong added. Indeed, the comparative videos have addressed inquiries before. An anonymous voice chimed in. I'll give it a try. Comparative video. Can you tell us all the realms of the Soul Master profession? The video responded. Shen Cangqiong has already informed you. There is no error in what he stated. Truly, Brother Cangqiong deserves such praise. Powerful and knowledgeable, Xiao Wu said. Regardless of his strength and wisdom, that knowledge does not belong to you. You should focus on the comparative videos, retorted Xiao Wu from the Blaze Academy. That remains to be seen, Xiao Wu replied, but was interrupted by a sharp glance from Shui Binger, who had been attentively observing her, causing her to fall silent. Meanwhile, the comparative video continued. Since discovering Sun'er's true identity from Medicine Elder, Shen Cangqiong has resumed his relentless training, almost to the extent of being a recluse. As time flowed on, it marked the passage of 9 months. Strangely, the elders and overseers in the family bore somber expressions. Had something occurred? Having recently regained his status as a fighter, Shen Cangqiong intended to share this good news with Shen Zhan, but sensed trouble within the family. Shall I not investigate? He pondered, recalling the words of Medicine Elder. Well, I had planned to visit my father anyway. He nodded in agreement. An hour later, in Shen Cangqiong's chamber, he asked, Medicine Elder, you claim to be more formidable than Gu He. Do you possess a healing elixir superior to that of the Jiaya family? Gazing at the healing elixir purchased from the Jiaya family, he directed his question to Medicine Elder. This is merely the most inferior healing elixir. I could easily concoct a formula that surpasses its efficacy by several folds. Medicine Elder scoffed, examining the vial with disdain. Then what are we waiting for? Present it. Shen Cangqiong urged, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Very well. I intended to teach you alchemy once you broke through to the fighter level. Now seems the opportune moment to have you try your hand at crafting a simple healing elixir. Medicine Elder consented, retrieving the most basic formula from his storage ring. Me? Can I really do it? Shen Cangqiong blinked in disbelief. Of course it's you. I have no interest in concocting such a rudimentary pill. Medicine Elder rolled his eyes. Is it within my capabilities? Shen Cangqiong hesitated. Whether you can or not, you'll find out through practice. Come, let us procure some herbs needed for the elixir at the city's auction, Medicine Elder instructed before vanishing back into the ring. In the variant Douluo World, Niu Gao, the clan leader of the Yu family, remarked to Lao Yang, look at the efficacy of their healing elixirs compared to yours. I feel embarrassed for you. Why he? The leader of the Min family, quipped, you're premature in your embarrassment. Did you not hear that Medicine Elder referred to these elixirs as inferior? Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa family, lamented, gentlemen, please refrain from mockery. Their alchemists have established a complete system, while our Douluo continent lacks any other alchemist aside from my family. Under such circumstances, we must innovate ourselves. How could we possibly compete? Yi Linglong, the leader of the 9-heart Tang family, mused, if one day we could produce healing elixirs of similar quality, the existence of all healing system soul masters would be rendered obsolete. Yang Wudi countered, Leader Yi, you are overly optimistic. If my family alone were to research healing elixirs, it would take us centuries to develop a formula comparable to that in the comparative video. Just as Yi Linglong concluded her statement, Yang Wudi sensed a chill, realizing he had drawn the attention of numerous healing system soul masters, prompting him to hastily clarify in the comments section. Is it truly that difficult? Yi Linglong questioned. Skepticism etched on her face. More challenging than I have articulated, Yang Wudi replied without hesitation. He feared that any indecision might lead the healing system's soul masters to suspect he was concealing something. Despite their apparent lack of combat prowess, their healing abilities made them invaluable allies, prompting many to cultivate favorable relationships with them for future needs. Chapter 68. The decision of the 9-heart Tang family in the variant Douluo World. The head of the 9-heart Tang family, Yi Linglong, inquired. Young Master Shen, what are your thoughts on Yang Wudi's words? Yi Linglong harbored doubts about Yang Wudi while also seeking to gauge Shen Cangqiong's stance on healing soul masters, and healing medicines. After all, she could summon the Spirit Hall to manipulate Yang Wudi at will. Yet she understood that the Spirit Hall would not confront Shen Cangqiong for the sake of her 9-heart Sitang family. In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong responded, "The Yang family lacks the funds to research more effective healing medicines. Without support of several 100 million gold soul coins, any effort would ultimately be in vain. However, alchemy and alchemists will undoubtedly emerge. The only uncertainty lies in the timing." In the variant Douluo World, Yang Wudi of the Peiji family remarked, "Finally, someone who understands the field. Developing a decent healing medicine is not an easy task." Yang Wudi breathed a sigh of relief, for his family had suffered greatly from past calamities and could not endure any further turmoil. In the variant Douluo World, Yi Linglong stated, "I understand. Director Liu, once the external training of the Heaven Do Royal Academy concludes, I will enroll my daughter, Yi Lingling, in your esteemed institution. I hope she will receive ample care during her studies." Yi Linglong comprehended Shen Cangqiong's implication, since they could not prevent the emergence of healing medicines. They would join the endeavor early, ensuring that her family would not be overly passive. Moreover, she remained fixated on the soul guide bubble. In the variant Douluo World, Lu Erlong, the president of the Blue Tyrant Academy, reassured her, "Rest assured, the young lady will be personally guided by Cangqiong, ensuring her extraordinary talents are not squandered." In the variant Douluo World, Yi Linglong expressed her gratitude, "Thank you." In the variant Douluo World, Meng Xinji, the chief educational officer of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, urged her, "Have you truly considered this decision? If Yi Lingling departs, our team will lose an irreplaceable asset." In the variant Douluo World, Yi Linglong replied decisively, "There is no need for further contemplation." She was not unreasonable. Rather, the Heaven Do Royal Academy had consistently underperformed in past elite competitions, often facing early elimination. In such circumstances, her daughter's presence would make little difference. In the variant Douluo World, an unnamed observer lamented, "Alas, the foremost healing family has compromised so swiftly. What path lies ahead for us, ordinary healing soul masters?" The comparative video continued. "Master Yao, what should I do now?" At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had acquired a substantial quantity of medicinal materials for crafting healing medicines from the auction, both through purchase and credit. Your luck with the ladies is impressive. Barely have you lost one sister, and another sister appears almost immediately, emerging from the ring." Master Yao jested with Shen Cangqiong, and despite Shen's awkwardness, he began to instruct him in the art of alchemy step by step. Soon, the room was filled only with the sound of flames crackling and the popping noise of materials being refined. In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Blaze Academy mused, "So this is how one refines medicine?" However, their requirement for both fire and wood attributes for alchemy stems from the fact that their so-called fire attribute cannot independently sustain flames without the wood attribute. Yet, fire soul masters on the Douluo continent do not require such assistance and can continuously produce flames. Haha, it seems this profession of alchemist was tailor-made for me. I must give it a try soon. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuer from the Water Academy observed, "Xiao Wu's eyes. I see clearly. Xiao Wu's mind. I've learned. Xiao Wu's hands. Let's go?" In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu retorted, "Humph, Shui Yuer, do you think I'm as foolish as you?" In the variant Douluo World, Yao Zi from the Plant Academy interjected, "Xiao Wu, have you forgotten that to become an alchemist, aside from fire and wood attributes, one must also possess formidable soul power? Do you understand what soul power is?" In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu replied, "Of course I know what soul power is. Master Yao has already explained it in those comparative videos. Just wait. Once I successfully concoct a healing medicine, I will gift each of you a portion." In the variant Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian from the Wind Academy encouraged, "Xiao Wu, keep it up. I will treasure the healing medicine you gift me as a family heirloom." In the variant Douluo World, Shui Wei remarked, "Feng Xiaotian is clever. He calls it a family heirloom to flatter you. But he fears that your healing medicine might not heal at all and instead poison him." In the variant Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian protested, "I didn't. Stop making baseless accusations." In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wushuang laughed, "Haha. Actually, Shui Wei is right. I wouldn't dare use the healing medicine refined by Xiao Wu." In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Brother." As even her brother joined in the teasing, Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration, which only elicited more playful jibes from her friends. Meanwhile, amidst the banter, the comparative video continued. "Master Yao, look here. Has this healing medicine been successfully refined?" Shen Cangqiong gazed at Master Yao with excitement. Having attempted more than 10 times, he had finally succeeded in completing all the steps without failure for the first time. Well, it's passable. Master Yao assessed the finished healing medicine in Shen Cangqiong's hand, nodding slightly. Just passable? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong's exuberance faltered, replaced by a hint of disappointment. You've done remarkably well. I recall that during my first attempt at refining healing medicine, I failed over 100 times before grasping the essentials. In truth, Master Yao felt even more disheartened. As a once revered alchemist with unparalleled talent, he had always taken pride in his abilities, yet today he faced a significant setback before this young man. Chapter 69, Body Refining Elixir. In the subsequent days, Shen Cangqiong secluded himself within his chamber, tirelessly concocting healing potions, while the situation of the Shen family grew increasingly dire. Bang! The Jiaoya family is truly overstepping their bounds, exclaimed the third elder, slamming his hand on the table in the family council chamber, filled with indignation. If this continues, we will have no choice but to confront the Jiaoya family head-on. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. The second elder echoed, his expression frosty. Patriarch, it is time to make a decisive move. We, the Shen family, have no retreat left. After the sentiments of the second and third elders were voiced, the first elder also expressed his desire to take the initiative. It's merely some healing potions, yet it has left the three of you in such disarray. Aren't you usually more competent than this? Just as Shenjian weighed the pros and cons, contemplating his response, a somewhat mischievous voice suddenly pierced through the chamber, drawing the attention of all present. Shen Cangqiong? Humph. You have no business here, the first elder coldly declared, his mood already sour upon seeing Shen Cangqiong. Since the restoration of his cultivation talent, Shen Cangqiong's mindset had transformed entirely. He paid no heed to the incensed first elder and proceeded to a table, placing several small jade vials upon it amidst the puzzled gazes of those in the hall. Cangqiong, what is this? Shenjian inquired hesitantly. Father, these are the healing potions of our Shen family, Shen Cangqiong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shenjian was struck with astonishment, as were the other dozen or so individuals in the hall, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Is this true? After a prolonged silence, Shenjian, filled with joy, exclaimed, Father, please take a look. With that, Shen Cangqiong swiftly picked up a jade vial and approached the first elder. In a flash, he drew a dagger across the elder's arm. And before the elder could react, he poured the healing potion onto the wound. This so-called first elder ought to be taught a lesson, to endure a bit of hardship, mused Xue Yuer from the Water Academy. However, it's unfortunate that the healing potion crafted by Brother Cangqiong is so remarkably effective. Within mere seconds, the wound began to heal. This healing potion's efficacy is nothing short of miraculous, remarked Yang Wudi, the leader of the Piji clan. Haha. The expressions of those in the video are simply hilarious, laughed Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from the Blue Blood Academy. Could it be that the members of the Shen family possess some peculiar preference? Their gazes towards the healing potions are quite overwhelming, speculated an anonymous commenter. Indeed. That gaze is familiar. It's the same I have when I behold beauty, responded another. You all possess an extraordinary wit. Others merely see the opportunity for their clan to retaliate with the arrival of these healing potions, yet you twist it into something so lewd, another chimed in. Meanwhile, the video continued to unfold. Cangqiong, where did you acquire these healing potions? Shenjian, still agitated, scrutinized a small jade vial. Only after a long while recalling to inquire about their origin. I crafted them myself, Shen Cangqiong stated nonchalantly, sipping tea as he spoke. What? Upon hearing this, Shenjian gasped in disbelief, staring at the composed Shen Cangqiong with incredulity. While I am not an apothecary, I know that one must first attain the status of a fighter even to aspire to be a novice apothecary. In contrast to Shenjian's astonishment, the first elder furrowed his brow, clearly displeased, though he was shocked by the abundance of healing potions presented by Shen Cangqiong. He could not fathom that they were indeed his creation. After all, how could a mere 3-stage fighter possibly concoct potions with such remarkable healing properties? It was not only the first elder who doubted, the others in attendance shared the sentiment, and even Shenjian was uncertain about the veracity of his son's claims. A fighter, you say? In the face of skepticism, Shen Cangqiong set down his cup and stood slowly. In an instant, an aura of a fighter surged forth, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Following this, a cool voice emerged from Shen Cangqiong's lips. I broke through to the fighter realm over a week ago. Hiss. The crowd stared in stunned silence as Shen Cangqiong departed, their gasps echoing through the council chamber, raising the temperature within significantly. I relish watching such confrontational and face-slapping narratives. commented an anonymous viewer. I too enjoy such plots, though it is regrettable that Shen Cangqiong lacks a stunning companion in the comparative video, remarked another. With brother Cangqiong's excellence, who would doubt his ability to attract a remarkable partner? Xiao Wu asserted confidently. Just wait and see. The comparative video persisted. Several minutes later, Yao Lao. We now have enough healing potions for the Shen family to sell for a while. It is time for me to retreat and resume my cultivation. Shen Cangqiong declared within his chamber. Hold on, Yao Lao waved his hand. I possess a certain item that, if utilized to assist your cultivation, will significantly enhance your progress. Additionally, it offers other benefits. What is this item? Why have you not presented it before? Perhaps I could have advanced to the fighter stage more swiftly. Shen Cangqiong expressed curiosity. Body refining elixir, Yao Lao replied cryptically. Chapter 70. The discovery of beast. You only need to understand that the body refinement elixir primarily enhances physical strength, with a secondary benefit of increasing cultivation speed. In fact, there is another elixir, known as the Foundation Establishment Elixir, which could have been utilized prior to becoming a fighter. However, since you entered the fighter realm several years ago, the Foundation Establishment Elixir holds no value for you. Noticing Shen Cangqiong's confused expression, Elder Yao continued to elucidate. The strength of the central region is indeed extraordinary, effortlessly producing various elixirs to aid in cultivation. Unlike us from smaller locales, where even hearing of such elixirs is a rarity. For instance, in our Shen family, one of the top families in a small city. If the patriarch has the opportunity to consume a few first or second grade elixirs that provide even slight assistance in cultivation throughout his lifetime, it is considered a luxurious affair. Shen Cangqiong smiled wryly. Let us proceed. We aim to purchase a year's worth of body refinement elixir, striving to enter seclusion for a year and make a significant breakthrough to become a battle master. Elder Yao refrained from responding and instead presented the next stage of the cultivation plan prepared for Shen Cangqiong. All right, Shen Cangqiong nodded in agreement, swiftly changing his attire before stepping out. In truth, Shen Cangqiong was merely astonished by the might of the central region and would not squander time on its matters. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. Isn't this cheating? One should rely on their innate talent to enhance their cultivation, not on elixirs. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. Haha. The ability to refine elixirs is someone else's skill. Stop wearing that envious facade. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. Ignore this colossal fool. He is the type who, unable to reach the grapes, claims they are sour. Just give him some elixirs that enhance cultivation and see if he doesn't consume them. Xiao Wu from Variant Douluo World. I suddenly realized that rather than wasting time researching healing potions, it would be more beneficial to study elixirs that aid in cultivation. Yang Wudi, patriarch of the Pa family from Variant Douluo World. Your idea is commendable, but somewhat impractical. If we were to research more effective healing potions, we could simply deepen our studies on the existing ones in our Yang family. However, if we were to shift our focus to those elixirs that assist in cultivation, I cannot claim to have any understanding of them. Titan, patriarch of the Leaf family from Variant Douluo World. Old Yang, why not give it a try? Who knows what you might discover? I could invest some gold soul coins into it. Yang Wudi from Variant Douluo World. I am not foolish. If researching better healing potions requires at least hundreds of millions of gold soul coins, investigating something so nebulous would require an astronomical amount, even with hundreds of billions in support. Tian, the Black Dragon King from Variant Douluo World. Young Master Shen, when ascending to a higher realm, is it not necessary to hunt soul rings? Perhaps due to the habitual association of ascending with soul ring hunting. It is only now that Tian and the others realize that Shen Cangqiong did not utilize a soul ring when advancing from the 9th level of fighting power to a fighter. As depicted in the video, Shen Cangqiong from Variant Douluo World, not required. Xiao Wu are from the Water Academy of Variant Douluo World. It's quite a peculiar cultivation system that allows progression without soul rings. While the highest realm there may be significantly superior to ours, it seems that in confrontations of equal ranks, their practitioners would not stand a chance against our soul masters of Douluo continent, given their lack of soul abilities. Shen Cangqiong from Variant Douluo World, quite the opposite. Xiao Wu are from Variant Douluo World. How so? We can employ soul rings to unleash our ultimate moves when necessary, but without soul rings, can they only rely on simple attacks? Shen Cangqiong from Variant Douluo World. Beyond the cultivation of true methods, that world has various true techniques. True methods enhance the self, while true techniques cultivate skills akin to soul abilities. However, a soul master can absorb a maximum of 9 soul rings, whereas a fighter can cultivate an infinite number of true techniques. Naturally, true techniques, like soul rings, have their own levels, classified into 4 tiers: Yellow, Xian, Earth, and Heaven. For instance, Yellow tier true techniques correspond to soul abilities with power ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 years, Xian tier from 100,000 to 500,000 years, Earth tier from 1 million years and beyond, and the highest Heaven tier true techniques cannot be equivalently matched. One could assert that should a title Douluo of level 95 from Douluo continent be caught off guard by a strike from a fighter using Heaven tier true technique powers, that title Douluo could very well be obliterated. After all, this is not Shen Cangqiong's territory in the Black Douluo continent, where fantastical realms are not to be trifled with. Xiao Wu from Variant Douluo World. Brother Cangqiong, do you currently possess any Heaven tier true techniques? Shen Cangqiong from Variant Douluo World. None. I have forgotten much since arriving in this world. Xiao Wu from Variant Douluo World. What a pity. DT on. The Black Dragon King from Variant Douluo World. Young Master Shen, does this mean that by practicing your unnamed true method, a soul master can ascend without needing to hunt for soul rings? Shen Cangqiong from Variant Douluo World. Indeed. However, I will not impart the unnamed true method, and I do not recall the others. DT on from Variant Douluo World. Is there truly no room for negotiation? We can offer all the treasures possessed by our beasts in exchange. Shen Cangqiong from Variant Douluo World. There is no room for negotiation regarding the unnamed true method. However, should I recall other true methods in the future, I would be open to exchange. DT on from Variant Douluo World. Sigh. Very well. Chapter 71. The acknowledgement of the masses as time swiftly passes, spring gives way to autumn. In the blink of an eye, Shen Cangqiong has secluded himself for over 10 months. During this period, besides taking the time to concoct healing elixirs twice, he has resolutely adopted the stance of not leaving until he breaks through to the Douluo realm. On this particular day, within Shen Cangqiong's chamber, he finally awakens from his meditative state. The fruits of my labor have not been in vain. I have successfully broken through to the Douluo realm. With this triumphant announcement, he rises from the wooden tub filled with body-tempering spiritual liquid, excitement radiating from him. Perhaps you should first put on some clothes. Comes a voice from within his ring, the elder pharmacist, who, upon observing Shen Cangqiong's unrestrained demeanor, lightly coughs to remind him. Hee. I suppose my excitement caused me to forget. Shen Cangqiong sheepishly replies, hastily drying himself and donning his attire. What is there to be so excited about? At your current cultivation pace, gaining the Gu family's acknowledgement is utterly impossible, the elder pharmacist bluntly criticizes. So, what do you mean by that? Shen Cangqiong inquires. The elder pharmacist, having evidently formulated a comprehensive plan, continues, I intend for you to venture out and gain experience for 2 years before heading to the Jianan Academy. Going out to experience? Does that mean leaving the family? Shen Cangqiong pauses, his heart a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Prepare yourself. We depart in 3 days. The elder pharmacist instructs. In a parallel realm, the characters engage in lively dialogue. Why must the comparison video obscure the girls? Yet, the boys too? I simply wish to catch a glimpse of Brother Cangqiong's antics. Muses Xiao Wu. I feel compelled to say something, yet am at a loss for words. Shen Cangqiong reflects. Hey, where did you run off to, Xiao Wu? Inquires her sister, Shui Binger. Sister, you shall not find me. Shui Wu laughs mischievously. I once thought my sister Wu was fierce enough, but today has broadened my horizons, remarks Wu Shuang. I am a lady. Wu retorts. Transforming from a doja to a dosher in roughly 10 months, was it Shen Cangqiong's exceptional talent or the efficacy of the body-tempering liquid? Wonders an anonymous voice. Why not both Shen Cangqiong's talent and the liquid's effects? Another interjects. Finally, Shen Cangqiong is set to venture out. I have grown weary of lingering around Wutan City and the Shen family, an anonymous voice expresses. I am eager to explore how this world in the comparison video differs from our Douluo continent. It is truly exhilarating. The comparison video continues. At this juncture, Shen Cangqiong, cloaked in a black robe, arrives at the entrance of the Jialai family. It seems the Jialai family has been significantly suppressed by our Shen family during this time, he observes with a sardonic grin. Recalling how the guards once regarded him with disdain. Step aside. Who are you? The guards, having noticed the mysterious figure, are on high alert. In the past, they would have immediately approached to either apprehend or expel intruders. However, the current Jialai family adopts a low-profile approach, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict. I have come for your people, Shen Cangqiong declares without reservation. What? The guards bristle with indignation. The Jialai family. Once one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City, has recently encountered troubles that have led them to adopt a more subdued stance. They had not anticipated that their attempt to avoid conflict would invite even more trouble. With a dismissive huff, Shen Cangqiong disregards the guards, swiftly incapacitating several of them as he pushes his way through. In the parallel realm, the characters continue to exchange thoughts. Indeed, defeating minor foes reveals little about the strength of this Doqi cultivation system. It's merely a case of a punch for each small fry, Xiao Wu observes. I admire Shen Cangqiong's decisiveness, Xiao Wu comments. Shen Cangqiong has handled the Jiao Lai family far more adeptly than his father ever could, asserts Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Certainly, when familial conflicts are irreconcilable, it is only fitting to take decisive action, concurs Yu Luomian, the vice leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I believe this approach is misguided. The Jiao Lai family is already under the Shen family's pressure. We should show mercy, argues Tang San, known as Xiao Gang. Be silent if you do not understand. No one considers you a mute, Yu Luomian snaps. Xiao Gang, you shall cease your chatter, commands Yu Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Chapter 72, Unique Physique. The comparison video continues. 3 days later. Master Yao, where shall we go now? At the city gates of Wutan City, Shen Cangqiong gazed deeply at the familiar streets before him, then turned resolutely and strode towards the outskirts, simultaneously pondering within his heart. Let us first train for a while in the Monster Mountain range. Now that you have become a Dome Master, in order to refine pills suitable for your level, you must gather the materials yourself in the Monster Mountain range. Otherwise, you would not possess the funds to purchase Dome Master grade medicinal ingredients. Master Yao's voice echoed in Shen Cangqiong's mind. Very well. Shen Cangqiong nonchalantly nodded. Scene shifts. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had arrived at a place called Qingshan Town. Though this small town was not as large as Wutan City, it was far more bustling. As he walked through Qingshan Town, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but express his admiration. This is quite normal. Towns near the front lines of the Monster Mountain range are always teeming with activity. Master Yao spoke within Shen Cangqiong's mind. Wait. Suddenly, Master Yao's voice turned serious. What is it, Master Yao? Shen Cangqiong halted, questioning Master Yao while cautiously observing the movements of the passers-by around him. Do you see that woman in the blue attire ahead? Follow her. Master Yao did not explain what was happening, but instructed Shen Cangqiong to trail the woman in blue. Master Yao, is there something wrong with her? Following Master Yao's guidance, Shen Cangqiong soon spotted the striking woman amidst the crowd. You should follow her and discover where she resides. I will explain the reason later. Master Yao's tone was quite serious. All right. Having spent time together, Shen Cangqiong had developed trust in Master Yao, so he refrained from further inquiries. Fortunately, throughout the journey, a number of mercenaries accompanied the woman in blue, which allowed Shen Cangqiong to follow her without raising suspicion, ultimately leading him to her residence. Master Yao, what should we do now? Shall we enter openly, or wait until the dead of night to sneak in? As he passed by the apothecary where the woman resided, Shen Cangqiong asked in his mind. Let us sneak in at night. Master Yao's voice replied. Very well. However, could you now explain what the issue is with the woman in blue? While speaking, Shen Cangqiong made his way towards a nearby shop selling outdoor supplies. If I am not mistaken, the woman in blue likely possesses a physique known as the Cursed Poison Body. Master Yao remained silent for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Cursed Poison Body. What sort of physique is that? Is it formidable? Shen Cangqiong inquired, puzzled. Sigh. Master Yao sighed, then began to elucidate the specifics of the Cursed Poison Body in response to Shen Cangqiong's bewilderment. The comparison video continues. Later that night. Master Yao, is it appropriate for me to enter a young lady's room at such an hour? In front of the blue-clad woman's door, Shen Cangqiong hesitated. Since we are here, we might as well come in. Just as Master Yu was about to say something, a gentle female voice emerged from within, and a candlelight flickered to life in the room. How did you know I was outside? The unexpected sound from inside startled Shen Cangqiong, and after a few seconds of awkwardness, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Since the young lady had invited him, Shen Cangqiong naturally did not hold back. I noticed you following me this afternoon. Moreover, I had set up numerous precautions around this small house. Inside, the woman in blue offered no further explanation. So that is the case. Fortunately, the woman did not display any contempt. Otherwise, Shen Cangqiong would feel even more disheartened. Please, take a seat. The woman gestured to a chair opposite her. Thank you. My name is Shen Cangqiong. May I ask yours? To be honest, Shen Cangqiong was quite impressed by the woman before him. In the dead of night, here he was, a man stealthily approaching her doorstep. Yet she remained composed and invited him in without a hint of panic. Had he not known she was inexperienced, he might have thought he had encountered a hidden master. Little physician, can you now explain why you were following me? The woman in blue spoke. Little physician? What an unusual name. Oh, and don't misunderstand me. I actually came here because of your unique physique. Shen Cangqiong muttered to himself before addressing the matter at hand. Chapter 73. The Shock of the Douluo Continent's Inhabitants by the Dohuang Expert. What? Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's explanation, the previously composed expression of the little medical sage shifted dramatically, and numerous packets of unknown powders appeared in her hands. Do not be so agitated. I harbor no ill intentions. Rather, I am here to assist you. Observing the situation, Shen Cangqiong immediately assumed a defensive posture, yet continued to explain. You're here to help me? The little medical sage furrowed her brows, but she could indeed sense no malevolence emanating from Shen Cangqiong, gradually calming herself. Absolutely. Shen Cangqiong watched as she stowed away the mysterious packets and resumed her seat, mirroring her relaxation as he began discussing the topics he had previously arranged with Yao Lao. The scene shifted. One day later. Are you certain the treasure side is beneath us? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong and the little medical sage stood at the edge of a precipice. Indeed. There is a cave in the middle of this cliff, and that is where the treasure lies, the little medical sage affirmed with a nod. Very well. Do you intend to descend with me, or shall I venture alone while you wait above? Shen Cangqiong inquired. I will go down with you. The little medical sage did not hesitate, clearly having made her decision beforehand. Then you must exercise caution. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong began preparing to descend, and the little medical sage, assuring him of her prudence, joined him. The scene transformed once more. After a series of endeavors, Shen Cangqiong and the little medical sage arrived at a stone platform bearing 2 boxes. The 7-colored poison sutra. This must be what you seek, Shen Cangqiong stated as he picked up a book titled The 7-Colored Poison Sutra, glancing at it before handing it to the little medical sage. Thank you. She accepted the book, feeling an inward sigh of relief as she finally established a modicum of trust in Shen Cangqiong. In truth, although Shen Cangqiong had shared much about her cursed poisoned body that night, the little medical sage had not entirely believed him. After all, who would unreservedly confide in a stranger? This is the Ziyun wings. It can be used to craft wings for flight. Once we exit, please make a copy for yourself. Shen Cangqiong picked up another book titled Ziyun Wings, flipping through its pages as he spoke to the little medical sage. Understood. She had no objections and was, in fact, somewhat astonished that Shen Cangqiong was willing to let her make a copy of the Ziyun Wings. Let us depart. There is nothing more to be found here. After stowing the Ziyun Wings, Shen Cangqiong surveyed their surroundings before heading toward the cave entrance. The scene shifted again. 3 days later. Where do you plan to go from here? In a valley abundant with rare treasures, Shen Cangqiong asked the little medical sage, who had just concluded her seclusion. I'm not certain. She sat beside him, feeling somewhat lost. With her cursed poison constitution, it seemed that no destination would be suitable. Perhaps you could accompany me, Shen Cangqiong suggested. This mistakenly thinking he was professing his feelings, the little medical sage's face flushed crimson, leaving her flustered. Why are you suddenly blushing? Shen Cangqiong asked, perplexed. It's nothing. Allow me to perform a dance for you. Realizing her misunderstanding, the little medical sage quickly changed the subject and rose to dance beside Shen Cangqiong without waiting for his consent. 1 month later. Are you not coming with me? Shen Cangqiong inquired. No, my strength is insufficient. I would only hinder you. The little medical sage shook her head. I will remain hidden here. Very well, I shall take my leave then. I will visit you when I have the opportunity. And remember, until the very last moment, do not give up. I will also find ways to assist you. Respecting her decision, Shen Cangqiong acknowledged her choice. Rest assured, I will not give up. The little medical sage declared, you are the first and only person who, upon learning of my condition, harbored no ill will and did not distance yourself from me. Thus, before I lose control completely, you will forever be my sole friend. The scene shifted again. Now, 10 days have passed since Shen Cangqiong parted ways with the little medical sage, and he has entered the depths of the monster mountain range. Yao Lao. What levels are the woman and the beast engaged in battle before us? In a concealed location. Shen Cangqiong gazed in astonishment at the fierce combat between a person and a beast. A nameless observer exclaimed, what levels are they? The destruction they cause is immense. Even a casual strike can result in cataclysmic devastation. The power of each blow exceeds my strongest strike by several magnitudes, remarked the sword Douluo World, According to Shen Cangqiong, they must be Douhuang experts. Variant 1. In the world of Douluo, the 7 treasures glazed tile school's bone Douluo. Gu Rong, this person and beast, with a mere casual strike, could take my life. Chapter 74. The variant Douluo World Ning Rong Rong. A core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy inquired of her 2 grandfathers. Is there truly such a significant disparity between you and the individual and beast depicted in the comparison video? She had never witnessed her grandfathers so full of admiration for another. In her memory, even the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall were regarded with solemnity rather than self-deprecation. The sword Douluo Chen Cangqiong of the 7 treasure glazed tile school remarked. Even with your father's full support and employing my martial spirit's true form to unleash my strongest attack, I may not breach the opponent's defense. Gu Rong. The bone Douluo of the same school added, this individual and beast have imparted to me a sense of despair I have never felt before. The golden crocodile Douluo, a second priest of the Spirit Hall, expressed, is this the essence of a magical beast? The previous comparison video flickered without revealing any magical beasts. But now we finally behold their true nature. Yet, is there truly such a formidable being among them that can contend with one who is at least a peak Douhuang? An anonymous observer mused. Isn't the pinnacle of that world the Dou Emperor? Why do such powerful Dou Emperors permit such formidable magical beasts to exist? The fierce Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, addressed Shen Cangqiong. Even without soul rings or bones, do the humans and magical beasts of that world truly coexist? Shen Cangqiong responded, conflicts undoubtedly arise between the 2 factions. Even within human society or among soul beasts, harmony is seldom achieved. However, powerful families of magical beasts and humans generally maintain a respectful distance. And there is no shortage of collaboration between them. Regarding the magical beast in the current comparison video, while it may be formidable on Douluo continent, it is merely a 6th-tier magical beast at the Douhuang level in the Douqi continent, hardly surpassing the status of a mere cannon fodder. The same anonymous observer laughed. A magical beast that is several times stronger than a titled Douluo is still not much more than cannon fodder. I cannot help but feel that our Douluo continent has been insulted. Another anonymous individual inquired, Shen Cangqiong, in that world, which side is stronger, humans or magical beasts? Shen Cangqiong replied, the most potent force undoubtedly belongs to the magical beasts. However, in terms of core strength, humans surpass magical beasts significantly. Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy exclaimed. Wow, the human warrior in the comparison video is stunning, more beautiful than any woman I have ever seen. Another observer from the original Douluo World remarked, indeed, her beauty is truly rare. The individual and beast have been battling so fiercely that I barely caught a glimpse of her face. And now I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune. Shen Cangqiong interjected, enough of this nonsense. Senior Shen, you and this beauty aren't related, are you? Ma Hongjun asked timidly. Yes, Shen Cangqiong affirmed, realizing that the enchanting Yun Yun was clearly arranged for him, and he could not remain silent. Rest assured, Senior Shen, she's my sister-in-law, and I will absolutely show her utmost respect, Ma Hongjun promised, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and focusing back on the comparison video. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. At this moment, the individual and beast had ceased their skirmish and stood in mutual confrontation, while the video aptly displayed their fundamental information alongside them. I merely wish to trade for some purple spirit crystals. Do you truly intend to offer me no courtesy? Yun Yun's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. I am currently in need of transformation pills. If you can exchange them for me, I would not refuse, the purple gold-winged Lion King replied nonchalantly. Then there is nothing to discuss. With that, Yun Yun launched another assault against the distant purple gold-winged Lion King. Humph. Do you truly believe my strength is inferior to yours? Seeing Yun Yun attack again, the purple gold-winged Lion King refused to back down, engaging her once more in battle. This time, both combatants held nothing back, their strikes lethal and unrelenting. Soon, after over 10 minutes of intense combat, the female Douhuang began to falter, ultimately succumbing to a powerful strike from the purple gold-winged Lion King, resulting in her being heavily injured and rendered unconscious. What's this? Do you intend to rescue that female Douhuang? Ye Lao inquired, observing Shen Cangqiong rise stealthily. Since fate has brought me here, I cannot simply ignore it. Shen Cangqiong thought as he cautiously approached the unconscious female Douhuang. Do as you wish, Ye Lao replied, merely asking out of curiosity. As long as Shen Cangqiong avoided any actions that would lead to certain demise, he would not intervene. Meanwhile, in the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuer from the Water Academy exclaimed, "Oh dear, Sister Yun Yun is no match for that great lion." Thankfully, Brother Cangqiong is here. Otherwise, Sister Yun would surely be in danger. An anonymous observer noted, can that purple gold-winged Lion King's ultimate move even change hair color? Yun's originally black hair turned purple after being hit. Douluo, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, asked Shen Cangqiong. Is that wind extreme technique used by Yun a true secret skill? Indeed, Shen Cangqiong confirmed. It certainly differs greatly from our soul skills on Douluo continent. Douluo remarked. Shen Cangqiong, what level of true skill is this wind extreme? The golden crocodile Douluo inquired. I recall it being of the advanced Xian level. Shen Cangqiong replied. Xiao Wu from the Blaze Academy's side, if only I could learn this wind extreme. Our Blaze Academy would surely shine in the elite competition. Shui Yuer interjected. The name and the aura displayed during its release indicate that wind extreme is undoubtedly a wind attribute true skill. What use is it for you? A fire attribute user? Chapter 75. Life in the Cave with Yun. The comparison video continues. Who are you? In the cave. The awakened Yun gazed at Shen Cangqiong, who was cooking nearby, and inquired. You are awake, he replied. I am Shen Cangqiong. I happened to see you being defeated by the amethyst-winged Lion King, so I saved you. By the way, this bottle contains healing ointment. Apply it yourself. Upon hearing the melodious voice from behind, Shen Cangqiong set the roasted fish down and approached her with a smile. Shen Cangqiong? The name seemed vaguely familiar to Yun, but she could not recall where she had heard it before. Thank you. My name is Yunji. Once I have recovered, if there is anything you need assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. I will not refuse as long as it is within my capabilities. After pondering for a few seconds and failing to remember who Shen Cangqiong was, Yun ultimately gave up and accepted the healing ointment. It's nothing. Then please apply the ointment. I will wait outside. With that, Shen Cangqiong left the cave without further ado. A moment later, could you come in for a moment? While Shen Cangqiong was enjoying the roasted fish outside, he heard Yun's voice from within the cave. What is the matter? He asked, puzzled as he stepped inside. Could you help me apply the ointment on my back? Yun said softly, her face slightly flushed. Me? Shen Cangqiong was taken aback, instinctively glancing at her injury, hesitating momentarily. Just be careful when you apply it. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's reaction, Yun, who had been blushing profusely, felt relieved. Well, if you don't mind, then I suppose I don't have a reason to object. Besides, Shen Cangqiong had no intention of taking advantage of her, so he felt no need to overthink it. Variant Douluo World. Water Moon Academy. The love story begins. Anonymous in the original Douluo World. How fortunate is Shen Cangqiong, encountering beauties wherever he goes. He just parted ways with the gentle and kind little healer and now meets another noble beauty. It's utterly unfair. Why is it that I either meet a she-tiger or a she-demon? Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. I recall someone recently saying that Shen Cangqiong was alone without a beautiful companion. Who said that? Come out and explain. Is this not having a beautiful companion? Anonymous in the original Douluo World. Why has this sphere of white light appeared again? Shen Cangqiong can engage directly. We only wish to feast our eyes. Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong is applying healing ointment for her. You all have such dirty minds. Unlike me, who merely feels envy and jealousy. The comparison video continues. This healing ointment is quite effective. Feeling a refreshing sensation at her injury, Yun sighed contentedly. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Shen Cangqiong, having put away the ointment, hesitated before asking. That would be great. Putting on her outer garment. Yun nodded. At this moment, her gaze towards Shen Cangqiong had softened considerably, and her wariness had diminished significantly. The scene shifts. Several days passed. On this day, with her injuries nearly healed, Yun, after secretly bathing, felt inspired to prepare a meal for Shen Cangqiong. After all, he had been taking care of her tirelessly for days. She would feel remiss if she did not reciprocate in some way. Thus, with determination, she gathered all the necessary ingredients and began to cook, meticulously following the steps she remembered from Shen Cangqiong's cooking. The scene changes again. Did you make this? After finishing his training and returning, Shen Cangqiong was surprised to see roasted fish ready by the fire. Well, who else would have done it? Yun rolled her eyes, seemingly displeased by his lack of faith in her abilities. Just then, a series of beastly roars echoed from outside, interrupting Shen Cangqiong's words. What is going on? I scattered beast repellent powder at the entrance. The magical beast should not come here. Shen Cangqiong frowned in confusion. I went out to take a bath earlier, Yun admitted, a bit awkwardly. Is that so? Shen Cangqiong covered his forehead, exasperated by the situation. Since this issue arose because of me, I will go out and deal with those magical beasts. With that, Yun turned to exit, feeling irritated by Shen Cangqiong's condescending gaze. As a dignified Do Huang, when had she ever been looked down upon like this? Especially by a mere dosher. Stop. You're still sealed. Are you looking for trouble by going out now? Stay inside. Seeing Yunji sulking, Shen Cangqiong firmly grasped her and reprimanded her. Then dashed outside as Yun looked on, somewhat dazed. Such a young age, yet so unyielding. If you're so eager to show off, then go ahead. Yun thought, regaining her composure, nearly fuming with frustration. Despite this, she paced anxiously, glancing at the exit from time to time. Anonymous in the variant Douluo World, Water Moon Academy, hee. Sister Yun is truly contradictory. Clearly concerned, yet she insists on being proud. However, I must admit, while Brother Cangqiong appeared fierce, he was undeniably handsome. I wonder when I might encounter such a dashing protector. Anonymous in the variant Douluo World, Fire Dance Academy. Such individuals are rare. If they exist, I would not let them go. Anonymous in the variant Douluo World, Wind Laughing Sky Academy, Fire Dance. I am that kind of person. If you agree to me, I will surely treat you better than that Shen Cangqiong in the comparison video. Variant 1. In the world of Douluo, the fiery dance of the Blaze Academy, hee. Chapter 76, Shui Wei confronts Poseidon. The comparison video continues. At this moment, it has been over half an hour since Shen Cangqiong ventured out to lure away the magical beasts. The previously proud expression on Yun's face has gradually been replaced by concern. At a certain moment, just as Yun could no longer wait and planned to search for Shen Cangqiong, his disheveled figure finally appeared before her. Are you all right? Without regard for anything else, Yun hurriedly rushed to support him. I'm fine. The magical beasts that came this time were not very strong. Shen Cangqiong, suppressing his rapid breaths, shook his head to indicate he was unscathed. All right, this time it's my fault. Here, try the grilled fish I made myself as a token of my apology. This is my first time cooking. Despite Shen Cangqiong's assurance, Yun still scrutinized him from head to toe, and upon realizing he was merely disheveled and unharmed, she finally felt at ease. She pushed him towards the fire and said with a tone laced with both regret and a hint of pride, "First time cooking? Can this grilled fish really be eaten?" Shen Cangqiong doubted the authenticity of Yunji's words, considering that a Do Huang-level expert would typically have everything handed to them at home, making it quite normal for them to have never cooked before. However, when he picked up the grilled fish resting by the fire and inspected its appearance, he couldn't help but question whether the so-called food was truly edible. What do you mean? Am I not capable of preparing a simple dish? Angered by Shen Cangqiong's disdainful and skeptical gaze, Yun felt a surge of irritation. Fine, let me try. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong cautiously took a bite of the grilled fish on the skewer, and his face nearly turned green. How is it? Yun asked expectantly. Quite good. Struggling to suppress the urge to spit it out, Shen Cangqiong feigned surprise and offered another grilled fish to Yunji. As they say, it is better to enjoy together than alone. All right. Yun happily accepted the grilled fish and took a bite without any hesitation. Haha. At that moment, Shen Cangqiong could no longer contain his laughter as he watched Yunji's disgusted expression, bursting into hearty laughter. Curse you. Infuriated, Yun tossed away the grilled fish and lunged at Shen Cangqiong, and soon the scene descended into chaos. A moment later, have you noticed something amiss? As time passed, Yun felt increasingly unwell, as if something was crawling on her body, and her complexion began to flush. Which bottle of seasoning did you use earlier? Shen Cangqiong, who initially thought his reaction was due to Yunji's restlessness, noticed her unusual state and his expression changed. I don't know what seasonings you have in those bottles. So I used a bit of everything. What's wrong? Aren't all those bottles filled with seasonings? Yun asked in confusion. Well, Shen Cangqiong hesitated. However, after a moment's deliberation, he disclosed the truth. What? Hearing this, Yun jumped up, but due to the onset of the drug's effects, she weakly collapsed onto Shen Cangqiong. Shen Cangqiong, if you dare to do anything to me, once I recover, I will definitely make you pay. Yun gasped, gritting her teeth before her reason was overwhelmed. Hee. I wish I could control myself, Shen Cangqiong replied with a bitter smile. Yao Lao, stop just watching. Hurry and tell me if there's any way to remedy this. At this moment, the atmosphere had become rather tense, and Shen Cangqiong felt anxious. This is quite good. Isn't it? You could gain another Do Huang level wife. Yao Lao jokingly remarked in Shen Cangqiong's mind. Nonsense. Setting aside whether she would actually harm me, taking advantage of someone in such a vulnerable state is simply not my character Shen Cangqiong retorted angrily. Fine, I will entrust you with a secret technique. You can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee its effectiveness. After saying this, Yao Lao wasted no time and swiftly transmitted the secret technique to Shen Cangqiong. After all, if he delayed any longer, he might witness an extraordinarily entertaining live performance. In the alternate Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Water Academy remarked, Brother Cangqiong is truly remarkable, enduring even this. From the Blaze Academy, Wu countered, but it can't be said that he completely endured it, can it? Look. Hasn't he taken advantage of the situation now? Yao Zi from the Planned Academy stated, this is only natural. If one accidentally ingests such a substance and remains completely calm, that would truly be disastrous. An unnamed individual from the original Douluo World expressed, if it were me, I would certainly choose to be the one receiving rather than the one giving. Another unnamed individual concurred, exactly. Such a beautiful person. Even if she were to harm me later, I would still be willing. Poseidon, the high priest from Sea God Island, commented. Shen Cangqiong clearly does not appear to be an upright person. The sea dragon Douluo from Sea God Island agreed. The high priest is correct. Who would carry such aphrodisiacs on them if they were a proper person? Xiao Wu defended. What Brother Cangqiong wishes to carry is his freedom. You people from Sea God Island only know how to defame others. If Brother Cangqiong were truly that kind of person, why would he endure so much instead of taking the opportunity to act with Sister Yun? After all, it was not Brother Cangqiong who administered the drug, but Sister Yun who inadvertently fell into her own trap. Even if Brother Cangqiong were to do something now, it would not be his fault. The high priest Poseidon retorted, Child, you are still young. Do not be deceived by appearances. Xiao Wu shot back, Old woman, you are aging and your vision has dimmed. You can no longer see through illusions, only perceiving mere phantoms. Chapter 77. A missed opportunity in the variant Douluo World. Shen Cangqiong chuckled, Haha, Xiao Wu. Your words truly resonate with me. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. He found it truly delightful to have a devoted admirer. In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu from the Tianshui Academy replied, Thank you, Brother Cangqiong. I merely spoke the truth. Pray tell, how many males in this world can maintain their principles after being ensnared by love potions? In the variant Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian from the Shin Feng Academy asserted, For Wu, I could manage it. In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu countered, I do not believe it. Unless you put it to the test. In the variant Douluo World, Feng Xiaotian replied, As long as Wu is willing to visit, what harm is there in trying? In the variant Douluo World, Wu interjected, Humph. In the variant Douluo World, Qian Daolu, the Grand Priest of the Wuhuan Hall, inquired, CC, are you all right? Meanwhile, he felt Xiao Wu's words were somewhat inappropriate. After a brief wait without further comments from Poseidon, he grew increasingly concerned. Unfortunately, he was not Tang San, and Poseidon, who was seething with anger at Xiao Wu's remark, paid him no mind. Simultaneously, the comparison video continued. After considerable effort, Shen Cangqiong finally expelled the love potion from Yunji's body. Then, relying on his willpower, he fled the cave just before losing control. Jumping into a nearby stream, the icy water jolted him back to clarity, and he promptly employed a secret technique to suppress the overwhelming impulse that threatened to consume his rationality, gradually regaining composure. Time passed in the suddenly tranquil atmosphere. Second by second. At one moment, when Shen Cangqiong had expelled all the love potion from his body, he, concerned for Yunji, did not rest even for a moment and hurried back to the cave, despite his fatigue. Several minutes later, I did not do anything to you. You should be able to feel that, Shen Cangqiong said with an awkward grin, gazing at Yunji, who stood sword in hand, awaiting him. Though you did not engage in that act, have you truly not taken advantage of me? Yun coldly replied. Yet her slightly flushed face betrayed her true feelings. You initiated it. What can I do? Shen Cangqiong shrugged. And do you think it was easy for me to endure? From Yunji's reddened cheeks, he discerned that he was not in real danger, thus he adopted a rather shameless demeanor. You. Hearing Shen Cangqiong's words and witnessing his brazen demeanor, Yun was thoroughly infuriated. Nonetheless, she ultimately sheathed her sword and returned to the cave in silence. In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu remarked, What a pity. Brother Cangqiong, you should have taken action with Sister Yun then. I can see that even if you had done so, she would not truly retaliate against you. Otherwise, with all the advantages you've taken, Sister Yun would have ample reason to act against you. In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong mused, perhaps. The scene continued. Days later. Has your seal been lifted? On this day, Shen Cangqiong awoke to find Yunji's hair had returned to its original black hue. At the cave entrance. Yun softly acknowledged. Are you going to seek the purple gold-winged Lion King again? Shen Cangqiong remained silent for several seconds before inquiring. Yun responded affirmatively once more. Do you want me to assist you? For reasons unknown, Shen Cangqiong felt compelled to lend Yunji a hand. You help me? Yun turned, her gaze no longer that of the meekness from days prior. I will distract the purple gold-winged Lion King while you retrieve what you seek. Shen Cangqiong explained. Do you have confidence? Yun furrowed her brow. Despite the fact that this little thief had taken considerable advantage of her, she did not wish to see him harmed. Rest assured. Shen Cangqiong smiled confidently. Very well. But remember, should you encounter any danger, flee, and do not be reckless. Having known him for several days, Yun recognized that Shen Cangqiong was not one to boast, thus she chose to trust his confidence. I understand. Shen Cangqiong replied. The scene flickered. Wait here. Once I have diverted the purple gold-winged Lion King, you may enter. After receiving Shen Cangqiong's nod, Yunji flew towards the lair of the purple gold-winged Lion King. You lad, you are far too fond of showing off. After Yunji departed, the voice of Yao Lao resonated in Shen Cangqiong's mind. Just help her this once, he said helplessly. Do as you wish. However, I reiterate, this is part of your training. As long as you are not in mortal danger, I will not intervene. Yao Lao shrugged, offering a reminder. I know. All right. The purple gold-winged Lion King has been led away by Yunji. I must commence my task. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong observed Yunji leading the lion away and immediately adopted a serious expression, springing into action. The scene shifted again. Are you unharmed? Having vanquished the beast encircling Shen Cangqiong with a single strike, Yun approached him, her face filled with concern. You arrived just in time. Shen Cangqiong smiled, handing the items to Yunji before tilting his head and fainting. In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Wu remarked, fortunately, if Sister Yun had arrived any later, Brother Cangqiong would have truly been in peril. In the variant Douluo World, Ning Rongrong, the core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, concurred, indeed. Who would have thought that within the lair of the purple gold-winged Lion King, there was also a small one, capable of attracting so many other beasts? Senior Cangqiong nearly faced disaster. In the variant Douluo World, Yao Zi from the Plant Academy commented, to be honest, young Master Shen is remarkably formidable. Among those beasts that were drawn in, the weakest possessed the cultivation of the soul sect, yet young Master Shen managed to endure for so long and defeat so many. If I were to take their place, I would likely falter within mere 3 seconds and meet my demise. Chapter 78, The Gift of Armor, departing silently inside the cave. What is wrong with you? Did I not ask you not to push yourself? Upon Shen Cangqiong's awakening, Yun, who had been anxiously caring for him, suddenly turned stern, her voice laced with anger. The rapidity of her expression change truly allowed Shen Cangqiong to witness the adage that a person's mood can shift faster than the turning of a page. I merely wish not to disappoint you, Shen Cangqiong replied with a smile. Although it appeared that Yunji was admonishing him, her words were imbued with genuine concern, which Shen Cangqiong greatly appreciated. Such nonsense. Even if we fail this time, we can devise other methods. But if something were to happen to you, then at this juncture, Yun abruptly fell silent, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. If I were truly in peril, what would you do? Sensing the underlying implication in Yunji's words, Shen Cangqiong, for the first time while both were entirely lucid, grasped her hand. Let go. Startled, Yun leaped like a frightened fawn at Shen Cangqiong's hold. Stay still. Ignoring her struggles, Shen Cangqiong tugged her into his embrace, holding her tightly. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer, it is well known that a Do Huang cannot match a Do Shi. In the variant Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Wu, I feel that, compared to Suner, Shen Cangqiong truly loves Yun. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Binger, one could say that Suner resembles a childhood friend, while Yun represents true love. In the variant Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Wu, Shui Binger. What a surprise. I never expected you to engage in such discussions. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger, what is so strange about it? I am not an aloof ice maiden. I have my own aspirations for beautiful love. Meanwhile, the scene continued. All right. It has been nearly 10 minutes. Are you not going to release me? After a prolonged moment of closeness, Yun gently tapped Shen Cangqiong's back and spoke softly. A lifetime is not enough. Shen Cangqiong released Yunji, gazing into her eyes as he spoke. Where do you plan to go from here? Why not return with me? Upon hearing this, Yun shot Shen Cangqiong a sidelong glance, her cheeks flushed as she deftly shifted the topic. I intend to continue my training in the Monster Mountain Range for some time and then visit the Jianan Academy. As for returning with you, that is not feasible at the moment, but believe me, one day I will come to your faction as a formidable force. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong once again drew Yunji into his embrace. Very well. At this moment, Yunyun hesitated for a moment before continuing, Cangqiong. There is something I have not been truthful about. Yunji is not my true name. My real name is Yunyun. And I am the current sect master of the Yunlan sect. What? Yunyun's revelation left Shen Cangqiong somewhat taken aback, sensing the grip around him tighten. Prompting her to question, is Na Lan Yanran your direct disciple? A hint of bitterness tinged Shen Cangqiong's voice as he responded. I should have realized it sooner. Apart from the sect master of the Yunlan sect, how could there be another female Do Huang in the entire Jiama Empire? You are Yanran's fiancé? At this moment, Yunyun finally recalled Shen Cangqiong's identity, realizing why she felt a sense of familiarity upon first hearing his name. It is I. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong fell silent, leaving Yunyun, nestled in his embrace, unsure of what to say. For a moment, an eerie stillness enveloped the cave. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui where, could it be? Will Cangqiong brother and Yunyun's sister ultimately be fated to part ways? How infuriating. It is all Na Lan Yanran's fault. In the variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, core disciple Ningrongrong. In a sense, one might consider them adversaries. For it was Na Lan Yanran who, relying on her teacher Yunyun's influence, dared to break off the engagement with Cangqiong Sr. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui where, Cangqiong brother, could you share a hint? Will you and Yunyun's sister end up together? In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong, you shall find out as you continue watching. Alas, Shen Cangqiong himself was uncertain about how the elusive Golden Finger had orchestrated his fate. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui's where, how vexing. At this moment, the screen of the comparative video shifted. Hiss. How did I fall asleep? Yunji. No. Where's Yunyun? Shen Cangqiong rubbed his somewhat sore neck and, after a moment, recalled Yunji, or rather, Yunyun. She is gone. The blue-fitted inner armor left behind is hers. This is indeed an invaluable treasure, a Do Huang-level inner armor within the entirety of the Jiama Empire. Said Yu Lao. Gone? Shen Cangqiong stood in a daze, then silently approached the blue inner armor, staring blankly at it. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui's where, Yunyun's sister left quietly. For some reason, just thinking about it makes me want to cry. In the variant Douluo World, Chihua Academy. Xiao Wu. I hope they can end up together in the end. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Binger. This depends on what Shen Cangqiong truly thinks in the comparative video. Yunyun has given away her personal inner armor. What could her intentions possibly be? In the variant Douluo World, Plan Academy, Yao Zi. Shui Bingo is right. A girl willing to gift her personal belongings to a boy already reveals everything. It speaks volumes without words. In the variant Douluo World, Chihua Academy, Hua Wushuang. Am I the only one curious about how Shen Gongzi will wear this inner armor? Considering it is designed for women? In the variant Douluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, core disciple Ningrongrong. Did you not hear Yao Lao mention it? This is a Do Huang level inner armor, which translates to true God level armor in our Douluo continent, an invaluable treasure. Moreover, this inner armor is worn beneath. Unseen by outsiders, in this case, does it truly matter if it is male or female? As long as it is useful. Chapter 79. The appearance of Medusa 7 days later, having somewhat recovered, Shen Cangqiong finally departed from the cave brimming with memories, venturing deeper into the Beast Mountain range. After more than 3 months of training in this profound wilderness, Shen Cangqiong's cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dome Master realm. Old Yao. After consuming this pill, I shall be able to break through to the Great Dome Master, correct? In another cave, Shen Cangqiong held a freshly made tricolored pill, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Indeed, Old Yao replied. That's splendid. Shen Cangqiong chuckled. I never imagined I would ascend to the status of a Great Dome Master so swiftly. If those in my family were to learn of this, their expressions would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Your fortune plays a significant role in this, Old Yao remarked. The valley where the little medical sage resides has an abundance of herbs beneficial to you. Otherwise, you would have needed at least another year to achieve the Great Dome Master status. That is certainly true, Shen Cangqiong conceded. Now, rest for a while. Once you have regained your optimal condition, commence refining this pill, Old Yao advised after a brief discussion. With a nod, Shen Cangqiong settled into a meditative posture to restore his energy. In a comparative video, variant Douluo World, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojang observed. In this world depicted in the video, The myriad varieties of miraculous pills make it exceedingly easy and rapid to elevate one's rank. Indeed, responded variant Douluo World, Shrek Academy. Shen Cangqiong in the video transitioned from a third-tier Dochi user to a quasi-great Do master in such a short time. If these miraculous pills could be developed on our Douluo continent, perhaps every soul master, regardless of their innate talent, could attain the rank of title Douluo before turning 30. Each time Yu Xiaojiang witnessed the wonder of these pills, he could not help but marvel. Meanwhile, the scene in the comparative video shifted. Old Yao. Do you think the information regarding those cloaked figures could be false? Shen Cangqiong queried, hidden in the shadows of a palace. These exceedingly precious. If the Serpent Clan truly possessed a piece, how could such intelligence be leaked? This conversation took place half a month after Shen Cangqiong had refined the tricolored pill and officially entered the Great Do Master realm. During this period, he had intended to leave the Beast Mountain range to procure essential supplies for survival in the wild before returning for further training. However, while resting in a hotel, he overheard a group of powerful individuals discussing the news of. Driven by the principle of not letting any opportunity slip by, Shen Cangqiong hurriedly made his way here. Arriving ahead of the powerful group, I cannot ascertain how the news of the Serpent Clan possessing spread, but I can assure you, there is indeed within this palace. Old Yu stated, an unusual hint of excitement in his voice. How do you know? Shen Cangqiong questioned, perplexed. As he attempted to sense the presence of the but found nothing. Your cultivation is merely that of a fledgling Great Do Master. It would be remarkable if you could perceive it, Old Yao replied with a roll of his eyes. Very well. When shall we take action? Shen Cangqiong inquired. Undeterred by Old Yao's retort, I estimate that group of cloaked figures will arrive within a day. Patience, Old Yao advised. The Queen Medusa is at the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm. I have not fully recovered. If I expend too much energy in combat with her, I may not be able to assist you when you truly face danger. Therefore, we must rely on those cloaked figures to distract the Serpent Clan strongman, allowing us to benefit from their conflict. Understood. We shall wait, Shen Cangqiong concluded, quietly shifting to a more advantageous hiding spot. Unfortunately, perhaps due to ill fortune. As soon as he settled into his new location, a mesmerizing serpent-tailed figure approached and gracefully perched upon a high platform. In another segment of the comparative video, variant Douluo World, Water Moon Academy, Shui Yue remarked, this world, known as the Dochi continent, is filled with enchanting beauties. And remarkably, my brother Cangqiong has encountered them all. I wonder if this beauty will end up being involved with him in some way. Is this truly human? Variant Douluo World, Wind Academy, Feng Xiaotian pondered. She lacks legs and possesses only a serpent's tail. While undeniably stunning, I find it hard to accept. Whether she has a serpent's tail or legs is irrelevant, an anonymous voice interjected. As long as she is beautiful, that is all that matters. Honestly, if this beauty were to appear on our Douluo continent, she would undoubtedly have the qualifications to compete for the top spot on the beauty list. I have not encountered the top of the beauty list, so I cannot comment. However, if I were to rank them, this serpent-tailed beauty would undoubtedly claim the first position. Back in the video, after several hours passed, Shen Cangqiong inquired, Old Yao, I hear sounds of battle outside. Could it be that the cloaked figures have arrived? Indeed, Old Yu confirmed. They have arrived, and this time. There are more of them than during their previous discussions at the hotel. Suddenly, Old Yao's expression shifted, and he quickly enveloped Shen Cangqiong with his spiritual energy. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted from the high platform, sending shockwaves that obliterated the palace and surrounding structures into ruins. Chapter 80. The first encounter with the exotic flame anonymous from variant Douluo World. What just happened? Everything was fine a moment ago. And suddenly an overwhelming wave of energy erupted. Feng Xiaotian from Shifeng Academy. I believe I saw Queen Medusa pull a blue flame lotus from somewhere and swallow it. And then the situation escalated to what we see now. Wu from Chiwa Academy. That blue flame lotus must be the exotic flame, right? Yu Tianqin from Thunder Academy. Surely, that cannot be the case. Although I have heard explanations suggesting that exotic flames possess extraordinary qualities, at the end of the day, they are simply flames. How could they possibly unleash such tremendous power? Just look at the destruction in the comparison video. It's as if the earth itself trembled. I doubt even 100 title Douluo combined could create such chaos. Ningrongrong. Core disciple of the Blue Ba Academy, we cannot apply the knowledge of our Douluo continent to speculate about the world depicted in the comparison video. If exotic flames were weak, why would so many powerful beings covet them? Shui Yue from Tianshui Academy. Ningrongrong is correct. The comparison video has already showcased battles far surpassing the level of title Douluo. In this context, Can we still stubbornly believe that what is impossible in our Douluo continent is unachievable in the world of the comparison video? Xiao Wu from Chiwa Academy. It's hard not to be impressed. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. I can finally discern the images in the comparison video. However, where has Queen Medusa gone? Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Could she have fallen? After all, she was at the epicenter of that energy wave and must have endured the most damage. Anonymous from Original Douluo World. Perhaps she seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Regardless, Queen Medusa is a peak Do Wong. She should not fall so easily. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World. I hope she has truly managed to leave. If that serpent-tailed beauty has indeed perished, it would be a tremendous loss. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. Old Medic, what just transpired? Shen Cangqiong felt a chill run down his spine. Had Old Medic reacted just a moment slower, he might have had to wait 18 years to become a true hero. We can discuss that later. Quickly, we must seize the exotic flame and depart at once. Old Medic sensed the surroundings, offering no further explanations. He urged them onward. Understood. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong suppressed his questions and swiftly followed Old Medic's lead, grabbing the fallen exotic flame before turning to flee. The scene shifts. Several hours later. Old Medic, this little creature must be a snake, right? When did it climb onto my back? In a certain desert, after running tirelessly for several hours. Shen Cangqiong finally paused to rest, only to discover a cute creature crawling on his lower back. Indeed, it is a snake. It climbed onto you the moment you took that exotic flame. However, it seems to harbor no ill intentions towards you. Thus, under those circumstances, I refrained from warning you, Old Medic explained, glancing at the little white snake in Shen Cangqiong's grasp, which was blinking its adorable large eyes. It truly is a snake. Shen Cangqiong brought the little white snake closer, tentatively rubbing its small head. To his surprise, the creature offered no resistance. Closing its eyes in sheer delight. Old Medic, what kind of snake is this? Why have I never seen such a creature before? As he gazed at the little white snake's charming appearance, Shen Cangqiong felt an immediate affection. If I am not mistaken, this little white snake is Queen Medusa. Upon hearing Old Medic's words, Shen Cangqiong, who had been playing with the little white snake, nearly dropped it in shock. This is Queen Medusa transformed? After a long moment, Shen Cangqiong regained his composure, retracting his hand from the little white snake's head, looking at Old Medic with a stammering question. If nothing has gone awry, this should indeed be Queen Medusa, Old Medic confirmed with a nod. But how could Queen Medusa transform into this little white snake? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong no longer found the little white snake adorable. Instead, it felt like a hot potato. Clearly, Queen Medusa was at a critical juncture in her breakthrough to Do Zone. Upon sensing the approach of numerous powerful beings, she had no choice but to risk forcibly refining the Blue Lotus heart fire to achieve her breakthrough. Regrettably, her foundation was insufficient, leading to her ultimate failure. This little white snake is likely a contingency left by Queen Medusa, utilizing a secret technique of her snake people to ensure her survival at the last moment. Old Medic elaborated. Feng Xiaotian from Shifeng Academy. This is increasingly infuriating. In our Douluo continent, the resurrection of a being is nearly impossible. Yet in the world depicted in the comparison video, resurrection seems to be an all too common feat, as if it were a mundane ability. Shui Yuer from Tianshui Academy. There is little we can do. Our world is simply weaker. However, I must say, Queen Medusa is truly a stunning beauty. Even transformed into a snake, she remains irresistibly adorable. By Chenxiang, the young leader of the Minji tribe, this little white snake is indeed cute. I used to dislike snakes, but I have changed my mind. Xiao Wu from Chiwa Academy. I find Queen Medusa's transformation into such an adorable little white snake somewhat inappropriate. Given the majestic aura she displayed previously, she should embody the demeanor of an aloof and regal serpent, not one of a charming little creature. Chapter 81. Encountering Yun Yun again. The comparison video continues. Well, I suppose I will just take it one step at a time. Even if this little white snake is indeed Queen Medusa, who knows how long it will take for her to regain her former self. Perhaps by the time she recovers, I will have already ascended to the level of Dozone, or even beyond. Observing the little white snake, who clearly intends to cling to him, Shen Cangqiong felt conflicted for a moment before coming to a resolution. At that moment, Yao Lao suddenly let out a peculiar sound. What is it, Yao Lao? Shen Cangqiong was perplexed. Yun Yun is approaching. Do you wish to meet her? Yao Lao looked at Shen Cangqiong with a knowing smile. Yun Yun. Upon hearing that deeply etched name, Shen Cangqiong paused in his actions. How long until she arrives? Moreover, why is she here? Shen Cangqiong inquired. She should be with that group of black-clad individuals. I estimate she will arrive in about 10 minutes. Rest assured, she is coming alone. With Yu Lao's formidable spiritual power. Yunyun's movements were entirely within his perception. Then let us wait for her arrival. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong removed his gray cloak and stood in place. A blend of anticipation and complexity written on his face as he awaited Yunyun's arrival. Moments later, Cangqiong, is that you? Yunyun flapped her azure wings and swiftly flew to Shen Cangqiong. Upon realizing that the person she pursued was indeed the one she held dear, she was taken aback. Long time no see. Upon seeing Yunyun, Shen Cangqiong ultimately repressed the complex emotions on his face, choosing to confront his true feelings. Were you the one who seized thee amidst the chaos? Yunyun landed less than a meter before Shen Cangqiong. Just as she was about to ask how he ended up here, she noticed the in his hand and exclaimed in surprise. Isn't it obvious? Shen Cangqiong smiled and raised the in his hand. How could you venture into such a perilous place? Yunyun recalled the previous surge of energy and realized Shen Cangqiong had been present at the time, feeling a wave of apprehension. I needed the... Shen Cangqiong replied. That makes sense. As a pharmacist, thee is indeed of great assistance to you. In that case, you should leave first. They may catch up shortly. But remember, do not venture into such dangerous places again. Yunyun was more concerned about Shen Cangqiong than anything else. Hearing that he needed the... She immediately decided to offer it to him without a second thought. You must leave quickly. It would be troublesome if they catch up. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong remained unmoved, Yunyun urged him again. Sigh. Very well. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Shen Cangqiong cast a deep glance at Yunyun before turning to depart. He knew that by leaving now, neither Yunyun nor he would encounter any trouble. However, if others were to catch up, the situation would become precarious. Yet, after taking approximately 30 steps, Shen Cangqiong suddenly halted. He abruptly turned around and quickly dashed back to where Yunyun stood. Then, in the midst of her bewildered gaze, Shen Cangqiong embraced her and leaned down to kiss her. In the Douluo World, the Tianshui Academy's Shui Yuer, did they just kiss? In the Douluo World, the Qihua Academy's Xiao Wu. Isn't that wonderful? At least Shen Cangqiong and Yunyun will not be estranged because of that unfilial disciple. In the Douluo World, the unknown. This is utterly unfair. I recall that the last time I did something similar, I received a resounding slap. Yet, why did Shen Cangqiong not only escape such punishment but also receive a response? In the Douluo World, the unknown, you were merely playing around. While Shen Cangqiong's actions stemmed from mutual affection, they are not the same. In the Douluo World, the core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong, it's a pity time is limited. Otherwise, perhaps an even more splendid show could unfold. In the Douluo World, the Tianshui Academy's Shui Yuer, even if there were a more splendid performance, we would not be able to witness it. At that time, it would surely just be a dazzling light illuminating the grand screen. Meanwhile, the comparison video flickered. Yao Lao, can I directly begin refining this now? In a cave within the Beast Mountain range, Shen Cangqiong took out the excitement gleaming in his eyes. Indeed. However, you must remember to exercise utmost caution while refining this. Otherwise, the fate of Queen Medusa could very well be yours. Yao Lao spoke gravely. Rest assured. I have only one life. I shall not act recklessly. By the way, Yao Lao, if I successfully refine this, what level do you think I can attain? Seizing the opportunity during a lull, Shen Cangqiong curiously asked. This is the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the list. If it were to possess intellect, I estimate its strength would be akin to half a dozo. Thus, after refining this Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, should you not harm its essence, you should be able to reach around the level of 7-star doling. Yao Lao contemplated for a moment before providing a rather conservative estimate. In the Douluo World, the Tianshui Academy's Shui's Wear, truly impressive. My Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. In the Douluo World, the Qihua Academy's Xiao Wu, I never expected such a small flame to possess the strength of half a dozo. In the Douluo World, the Thunder Academy's Yu Tianxin, I never imagined that I would be outdone by a mere flame. In the Douluo World, the Poison Douluo. Dugubo, boy, what does that amount to? It is merely a soul zone. As a title Douluo, even I cannot compare to a flame. Yet I have yet to voice any complaints. In the Douluo World, the Tianshui Academy's Dugu Yin, grandfather, how can you compare yourself to a child? In the Douluo World, the Poison Douluo, Dugubo, I have always been one to disregard boundaries. What is wrong with comparing myself to a child? In the Douluo World, the Tianshui Royal Academy's Prince Xuexing, the Poison Douluo's attitude showcases a disregard for trivialities and a lack of pretense. Chapter 82. Commencing the refinement of the Azure Lotus Heartfire in the variant Douluo World. At the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, Dugu Yin remarked with disdain, Humph. What is this nonsense about being unconcerned with trifles or not being hypocritical? It is simply a display of utter disrespect for the elderly. Moreover, our perspectives differ significantly. While you all perceive the might of this azure lotus heartfire, I discern the inferior attributes of Shen Cangqiong. He now seeks to refine this azure lotus heartfire to bolster his own strength, and he is beginning to cherish this treasure. Yet, when he previously cast the azure lotus heartfire in the desert while with Yu Yun, his actions were remarkably fluid, devoid of any hesitation. I believe that if this azure lotus heartfire possessed sentience, it would surely question, "Shall I take my leave?" Douluo Yan's words left Xuexing feeling embarrassed and retreating. But they stirred memories among many of the audience regarding the moment Shen Cangqiong had tossed the towards Yu Yun. Consequently, a new wave of discussion erupted among most individuals from both worlds, quickly filling the barrage section with various lighthearted jests. In the variant Douluo World, from the poisoned Douluo Dugabo, he stated, "Yin Yin, do not speak foolishly. When a couple is engaged in their intimate moments, any sensible individual should take the initiative to withdraw." Yet, that compelled Shen Cangqiong to personally discard it on the ground. This clearly indicates that the fault lies with that. Douluo Yin retorted, "I never expected you to be such a grandfather." Wait a moment. Grandfather, are you supporting Shen Cangqiong because he has offered you some benefits? Dugabo replied, "As expected of my granddaughter, you are truly astute." Douluo Yin pressed, "What? Speak quickly, what benefits have you promised Shen Cangqiong?" A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Douluo Yin. Dugabo replied, "I shall reveal it to you in person once you return from this experience. For now, let us continue watching the comparison video." Thereafter, Dugabo sealed his lips, ignoring Douluo Yan's barrage of inquiries, whether through threats or playful coaxing. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. To my surprise, the rank 19th already possesses the strength of a half-step dozo. Speaking of which, old Yao, your white flame should also be a form of. Correct? After all, the pressure I felt from that white flame was significantly greater than that of the current azure lotus heartfire. Shen Cangqiong had long been curious about old Yao's cold yet hot flame, and this was the perfect moment to inquire. Indeed, my white flame is a form of, and it is ranked 11th. As old Yao reminisced, he recounted how he had acquired the ancient cold fire, vividly narrating the experience. Hiss. It appears I have once again been narrow-minded. I once thought that even the top-ranked would merely correspond to a formidable dozo. Yet, now I find myself humbled. Shen Cangqiong chuckled ruefully, realizing that when one's own realm is insufficient, one ought not to speculate about matters that are too distant. Otherwise, the only outcome will be a series of slaps to the face with no other possibilities. Thus, it is evident that there remains much for you to learn. Let me put it this way, the rank 3rd, the pure lotus demon flame, possesses a strength comparable to that of a 6-star dosheng. Old you spoke with a smile. How do you know the pure lotus demon flame is that powerful? Shen Cangqiong inquired in astonishment. If old Yao truly witnessed the pure lotus demon flame, which is akin to a 6-star dosheng, then he should be a figure of reverence for future generations. Rather than standing before me, the realm of the pure lotus demon flame appears periodically, and as more individuals enter and exit, naturally, much information about it circulates. Old Yao sensed something peculiar about Shen Cangqiong's gaze, but dismissed it without further thought. The realm of the pure lotus demon flame? What does this imply? Shen Cangqiong pondered, feeling increasingly bewildered as he learned more. To carve out a habitable space from the void is a hallmark of a dosheng's might. Therefore, any force possessing a dosheng typically does not reside on the Duki continent, but rather in their own created realms. Old Yu elucidated. Is this true? Shen Cangqiong was left dumbfounded. For someone like me, raised in a humble locale, old Yao's explanation is utterly unfathomable. Perhaps it is best if I refrain from further inquiries. I fear that my resolve may waver, leading to a failure in refining the azure lotus heartfire. Now that I have returned to my optimal state, it is time to begin the refinement of the azure lotus heartfire. Upon seeing old Yu nod in affirmation, Shen Cangqiong chose not to ask further questions. He then dedicated over half an hour to calming his mind, waiting until his thoughts were entirely tranquil before decisively consuming the azure lotus heartfire and immersing himself in its refinement. In the variant Douluo World, at the Heavenly Water Academy, Xiao Wu expressed, I have glimpsed the combat prowess of a Do Wang surpassing that of a demigod and speculated about the strength of Do Zong and beyond. Yet, I now find myself akin to the brother Cangqiong in the comparison video, merely a frog in a well, confined to my limited perspective. At the variant Douluo World, at the Blazing Fire Academy, Xiao Wu remarked, it is truly inconceivable to imagine the magnitude of power possessed by a dosheng. In the variant Douluo World, at the Divine Wind Academy, Feng Xiaotian reassured, do not fret, Xiao Wu. As long as we continue to observe, we shall surely witness it. At the variant Douluo World. At the planned academy, Yaozi pondered, it is terrifying to contemplate. Do you think our Douluo continent might also be a realm created by some powerful entity? In the variant Douluo World, at the Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin responded, that seems unlikely. Yaozi, do not frighten me. If we were truly trapped within a created realm, it would spell disaster for us. At the variant Douluo World, at the Heavenly Water Academy, Shui Yu asked, Brother Cangqiong, our Douluo continent cannot possibly be a realm established by a Dosheng, can it? In the variant Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong reassured, rest assured, it is not. Chapter 83. Journey with the Little Medical Fairy Yu Ware of the Water Moon Academy in the variant Douluo World. That is reassuring. As Yu Tianxin mentioned, if we were to be brought into an artificially created space without any prior notice, it would undoubtedly be filled with malice. Yu Tianheng of the Royal Academy of Douluo in the variant Douluo World. It is impossible for our Douluo continent to be merely a fabricated space. Consider the vastness of our Douluo continent. How could a Do-Saint possess the power to create such a realm? Yu Tianheng's reasoning is sound, for unless witnessed firsthand, one cannot fathom the true mind of a Do-Saint, especially in a place that a peak Do-Wang could easily dominate. Yaozi from the planned academy in the variant Douluo World. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Upon reflection, it makes sense. Regardless of how formidable a Do-Saint may be, the most they could achieve would be the creation of a space the size of a small city. If a Do-Saint could indeed fashion a space as expansive as our Douluo continent, it would render them nearly omnipotent. What would that imply for the dignity of even more powerful Do emperors? Ultimately, Yaozi jested lightly. As time passed, the process of Shen Cangqiong refining the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire unfolded smoothly, leading Yao Lao, who had been meticulously vigilant and prepared to assist at any moment, to question whether Shen Cangqiong was truly refining a mysterious fire. How do you feel at that moment? As Shen Cangqiong's cultivation abruptly reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Ling, Yao Lao's lips twitched as he inquired. He realized that Shen Cangqiong had awakened, and the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire had been successfully refined. What do you feel? Aside from attaining the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Ling, it seems there is nothing else to note, Shen Cangqiong replied, puzzled. Since acquiring the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, he had been warned by Yao Lao about the dangers of refining mysterious fires. Is this truly all there is? Perhaps it is due to your extraordinary talent. Of course, it may also be that you share a unique bond with the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, which not only facilitated your refinement without peril but even elevated your cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Ling. Yao Lao waved his hand, wishing to avoid further discussion on the dangers of refining mysterious fires, fearing that he might waver in his own resolve. So, Yao Lao, shall we continue our training in the Magical Beast Mountain Range, or head to the Jianan Academy? Seeing that Yao Lao was reluctant to discuss further, Shen Cangqiong swiftly changed the subject. Let's first gather some medicinal herbs in the valley where the little medical fairy resides. Then we shall proceed directly to the Jianan Academy. Yao Lao replied affirmatively. All right. Shen Cangqiong agreed and rose to leave the cave. A scene shift. You're back? In the valley of the little medical fairy, upon seeing Shen Cangqiong at the entrance, she rushed over, filled with delight. Yes. I intend to gather some medicinal herbs before heading directly to the Jianan Academy. Come with me. Once we leave the Jianan Academy, I shall venture to the central region, where your issue should find resolution. Yao Lao had already shared the subsequent plans during their journey, casually mentioning the little medical fairy's predicament. Really? The little medical fairy trembled at the thought. Of course, it is true. So, shall we go? Shen Cangqiong held a firm trust in Yao Lao. Since he claimed that the issue concerning the little medical fairy could be resolved, it was likely to be true. Yes. The little medical fairy was nearly moved to tears. Who would wish for demise if they could avoid it? Another scene shift. Is this the Jianan town? How peculiar. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong and the little medical fairy had traversed the tumultuous Black Corner region and arrived at the outskirts of the Jianan Academy, specifically Jianan town. Upon observing the stark contrast of the two towns less than a kilometer apart, the little medical fairy couldn't help but marvel. After all, Jianan town was under the dominion of the Jianan Academy, an authority that overshadowed all neighboring empires. Undoubtedly, individuals from the Black Corner region would refrain from causing disturbances here without pressing necessity. Shen Cangqiong casually responded to the little medical fairy. While internally conversing with Yao Lao, what do you think? If my senses are accurate, the mysterious fire at the Jianan Academy should erupt shortly. Yao Lao replied with excitement. Why do I sense a hint of schadenfreude in your tone? Shen Cangqiong responded, somewhat speechless. Let us find a place to stay. Should the mysterious fire erupt and the Jianan Academy manages to suppress it, we shall depart. However, if they are unable to contain it, we will assist in subduing it. Yao Lao seemed oblivious to Shen Cangqiong's musings, continuing on his own. Let us go. We should find an inn to settle in. Upon hearing Yao Lao's suggestion, Shen Cangqiong nodded slightly, addressing the little medical fairy, who was scanning the surroundings. The scene transitioned once more. I apologize, dear guest, but we only have one room available. In the only inn in Jianan town, the server expressed her regrets. Then let us take that room. Before Shen Cangqiong could respond, the little medical fairy eagerly nodded in agreement. Is that appropriate? Shen Cangqiong hesitated, concerned for the little medical fairy's reputation. Even if his own was inconsequential. It's fine. Besides, there is only one room available. What can we do? If we wait, someone else may reserve it. Are we to sleep on the street then? Understanding Shen Cangqiong's concerns, the little medical fairy remained indifferent. Well, very well then. You can sleep on the bed while I manage with a chair for the night. The little medical fairy's reasoning was sound, and Shen Cangqiong found it difficult to object further. Here is your room key. Please take care of it. Seeing Shen Cangqiong and the little medical fairy come to a decision, the server thoughtfully handed the key to the little medical fairy. Please prepare some meals and bring them to our room. As they departed from the counter, Shen Cangqiong ordered several dishes. Chapter 84. The enviable duel opening in the inner sanctum of the Blue Tyrant Academy within the variant Douluo World. Ning Rongrong mused, with the girls taking the initiative. There should be an extraordinary spectacle tonight. Although the forces of righteousness would undoubtedly intervene, her anticipation remained high. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu of the Water Academy remarked, "It would be splendid if it could be broadcast live. Perhaps I could lend a hand, or at the very least, cheer from the sidelines." Feng Xiaotian from the Wind Academy exclaimed, "Goodness! It has only just dawned on me how many charming maidens there are in Douluo continent. Thankfully, my sister Xiao Wu is quite innocent." Xiao Wu countered, "Feng Xiaotian, have you not heard the saying, birds of a feather flock together? Do you truly believe that Xiao Wu, who mingles with me, is devoid of charm?" Xiao Wu interjected, "Hey, do not slander me." Feng Xiaotian asserted, "I have faith in my sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu chuckled softly. As the scene shifted, a comparison video continued. "You seem a bit nervous? What happened to your audacity for barging into a girl's chamber in the dead of night?" Inside the room, the little medical fairy chuckled softly. "I was seeking you for a serious matter back then." Shen Cangqiong felt a wave of embarrassment. How is that any different from now? The little medical fairy shot him a look. Dinner is served. Just as Shen Cangqiong was at a loss for words. The voice of a servant from outside brought him immense relief, dissipating the slightly ambiguous atmosphere enveloping them. The scene transitioned again. 7 days later. Boom. On this day, Shen Cangqiong and the little medical fairy were out shopping when a tremendous noise erupted from afar, followed by a colossal serpent of flame soaring into the sky, soon engaging in combat with a group of formidable warriors. Yao Lao. That must be the fallen heart flame of the Canaan Academy, right? Shen Cangqiong inquired. Yes, that fiery serpent is the embodiment of the fallen heart flame. Yao Lao confirmed after sensing the energy. Let us move closer. Is this the exotic flame you mentioned? The little medical fairy asked softly. Yes, I must go see it. You should return to the inn, Shen Cangqiong urged, hastening toward the source of the commotion. I want to accompany you. This time. The little medical fairy did not heed Shen Cangqiong's advice and followed closely behind. It could be dangerous. I may not be able to protect you, Shen Cangqiong stated, halting to shake his head in refusal. Have you forgotten that I am now a 4-star Dowang? My cultivation level surpasses yours. The eerie poison body is not merely a name. Without deliberate control, its level can soar effortlessly, devoid of any bottlenecks. All right, let us hurry, Shen Cangqiong conceded, realizing that the little medical fairy had evolved far beyond the novice he first encountered. Indeed, she nodded happily. Since learning from Shen Cangqiong about controlling her eerie poison body, she had chosen to embrace its properties, zealously utilizing various toxins to rapidly enhance her strength. The scene shifted again. In the forest of Canaan Academy, Shen Cangqiong and the little medical fairy fled as the fallen heart flame relentlessly pursued them. While the powerful warriors of the academy had already been heavily injured and forced to retreat by a single sweep of the serpent's tail. Why does this exotic flame seem to be chasing us frantically? The little medical fairy questioned, glancing back at the fiery-eyed fallen heart flame. I cannot say, Shen Cangqiong replied, following Yao Lao's guidance, planning to lure the fallen heart flame to a secure battleground. This fallen heart flame is no match for a Dozong. Do you truly believe you can capture it? Rest assured, he reassured her, taking her hand and accelerating their pace. The scene transitioned once more. An hour later. This is sufficient. We are safe here. As Shen Cangqiong finally realized their location, Yao Lao's voice echoed in his mind, signaling a halt. Slowing down. He and the little medical fairy paused after running several hundred meters. Is there anything you need me to do? The little medical fairy asked. Aware that Shen Cangqiong had chosen this spot for a confrontation. Utilize your poison to encircle the area, Shen Cangqiong instructed. Though it is unlikely anyone will intrude. We cannot rule out the presence of wandering magical beasts. Understood, she nodded, and soon a swirling mist of gray enveloped the surroundings under her control. Yao Lao, it's all yours now. With everything prepared, and the fallen heart flame closing in on them, Shen Cangqiong relinquished control of his body to Yao Lao. Leave it to me, Yao Lao chuckled as he engaged the approaching fallen heart flame with his bone spirit cold fire. Swiftly. Under Yao Lao's might and the superior power of the bone spirit cold fire, the fiery serpent was subdued before it could flee, becoming the second exotic flame in Shen Cangqiong's possession. Proceed to refine this fallen heart flame here. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yao Lao returned control to Shen Cangqiong, who agreed. However, as Shen Cangqiong was on the verge of refining the fallen heart flame, the heart fire erupted unexpectedly, and Queen Medusa transformed into her human form at that moment, resulting in both the little medical fairy and Queen Medusa being caught in Shen Cangqiong's fiery surge. Chapter 85. Reaching the central domain in the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer expressed her astonishment. Recalling how she had anticipated a grand spectacle when Shen Cangqiong and Xiao Xin cohabited, only for nothing significant to transpire. Yet now, unprepared as she was, an unexpected drama unfolded before her eyes. As she had suspected, the light of righteousness had indeed emerged. In the variant Douluo World, within the inner sanctum of Lamba Academy, Ning Rongrong observed, it seems Xiao Yixin appears quite willing, showing no signs of resistance. Unlike Queen Medusa, whose gaze suggests she would relish the opportunity to devour Senior Cangqiong alive. Shui Yuer inquired, Cangqiong, what truly occurred back then? What led you to such actions? Despite the contrasting videos revealing Shen Cangqiong's unusual state, the reasons behind his transformation remained a mystery. Shen Cangqiong explained. I was influenced by the heart fire of the fallen heart flame. He elaborated on the advantages and disadvantages this heart fire could confer. Feng Xiaodian from Shinfeng Academy remarked. This must be the destiny of Queen Medusa. Why else would she appear precisely at the moment Shen Cangqiong was affected by the heart fire? An anonymous voice interjected. Regardless of the reasons, Shen Cangqiong is undoubtedly bullying Queen Medusa. Another anonymous commentator added, at that time, Shen Cangqiong was also under the heart fire's influence. While he may bear some fault, he cannot be entirely blamed. The crux lies in how he behaves once he regains his senses. Yet another voice questioned. Isn't Queen Medusa a peak do walk expert? Surely she isn't weaker than Shen Cangqiong? An anonymous commentator noted, it seems you have stumbled upon something significant. Could it be that Queen Medusa is actually willing, but feels too shy to resist? Another voice lamented, regardless of the reason, I am consumed by jealousy. Both Xiao Xian and Medusa are unparalleled beauties. To win even one of them would be an extraordinary stroke of luck, yet Shen Cangqiong seems to have effortlessly won both. Alas, how disheartening. As the viewers fervently debated Shen Cangqiong's dual engagement, the video abruptly transitioned to a new narrative point. I'm sorry. I truly did not foresee this outcome. After nearly a full day and night of turmoil, Shen Cangqiong awoke, gazing at the two exhausted women before him, unsure whether to weep or rejoice. What do you intend to do with us? Xiao Xian asked calmly, unlike Queen Medusa, who remained silent and cold. How about I marry you both? Shen Cangqiong suggested tentatively. Acknowledging that the deed was done, he was resolute in accepting his responsibilities. That sounds agreeable, Xiao Xian replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. And you? He turned to Queen Medusa, who had remained silent. Fine. She declared succinctly, her word encapsulating her feelings. Why didn't you stop me earlier, Yao Lao? Shen Cangqiong complained inwardly after facing Queen Medusa's frosty demeanor. I could not intervene without your consent, Yao Lao replied. Rest assured, while you were engaged in battle, I remained within the ring, not witnessing a thing. His tone suggested a hint of jest. Sighing, Shen Cangqiong thought. I hope Queen Medusa doesn't tease-stab me while I sleep. Ignoring Yao Lao's teasing, he chuckled bitterly in his heart. You can rest easy. Soon. Queen Medusa will revert to her small white snake form, Yao Lao assured him. Yet, Shen Cangqiong recognized this as an ongoing risk. I must devise a solution to manage her, lest I face constant troubles. I do not wish to live in perpetual fear. What's your current level of cultivation? Xiao Xian suddenly inquired. I have achieved the pinnacle of the 9-star Douwang, Shen Cangqiong replied, surprised by his rapid advancement. When he first awoke, he was astounded by the scene before him, which distracted him from assessing his own level. Wow, I thought my cultivation speed was impressive, yet yours surpasses mine. Xiao Xian exclaimed in admiration. It is largely due to the energy of the exotic flame. So, if we are to compare, your speed is commendable in its own right. Shen Cangqiong shook his head modestly. By the way, do not resist. I shall grant each of you a spark of the fallen heart flame. This will enhance your cultivation speed and refine your doqi. With a flick of his finger, 2 transparent sparks entered Xiao Xian and Queen Medusa's bodies. Xiao Xian offered no resistance, while Queen Medusa was unable to do so. This is astonishing, Xiao Xian exclaimed, immediately testing the spark and finding its effects remarkable. Observing this, Queen Medusa furrowed her brow and quietly tested it as well. The result was equally impressive. The scene shifted again. 3 days later. Was that spatial wormhole crafted by those formidable beings? Xiao Xian queried, glancing back at the portal as they emerged. Indeed, Shen Cangqiong responded, admitting his ignorance. As it was Yao Lao who had informed him. The methods of those powerful individuals are truly awe-inspiring. Xiao Xian regarded him with reverence. You too shall become a true powerhouse in the future, Shen Cangqiong assured her. Chapter 86 Standard Configuration. Perhaps you should refrain from making such statements until she has truly resolved her physical issues, he remarked. After 3 days of interaction, Queen Medusa had transformed from her initial icy silence into a being who occasionally exchanged barbs with Shen Cangqiong, regardless of the circumstances. I shall ensure that the little medical fairy remains unharmed. This is a vow a man makes to his beloved. Having spoken, Shen Cangqiong disregarded the reactions of the 2 women, orienting himself before beckoning them to follow. In the variant Douluo World, Shui Yuer from the Water Academy exclaimed, Wow! Brother Cangqiong's promise is both domineering and heartwarming. You're infatuated again. It seems you possess little ambition, retorted Xiao Wu from the Fire Academy. Otherwise, one would expect discussions to revolve around the so-called spatial wormhole. Indeed, Shui Yuer conceded. It appears that Yu Tianheng's previous conjecture was utterly misguided. After all, Brother Cangqiong clearly stated in the video that any formidable being who has attained the Douzun realm can forge such spatial wormholes connecting distant locales. Du Guyan from the Royal Academy of the Douluo continent added, this is not merely Tianheng's folly. Who would imagine that a Douxing, merely 3 major realms below a Douhuang, could possess such overwhelming power? Is it truly a discrepancy of 3 major realms? You have yet to mention the 9-turn Douzun realm and the lower, middle, and upper stages of the semi-saint realm, Xiao Wu interjected. Du Guyan replied. Those 2 realms are evidently classified within the Douzun tier. Moreover, even if those realms are considered 2 separate major realms, the difference between Douwang and Douxing is merely 5 major realms. Given our conditions on the Douluo continent, a 5-realm difference does not constitute an insurmountable chasm. Perspective is everything, Shui Wei mused. Brother Cangqiong, am I correct? Indeed, Shen Cangqiong affirmed. The Douluo continent is exceedingly weak. If one were to use it as the standard for everything, the absurdities that would ensue are beyond imagination. As Shen Cangqiong's words left the entire assembly in a contemplative silence, the scene in the comparative video shifted to a desolate terrain. It seems that the possessor of the Enan poison body indeed lives under harsh conditions, the little medical fairy sighed as she surveyed the increasingly treacherous path ahead. If we can acquire the means to control the Enan poison body, then henceforth, no one afflicted with such a condition shall meet a tragic end. Shen Cangqiong gently grasped the little medical fairy's delicate hand, offering her solace. She nodded shyly, her earlier melancholy replaced by a blush. Quickly, stop, came the sudden voice of Yao Lao in Shen Cangqiong's mind. What is it? Despite not grasping the situation, Shen Cangqiong swiftly ushered the little medical fairy and Queen Medusa behind a massive rock for concealment. There are 2 4-star Douzun experts confronting each other ahead. Yao Lao stated gravely. 2 4-star Douzun? What could possibly compel them to engage in a standoff in such a desolate place? Shen Cangqiong pondered, relaying Yao Lao's warning to the 2 women. The power of a Douzun is immense, and the destruction wrought in battle is profound. Thus, it is uncommon for Douzun experts to engage in open conflict. However, when a resolution becomes necessary, most Douzun prefer to relocate to uninhabited areas for their battles. This is to prevent inadvertently harming the descendants of influential figures or causing destruction on another's territory, which could lead to dire consequences, Yao Lao elucidated. That makes sense. Shen Cangqiong mused, acknowledging the rationale. For Douzun, moving to a deserted location for combat is a mere moment's endeavor, and there is little reason to risk offending other powerful beings by choosing a populous arena. When the two Dozun engage in combat, I will use my soul power to conceal the three of you. As long as you maintain a low profile, they will not detect your presence, Yao Lao continued, enveloping a 10-meter radius around them in protective energy. Just as Yao Lao completed this, the sounds of battle drew nearer, revealing a cataclysmic scene unfolding before Shen Cangqiong and the others. In the variant Douluo World, Lan Ba from Shrek Academy exclaimed, "Goodness! Just how vast is this Doqi continent that it can withstand such levels of devastation? If this were the Douluo continent." Before the two Dozun could conclude their duel, the land would have been plowed as if by an agricultural implement. No wonder there exists an unwritten rule about Dozun battles taking place in secluded areas. Otherwise, should they unleash their full might within a city, who among the unprotected would survive? Speaking of which, am I mistaken? Or do I see the space around those two Dozun warping? Shui Yuo inquired, perplexed. Your vision appears intact. I too perceive the distortion surrounding them, Huo Wu replied, equally astonished. Brother Cangqiong, am I seeing things? Shui Yuo pressed. You are not mistaken. Manipulating space is a standard capability of a Dozun, Shen Cangqiong confirmed. Chapter 87. Is this truly within human capability? Tianshui Academy's Shui Binger. Hearing about it is one thing, but witnessing it is entirely different. Previously, I could only listen with my ears. Even a Do Saint would merely marvel at the other's might. However, seeing it firsthand, even a mere 4-star Dozun is enough to leave one speechless in astonishment. What Shui Bingo articulates is a genuine reflection of everyone from both worlds. Plant Academy's Yao Zi. I must inquire, is this truly something that humans can accomplish? Tianshui Academy's Shui Binger. Yao Zi, do not forget. In terms of the realm comparison between the two worlds, a Dozun from that world has already stepped into the divine domain in our Douluo continent, perhaps even transcended it. Plant Academy's Yao Zi. I see. It appears my perspective and understanding require significant enhancement. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's Bone de la Gu Rong. The spatial manipulation of this Dozun far surpasses my abilities. If I could comprehend this spatial control, would I not become invincible? 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's Sword Douluo Xin. Do not indulge in such daydreams. What realm are you in compared to others? Bone de la Gu Rong. Old swordman, you shall wait. Once I grasp this spatial control, I shall ensure to deliver a thrashing to you daily. As the discussion unfolds, the comparative video swiftly displays scenes in rapid succession. Soon, the battle between two Dozuns reaches its conclusion. Finally, these two Dozuns have finished their duel. Observing the two Dozuns coldly snort and turn away, Xiaoxian pats her bon. Let us proceed, for we have a considerable distance yet to cover. Shen Cangqiong does not respond but directly states. The scene shifts. One day later, after a winding journey through a marsh filled with toxic mists, Shen Cangqiong and his companions finally arrive at their destination. Shall we enter together? If any trouble arises, we can address it collectively. Before a massive stone door, Shen Cangqiong expresses his thoughts. I'm indifferent. Queen Medusa responds with an air of nonchalance. As you wish. Xiao Yixian gently nods in agreement. Very well, it is decided then. With that, Shen Cangqiong steps forward and forcefully pushes open the stone door. The scene transitions again. 10 days later. Is she all right? Seeing Xiao Yixian's aura nearly extinguished, Queen Medusa furrows her brow. Rest assured, Xiao Yixian is fine. Yet you, having been out for over 10 days, why have you not transformed back into a little white snake? With Yao Lao's presence, Shen Cangqiong feels secure regarding Xiao Yixian's condition, but is puzzled by Queen Medusa's state. After all, according to Yao Lao's speculation, Medusa should have reverted to her little white snake form by now. Huh? What? Is my presence a disturbance to you and Xiao Yixian's affairs? Medusa scoffs. You misunderstand. I am merely concerned for your well-being. As he speaks, Shen Cangqiong sits beside Medusa. I have discussed it with that little one. She consented to allow me to remain outside for a while longer. Medusa shifts slightly away, yet unexpectedly explains her current situation to Shen Cangqiong. So that is the case. Shen Cangqiong nods in realization. By the way, do you have a name? After a pause, he inquires. Medusa. Queen Medusa replies indifferently. That cannot be your true name, can it? Shen Cangqiong blinks in surprise. The queens of the Serpent clan have always been named thus. It is a tradition of our kind. That will not suffice. I shall bestow upon you a name that is uniquely yours. With that, Shen Cangqiong observes Medusa, noting she neither approves nor disapproves, thus interpreting her silence as consent. Based on your description, your current form is that of a colorful swallowing python. From this, I shall name you Kai Lin. What do you think? Shen Cangqiong finds the name quite appealing. Regrettably, Medusa offers no response. The scene shifts once more. On this day, Shen Cangqiong and Kai Lin are engrossed in their training when they suddenly sense Xiao Yixian's aura returning to normal, prompting them to cease their practice. How do you feel? Opening his eyes, Shen Cangqiong finds Xiao Yixian also awake, and he promptly approaches her. I succeeded. Moreover, thanks to the inheritance from this esteemed elder, I have now attained the rank of 9-star Dozong. Pulled back to reality by Shen Cangqiong's voice, Xiao Xian excitedly embraces him. To think such an unexpected delight would come. Shen Cangqiong shares her joy, had Kai Lin not been silently observing. He might have engaged in a playful exchange with Xiao Xian. Now that we have succeeded, let us depart. Yesterday, I received a recall message through secret methods from my clan. I must return to investigate. Noticing the two remain close, Medusa interjects. Recall you? Do you have any idea what transpired? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong frowns and releases Xiao Xian. No idea. Medusa shakes her head. Very well then, let us hasten back. Without hesitation, Shen Cangqiong decisively concludes. Tianshui Academy's Yu Tianxin. If only I could encounter an inheritance that would elevate my standing significantly in an instant. Xiwa Academy's Xiao Wu. You might consider exploring desolate regions. Perhaps fortune will favor you with such an inheritance. Tianshui Academy's Shui Yuer. Haha, Xiao Wu, you truly are mischievous. At this moment, none can ascertain if there are any legacies of powerful beings on our Douluo continent. You are quite audacious to offer such ill-conceived suggestions to others right here. Chapter 88. A fortuitous encounter. Fiery dance of the Blaze Academy. Why not give it a try? What if there is something? Water Moon of the Tianshui Academy. You are such a fool. Rather than relying on your unreliable method to seek out those legacies whose existence is uncertain, it would be wiser to follow the tactics of protagonists in biographical novels and take a chance. Fiery dance of the Blaze Academy. Goodness. My approach may be time-consuming, but yours is downright life-threatening. I thought you had changed your ways or perhaps developed feelings for Yu Tianxin, which is why you were defending him. Little did I know. Your wicked intentions were lurking here. Yu Tianxin of the Thunder Academy. Ladies, what grievances do I hold against you? One wants to waste my precious time, while the other is even more ruthless, wishing for my demise. Yao Zi of the Plant Academy, are you still joking? Look at Shen Cangqiong. He is akin to a protagonist from a biographical novel. In their eagerness to return swiftly, Shen Cangqiong and his companions opted for a shorter, albeit perilous route. Remarkably, they did not encounter any danger but stumbled upon a peculiar flame along the way. The spectators from both worlds, captivated by the dramatic scene in the comparison video, gazed with varied expressions at the unfolding events. Master Yao, what sort of extraordinary flame is this? Shen Cangqiong, cradling the docile golden flame, inquired. Just moments ago, he had informed the two women of Master Yao's existence, thus he no longer needed to keep his queries to himself. This should be the Jiuyo Jinzao, ranked 7th on the flame ranking. In the ring, Master Yao scrutinized for a moment before gasping in astonishment. 7th ranked Jiuyo Jinzao? How peculiar that such a highly ranked flame could be so easily captured. If it had resisted, even together we might not have subdued it. Shen Cangqiong gazed in confusion at the flame in his hand. I'm unsure about that. However, aside from the Jiuyo Jinzao, no other flames are of this hue. Master Yao himself was baffled by the current situation. Could it be a flame not recorded on the ranking? As he pondered this, Shen Cangqiong leaned in closer to examine the flame. Suddenly, before he could act, the dark golden fire surged into his body with blinding speed. Cangqiong, how infuriating. Young man, how do you feel? The unexpected turn of events left the trio of Xiao Yixian momentarily stunned and then alarmed. I seem to be fine? Wait. Something feels off. As Shen Cangqiong sat down amidst their growing concern, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Anonymous of the first variant Douluo World, I cannot comprehend this situation. Is it a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Anonymous of the first variant Douluo World, could Shen Cangqiong in the comparison video truly fall here and reincarnate on our Douluo continent? Anonymous of the first variant Douluo World, that seems unlikely. Look closely, there is no trace of tension or pain on his face. Everything appears to be under his control. Meanwhile, not only were the majority of people from both worlds discussing the recent events, but even Xiao Xian and her companions were equally concerned. Master Yao, is Cangqiong all right? Seeing that over half an hour had passed without Shen Cangqiong regaining consciousness, Xiao Xian could no longer contain her anxiety. Do not worry. Thus far, the lad has encountered no issues. Rather, his realm is swiftly advancing. At this moment, Master Yao's spiritual power was fully engaged, and he was acutely aware of the changes occurring within Shen Cangqiong. That's a relief. Upon hearing this, the weight in Xiaoshen's heart temporarily lifted, and she turned to the nearby Queen Medusa. You seem quite concerned for him as well. Lord, do you think I would forgive him for such actions? I merely feared he would perish, forcing the little rascal to emerge immediately. Queen Medusa scoffed dismissively. Is that so? Observing the queen's insincerity, Xiaoxian smiled slightly and chose not to press further. Hours later, Cangqiong, are you feeling any discomfort? Upon seeing Shen Cangqiong awaken, Xiaoxian rushed forward, her concern palpable. I am fine. Shen Cangqiong gently brushed his fingers through Xiaoshen's hair, shaking his head with a smile. Did you truly refine that extraordinary flame so effortlessly? Queen Medusa inquired, recalling her own arduous experience with the Qinglian Earthheart fire. It wouldn't be accurate to say I refined the Jiuyou Jinzhuo effortlessly. Rather, for reasons unknown, it willingly submitted to my refining process. Hence, I was able to succeed in such a short time. Otherwise, given my previous strength, it would have been impossible. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong summoned the now refined Jiuyou Jinzhuo, eager to discern its mysteries. Enough of this. Let us hasten our journey. Feeling somewhat vexed by Shen Cangqiong's words, Queen Medusa turned to leave. Consider this, a peak Do Wang, merely attempting to forcibly refine a 19th-ranked flame, nearly met her demise. Yet Shen Cangqiong, without effort, had the 7th-ranked flame presented to him on a silver platter. It was truly a case of comparison breeds envy. Water Moon of the Tianshui Academy, this is irrefutable evidence. Brother Cangqiong is undoubtedly the protagonist of that world. Fiery Dance of the Blaze Academy. It seems that even on the Douluo continent, Shen Cangqiong enjoys the privileges of a protagonist. After all, how else could he possess innate soul power of level 50? You Tianxin of the Thunder Academy, you ought to read fewer biographical novels. There are no protagonists in this world. Chapter 89. The fury of Sun Air. Time swiftly passed, and after several days of relentless travel, Shen Cangqiong and his companions returned to the desert territory of the Serpent People. However, the sight that greeted them ignited a furious indignation within Queen Medusa, nearly overwhelming her composure. Not so fast. Let us first search the vicinity for any clues, Shen Cangqiong reassured. No need. Our serpent clan possesses secret methods to leave behind useful information, Medusa replied, soaring towards a particular location. A moment later, Shen Cangqiong inquired, what did you find? Medusa opened her eyes. Her expression markedly improved. Although we lost some clan members, the majority have retreated to a relatively safe area. Do you know what transpired? The Serpent Clan is the undisputed ruler of this region. Who would dare provoke you? Shen Cangqiong pondered, baffled. Even he, hailing from a humble origin, had heard tales of the Serpent Clan's might. He truly could not fathom which force in the entire Gamma Empire could rival them. I'm uncertain. From the information I gathered, those who attacked our clan are peculiar creatures, Medusa disclosed. Moreover, these strange beings not only assaulted our Serpent Clan, but also wreaked havoc across the Gamma Empire and several surrounding territories. What? Shen Cangqiong and the Little Medicine Fairy exclaimed in unison. Let us head to Wutan City and investigate, Shen Cangqiong declared, leading the way towards the city. The scene shifted. It appeared that Wutan City had also been attacked. Observing the townsfolk diligently repairing the collapsed walls, Shen Cangqiong's countenance grew grave. Rest assured, given the extent of the damage at the gates and walls, it is clear that the assailants were not particularly strong, so the Shen family should be safe. The Little Medicine Fairy comforted. Indeed, Shen Cangqiong nodded. As they spoke, the group reached the skies above the Shen family residence. Upon sensing that his father was deliberating the recent assault in the council hall, he finally felt a sense of relief. Intruders. As Shen Cangqiong and his companions began their descent, the family's guards finally recognized them and sounded the alarm. It is I, Shen Cangqiong, he announced. Noticing the family's tense demeanor, Cangqiong, upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Zhan, who had hurried out from the council hall, froze momentarily. The scene transitioned once again. Inside the Shen family's council hall, Shen Zhan exclaimed, Cangqiong, you've reached the peak of the 9-star Do Zone? Despite having witnessed Shen Cangqiong fly without wings, he still felt as if he were dreaming. Father, this is not the time for pleasantries. I wish to know if any bodies of the attackers have been left behind. Shen Cangqiong pressed. None. Strangely, once those creatures are defeated, they instantly transform into a cloud of black mist, Shen Zhan responded, suppressing the myriad thoughts he wished to express. Answering earnestly. Suddenly, ominous voices echoed from outside. They are coming again. Shen Zhan stood, gazing at the sky with a grave expression, addressing Shen Cangqiong. Ensure everyone in the Shen family remains indoors. I will personally investigate. Without waiting for a reply, Shen Cangqiong exchanged a knowing glance with the two women and soared into the sky. Master Yao, do you recognize these creatures? Outside Wutan City, Shen Cangqiong observed the mass of bizarre beings below, unable to identify them despite rifling through his memories. This is impossible. Unlike Shen Cangqiong's confusion, Master Yao's face paled upon sighting the grotesque entities. Master Yao? Noticing the elder's alarmed demeanor, Shen Cangqiong's expression turned serious. These are the... I advise you to hastily take your people and flee to the central region, Master Yao urged urgently. Are they that formidable? Shen Cangqiong, along with the little medicine fairy and Medusa, looked at Master Yao in bewilderment. I came across records of the ruins of the true method I provided you. The only phrase inscribed was that the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the ancient Dou Emperor may be related to the... Master Yao stated with unprecedented gravity. Hiss. At his words, Shen Cangqiong and his companions simultaneously inhaled sharply, recognizing the weight of the term Dou Emperor, which transcended all other language. Huh. I never imagined that in such a small place, there would be 3 Dou zones. Just then, a booming laughter resonated from the rear of the ranks, followed by a gray silhouette swiftly approaching Shen Cangqiong and his companions. A Dou zone expert? Sensing the arrival's cultivation level, Shen Cangqiong felt a heaviness in his heart. Hey, if it weren't for my other obligations, I could entertain you. But for now, prepare to meet your demise. With those words, the expert extended his hand, preparing to strike at Shen Cangqiong and the others. Unbridled, just as Shen Cangqiong intended to unleash the power of to contend with the expert. While buying time for the little medicine fairy and Queen Medusa to escape, an ominous void materialized silently in the high sky above Wutan City's gate. Subsequently, a chilling voice echoed from within. Sonaire? Upon locking eyes with the figure emerging from the spatial rift, Shen Cangqiong softly called out. Cangqiong Gich. This has displeased Sonaire. May I take action to relieve my frustration? Before Shen Cangqiong, Gu Suner consistently maintained her gentle demeanor and understanding nature. Chapter 90. A meeting of 3 women. Speaking frankly well, I shall leave it to Suner, said Shen Cangqiong, understanding that Suner was trying to spare his pride with her words. Upon hearing this, Suner's smile widened, but in the next moment, she noticed the Dou zone of the attempting to flee, and her expression shifted to one of derision. Can you really escape? She taunted, mimicking the movements of the Dou zone as he sought to attack Shen Cangqiong. She raised a delicate hand and, with a fierce grip, reached towards the Dou zone who had already slipped into the spatial rift. It seems that, despite my numerous opportunities, I still cannot surpass you. Shen Cangqiong remarked with a wry smile as he witnessed the Dou zone being crushed into a mass of black mist by Suner's remote grasp. That cannot be said. Suner replied. My achievements stem from the bloodline power of my ancestors, while brother Cangqiong has truly earned his success through his own efforts. Stepping closer, Gu Suner embraced Shen Cangqiong's arm, just as she had done in their childhood. Oh, you little girl, he chuckled. About to say something when he noticed Suner's gaze shift from him to the little healer and Kai Lin, and he inwardly cursed his luck. Brother Cangqiong. Who are these 2 sisters? She inquired, her eyes glinting with playful dissatisfaction. This is the little healer, and this is Kai Lin. They are both connected to me. Shen Cangqiong began to explain the circumstances surrounding his relationship with the little healer and Kai Lin, without a hint of concealment. He believed that any attempt at deception would only hurt the 3 women. Thus, he chose to speak honestly, accepting all responsibility for any misunderstandings. In the dialogue of the commentary section, various opinions emerged regarding Shen Cangqiong's character. Brother Cangqiong is truly a real man, commented Xue Yue from the Tianxue Academy. Though he may be a bit flirtatious, he is far superior to those who play around and refuse to take responsibility. Let us not forget that, at Yunmon's sect, there is still a Yun waiting for him, added Xiao Wu from the Chiwa Academy. Oh. And that Yufei from the auction in Wutan City seems to have a special feeling for Shen Cangqiong as well. Looks like Gu Suner, the main consort, might have a headache ahead, remarked Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy. You all underestimate the situation, she continued. This Cangqiong has only been out for a short time, and has already accumulated so many emotional debts, it is bound to increase. Ning Rorong from the Blue Tyrant Academy interjected, setting aside these emotional debts, Gu Suner is undeniably powerful. With a mere gesture, she caused the Dou zone to fall without any chance of resistance. She is simply invincible. Indeed, Suner is formidable, Xue Yue agreed. Her ability to annihilate foes with a simple gesture is truly impressive. As the banter continued in the commentary section, the comparison video played on. I must say, you are quite unreasonable, one of the companions of the family Jewel remarked upon seeing their lady in silence. Our young miss thinks of you every day. Yet you are out here playing around. Xian Lao, do not speak carelessly. Another interjected. It would be untrue to say that Gu Suner is not troubled by these events. Nevertheless, she will not allow anyone to disrespect Shen Cangqiong. Alas, Xian Lao sighed, recognizing Gu Suner's unwavering defense of Shen Cangqiong despite the circumstances. I apologize, Shen Cangqiong said, taking hold of Suner's icy hand, filled with regret and concern. Never mind, this is not something you can control, Brother Cangqiong, Suner replied, shaking her head. She released his hand, regained her smile, and approached the little healer and Kai Lin to converse with them. Meanwhile, discussions about Gu Suner's remarkable qualities continued, with many expressing admiration for her character. As the comparison video progressed, it shifted to the Shen family's meeting hall. What? You mean to say that our Shen family was once an ancient imperial clan? Shen Cangqiong asked in disbelief. Indeed. The revelation stunned not only him but also the others present, including the little healer, Kai Lin, and Yao Lao, who were equally astonished. The reason I came to the Shen family in my childhood was to obtain the key that could open the Dou Emperor's cave, Suner admitted, her face flushing slightly as she trailed off. The key to the Dou Emperor's cave? Shenjan furrowed his brow, suddenly producing the clan leader's token from his pocket. Being a clever man, he quickly pieced together the significance of Suner's revelation and deduced that the key she spoke of was likely the clan leader's token passed down through generations. Yes, that's it, Suner exclaimed. I never expected such an important artifact to be kept by Uncle Shen all this time. No wonder I found no trace of it during my search in the Shen family. With that, Suner cast a bemused glance at Xian Lao and the others, who were now breathless at the sight of the key in Shenjan's hand. Chapter 91. Chaos in the Barrage Zone. This matter has become of little consequence to our Shen family. If the Gu family desires it, they may take it, Shenjan remarked. Even the most foolish among us understands the significance of a Dou Emperor in the Duki continent. He was acutely aware that the already weakened Shen family could never safeguard the fragment of the key that could unlock the Dou Emperor's abode. Rather than allowing it to fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, bringing disaster upon the Shen family, it was far wiser to relinquish it to the Gu family now. At least the Gu family, despite knowing the key fragment lay within the Shen family, had never made a genuine attempt to seize it. Uncle Shen, Suner interjected, shaking her head. This is not appropriate. Accept it, she insisted. If you are concerned about that brat Cangqiong having ulterior motives, consider this key fragment as my family's betrothal gift. After all, compared to the profound heritage of the Gu clan, the only asset the Shen family could currently present was this fragment of the Dou Emperor's key. Upon observing Suner's face redden, Shenjan ceased his teasing and handed the key fragment to the elder known as Xian Lao. This. Xian Lao stared blankly at the key fragment in his hands, feeling as though this once coveted item had turned into a hot potato. He knew that if the clan leader discovered he had pledged Suner in exchange for a fragment of the Dou Emperor's key, his return would surely be fraught with difficulties. Cangqiong, I have come primarily to invite you to our Gu clan's Tianmu, Suner said, suppressing her embarrassment. Tianmu? What is that place? Shen Cangqiong inquired, perplexed. Let us discuss as we go, Suner replied. The Tianmu has a time limit for its opening. Is it safe here? Shen Cangqiong expressed concern about potential new threats from the. Rest assured, our Gu clan will keep watch, Suner smiled gently. Very well, Shen Cangqiong conceded, feeling reassured by Suner's words. After exchanging a few brief remarks with his father, Shenjan, and the little medical sage and Kai Lin, he followed Suner and her group into the spatial rift. As the scene shifted, Shen Cangqiong found himself hovering above a city. Is this the Gu family? This is merely the outskirts of our Gu realm, Suner clarified, shaking her head. Gu realm? Shen Cangqiong echoed, puzzled. Indeed. Our entire Gu family constitutes a realm unto itself, hence the name Gu realm, Suner explained as she led him higher into the sky. The expanse was boundless. Just how vast is this Gu realm? Shen Cangqiong wondered aloud, scanning the horizon and realizing he could not discern its limits. I do not know. I have never reached the boundary, Suner admitted. How many people reside within your Gu realm? I noticed several enormous cities scattered throughout, he inquired with childlike curiosity. Approximately several billion, Suner replied after a moment of thought, revealing a figure that left Shen Cangqiong astonished. In the Barrage Zone, the reactions were unprecedentedly chaotic. The revelation of the true form of the Gu realm created by Dou Saints and the staggering power of a Dou Emperor capable of producing Dou Saints and Dou Zun was an event so outrageous that it was beyond the wildest dreams of those on the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, the High Priestess contemplated, should we apologize to Shen Cangqiong? The Sea Maiden Douluo cautiously regarded Poseidon. If we do apologize, it implies that Lord Sea God was in the wrong. Do you realize the magnitude of the impact this could have on Sea God Island? The sea phantom Douluo furrowed her brow. But the true method in Shen Cangqiong's possession is capable of elevating one to the rank of Do Emperor. The mermaid Douluo reminded. Chapter 92. Victory. Could those two offenses, his disrespect towards the sea god and his insolence towards the high priest, simply be overlooked? While this was the assertion, it was evident that Hai Huan's confidence had notably waned. What alternative was there? Hai Huan, along with everyone else, surely did not wish for the day when Shen Cangqiong would grow formidable enough to obliterate the entire sea god island. In truth, our apology to Shen Cangqiong is a consideration for the sea god. Otherwise, whether Shen Cangqiong ascends to the rank of a fighting emperor or merely attains the status of a low-level fighting sovereign, the sea god would find himself in dire straits. The sea maiden Douluo grew increasingly convinced of her rationale. Yet, it all hinged on whether Shen Cangqiong could indeed become a fighting sovereign. This realm was far from the extraordinary world depicted in the comparison video, devoid of peculiarities and myriad elixirs that could enhance one's cultivation. Thus, Haima harbored doubts about Shen Cangqiong's ability to cultivate to the rank of fighting sovereign or even higher through his innate talent. In the past, such uncertainty might have been justified. However, now with the emergence of this comparison video, everything seemed uncertain. The sea maiden Douluo understood that without a deity willing to pass down the divine legacy, even if Shen Cangqiong possessed unparalleled talent, he could only reach a maximum of level 99. Yet, she dared not entertain such thoughts anymore. Let us continue watching for now. As for the rest, I shall ponder further. Meanwhile, Poseidon observed the escalating quarrel among the holy pillars and swiftly intervened with a wave of his hand, silencing the discord. Upon hearing his command, the holy pillars nodded in agreement and redirected their attention to the comparison video. Simultaneously, the comparison video unfolded. After experiencing initial curiosity and astonishment, Shen Cangqiong gradually regained his composure. At this moment, he stood before a middle-aged man alongside Suner. "Are you Shen Cangqiong of the Shen family?" The middle-aged man inquired with a stern expression. "Junior Shen Cangqiong of the Shen family pays respects to you, Senior," Shen Cangqiong replied. While he could not definitively identify the middle-aged man, being summoned by Suner suggested he was likely the patriarch of the ancient clan, Suner as father. Humph. I expected Shen Cangqiong, whom Miss Suner constantly speaks of, to possess extraordinary abilities, yet it appears you are merely a minor 9-star fighting sovereign, he scoffed. What qualifications do you have to associate with Miss Suner? Before the middle-aged man could utter another word, a cold-faced young man stepped forward, unabashedly expressing his disdain for Shen Cangqiong. "Gu Yu, mind your tone and attitude," he warned. "Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you languish on the ground for a year and a half." Gu Suner's expression turned icy. "Suner, you are aware." The middle-aged man interjected, "You are the sole divine bloodline of our ancient clan. If you insist on being with Shen Cangqiong, certain matters will be unavoidable for him." Seeing the darkened faces of Gu Yao and the other young men beside him, the middle-aged man could only helplessly speak up. "Suner, leave this to me." As Suner opened her mouth to retort, Shen Cangqiong grasped her hand and shook his head. He did not wish for her to create a commotion with her entire family on his behalf. Moreover, he was confident that, against a mere 1-star fighting sovereign, he could easily prevail. Very well, Gu Suner conceded after a brief hesitation, knowing Shen Cangqiong would not undertake actions without certainty. However, to prevent potential future troubles, she cast a fierce glare at the others present and declared, "I hope this is the last time." "Rest assured," the middle-aged man promised. "I guarantee this will be the only instance." As the patriarch of the ancient clan, he could not avoid testing Shen Cangqiong. Otherwise, he would have no explanation for his clan. Yet, should Shen Cangqiong pass the test, any clan member daring to trouble him would face the wrath of a 9-star fighting saint. Thus, Shen Cangqiong and Gu Yao clashed under the watchful eyes of all present. Initially, Gu Yao leveraged his superior cultivation, maintaining a dominant position over Shen Cangqiong. However, as time wore on, the smirk that had adorned Gu Yao's face since the battle began gradually faded. When he finally sensed danger, his expression changed dramatically just as Shen Cangqiong unleashed a meticulously prepared strike, catching him off guard and landing a blow to his jaw. In the next moment, Gu Yu was sent flying from the platform, akin to a kite severed from its string. Believing he could still salvage his dignity, Gu Yao attempted to rise, only to aggravate his injuries further and succumb to unconsciousness. In the variant Douluo realm, at the Tian Shui Academy, Shui Wu exclaimed, "Brother Cangqiong is so formidable, truly worthy of my admiration." At the Chihuahua Academy, Wu remarked, "Shui Wu, you certainly know how to embellish." At the Tian Shui Academy, Shui Binga chimed in, "To triumph against a stronger opponent is a rare feat," Wu retorted. Shui Binger, Your sister claimed she was shocked for 1 billion years. How long has it been since then, and you're already astonished? Shui Binger replied, could you refrain from such trivial banter? At the Lanba Academy, core disciple Ning Rongrong observed that middle-aged man must be Gu sooner as father, right? I noticed he always looks at senior Cangqiong with a peculiar gaze. The Tian-Do Emperor, Shui, chuckled. Ah, Rongrong, when you grow up and bring home a boy you wish to marry, you'll find your father's gaze towards him will resemble this strange look. Ning Fingxi, the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, found himself at a loss for words, albeit acknowledging the truth in Shui's assertion. Shui continued with a hearty laugh. Chapter 93. Entering the sacred realm of fighters 3 hours later. Sonner, why did you choose to separate from your kin? And where are you taking me? Within the celestial tomb, the ancient Sooner grasped Shen Cangqiong's hand, hastily making her way towards a certain destination. Cangqiong, do you remember what I told you about how your Shen family is one of the ancient imperial clans? Rather than answering directly, Sooner posed a question back to Shen Cangqiong. Of course, I remember. But what does this have to do with where you were taking me? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. The place I am leading you to is the burial site of one of your ancestors from the Shen family. Sooner replied. The burial site of one of my ancestors? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. Indeed, Sooner nodded. Is it possible that my ancestor is still alive? Or perhaps lives on in a different form? Shen Cangqiong thought of Yao Lao's current state, wondering if the ancestor also existed as a soul. No. The individual has completely fallen, Sooner clarified. However, due to their immense strength, a fragment of their will remains. Not long ago, Shen Cangqiong had shared Yao Lao's situation with her. And now Sooner understood the meaning behind his words regarding an alternative existence. Is it possible to exist solely through will? What level of power did our Shen family ancestor possess? Shen Cangqiong was once again astonished. Half-step Do Emperor. As Sooner spoke of her ancestor's cultivation level, a rare ripple of emotion surfaced in her tone. It was simply because, in the presence of this ancestor, even her father would seem insignificant by comparison. Half-step Do Emperor? At the mention of these words, Shen Cangqiong stumbled, nearly losing his footing in the air. Wait, if that ancestor truly was a half-step Do Emperor, then in this era where Do Emperors are absent, who could have caused their downfall? At that moment, Shen Cangqiong suddenly pondered this grave question. The Soul Clan. Sooner coldly uttered 2 words. The Soul Clan? Could it be that the Soul Clan is also one of the ancient imperial clans? Shen Cangqiong clenched his fists tightly. Yes. The Soul Clan is indeed one of the ancient imperial clans. Back then, when the ancestor of the Shen family was gravely wounded from a failed breakthrough to Do Emperor, the entire Soul Clan launched a surprise attack, resulting in tremendous losses. At this point, Sooner refrained from continuing. But Shen Cangqiong had already grasped the unspoken part of her narrative. How vile. A cold glint flickered in Shen Cangqiong's eyes. Although he had never met the ancestor of the Shen family, this did not hinder his intense animosity towards the Soul Clan. In the inner courtyard of the Blue Tyrant Academy, a core disciple named Ning Rongrong from variant Douluo World remarked, what a pity. That was a half-step Do Emperor. If only Senior Cangqiong's ancestor had successfully broken through to Do Emperor back then, the entire Do-Chi continent would likely belong to the Shen family now. That's certainly true. Shui Yuer from the Water Academy and variant Douluo World replied. Once that ancestor of the Shen family reached Do Emperor, he could have simply tilled the land at home, while countless descendants would help him conquer the world. Shui Yuer, I found that I'm too lazy to even retort you, Xiao Wu from the Fire Academy remarked. What is wrong with that? Shui Yuer said. Am I mistaken? A Do Emperor possesses such formidable abilities. If not properly utilized, wouldn't that be a waste? You make a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words, Xiao Wu conceded. Cut it out. As a girl who understands instantly, we are equally matched. No one can claim superiority over the other. With a mischievous smile, Shui Yuer disregarded Xiao Wu's protest in the comments section, redirecting her attention back to the comparison video. Meanwhile, the comparison video shifted scenes, revealing that Sooner and Shen Cangqiong had reached the innermost depths of the celestial tomb. Is this truly the burial site of my Shen family's ancestor? How do we enter? Shen Cangqiong surveyed the area, finding no apparent entrance. Haha, after all this time, a descendant of my Shen family has finally arrived. However, before Sooner could speak, a voice filled with joy unexpectedly emanated from within the tomb. In the next moment, Shen Cangqiong felt darkness envelop him, and when light returned, he was astonished to find himself and Sooner in a stone chamber, where a young ethereal figure was smiling at them. Descendant of the Shen family, Shen Cangqiong, I greet my ancestor. Though Shen Cangqiong was taken aback by the youthful appearance of the figure, He quickly deduced the true identity of this ethereal being based on the words heard before being transported here. You are quite remarkable, without the bloodline of a Do Emperor. Achieving the pinnacle of 9-star Dozong at your age is already considered a prodigious talent. The young ethereal figure expressed great satisfaction. Previously, he had thought that if a Do Wang emerged from the Shen family, he would be grateful. After all, due to his own actions, the Do Emperor bloodline of the Shen family had been entirely depleted, and with the Soul clan lurking nearby, he couldn't even guarantee the continued existence of the Shen family, let alone dream of a significantly high-level young successor. My achievements thus far are entirely due to Yao Lao's guidance and a measure of fortune. Shen Cangqiong recounted the journey that had brought him to this point. I see. The young ethereal figure nodded. Very well, time is of the essence. I shall help you awaken the bloodline of the Do Emperor. From now on, the Shen family will rely on you. With that, the young ethereal figure moved Shen Cangqiong to a nearby stone pool, initiating the ritual to activate the Do Emperor bloodline. Soon, as the bloodline within Shen Cangqiong was gradually awakened, his cultivation soared rapidly. Ultimately, when his Do Emperor bloodline was completely activated, he stepped into the coveted realm of the Do Saint, a domain beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Chapter 94. Ungratefulness. Alas, the bloodline of the Shen family's Emperor Do has been squandered excessively. Observing Shen Cangqiong attuning to the surging power within, the youthful specter expressed a tinge of regret. Ancestor, he mused. In less than half an hour, I have ascended from the pinnacle of the 9-star Dozong to the 1-star Doxing. Such velocity must rival that of legends. What more could one desire? Shen Cangqiong, having never experienced the era when the Shen family stood as the most formidable clan, could not fathom the sentiments of his ancestor at this moment. Sighing, the specter concluded, regardless of regrets, all is irreversible. Now, this place is on the brink of destruction. I shall escort you out. With a shake of his head, he prepared to transport Shen Cangqiong and Sunner away. Wait, Shen Cangqiong interjected. I still do not know the name of the ancestor. I humbly request you to reveal it. The youthful specter did not halt his actions. Just as Shen Cangqiong and Sunner were being sent forth, a proud voice echoed in their ears. I am Shen Xian. A week later, at the entrance of the ancient realm, Shen Cangqiong bid a reluctant farewell to the ancient Sunner and proceeded towards the pill tower. Haha, excellent, the old pharmacist exclaimed. At last, I have not misjudged you. Witnessing Shen Cangqiong uphold his promise, the old man laughed heartily. What do you mean by that, old pharmacist? Shen Cangqiong queried. For his understanding of the old man was quite limited. You are now sufficiently powerful, it is no harm to disclose this, the old pharmacist replied, pausing momentarily before recounting his tale. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Wei remarked, this Han Feng is truly despicable. The old pharmacist took him in, nurtured him, and taught him skills, yet he repays kindness with malice, even colluding with those from the Soul clan to ambush the old pharmacist. He epitomizes ingratitude. Yao Zi from the Plant Academy added, it seems there is no one else in this world who embodies such treachery as Han Feng. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from the Blue Tyrant Academy, expressed her curiosity about the unfolding plot, wondering if Senior Cangqiong would confront Han Feng as depicted in the comparison video. Just watch, and you shall find out, replied Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy. At that moment, the comparative video continued. How infuriating. Such scoundrels exist in this world. Shen Cangqiong fumed upon hearing the old pharmacist's story. The Duki continent is vast, and locating an individual within it is no small feat. The primary task now is to seek out the rare flames. Everything else can wait, the old pharmacist urged, prompting Shen Cangqiong, who understood the wisdom in his words. Despite his newfound strength as a 1-star Doshang, finding a single person amidst the expanse of the Duki continent was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In the days that followed, Shen Cangqiong hurried to the Pill Tower, where, as the champion of this year's alchemy competition, he claimed the reward of the 3,000 yen flames. Upon realizing that his rival for the title was a member of the Soul clan, Shen Cangqiong wasted no time in vanquishing him, acquiring the Sea Heart Flame as a bonus. Once all affairs at the Pill Tower were concluded, he set off for the next location of the rare flames, the Burning Flame Valley. Unfortunately, the flames there bore a unique mark. After countless generations, they had become bound to the valley, rendering them unrefinable by outsiders. However, out of respect for the valley's first ancestor, who was a close friend of his own ancestor Shen Xian, Shen Cangqiong assisted the current valley master in concocting a medicinal pill to heal his daughter before taking his leave. Afterward, Shen Cangqiong traversed various regions, investigating any lead on rare flames, regardless of their authenticity or plausibility. This endeavor, though seemingly random, yielded considerable rewards. While he only managed to acquire 3 flames rank beyond the 10th tier, he collected an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures. Most notably, within the relics of a half-saint who had passed away, he discovered an impeccably preserved half-saint body. Old pharmacist. I have finally gathered all the materials needed for the body refinement. At that moment, Shen Cangqiong resided within the relic of the half-saint, preparing to refine the old pharmacist's body before utilizing the beneficial materials to enhance his own cultivation. Indeed, the old pharmacist nodded, brimming with excitement and at a loss for words. Let us begin, Shen Cangqiong declared, recognizing the old man's impatience. With a collection of materials laid before him, he closed his eyes and earnestly commenced the refinement of the half-saint body. In the variant Douluo World, Xiao Academy, Xiao Wu remarked, "The body refinement is about to commence. I wonder if it will succeed." Yu Tianqin from the Thunder Academy responded, "It should succeed. However, should anything go awry, it is not a grave concern. If he truly needs a powerful body, he can simply procure one from the Soul Clan." Yu Tianqin, you are indeed ruthless. Yao Zi observed from the Plant Academy. Shui Yuer from Tianshui Academy noted, "Xiao Wu. Have you noticed that Tang Hor from Burning Flame Valley seems to share a similar temperament with you?" Xiao Wu replied, "What does it matter? Those with fire attributes generally possess comparable personalities." Chapter 95, The Arrival of Great Trouble. The video comparison continues. Time passes unnoticed. Months slipping by in the blink of an eye. "Young man, do you still intend to seek the?" Elder Yao inquired, now beside Shen Cangqiong. No longer in his previous ethereal form but possessing a tangible presence. "Indeed, I have such intentions," replied Shen Cangqiong, determination evident in his voice. "I have already identified my target, the 3rd ranked on the." During this period, thanks to the abundant and the assistance of he had acquired earlier, Shen Cangqiong's cultivation level had ascended to the rank of 4-star, granting him confidence in capturing the typically resides within a space of its own creation. Making it quite elusive, Elder Yo cautioned. "I can visit the location where the first emerged. Perhaps I might uncover some clues," Shen Cangqiong suggested. "After all, employing our old methods, whether we find a treasure or not, might lead to unexpected surprises." "Very well, proceed as you see fit," Elder Yao acquiesced, understanding that each use of spatial power leaves traces. With a stroke of luck, Shen Cangqiong might indeed locate the space where the dwells. The scene shifts. Months have passed once more. Indeed, diligence rewards the devoted. Shen Cangqiong stood in a desolate expanse, faintly perceiving the familiar aura left by his joy palpable. "Who are you? When did such a young 4-star emerge in?" A voice of astonishment echoed from the void. "Shen Cangqiong of the Shen family," he declared. Then unleashed a punch, shattering the space where they resided. "How audacious. It seems you do not come in peace." Upon witnessing Shen Cangqiong's bold entrance into its domain, immediately assumed a combat stance. "If you willingly allow me to refine you, I will not erase your intelligence," Shen Cangqiong proposed. "A mere 4-star dares to speak to me thus? What a grand jest." The transformed from the seethed in rage, launching an attack at Shen Cangqiong. The scene transitions again. "Stop. Please stop. I yield. Just spare me." That now thoroughly disheartened, conceded under the relentless pressure of a 4-star. "Speak. And if your information proves valuable, I may consider your request," Shen Cangqiong replied, panting as he sat atop "I know of a place containing of caliber. If you acquire it, you could become the first in millennia," the whispered, as if fearful of being overheard. "Where is this place?" Shen Cangqiong's eyes sparkled with interest. "Below the divulged, hesitating only until it met Shen Cangqiong's scrutinizing gaze. Meanwhile, in a different realm, various characters expressed their thoughts. "Is it just me? Or does this seem quite pitiable?" Mused Shui Yuer of "Could this be the legendary case of speaking harshly yet receiving a harsh beating?" Speculated Xiao Wu from "If the speaks truthfully, then Senior Cangqiong will soon ascend to status in the comparison video," noted Ning Rong, a core disciple from "Perhaps it is indeed time for this comparison video to conclude," remarked an anonymous figure from the video proceeds. "In a forest within the queried. You do not intend to rush to the now, do you? What is wrong with that? Are you deceiving me?" Shen Cangqiong narrowed his eyes, channeling to prod the within him. "I am not deceiving you, but with your current strength of a 7-star, what can you accomplish? That is no trivial matter. Without the power of a 9-star, you would merely be delivering yourself as a meal," the cautioned. "Tell me, could the you speak of be the same as the one unlocked by the key fragment belonging to the Ancient Eight?" Shen Cangqiong posed a question that left them momentarily speechless. "I only know it to be the of the, as for which the Ancient's key fragment can unlock. That remains a mystery to me," the replied. "It appears we are indeed speaking of the same, Shen Cangqiong mused, a smirk tugging at his lips. As days passed, Shen Cangqiong heeded this advice, opting not to intrude upon this. Instead, he traversed perilous territories, continuing his pursuit of experience and opportunities. Alas, after merely a month, shocking news from Gu Suner compelled him to return at once. From Gu Suner's message, he learned that the had resurfaced, successfully occupying the 4 domains outside the central region within 3 days. The Soul, another ancient clan, had secretly allied with the and ambushed all the ancient clans, resulting in significant losses for several families. Even more dire, all key fragments capable of unlocking the held by the ancient clans had been seized by the Soul, including the 2 fragments belonging to the. Fortunately, Shen Cangqiong found solace in Gu Suner's reassurance that the Shen family and those connected to him had been safely relocated to the untouched by harm. Chapter 96. The strange thoughts of fire danced. The scene shifted once more. Is this the cave of the ancient emperor, Tuashi? Sun's father inquired. At this moment, 10 days had elapsed since Shen Cangqiong received the message relayed by Sun. According to the Nether Lotus Demon Fire and the Void Devouring Flame, this place is merely the exterior of the cave. One must traverse this hidden passage to access the inner sanctum, with all present being in the same boat. Shen Cangqiong did not withhold any information, revealing everything he had learned from the Nether Lotus Demon Fire and the Void Devouring Flame. Your fortunate destiny is indeed remarkable. First, you discovered and tamed the Nether Lotus Demon Fire, and then upon returning to the ancient clan, you fortuitously found the severely injured and unconscious Void Devouring Flame. Alas, in just a few short years, you have traversed the cultivation path that took me over a century to complete. This compels me to suspect that you are the destined child, summoned by the world's will in response to the looming crisis of annihilation. Ancient Yuan's final remark garnered the consensus of those present. For apart from the notion of a destined savior, they could hardly fathom any other explanation for Shen Cangqiong's extraordinary prowess. Let us hasten inside, lest we encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of the crowd, Shen Cangqiong chuckled awkwardly. Wait a moment. Ancient Yuan halted Shen Cangqiong as he was about to enter the hidden passage, then turned to the other ancient clan leaders, stating, I believe the opportunity to become an emperor should be granted to Shen Cangqiong. Do you all have any objections? The ancient clan leader jested. To become a Dou emperor, one must first attain the rank of 9-star Dou saint. Yet among us, even the strongest is merely an 8-star Dou saint. Even if we were to gain the chance to become an emperor, we would not dare attempt it at present. After all, we each possess but a single life. We cannot gamble with our fates, knowing that it is impossible to leap from 8-star Dou saint to Dou emperor. The speaker was the leader of the Lei clan, but as soon as he finished, he received nods of agreement from several other clan leaders. That is well. I hope you all remember, if we engage in infighting now, our only fate awaits us, destruction. With that, Ancient Yuan patted Shen Cangqiong on the shoulder, signaling that it was time to proceed inside. In the alternate Douluo World, Blue Tyrant from Shrek Academy remarked, this father-in-law is truly commendable. He genuinely advocates for his son-in-law. In the same realm, Golden Crocodile, the second elder of the Spirit Hall, expressed astonishment. He can actually relinquish the chance to become an emperor to another. Truly remarkable. Qian Daolu, the grand elder of the Spirit Hall, noted, this is true vision. Ning Fingji, the master of the 7 treasure glaze tile sect, acknowledged, Ancient Yuan's perspective is indeed lofty. Were it an ordinary person facing such an opportunity, they would not hesitate to claim it for themselves, even at the expense of their closest kin. Ning Fingji admitted that he could not match Ancient Yuan's selflessness in such a moment of immense benefit. Meanwhile, the comparative scene continued. Soon. It has been almost a month. Has that lad not yet absorbed the essence of that pill? Having barely fended off the attacks from the Soul clan, Ancient Yuan returned to the cave of the ancient emperor, his anxiety palpable. Not yet. Gu Sun shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. She feared for Shen Cangqiong's safety and was anxious about not being able to await his emergence. Fear not. He shall be unharmed. At that moment, Xiao Xian, recognizing Gu Sun's unease, offered words of comfort. I am fine. Upon hearing this, Gu Sun glanced at Xiao Xian, then at Kai Lin, Yun Yun, and Yu Fei, forcing a smile. The scene shifted again. Not good. He is back, and this time they have brought a royal. What? Upon hearing that a royal, equal to a Dou emperor, had arrived, despair washed over the faces of all present. Boom. Before anyone could react, With the strike of an attack, the enchantments surrounding the Do Emperor's cave shattered instantly. It is over. Once I extinguish you, there shall be no force left in this world to oppose my clan. The royal, evidently a man of action, provided no chance for Ancient Yuan and his companions to respond, raising his left hand to launch a second assault. Just when Ancient Yuan and his companions believed they were doomed, the temperature in the area suddenly surged as the fiery giant hand emerged from Shen Cangqiong's retreat, intercepting the royal's attack. Simultaneously, waves of formidable power emanated from the Shen clan members, transforming them into the most formidable presence in the vicinity in an instant. In the alternate Douluo world, Shui Yuer from the Tianshui Academy exclaimed, "Wow, the bloodline of the Do Emperor is terrifying indeed." Xiao Wu from the Qihua Academy remarked, "It only took a moment. The entire Shen family has ascended to at least the Dozun realm. How can we, who have toiled so hard, possibly compare?" Gu Qingba from Tianshui Academy suggested, "You could find a Do Emperor to marry. That way, your child would be born stronger than a deity." Xiao Wu mused, "A splendid idea. If my child is the offspring of a Do Emperor, he would surely be at least an 8-star Do Saint upon birth. If I nurture him well, he could eventually become a Do Emperor himself. And I would then be at least an 8-star Do Saint as well." Feng Xiaotian from the Shifeng Academy cautioned, "Sister Xiao Wu, do not. Such a person cannot possibly be wholly devoted to you. Do you wish to share them with others?" Xiao Wu's unintentional words stirred peculiar thoughts in the hearts of many, causing Feng Xiaotian to feel an impending sense of dread. Chapter 97. Young boys must protect themselves outside fire dance from the Blaze Academy. What's wrong with sharing with others? It's not something unacceptable. Shui Yuer from the Water Academy, Brother Cangqiong, fire dance has set her sights on you, so be cautious. Do not let her have her way. Shen Cangqiong, I am not yet a Do Emperor. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from the Blue Tyrannosaurus Academy, with Cangqiong's training talent. Becoming a Do Emperor is merely a matter of time. Moreover, he is the only one on the entire Douluo continent who possesses the unnamed true method capable of achieving that. Shui Yuer, that's precisely the point. Therefore, young boys must take care of themselves. In this day and age, there are plenty of temptations. By Chenxiang, the young patriarch of the Min family, doesn't Tang San also possess the Xiantian skill? Perhaps that skill could lead to Do Emperor status as well? Xiao Wu from the Water Academy, that's impossible. If Tang San's Xiantian skill could indeed lead to the Do Emperor realm, how could his ranking on the talent list be so low? Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy, seeing you girls so animated in conversation makes me quite envious. Why am I not a girl? If I were, I would go see Shen Cangqiong right now, hee. By the way, Shen, are you up for it? I assure you, I can accommodate any position. Shen Cangqiong, what the hell? I hereby declare that I have no such interests. Shui Yuer, Yu Tianxin, could you refrain from being so disgusting? I was just eating, and now I feel nauseated. Yu Tianhing from the Royal Academy. Yu Tianxin, can you stop embarrassing our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Yaozi from the Plant Academy. Enough, let us focus on watching the comparison video. The battle of the Do Emperors has begun. Shui Yuer, Brother Cangqiong will surely win. She eagerly watched the scenes in the comparison video. The comparison video continues. Fortunately, Shen Cangqiong broke through just in time. Had he been a second late, we would have perished. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, a 1-star Do Saint from the Spirit Clan watched as Shen Cangqiong and the King level clashed in the air, still feeling apprehensive. It's not yet time to feel at ease. We do not know if Shen Cangqiong can truly win. After all, he has just broken through to the Do Emperor level, and there is still a gap compared to that King level. A strong figure from the Stone Clan furrowed his brow and spoke. What can we do? All we can do now is hope Shen Cangqiong emerges victorious. In a Do Emperor level battle, even a 9-star Do Saint at full maturity would not last a single blow. Even if we all joined forces, we would be of no help. Another strong figure from the Stone Clan shrugged helplessly. At this moment, in the sky-high battlefield of the two emperors, your youth and achievement as a Do Emperor indicate your training talent far surpasses that of the Soul Clan. Here's the deal. I will offer you a chance. If you are willing to submit to I can assure you that we will not harm your friends and family behind you. Sensing Shen Cangqiong's predicament, the King level felt a twinge of admiration. In fact, even among the number of Do Emperor level experts, including him, is limited to a handful. Thus, recruiting a Do Emperor would make it feasible to spare those individuals. Hiki. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong merely scoffed coldly and intensified his assault. Humph. You are ungrateful. If I extend my kindness and you refuse, then you shall taste the consequences. With that, the King level unleashed his full power. On the other side, sensing the suddenly intensified attacks from the king level, Shen Cangqiong took a deep breath and decided not to hold back, unleashing his full strength as well. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle from day to night and back again, ultimately leading to Shen Cangqiong's desperate strike that successfully defeated the king level before him. How infuriating. I cannot believe I was defeated by you, a newly ascended Do Emperor. The king level clutched his wound, a look of disbelief on his face. Defeated? You should perish here. Shen Cangqiong also grasped his wound, coldly responding. Not good. Just as Shen Cangqiong's words fell, the king level suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger and instinctively attempted to teleport away. Too late. However, Shen Cangqiong, with his foresight, would not allow the king level to escape. As the king level made his move, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him. Before he even realized what was happening, he vanished forever from existence. Xiao Wu from the Water Academy, as expected, Brother Cangqiong has triumphed. Xiao Wu from the Water Academy, impressive. By Chen Xiang, young patriarch of the Min family. By the way, the vitality of a Do Emperor is remarkably resilient. Even with his heart pierced, he remains unscathed. If it were a title Douluo, he would have perished long ago. Yu Heru from the Water Academy. He can survive even without a body. Being merely pierced through the heart is nothing. Fire Dance from the Blaze Academy. Now, Shen Cangqiong in the comparison video has become a Do Emperor and has defeated the king level of the same realm, completely eliminating the crisis in that world. I wonder if there are new stories to follow. Shui Bingo from the Water Academy. There must be. If the story ended here, why would Shen Cangqiong come to our Douluo continent? Therefore, something else must have transpired, which ultimately led to Shen Cangqiong transforming into an infant and arriving in the Douluo continent. Though I hesitate to say it, the conclusion of this tale is likely to be a tragedy. Chapter 98. Wait for my return. 10 years have elapsed since the day of the Dual Emperor's battle. During this decade, Shen Cangqiong initially harnessed the power of the Do Emperor to capture every member of the Soul Clan. Throughout this period, Han Feng, the ungrateful wretch, was also apprehended by Shen Cangqiong in a remote forest and subsequently delivered alive to Yao Lao, allowing Yao Lao to decide Han Feng's fate. Following this, Shen Cangqiong established the Heavenly Court, tasked with mending the various wounds inflicted upon the continent by the alien demon race. Ultimately, as circumstances began to shift towards a favorable resolution, Shen Cangqiong adopted a more hands-off approach. In the back mountains of the Heavenly Court, within the Imperial Garden, Shen Yu, returning from her labors, observed Shen Cangqiong lounging comfortably in the sun, sipping tea with maidservants in attendance. She remarked with exasperation, "My lord, while everyone else is bustling about, you seem to be enjoying yourself without a care in the world. Why not find a husband to manage you instead, given your advancing age? Are you not concerned about being left alone in the future?" Shen Cangqiong, without needing to open his eyes, recognized the visitor as Shen Yu. Regardless of whether he was a formidable warrior or deemed worthless, she remained steadfast in her nature, unafraid to challenge him when necessary. Mind your own business. With all the time you spend meddling in others' affairs, you ought to focus more on the matters of the Heavenly Court. I truly do not understand what is so appealing about you that so many young ladies support your indolent ways. As she spoke, a flicker of complex emotion flashed in Shen Yu's beautiful eyes but was quickly concealed. In another realm, the conversation continued among the students of various academies. "Something significant is afoot," said Shui Yu from the Water Academy. Clearly, Shen Yu's gaze towards Brother Cangqiong is unusual. Who wouldn't be drawn to someone so exceptional? Remarked Xiao Wu from the Blaze Academy. I can empathize with Shen Yu. It is regrettable that Shen Cangqiong seems oblivious to her affections, even if he was unaware before. That Cangqiong we see now has become a Do Emperor. Surely, he can sense the emotions in Shen Yu's gaze, noted Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from the Blue Overlord Academy. Does this imply that Shen Cangqiong is indirectly rejecting her? Questioned Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy. Only Shen Cangqiong himself knows the answer to that, Ning Rongrong replied. At that moment, the scene in the comparison video shifted. What is it? Shen Yu asked, surprised as Shen Cangqiong suddenly sat up, gazing towards the horizon. We may be facing grave trouble, Shen Cangqiong said, his expression serious. Is another Do Emperor emerging? Shen Yu inquired, fully aware that only the appearance of another Do Emperor could be deemed a significant threat by Shen Cangqiong. It should not be, he replied, shaking his head. After years of cultivation, I have achieved the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Emperor. If it were merely another Do Emperor, my current power would allow me to defeat them with a single strike, without any sense of danger. Shen Yu opened her mouth, stunned by Shen Cangqiong's unexpected elevation in prowess. and equally astonished by the notion of a potential threat beyond the Dou Emperor level. I cannot permit this unknown entity to enter our world. If I were to triumph in the end, the world would still bear a toll beyond our capacity to endure. With that, Shen Cangqiong dashed towards the source of the sensed power. However, just as he was about to breach the barrier of their realm, he paused abruptly. Sending a mental message to Shen Yu below, "Wait for my return. I promise you 7 or 8 children." "What an audacious declaration!" exclaimed Yu Tianqing. "This is the most profound proclamation of affection I have ever witnessed, and it seems effective." Despite her cheeks flushing crimson, Shen Yu found herself nodding in agreement. It appears that Brother Cangqiong has indeed recognized Shen Yu's feelings. "This promise is rather lovely," remarked Ning Rongrong. But when did Shen Yu develop feelings for Shen Cangqiong? Pondered by Cangqiong, the young leader of the Mingji clan. Every time she encountered him, she seemed disdainful. I suspect that Shen Yu began to harbor feelings for him after their encounter, though perhaps she was unaware of it at the time. Speculated Xiao Wu from the Water Academy. "I concur with Xiao Wu," Xiao Yu added. "It seems plausible. I am more curious about what lies beyond the Dou Emperor level," said Yu Tianheng from the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. "Perhaps we shall soon uncover that mystery." "Let us continue to observe," replied Hua Wushuang from Blaze Academy. The comparison video resumed. Shen Cangqiong, having followed the fluctuations of power, arrived in a new world. Before him stood a creature of peculiar shape, distinctly different yet reminiscent of the alien demons, regarding him with an enigmatic smile. "Is that power emanating from you?" Shen Cangqiong inquired, his demeanor grave. "Indeed." The creature replied dismissively, regarding Shen Cangqiong as little more than a trifling 9-rank supreme. "Who are you, and what is your connection to the alien demons?" Shen Cangqiong pressed, determined to glean information from the being that so clearly underestimated him. Chapter 99. Entering a New World. Otherworldly Demons? They are merely one of my subordinates. However, even if my subordinates are utterly useless, I shall never allow anyone to bring shame upon me. The creature before him wore a contemptuous expression when mentioning the otherworldly demons. Yet his countenance twisted into a menacing glare when it came to matters of pride. "The otherworldly demons are one of your subordinates? But they possess formidable fighters of the Battle Emperor rank. What realm do you belong to that grants you the audacity to claim them as your subordinates?" Shen Cangqiong feigned disdain as he observed the enigmatic being across from him. "Battle Emperor? Humph. That is merely the supreme realm of this world. Before me, even the greatest of emperors are rendered inconsequential. Lower Earth Supreme?" Shen Cangqiong was momentarily taken aback. "You appear to be quite ignorant. Let me enlighten you. Below the supreme realm, we need not discuss, for only those who reach the supreme level may be deemed strong in this world. The supreme realm is divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the highest. Beyond the 9th rank, there exist the lower Earth Supremes, upper Earth Supremes, and the great perfection of Earth Supremes. Above them lies the legendary Celestial Supreme, categorized from low to high as Spiritual Celestial Supreme, Immortal Celestial Supreme, and Holy Celestial Supreme. Noticing Shen Cangqiong's bewildered expression, the boastful being from the Earth Evil clan could not resist imparting this world's hierarchy upon him, eagerly anticipating the astonishment that would grace Shen Cangqiong's features. Relishing in the comfort of his own superiority. "So, you are merely 1 rank above me?" Unfortunately for him, this time, the boastful one miscalculated. Upon hearing the hierarchy of this world, Shen Cangqiong's expression morphed into something peculiar as he uttered a statement that instantly darkened the countenance of his opponent. "What do you know? Although the 9th rank Supreme is only 1 rank below the Earth Supreme, the disparity between the two is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth." Upon finishing, as if to illustrate the gap between the 2 realms, the being known as Evil Shadow reached out with a single hand toward Shen Cangqiong. "Has the number of realms increased so dramatically?" Yu Tianheng from the Douluo World mused. "In truth, it could be condensed into 2 major realms, Earth Supreme and Celestial Supreme." "That may be so," replied Hua Wu from the Blazing Fire Academy, "but I suspect the discrepancies between each minor realm within Earth and Celestial Supremes are undoubtedly vast." "Isn't that obvious?" Yao Zi from the Planned Academy interjected. "If the differences were negligible, one could simply categorize them from 1 star to 9 stars. Do you not find this individual rather intriguing?" Shui Yuer from the Water Academy remarked. "Rather than intriguing, it would be more accurate to describe him as a pretentious jester." Ning Rongrong, a core disciple from the Blue Tyrant Academy, countered. "I can't shake the feeling that he is merely boasting, claiming an immense gap between the 9th rank Supreme and the lower Earth Supreme, yet aside from his initial strike, he has been thoroughly outmatched by Shen Cangqiong. It must be that Brother Cangqiong is simply too formidable, allowing him to challenge opponents of higher ranks," Shui Yuer suggested. "After all, Brother Cangqiong has now entered this new world. Watching closely, one is bound to perceive the disparity between the Supremes, Earth Supremes, and Celestial Supremes. Surely, that is the case. Ning Rongrong agreed. The comparative video continued. Is this what you refer to as the difference between the 9th rank Supreme and the lower Earth Supreme? Shen Cangqiong chuckled as he observed the peculiar creature being sent flying, blood spurting forth. He found this encounter far more effortless than his previous battle against the otherworldly demons. Despite the formidable aura emanating from the creature, when it came to the actual fight, Shen Cangqiong discovered it to be nothing more than a fade. Humiliated and infuriated, the being known as Evil Shadow spat a mouthful of blood, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. Did he truly succumb to rage? Shen Cangqiong mused, bemused by the oddity of it all. The scene shifted. This place undoubtedly deserves its reputation as a higher-level world. Such precious medicinal herbs, which are exceedingly rare on the Dochi continent, are found abundantly here. It seems I must strive to elevate my realm in this world. And once I possess sufficient strength for self-preservation, I shall bring the heavenly court here in its entirety. By now, Shen Cangqiong had explored this land for several hours. And upon wandering into a forest filled with treasures, he resolved to devise a broad plan for the future. I wonder if there are other forests nearby. Well, for the sake of acquiring more treasures, it is worth the risk. If I happen to attract the attention of other powerful beings, I can always flee. After contemplating the treasures scattered before him, Shen Cangqiong hesitated, ultimately deciding to take the risk and soar to greater heights for a better view. If I am not mistaken, those little black dots ahead must be vast expanses of land, Xiao Wu observed. Given the speed at which Senior Cangqiong ascends in the comparative video, it is apparent to all whether or not they are large land masses, Ning Rongrong noted. The view is boundless, Xiao Wu remarked. Just how vast is this new world? Bai Qinxiang, the young leader of the Mingji clan, pondered. I once thought the Dochi continent was immense, yet when compared to these vast lands, it is akin to measuring the size of an adult against that of a mosquito. Reflecting on the relative sizes of Douluo continent and Dochi continent, he sighed. It is all rather disheartening. Chapter 100, the comparison video of Tang San's past and present begins. As Shen Cangqiong soared into the high skies, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the icy edge of a new world, momentarily lost in thought. However, having weathered numerous tempests over the years, he quickly regained his composure. Yet, at this juncture, Shen Cangqiong had silently revised the plans he had set not long prior. The scene shifted. In the ensuing days, Shen Cangqiong wandered through this new world, honing his skills alone. During this time, he forged connections with several remarkable women, including Luo Li, Wen Qin Xian, Ying Huan Huan, Ling Qizhu, Qing Yin Jing, and Ling Si, and with their assistance, he swiftly ascended to the peak of the saint-level Heavenly Supreme. However, just as Shen Cangqiong believed that his newfound strength would suffice to safeguard the denizens of the Heavenly Court, an unforeseen calamity struck. The once relatively low-key extraterrestrial evil clan, emboldened by the return of their ancestor from confinement, launched a massive offensive against the vast realm. Faced with this dire situation and feeling his own power inadequate, Shen Cangqiong chose to enter seclusion, striving to transcend to an even higher realm. The scene shifted once more. A year later, as the vast realm teetered on the brink of destruction, Shen Cangqiong achieved a breakthrough to a higher level at the last moment, vanquishing the ancestor of the extraterrestrial evil clan. Subsequently, under his leadership, the realm began a counteroffensive against the clan, culminating in the final battle where Shen Cangqiong obliterated the ancestor, leaving no chance for the clan to retaliate. Time flew, and a century passed. Throughout this century, Shen Cangqiong fulfilled his promise to Shen Yu with remarkable diligence. Yet, it seemed that he was destined for a life of relentless toil. When the 120th year after the decisive battle arrived, new troubles emerged once again. This time, there was no formidable foe, rather. Shen Cangqiong was forcibly transported to another world, one of a higher order. Naturally, in this new domain, Shen Cangqiong was met with fresh trials and tribulations. Alongside the inevitable encounters with new companions, scenes flashed rapidly before the eyes. Having experienced the annihilation of the 7 gods, the slaying of the successor of the immortal palace, betrayal in the outskirts, the affliction of the immortal curse, the slaying of true immortals, entering the immortal domain, battling 3 quasi-immortal emperors, and subduing the corpse immortal emperor, he left behind a relatively secure world for all before vanishing from sight. As time flowed inexorably forward, many years later, when Shen Cangqiong's former allies in the heavenly court could no longer contain the emerging dark powers, they cried out in despair, "Emperor Cangqiong, where are you? My lord, can you hear us? We call for you. Why do you not return?" At this moment, as the dark powers mocked the struggling denizens of the heavenly court, and the remaining ordinary people had lost all hope, a battered figure emerged from nowhere, illuminating the heavens. I am here. I have always been here. Huh. Are these the people you wish to protect? Alas, you cannot safeguard them. At this moment, as if to plunge all who still resisted into despair, 10 dark progenitors, akin to Shen Cangqiong, appeared before everyone. If it were not for your ability to resurrect infinitely, I would have eradicated you long ago, Shen Cangqiong remarked coldly. Such arrogance. With that, the 10 dark progenitors launched an assault on the already wounded Shen Cangqiong. Come forth. Do you truly believe that my relentless pursuit to eliminate you over the years was merely due to my boredom? Ha! You underestimate me gravely. Then, he declared, now, join me in destruction. Like the dark progenitors, he charged forward to confront them. Ultimately, after a flash of silent brilliance, Shen Cangqiong, the 10 dark progenitors, and all the dark powers vanished from the scene. Thus concluded the presentation of Shen Cangqiong's past and present, the images captured within the comparison video forever frozen in time. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yu exclaimed, Sister, I hate you. I never imagined this story would indeed be a tragedy. You jinx. Ugh. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binga responded, Can you really blame me for this? In the variant Douluo World, Qihua Academy, Huo Wu noted, given the current circumstances, it appears that Shen Cangqiong likely perished alongside those dark progenitors, doesn't it? In the variant Douluo World, Plan Academy, Yao Zi replied, It seems so. However, if young Master Shen can be reborn, might not those dark progenitors of equal standing also have the possibility of reincarnation? In the variant Douluo World, the young patriarch of the Minji clan, Bai Qinxiang, remarked, That would be concerning. If those dark progenitors truly possess the potential for rebirth in the Douluo continent, we would have no hope of escape. After all, a single Dozun-level powerhouse could render us utterly powerless, let alone in that last world, where the realm above the altar exists. In the variant Douluo World, Ningrongrong, a core disciple of Lamba Academy, stated, Let us not even speak of the realm above the altar. From the moment we reach the sovereign realm, words fail to convey the shock I feel within. I suspect many others share my sentiments, otherwise, the barrage of comments during that period would not have been so sparse. Meanwhile, in Lamba Academy of the variant Douluo World, what on earth is this? Why do I see several novels compiled in this so-called comparison video of my past and present? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong found himself at a loss for words regarding where to begin his critique. What are you pondering? Are you thinking of those beautiful companions? Noticing Shen Cangqiong's peculiar expression, Lu Erlong asked with curiosity. The comparison video of Tang San's past and present has commenced. Let us watch. In response, Shen Cangqiong offered an awkward smile, gesturing towards the video that had already begun to play. Chapter 101. Tang San confronted. Desiring an apology, the new comparative video is now commencing, revealing the essence of Tang San's past life. One anonymous observer from the original Douluo World expressed curiosity about the nature of this formidable figure's former existence, hoping for a more reliable backstory. I do not expect him to be a world-saving hero, but he should at least embody the qualities of a true man, remarked another. As the video began, the audience from both realms felt an immediate tension. The words spoken by a disciple were painfully poignant, evoking a deep sense of empathy. Alas, sighed Elder Tang Ming. Since we have encountered this child, let us bring him back to the Tang clan for training. The disciples nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to Tang San, now recognized as the most skilled disciple of the outer sect. I believe it won't be long before you are granted entry into the inner sect. A robust young man remarked, patting Tang San on the shoulder with admiration. Rest assured, Brother Tang Lian. Your support will not go unreciprocated when I ascend to the inner sect, Tang San assured with an innocent demeanor. Wonderful. Your words are all I need. Tang Lian beamed with joy, feeling his trust in Tang San was well placed. However, Tang San had other thoughts. He secretly regarded Tang Lian as merely a pawn due to his lackluster potential. As the dialogue continued, an anonymous observer from the original Douluo World lamented. It seems we are destined to lose this comparison. Another questioned the audacity of those who believed Tang San could triumph over the Celestial Emperor. Everyone must have dreams. Otherwise, what separates us from mere driftwood? Was the response. The discourse turned critical, with some labeling Tang San as a manipulative individual who exploited the kindness of others while viewing them as expendable. If he truly possessed integrity, he would outright refuse the goodwill extended towards him, one remarked. Yet, as the two worlds engaged in spirited debate regarding Tang San's conduct, the screen transitioned to a scene 3 nights later, where where Tang San contemplated his circumstances. Have I not done enough? He mused, troubled by the disparity between his efforts and those of Tang Si, who had already gained entry into the inner sect. Determined, Tang San resolved to acquire the esteemed inner sect's manuals by any means necessary. After a lengthy period of introspection, a glimmer of resolve sparked in his eyes. He stealthily donned a set of night attire, ensuring he remained undetected as he ventured into the shadows. Chapter 102, Tang San. Convinced of his innocence, anonymous from the original Douluo World too, From what Tang San has said, it appears he intends to steal the so-called supreme scripture from the Tang sect's inner sanctum? Anonymous from the original Douluo World too, surely you wouldn't do that. After all, he was raised by the Tang sect, which also taught him his skills. Even if he is heartless and ungrateful, it would be unthinkable for him to repay such kindness with treachery. By Shen Cangqiong, young leader of the Min family from the variant Douluo World 1. Comparing a great hero to a scoundrel like him, I feel sorry for young master Shen Cangqiong. Xiao Wu from the variant Douluo World 1. By Shen Cangqiong, Tang San is a member of the Haotian sect, which makes him somewhat of a relative to you. Is it truly wise to speak of him in such a manner? By Shen Cangqiong, what is wrong with that? Furthermore, in the comparison video, Tang San is about to infiltrate the highest tower. Soon, we shall see whether he is truly wronged. Meanwhile, as the crowd in the comment section engaged in discussion, Tang San had already scaled the outer railing and entered the pavilion of hidden skills. The screen showed Tang San, clad in dark attire, entering the pavilion of hidden skills without glancing at the various books and materials on the lower tiers, heading straight to the highest level. Upon seeing the tome placed on the jade platform in the center, he appeared as if he had encountered an object of immense intrigue. His eyes shining with excitement as he approached the platform and, with trembling hands, picked up the book. This sect's treasured scripture is now mine. Feeling the texture of the book in his hands, Tang San excitedly opened the tome titled Xian Bao. As he perused its contents, he found the knowledge within to be profoundly deeper than that of the ordinary scriptures outside. He carefully stowed the tome in his clothing and stealthily departed from the pavilion. By Shen Cangqiong, is Tang San a fool? He brazenly took the sect's treasured scripture, as if he wanted the entire world to know it was missing. Xiao Wu. Indeed, Tang San's intelligence seems questionable. He could have simply copied the contents with pen and paper, yet he boldly carried the scripture away. Does he not realize that such prized texts are regularly inspected? By Shen Cangqiong, he is not only foolish but also shameless and ungrateful. Watermoon from the variant Douluo World 1. Tang San, do you have nothing to say for yourself? Tang San from Shrek Academy, I stand by my conscience. Tang San from the original Douluo World. Indeed, I have never betrayed the Tang sect. Just watch, and you shall understand. At that moment, the comparison video shifted to a scene atop a cliff. What was inevitable has finally arrived. Facing the biting cold wind, Tang San spoke to himself with a hint of bitterness, but soon found peace within. I understand that stealing the sect's ultimate skills is an unforgivable sin, one that violates the rules of the sect. Yet, Tang San could swear to the heavens that he has never leaked any of the sect's ultimate skills to the outside world. I do not say this in hopes of the elders' mercy. Rather, I wish to convey to them that I, Tang San, have never forgotten my origins. This has been true in the past, and it will always remain so. Noticing the elders standing silently nearby, Tang San continued speaking to himself. In this moment, he was remarkably calm, perhaps the most composed he had ever been in his life. Everything he possessed was granted by the Tang sect, from his life to his myriad abilities. Thus, at any time, I, Tang San, am a member of the Tang sect in life, and in death, I am bound to its legacy. I know the elders will not allow an outer disciple who has violated the rules to remain in the Tang sect. If that is the case, let me return to the embrace of nature upon this mountain. With that, Tang San utilized his internal energy, shattering his garments with a resounding crash. Bare and unadorned, this act of defiance could well be Tang San's final gift to the sect. Now, besides my own self, I have taken nothing from the Tang sect. The Xian Bao rests beneath the first brick inside my room's door. Tang San is now returning everything to the Tang sect. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Tang San laughed heartily, taking a bold step back and dashing toward the ominous depths ahead. Thus, the saga of Tang San's past and present reached its conclusion, and the comparison video's visuals gradually faded. Watermoon from the variant Douluo World 1. Tang San, confess honestly. Have you lost your mind? I ask you, has a donkey kicked your brain? Why expose yourself like this? It is truly an affront to my eyes. How utterly vexing. Ningrong, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Alas, I have lost my innocence. Previously, there was always a sphere of white light blocking the view. Why this time? Not only was there no white light, but we even got a close-up? By Cangqiong, disgusting. Xiao Wu from the variant Douluo World 1. It seems that in the future, watching Tang San's comparison videos will not only require caution to avoid being irritated by his conduct, but also to be wary of his unpredictable outbursts of exposure. Chapter 103, continuing to confront Tang San in the variant Douluo World, Lanba Shrek Tang San remarked, a group of insipid individuals. You have merely witnessed my torn clothing. Have you not considered the reasons behind it? Furthermore, when compared to the words I spoke in the video, my loyalty to the Tang clan is unequivocally evident. Shui Yue, Shui Binger, and the others, should you not extend an apology to me? In the variant Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy Shui Yue responded, apologize? For what? You merely wish to escape the consequences of the Tang clan's regulations out of fear. After all, any sect would deal ruthlessly with someone like you who disregards the rules and pilfers the sect's ultimate techniques. It could be said that the punishment would reduce the transgressor to a fate worse than death. In the variant Douluo World, Chihu Academy's Xiao Wu added, Shui Yue speaks the truth. Tang San, do you truly believe that a few eloquent phrases uttered on that cliff can transform your wrongdoings into righteousness? The act of stealing a sect's ultimate techniques, regardless of the justification, is indistinguishable from betraying the sect. Allow me to be frank, if the elders of the Tang clan, owing to your talents, chose to overlook your transgression of pilfering the sect's ultimate techniques and instead favored you, then everyone in the sect would inevitably follow suit. Within a decade, the Tang clan would crumble from internal strife. In the variant Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy Shui Yue continued, honestly, Tang San, if you had opted not to leap into the abyss but instead followed the elders back to accept your punishment, I might have held you in higher regard. Yet, what is the outcome? You lack even the courage to face the consequences. And you wish for an apology from me? I stand by my words. You are unworthy. In the variant Douluo World, Lanba Shrek Tang San retorted, do you not perceive that I was leaping into the abyss to make a statement? In the variant Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy Shui Yue replied, a statement? What statement is left for you to make? Is it your unwavering heart for the Tang clan? Or perhaps that despite disregarding the rules, you still profess your love for the clan? Spare me the farce. How can a true devotee of their sect lead the charge in flouting its regulations? In the variant Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy Shui Bingo interjected, moreover, you incessantly claim that everything you possess is a gift from the Tang clan, which naturally includes your very life. Under these circumstances, what right do you have to determine your own fate? In the variant Douluo World, the Royal Academy's Dugu Yin stated, there is no need for us to engage in lengthy discussions with Tang San. He is incapable of comprehending our words. His actions clearly indicate that his thought process differs from that of a normal individual. In fact, I felt an unsettling intuition upon viewing Tang San for the first time in the comparison video. It was as though this person was not meant to be associated with. In the variant Douluo World, Lanba Shrek Tang San exclaimed, you truly understand nothing. In the original Douluo World, Shrek Academy's Tang San sighed, let it be. What is there to discuss with those who hold prejudice against us? Ultimately, we shall have no dealings with such individuals. In the variant Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy Shui Yue laughed. Did you see that? Last time Tang San received 4 votes, and this time he garnered merely 3. I wonder which of his supporters has deserted him. In the variant Douluo World, Chihu Academy's Xiao Wu remarked, this is already a positive outcome. I initially believed he would be left with at most 2 votes. After all, judging by the content of this comparison video, whether Tang San can even be considered the child of his parents in that world is debatable. In the variant Douluo World, the Plant Academy's Yao Zi speculated, could it be that the lost vote belonged to one of Tang San's fathers from that world? In the variant Douluo World, Tian Shui Academy Shui Yue replied, regardless, a wretch like Tang San will inevitably face abandonment by all. In the variant Douluo World, the young patriarch of the Min family, Bai Cangqiong, inquired, Director Lu Erlong, does your Lanba Academy still accept students? In the variant Douluo World, Lanba Academy's Director Lu Erlong answered, indeed, we do. In the variant Douluo World, Bai Cangqiong continued, if I were to join Lanba Academy, would I be able to cultivate the original true solution? In the variant Douluo World, Director Lu Erlong replied, hold on. I shall consult with Shen Cangqiong. Chapter 104, Bai Cangqiong's decision, the Titan of Blue Ba Academy. Cangqiong. Regarding the matter of Bai Cangqiong, what is your perspective? Lu Erlong turned to look at Shen Cangqiong, who was perusing the original truth, and inquired, let me explain. Shen Cangqiong closed the original truth. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong stated, Bai Qinxiang has two choices to cultivate the original truth. The first option is to become a primary team member of our Blue Ba Academy's elite competition. However, this choice only grants access to the first 3 volumes of the original truth's cultivation methods. The second option is to become an inner disciple of Blue Ba Academy. This option comes without restrictions. If I acquire the subsequent volumes of the original truth in the future, they will be made available to all inner members. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from Tianshui Academy exclaimed, "Wow! The treatment of becoming a primary team member of Blue Ba Academy is exceptionally generous. Suddenly, I feel less appreciative of my 100,000-year selected soul bone." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Xiao Wu from Qihua Academy remarked, "Xiao Wu, just flaunt your soul bone then." However, it must be said that obtaining the first 3 volumes of the original truth as a primary team member is indeed an extraordinary benefit. Just imagine. If one can complete the cultivation of these first 3 volumes, those so-called gods on the Dou continent would be rendered insignificant. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Du Yin from the Royal Academy of Tiando added, "In fact, it is unnecessary to reach the 3rd volume. Simply mastering the first volume to perfection would suffice to traverse the Douluo continent with ease. For instance, my grandfather, a titled Douluo, possesses strength of merely 1,000 or so pounds. Yet the maximum strength of the first volume, the blood-transferring realm, is a staggering 100,000 pounds. I believe, should a punch with that force be thrown, even those semi-divine beings at the pinnacle of the soul master profession would be left utterly unrecognizable." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Dugu Bo, the poison Douluo, concurred, "Quite right. If the Ju Douluo from the Spirit Hall were to receive such a punch, his handsome visage would surely be marred." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Ju Douluo Yuguan retorted, "Do you think me foolish? Instead of considering how to evade the attack, you suggest taking it head-on." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Bai He, the clan leader of the Min family, interjected, "Young Master Shen, do you have any statements regarding the 2 choices you presented?" Bai He was well aware of his granddaughter's long-held aspirations and took the initiative to steer the conversation. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong replied, "If one merely joins the primary team of our Blue Ba Academy's elite competition, they may leave at any time after graduation. However, one crucial condition must be adhered to. The original truth or any other genuine methods must not be taught to outsiders. Failure to comply will result in my personal intervention to obliterate the families of both the giver and receiver, as well as any accomplices." As for the other option, as I previously mentioned, joining the inner academy of Blue Ba Academy is akin to joining a sect. Members will receive boundless resources for cultivation, but they will forever remain part of the inner academy. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Bai He questioned, "If Qinxiang chooses to join the inner academy, will that mean the Min family is also part of Blue Ba Academy once she inherits it?" In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong affirmed, "If that day were to come, Bai Qinxiang would be the head of the Min Hall within the inner academy. Of course, the inner academy would not interfere in the internal affairs of the Min Hall, but must be obeyed by it. In simpler terms, it would be akin to the relationship between your single attribute clans and the former Haotian sect." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Bai He inquired, "Will the members of the Min Hall be able to cultivate the original truth or other genuine methods?" In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong responded, "Once formally established as the Min Hall, all members, aside from the Hall Master, will have access to the cultivation methods of the first 3 volumes of the original truth. However, this is merely a temporary rule. Should I acquire subsequent chapters of the original truth in the future, adjustments may be made. Nevertheless, the guarantee to access the first 3 volumes will remain unchanged." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Bai He stated, "We, the Min family, need to deliberate on this." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Shen Cangqiong replied, "That is acceptable." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Bai Qinxiang, the young clan leader of the Min family, declared, "Grandpa, there is no need for deliberation. I have already made my decision. I will join the inner academy of Blue Ba Academy, first to assess its suitability for our Min family. If it indeed proves beneficial, then we shall consider joining." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Bai He sighed, "This girl. Alas. Regardless, the Min family will eventually be entrusted to you, since you have made this decision. So be it." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Titan, the clan leader of the Li family, exclaimed, "Old Bai, this is unacceptable." Although Titan's grandson studies at Blue Ba Academy, he still leans towards Tang Hao, believing that their single attribute clans are subordinate to Tang Hao. Seeing Bai He harbor intentions of rebellion, he became unwilling to acquiesce. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Bai He retorted, "What is the issue? Shen Cangqiong is the future leader of the Min family. She is certainly entitled to make her own choices." Bai He was aware that Titan idolized Tang Hao and had never blamed him for the harm inflicted on their single attribute clans. But Bai He remained oblivious to Titan's perception of their clans as Tang Hao's people. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Titan insisted, "Our single attribute clans have always been united in solidarity. How can you unilaterally make such a significant decision?" Titan ultimately dared not mention Tang Hao before everyone and sought another excuse. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Yang Wu, the clan leader of the Pa family, stated, "It is all right, I support old Bai." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Niu Gao, the clan leader of the Yu family, added, "I too support old Bai." In the first variant of the Douluo World, Titan exclaimed, You all." Upon seeing even the other two old friends voice their support for old Bai, Titan felt exceedingly frustrated. However, before he could devise a better excuse to counter the three, his grandson Tailong delivered a decisive blow. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Tailong from Blue Ba Academy declared, "Grandpa, I also believe joining Blue Ba Academy is quite advantageous." After witnessing the comparisons between Shen Cangqiong and Tang San's past and present, Tailong's mindset underwent a genuine transformation. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Titan scolded, "Little monkey, be quiet." Chapter 105. Discussions among various factions. As the hour grew late, it was time to disperse. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong paid no heed to Titan, who continued to chatter in the barrage area, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed the members of the team. "Hey, Senior Shen, may I join the inner court?" Talon approached Shen Cangqiong with an ingratiating smile on his face. "Convince your grandfather first, then we shall talk." Shen Cangqiong replied without outright rejection. As long as the Li family could refrain from entangling themselves with Tang San, he was willing to offer them a chance. Promised to complete the task, Talon affirmed, patting his chest before hastily making his way towards the school gate. "Senior Cangqiong, when can I obtain the original true solution?" As soon as Talon departed, Ning Rongrong approached Shen Cangqiong, her eyes gleaming with desire as she clung to his arm. "After dinner, come to the cabin on the back mountain and recite it slowly," Shen Cangqiong suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Huh, I have to recite it?" Ning Rongrong pouted, displaying her reluctance. "Can't I just transcribe it directly?" "If you wish to transcribe, you may, but you must do it yourself. I will not assist you," he replied, confident that the comparative videos would safeguard against anyone attempting to seize Ning Rongrong's handwritten copy of the original true solution. "Fine, I'll transcribe it." Ning Rongrong conceded after some thought, realizing that copying it would be far easier than memorizing it. "By the way, Zhu Qing, come to the back mountain cabin with Rongrong tonight, and I will provide you with the first 3 sections of the original true solution. Of course, if you wish to transcribe it as well, do remember to bring your own paper and pen." Having settled Ning Rongrong, Shen Cangqiong reminded Zhu Qing a few more times. "Thank you." Zhu Qing expressed her gratitude. "Do not thank me. This is what you have earned through your own efforts," Shen Cangqiong replied, shaking his head. It was not a matter of obligation, but rather an opportunity for Zhu Qing to resist the Xingluo royal family in the Zhu clan, which Shen Cangqiong could not abide. Of course, should he claim that there were no other motives, he would merely smile and remain silent. Meanwhile, in the 7-treasure glazed tile school of the variant Douluo World No. 1, Feng Ji exclaimed, "It seems our 7-treasure glazed tile school is indeed fortunate." As soon as Rongrong joined the inner court of Lambo Academy, she has already received such substantial benefits. Primarily, it is due to Shen Cangqiong's generosity. "If it were me, I would never part with the original true solution," Jian Douluochen Xin stated excitedly. Although the original true solution might not be the best cultivation method in Shen Cangqiong's possession through analogous reasoning, it could lead others to develop even more formidable cultivation techniques. In that case, no one could predict whether it would affect Shen Cangqiong's unique standing. Since Shen Cangqiong is willing to share the original true solution, it is clear he possesses confidence in maintaining control over the situation. "I believe we should seriously discuss the possibility of fully joining Lambo Academy," Ning Fengji mused, considering the broader implications. "I have no preference. Such matters are for you to decide," Jian Douluochen Xin shrugged, echoing the sentiment of Bon Da Gu Rong beside him. In the spirit hall of the variant Douluo World No. 1, Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she observed the procession of individuals entering the Hall of Offerings. "What brings you here?" she inquired, her displeasure evident. "Given the magnitude of this incident, are you not planning to take action as the Pope?" "The second offering." Golden Crocodile Douluo replied bluntly, unconcerned by her irritation. "Are you coveting the original true solution?" Bibi Dong scoffed, a mocking smile crossing her face. She thought the old men had lost their minds, though she had never fought Shen Cangqiong directly. Witnessing him defeat a 10,000-year soul beast with a single strike was enough to convey his extraordinary strength. Yet these individuals were intent on provoking him. "We are not foolish. Even if we could defeat Shen Cangqiong, the comparative videos would still protect us from acquiring the original true solution. Our intention is to send a team to negotiate with Shen Cangqiong, hoping to exchange for the original true solution. Remember, Shen Cangqiong holds a favorable view of our spirit hall. As long as the benefits are sufficient, he may not refuse," the second offering continued, pausing momentarily. "Furthermore, I have heard that Yueguan is currently with Tang San. I expect you to order Yueguan to bring Tang San back. Thus, even if we do not obtain the original true solution from Shen Cangqiong, we can still acquire the Sunflower Manual from Tang San." After finishing, Golden Crocodile Douluo fixed his gaze on Bibi Dong, awaiting her response. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong had little interest in the machinations of other factions. After handing the original true solution to the two girls, he retreated into the adjacent room, dedicating himself to his endeavors throughout the night. As dawn broke, Shen Cangqiong was still lost in the realm of dreams when a sudden knock echoed from outside his door. "Senior Cangqiong, are you awake?" Ning Rongrong's voice called out. "I am awake. What is the matter?" Startled from his slumber, Shen Cangqiong quickly donned his attire and opened the door. "The girl named Bai Qinxiang has arrived. The Second Dragon Academy headmaster sent me to summon you," Ning Rongrong explained, her gaze towards Shen Cangqiong somewhat peculiar. "That was quick. Let us go see her," Shen Cangqiong replied, ignoring Ning Rongrong's odd expression. "She may soon join you as a core disciple of our inner court at Lamba Academy. You can familiarize yourselves with one another." In the office of the Lamba Academy headmaster, Shen Cangqiong reiterated, "Have you made your decision? Bear in mind, once you choose to join the inner court, there is no opportunity for regret. I have made my decision. If the inner court is unsuitable for our Min family, I shall relinquish my position as clan leader. It will not affect the Min family in any significant way," Bai Qinxiang responded earnestly. "You are quite forthright, which I appreciate. Very well, since you are resolute in your desire to join the inner court of Lambo Academy, I shall approve your application." Shen Cangqiong held a degree of trust in Bai Qinxiang's character. Despite her familial ties to Tang Hao and Tang San, her manner of conduct was entirely different from theirs. "When can I obtain the original true solution?" Bai Qinxiang asked eagerly, not wishing to wait another moment now that Shen Cangqiong had consented to her joining the inner court. "Wait until tonight. Bring your own pen and paper to the back mountain courtyard to transcribe. It is now the time for the elite competition team to train," Shen Cangqiong stated. "Very well," Bai Qinxiang replied with a resigned nod, acquiescing to the request. Chapter 106. Tang San returns to seek immortal herbs in the training grounds behind the Blue Tyrant Academy. Shen Cangqiong called out to Bai Qinxiang, who was still fluttering in the air. "That's enough, Xiang. You may come down now." After assessing the general condition of Bai Qinxiang's martial soul and soul skills, he continued, "Your martial soul, the sharp-tailed swift, possesses remarkable speed, which is undoubtedly your advantage. However, I must inquire, since your Min family's martial souls lack offensive soul skills, why haven't you devised a method to compensate for the shortcomings of the sharp-tailed swift?" Noticing Bai Qinxiang's apprehensive gaze, Shen Cangqiong directly addressed the concerns he had observed. "Our Min family is impoverished. We cannot afford high-grade soul bones, let alone even the lower-grade ones. Therefore, even if we wish to use soul bones to improve our martial souls, it remains an impossibility." Although Bai Qinxiang felt somewhat self-conscious, she spoke candidly. "You wouldn't have spent all these years contemplating the use of soul bones to remedy the deficiencies of your martial souls, would you? Such a lavish approach is something even a wealthy faction like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would hesitate to consider." Shen Cangqiong sighed, exasperated. He is correct, he thought. While the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is affluent, equipping each member with soul bones is utterly impractical. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with Shen Cangqiong's statement. "If soul bones are not an option, what alternatives do we have?" Bai Qinxiang asked, not in skepticism, but genuinely unaware of other methods to offset the limitations of her Min family's martial soul prior to the emergence of genuine cultivation techniques. Bai Qinxiang was not the only one curious. The other members of the team also looked at Shen Cangqiong with eager anticipation, hoping to hear his insights. This is quite simple. Your Min family has maintained a long-standing friendship with the Li family. Why not have them craft a set of quality daggers for you? You could then utilize the speed of the sharp-tailed swift to swiftly incapacitate your opponents. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes, recalling how Tang San's hidden weapons could breach divine defenses and the restrictions against weaponry during the elite continental competition. The soul power of soul masters could not withstand the assault of ordinary iron weapons. Let us not forget, he mused, that Tang San's proficiency with hidden weapons or their inherent enhancements were merely narrative devices to elevate the plot against the martial soul hall. Otherwise, Tang San and his companions would have been swiftly dealt with. Is that truly feasible? Bai Qinxiang pondered, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Why must there be a decree mandating the use of soul ring techniques or soul bone techniques to vanquish an adversary? Shen Cangqiong began to suspect that the entire continent had fallen under some divine manipulation, for it was inconceivable that the Min family, with its multitude of members, could overlook such a straightforward strategy. Well, it seems no one has ever established such a rule. After a moment of reflection, Bai Qinxiang scratched her head, frowning as she considered the matter. Xiang, allow me to take charge of the dagger situation, Talon interjected, having grown increasingly convinced of Shen Cangqiong's logic. If you find yourself lacking any rare materials during the crafting process, do not hesitate to let me know. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has access to everything it requires. Thank you, Bai Qinxiang exclaimed, her eyes welling up with tears of gratitude at this unexpected kindness. Although she held a certain disdain for the Li family's infatuation with Tang Hao, she could not help but feel thankful for Talon's generous offer. Moreover, she was touched by Ning Rongrong, a stranger willing to provide precious metals from her family to assist in crafting the daggers. Cangqiong, Tang San has returned. Could you perhaps grant him another opportunity to join the team, if only for my sake? There is no need for him to immediately be placed on the main squad. He could simply train alongside you, much like Mu Bai and the others, Flanders said, approaching Shen Cangqiong with a hint of embarrassment as the atmosphere grew increasingly positive. Isn't he training under Yu Xiaojing? Shen Cangqiong thought, perplexed by the notion that Yu Xiaojing would allow him to leave. Flander clarified, during team training, Tang San will accompany you. Once the team disperses for free activities, Xiaojing will begin instructing him. That is acceptable. Tang San can train with the team. But I must forewarn you, should he prove disobedient, I will not hesitate to discipline him, Shen Cangqiong declared, recognizing that having Tang San nearby would afford him greater opportunities to outmaneuver him. After all, those who seldom encountered Tang San found it challenging to execute their plans against him. Rest assured, Tang San is always obedient, Flander replied, but then realized that Tang San's true nature had been exposed through various comparison videos, revealing him to be far from the obedient child he once pretended to be. A sheepish smile crept across his face. Tang San, I have observed the martial souls and combat styles of the others. Now that you wish to join the team training, it is your turn to showcase your martial soul and combat style, Shen Cangqiong stated, ignoring Flander's awkwardness. Flander, sensing the moment had passed, bid farewell to the original Shrek team and departed the training grounds. As dusk fell, Tang San discreetly pulled Dai Mubai aside in a secluded spot. Do you know how Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile? He inquired after a long day of training. This is quite a lengthy tale, Dai Mubai replied, glancing around to ensure they were alone before recounting the events that transpired in the Sunset Forest involving Shen Cangqiong. Is it truly so? Tang San asked, though he was already convinced, for he could hardly believe that Dai Mubai possessed knowledge of celestial herbs. The only plausible explanation was that he had witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 107. Tang San's Trap and Dai Mubai. This is certainly no falsehood. If you harbor any doubts, you may inquire with the fatty and Xiao Ao. Were it not for Tang San's potential utility, Dai Mubai would have certainly turned against him. Though he himself is not devoid of flaws, he maintains a modicum of principles, unlike Tang San, who embodies the epitome of a self-serving ingrate devoid of any moral compass. Boss Dai, please do not take offense. I am merely astounded and wish to confirm that I have not misheard. Very well. Take me to the location in the Sunset Forest where the celestial herbs grow. Once I procure the herbs, I shall share with you the one most befitting your needs. What do you say? Given that the video comparison has already exposed his true nature, Tang San felt no need to continue pretending. One herb seems rather insufficient. I recall that Shen Cangqiong left numerous celestial herbs in that location. Dai Mubai shook his head. A person can only consume one celestial herb in a lifetime. Even if you were to acquire several, it would serve no purpose. Moreover, I have no intention of taking more than what is necessary. I only seek one herb for my own benefit and one for my teacher, after which I shall cease my efforts. Tang San seethed inwardly at Dai Mubai's avarice, yet maintained a facade of calm as he attempted to persuade him. Do you truly believe what you just stated? Dai Mubai retorted disdainfully. Those celestial herbs rightfully belong to Shen Cangqiong. If I were to take too many, he would undoubtedly launch a widespread investigation to uncover the culprit. However, if I were to take just 3, it is plausible that he might not notice their absence. Even if he did, I doubt he would choose to escalate matters. Tang San's reasoning was sound. Very well then. Dai Mubai appeared to acquiesce to Tang San's argument, but internally plotted that he would merely act as a guide. Should Shen Cangqiong discover anything amiss, he would have the perfect excuse to shift all blame onto Tang San. Then let us depart at once. With Dai Mubai finally in agreement, Tang San urged him to proceed toward the outskirts of the academy without delay. Meanwhile, in the office of the Blue Tyrant Academy's principal, Erlong, where have you been? Why have you only just returned? I've been waiting here for ages. Seated on the sofa, upon seeing Lu Erlong enter, Yu Xiaojiang wore an irritable expression. Do you require something? Upon noticing Yu Xiaojiang in his office, Lu Erlong did not shut the door nor step inside. Instead, he crossed his arms defiantly at the threshold. Could you at least come in and close the door? Yu Xiaojiang, oblivious to Lu Erlong's transformation, remained seated like a patriarch, issuing commands. In truth, Yu Xiaojiang had never considered that Lu Erlong might reject him. Following the unpleasant incident that had transpired between them, he had taken Tang San away for a period. Part of this was due to the timely arrival of Zhu Douluo in Heavendo City. Making use of a free assistant a prudent choice. Furthermore, Yu Xiaojiang intended to issue a warning to Lu Erlong, conveying that if he were to become dissatisfied with her, he could readily seek out the Spirit Hall or even Bibi Dong herself. He believed that his conspicuous entrance into the Spirit Hall with Tang San would be easily traceable by Lu Erlong should she choose to investigate. Speak plainly if you have something to say. I am quite busy. Unfortunately for Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong did not respond as he had anticipated. Her tone remained indifferent. What is this attitude? Are your matters of greater significance than mine? Yu Xiaojiang slammed the table. This time, Yu Xiaojiang was genuinely furious. He believed Lu Erlong was in dire need of a lesson. He had already refrained from reproaching her for her previous insolent actions against him, yet she remained ungrateful, even escalating her defiance. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang dare to strike the table before him, Lu Erlong swiftly advanced, seizing Yu Xiaojiang by the collar and tossing him out of the office as if he were refused. Stunned. Yu Xiaojiang gaped at the abruptly closed door of the principal's office, remaining in a daze for several minutes before regaining his composure. Lu Erlong, you shall rue the day for this affront. After muttering a curse under his breath, Yu Xiaojiang endured intense pain as he limped back to his room. Finally grasping the reality that Lu Erlong had indeed changed, becoming unrecognizable. Hours later, riding swiftly, Tang San and Dai Mubai arrived at the outskirts of the toxic haze in the heart of the sunset forest. Is this the place? Gazing at the swirling gray mist, an uncontrollable greed flickered in Tang San's eyes. Indeed, this is the spot. But how do you intend to enter? This poisonous mist was laid down by the poisoned Douluo. A tidal Douluo. Should you recklessly charge in, you may very well lose your life. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai. While the shape and color of the toxic mist appeared identical to what he had witnessed on his first visit, Shen Cangqiong had already enacted some rather intriguing measures within the fog when he had previously escorted them away. That is of no concern to you. Since I have come, I surely possess my own means. Now, I am entering. You may wait here. Once I emerge, we shall return post-haste, thereby minimizing the risk of Shen Cangqiong discerning anything amiss. With that, Tang San consumed his concocted antidote and activated his protective Shen Cangqiong, confidently stepping into the toxic mist. Hey, if you do not permit me to accompany you, then all the better. Dai Mubai had originally wished to minimize his involvement in this affair, and Tang San's decision aligned perfectly with his intentions. However, before Dai Mubai could find a place to settle, an agile figure exploded forth from the mist, lunging at him before he could react. The ensuing chaos echoed with Dai Mubai's furious shouts and Xiao Wu's anguished cries. Ultimately, the scene was punctuated by Dai Mubai's earth-shattering wail. Alas, what a tragedy! It seems Dai Mubai shall carry this trauma for a lifetime. At that moment, Shen Cangqiong, who had been covertly tracking Tang San and Dai Mubai, observed the grim spectacle below and extracted a crystal recording stone to commence filming, all the while relishing the misfortune unfolding before him. Chapter 108. Dai Mubai's rage. 3 hours later, Dai Mubai awakened from his unconscious state, only to find Tang San, also in a state of oblivion, lying not far from him. Gritting his teeth and enduring the discomfort of his injuries, he kicked Tang San away. However, the force of the kick aggravated his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain, a sensation that lingered for quite some time before gradually subsiding. After approximately half an hour had passed, Dai Mubai finally felt considerably better. He mustered the strength to stand and slowly approached the sprawled figure of Tang San. At that moment, his eyes blazed with fury. Upon reaching Tang San's side, he wasted no time and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the still slumbering form of his adversary. Before long, Tang San's visage had transformed into a ghastly sight under the onslaught. Did you not claim to possess a means to infiltrate? Did you not assert that as long as I led the way, everything else would be handled by you? Were you not brimming with confidence? Dai Mubai panted, his energy waning as he paused to catch his breath, still seething with indignation. I, Dai Mubai, as the third prince of the Douluo Empire, have never suffered such a grave loss or humiliation. You are the first to dare treat me this way. He laughed bitterly. Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of your slumber to strike you down, for that would be too merciful. I intend to ensure you live a life of perpetual agony. With that, Dai Mubai's gaze turned frigid. He summoned all his strength and delivered a brutal kick aimed at Tang San's vital area. In an instant, a scream emerged from the depths of the forest, one far more harrowing than any cry Dai Mubai had previously uttered. By the heavens! Shen Cangqiong, who had been observing the unfolding drama from above, widened his eyes in shock. Initially, he had merely intended to unsettle Tang San, allowing him to experience the thrill of combat with the beast. He never anticipated that Dai Mubai would intervene, effectively sabotaging his plan. Even more astonishing was Dai Mubai's ruthlessness, as he had managed to send Tang San to the palace. Dai Mubai, what brings you and Tang San to this place? And what in the world is happening here? Shen Cangqiong realized it was time for him to reveal himself. As Dai Mubai contemplated fleeing, he descended from the air, feigning surprise. Senior Shen, Dai Mubai stammered, panic overtaking him at Shen Cangqiong's unexpected arrival. How could he explain the circumstances surrounding his encounter with Tang San and their purpose for being there were secrets he could not divulge? Otherwise, he risked his life for the former and a fatal blow from Shen Cangqiong for the latter. How could Tang San sustain such severe injuries? You did not harm him, did you? Otherwise, why did you appear so flustered when I questioned you just now? Shen Cangqiong approached Tang San's side, concern etched on his face, as he scrutinized the wounded figure. And no, it wasn't me, Dai Mubai protested. Everyone in Shrek Academy knows that while my spirit power may exceed Tang San's, in a real confrontation, I am no match for him. At this admission, a wave of regret washed over Dai Mubai. He lamented his past lack of diligence and training. Had he been stronger than Tang San, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Are you certain it was not you? Shen Cangqiong's skepticism was palpable. I swear it was not. Dai Mubai shook his head vigorously. He understood the effects of the drug, once ensnared. The victim would be oblivious to the identity of their assailant. Hence, if he denied culpability, no one could present evidence against him. Very well. Tang San's injuries are grave. We must take him back for treatment. As for who is responsible, we shall ascertain the truth once he regains consciousness. With that, Shen Cangqiong instructed Dai Mubai to mount a horse alongside Tang San while he took another horse, hastening their way to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Despite his reluctance, Dai Mubai endured the pain and nausea, cradling Tang San as they followed Shen Cangqiong. In the infirmary of Blue Tyrant Academy, the physician assessed Tang San's injuries. The other wounds are manageable. With a few days of rest, he will recover. However, the damage to his vital area is critical. If we do not address this promptly, the injury could spread. The physician's words elicited a worried glance from Flinder towards the stunned Yu Xiaojang. He felt compelled to speak. Is there truly no way to assist this child? He is only 13. Without that part of him, how can he live? I wish I could help, but I am utterly powerless. The physician shook his head, expressing his limitations. The situation is dire. He is on the brink of losing everything. Cangqiong, do you have any solutions? Flinder turned to Shen Cangqiong, knowing that if anyone could help, it would be him. I am merely a titled Douluo now, not the celestial emperor depicted in the videos. Shen Cangqiong replied, his expression devoid of hope. Sighing, Flinder fell silent, recognizing that Shen Cangqiong represented their last hope. If even he could not devise a remedy for Tang San, he could hardly fathom who else might be capable. Decide quickly whether to address this student's condition. Delays may put his life at risk. The physician, observing the heavy silence in the room, felt compelled to remind them of the urgency. We are merely his instructors and lack the authority to make such a decision. Perhaps we should summon Xiao Wu to consult with her? After all, she is Tang San's sister and could be considered family, Flender suggested, though his voice wavered with uncertainty. What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Can we truly entrust such a decision to a young girl? Lu Erlong shot back, glaring at Flender. Chapter 109. Tang How appears what on earth has transpired? Why has Tang San become like this? As the crowd fell into silence once more due to Lu Erlong's discontent, Yu Xiaojiang, as if suddenly awakened, turned towards the seated Shen Cangqiong and exclaimed with anger, "How could I possibly know? When I encountered Tang San and Dai Mubai in the Sunset Forest, Tang San was already in this state." Shen Cangqiong gestured with his eyes for Lu Erlong to remain silent, then calmly stated, "Dai Mubai, come here. I have questions for you." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang redirected his scrutiny towards Dai Mubai. "Master, did you summon me for something?" His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of Dai Mubai and the others waiting outside, eager to uncover the happenings. The entire team followed Dai Mubai into the room. "I ask you, how did Tang San come to be injured?" Yu Xiaojiang's eyes gleamed coldly as he fixed his gaze on Dai Mubai. "It was like this. Yesterday evening, Tang San suddenly approached me, inquiring why Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. I thought it was not a secret. So I explained that Ning Rongrong's martial soul had evolved after consuming a celestial herb. To my surprise, upon hearing this, Tang San wished to gather those celestial herbs himself. He promised that if I guided him, he would share one of the herbs with me once he succeeded. Unable to suppress my greed, I agreed. Subsequently, we arrived at the poisonous fog, where he instructed me to wait outside while he ventured in alone. I didn't think much of it and sat down to wait. However, before I could even settle, a shadow struck. After that, I knew nothing more. The pinnacle of deceit lies in the art of blending truth with a single falsehood. A task not difficult for the silver-tongued Dai Mubai. Moreover, time had allowed him to regain composure and devise a series of countermeasures. Now it makes sense. No wonder you and Tang San were found in the heart of the Sunset Forest, Shen Cangqiong remarked, as comprehension dawned upon him. Senior Shen, I apologize. Dai Mubai feigned remorse. Enough. It is only natural to feel greed in the face of celestial herbs. However, I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, both shall be punished. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, generously dismissing the matter this time due to Dai Mubai's actions towards Tang San. Thank you, Senior Shen. I assure you, I will never again covet those celestial herbs. Dai Mubai continued to feign gratitude. Was it you who caused Tang San to end up like this? At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang redirected his accusations towards Shen Cangqiong once more. This was not because Yu Xiaojiang believed Dai Mubai, but rather because he was acutely aware that Dai Mubai was no match for Tang San. Had a confrontation occurred, it would have been Dai Mubai lying incapacitated. Humph. If it were truly my doing, what could you do about it? Shen Cangqiong scoffed. Yu Xiaojiang fell silent. Just as Shen Cangqiong stated, should he be the culprit, there was little Yu Xiaojiang could do. For any other individual, even a titled Douluo, he would dare to employ the power of the Spirit Hall to exact retribution. Yet, against Shen Cangqiong, he recalled the warning from Ju Douluo Yueguan. Do not offend Shen Cangqiong, or the Spirit Hall may not be able to protect you. Enough. Let us discuss how to address the issue concerning Tang San. The physician is still waiting, Shen Cangqiong said, dismissing Yu Xiaojiang as persistence. Senior Shen, what has happened to Tang San? Sensing the gravity of the situation from Shen Cangqiong's tone, Xiao Wu, who had been standing silently beside Tang San, finally spoke out. Recalling their past affection, you all should leave. This matter is best handled by us, Yu Xiaojiang said, casting a glance at Shen Cangqiong, who seemed inclined to speak candidly. He promptly ushered out all team members except for Tang San. Meanwhile, after Shen Cangqiong and the team departed the infirmary, Yu Xiaojiang stifled the ensuing discussion and began to engage in a barrage of messages. Is the Pope present? He sent, mindful of the decorum required when addressing Bibi Dong. Is there something you require, Elder Yu? Came the prompt response from the Pope of the Spirit Hall. My disciple has sustained serious injuries. I wonder if the Pope could dispatch a few high-level healing soul masters to the Blue Tyrant Academy for his treatment? Seeing Bibi Dong reply instantly, Yu Xiaojiang's earlier despondency lifted, replaced by a sense of triumph. Your disciple is injured? Who is responsible? Bibi Dong inquired. As of now, it remains unknown. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated, wishing to name Shen Cangqiong but refrained, aware that such a declaration would invite dire consequences. Where did your disciple sustain these injuries? The spirit hall will ensure you receive an explanation, Bibi Dong pressed. In the Sunset Forest. Let us not dwell on this for now. Please send over several high-level healing soul masters, Yu Xiaojiang urged, growing impatient with Bibi Dong's lack of urgency. Understood. The healing soul masters will arrive at the Blue Tyrant Academy by tonight, she assured him. Thank you, Pope, Yu Xiaojiang exhaled in relief. At that moment, unbeknownst to all, upon witnessing the exchange between Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong in the message board, Tang Hao hastily set aside his affairs and swiftly made his way to the Blue Tyrant Academy, arriving at its gates within the hour. Chapter 110, Xiao Wu's Anomaly. Tang Hao's fury. Is Tang San's battle sister artifact broken? On the path to the training ground on the back mountain, Ning Rongrong shattered the silence within the team. It's too soon to say, Shen Cangqiong replied, pointing towards the barrage section on the large screen in the sky. Have you not seen Yu Xiaojiang still trying to find a way there? Indeed, Ning Rongrong's words were sharp and incisive, often leaving even Shen Cangqiong momentarily speechless. Were it not for the knowledge that Ning Rongrong merely spoke without intent, he would have kept his distance from her. With such skill, Yu Xiaojiang dares to call himself a master? When it comes to healing, the foremost in the field has always been the 9-heart seed butterfly family. Yet, he sought help from the spirit hall. What kind of high-level healing spirit masters do they have? They likely can't even compare to our 7-treasure glazed tile school. It seemed evident to Ning Rongrong that, with Yu Xiaojiang's assistance, Tang San was destined for ruin. She did not hide her schadenfreude. Ning Rongrong, since you are aware that the so-called 9-heart seed butterfly family should be sought for Tang San's healing, why didn't you mention it earlier while in the room? Oscar interjected. Why should I? What does it matter to me how Tang San fares? She retorted. Moreover, seeking the 9-heart seed butterfly family for healing is common knowledge in the soul master community of the Douluo continent. If Yu Xiaojiang is unaware, whose fault is that? Previously, Ning Rongrong had shown considerable interest in Tang San's hidden weapons, often giving him face to acquire them. But now, having received the handwritten script of the first 5 chapters of the original True Solution from Shen Cangqiong, Tang San's hidden weapons had lost their value to her. She had no intention of following through with her original plan to ensure the members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, who possessed the 7-treasure glazed pagoda martial soul, could defend themselves. Oscar, oblivious to Ning Rongrong's shifting mindset, frowned upon witnessing her lack of team spirit. Regardless, Tang San is still our teammate. Cut it out, Ning Rongrong scoffed, rolling her eyes at Oscar, effectively shattering his fragile pride. Senior Shen, what are you doing at the Sunset Forest in the middle of the night? Xiao Wu suddenly inquired. I want to gather a suitable immortal herb for Xiang. However, with the current situation, I didn't have time to collect it. While speaking, Shen Cangqiong glanced at Xiao Wu, puzzled by her demeanor. Logically, with Tang San rendered incapacitated, this little rabbit should have been in a frenzy. Yet, for reasons unknown, she maintained an unusual calm since witnessing Tang San's plight. Oh, Xiao Wu replied, frowning slightly as she nodded. Xiao Wu, given Tang San's condition, shouldn't you have some reaction? Isn't he your brother? Shen Cangqiong's curiosity deepened. Xiao Wu's demeanor was entirely inconsistent with her character. It was as if she were not herself. He recalled that in the original narrative. During the soul duel with the blacksmith's brothers, Xiao Wu had been ready to act fiercely merely because they had nearly harmed Tang San. My martial soul is merely a rabbit. Even if I worry for Tang San, there is little I can do, she stated after a brief silence. Boom. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to say more, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the direction of the infirmary. You all should retreat to the training ground on the back mountain. Shen Cangqiong's expression darkened. He had scanned with his spiritual sense and discovered that it was Tang Hao causing a disturbance, disregarding his authority. Understood, the team members nodded in agreement. Having sensed the overwhelming aura and naturally unwilling to linger nearby. Why aren't you leaving? Shen Cangqiong asked, noticing that while everyone hurried away, Xiao Wu not only stayed but also nervously moved closer to him. I feel it's safer to be near you in the presence of a titled Douluo, Xiao Wu replied. Didn't I give you a necklace that conceals your soul beastess aura? Rest assured, with this necklace, even if you prance about in front of Bibi Dong, she won't discern your true identity. Shen Cangqiong initially thought there was something amiss with Xiao Wu, but it turned out to be this. I'll stick with you. I won't be a bother. As long as the titled Douluo wasn't targeting her, Xiao Wu felt some measure of confidence. After all, there were many ordinary students around. If they remained unharmed while she encountered an incident, Xiao Wu would begin to doubt her very existence. Suit yourself. Since Xiao Wu was adamant, Shen Cangqiong refrained from further protest. After all, he intended to protect all the students from harm, so he did not mind safeguarding one more Xiao Wu. Of course, the primary reason was that the closer Xiao Wu was to him, the more consequential damage she could inflict upon Tang San, which was precisely what Shen Cangqiong relished. Meanwhile, in the infirmary of Lamba Academy under the Haotian crown, please do not be angry. I have already summoned high-level healing spirit masters from the spirit hall. I believe they will find a way to treat Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang, supported by Flandra and Zhao Wujie, felt the pressure of Tang Hao's aura, swaying precariously. I entrusted Tang San to your care, and this is how you attend to him? If he were merely injured, I wouldn't mind so much. But look at Tang San now. Tang Hao's fury intensified. If there were no hope for Tang San's recovery, and if Yu Xiaojiang did not have the backing of the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he would have struck him down without hesitation. We will do our utmost to heal Tang San. Please believe me, I desire his recovery even more than you do. Yu Xiaojiang asserted earnestly. No need for that. I know where to take Xiao San for treatment. Now summon Dai Mubai and that Shen Cangqiong. I have questions for them. Tang Hao understood he couldn't frequently visit Tiando City and aimed to resolve everything in one go. Oh, I wonder what you wish to ask me, Shen Cangqiong remarked with a cold laugh as he and Xiao Wu arrived at the infirmary's entrance, overhearing Tang Hao's bold declaration. Chapter 111. Tang Hao's defeat and fainting, Shen Cangqiong's distasteful humor more than 10 minutes later. How is this possible? You are clearly still a titled Douluo at level 94. How can you be so strong? In the skies above Blue Tyrant Academy, Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his aura instantly waning. It is not that I am strong, but rather that you are too weak. Words spoken in jest, Tang Hao had thoroughly disgusted Shen Cangqiong with his arrogance. In a fit of rage, Shen Cangqiong unleashed a palm strike that sent Tang Hao flying from the infirmary into the sky above Blue Tyrant Academy. Weak? Tang Hao could hardly believe he was hearing such a ridiculous statement. You don't honestly think that the Spirit Hall has not captured you yet because of your own prowess, do you? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. Haha. It seems that after several years of absence, I, Tang Hao, am on the verge of being forgotten for my past achievements. Very well. If that is the case, I shall show you the true strength of the Haotian Douluo. Ninth Spirit Ring, explode. Tang Hao was unaware that Bibi Dong had been covertly assisting him. Seeing Shen Cangqiong's blatant disdain ignited his fury. He simply could not fathom that the reincarnated Shen Cangqiong, who had lost everything, could be a match for him, a Haotian Douluo capable of defeating a level 95 title Douluo with a single blow. Such arrogance was truly unfounded. Calmly observing as Tang Hao charged at him, fueled by the overwhelming energy from his ninth spirit ring, Shen Cangqiong casually shook his head. Then, in the astonished gaze of everyone nearby, he extended a single finger and effortlessly blocked what others perceived as a world-destroying strike from Tang Hao. Tang Hao coughed up another mouthful of blood. This time, he could no longer maintain his aerial stance and plummeted straight down towards Blue Tyrant Academy. Cangqiong, are you all right? With such a significant reputation, Lu Erlong naturally worried whether Shen Cangqiong had sustained any injuries from this encounter. Although Shen Cangqiong appeared unfazed, one could never be too certain. I'm fine. Just look. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong wiggled his index finger in front of Lu Erlong. How annoying. Lu Erlong's face turned slightly red as she spat in response, clearly pondering something else entirely. Your Excellency Cangqiong, may I ask for your benevolence to allow me to take my second brother back for healing? Rest assured, I, Yu Xian, will compensate for any damages caused by my brother. As Shen Cangqiong pondered what Lu Erlong might be thinking, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated from the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy. Tang Yuehua? Interrupted by the voice behind him, Shen Cangqiong turned to see a woman in palace attire, ageless in appearance, standing before him. Indeed, it is I. Tang Yuehua performed a courteous bow to Shen Cangqiong. If you wish to take Tang Hao away, mere compensation will not suffice. Moreover, the damage amounts to nothing more than a broken infirmary. Blue Tyrant Academy is not lacking in funds. It is certainly not feasible to harm Tang Hao now. After all, Shen Cangqiong had future plans to provoke Tang Hao in front of him. If Tang Hao were to perish now, that would ruin the game he intended to play. What compensation does your Excellency Cangqiong desire? I, Yu Xian, will do my utmost to procure it for you, as long as we can discuss it. In truth, Tang Yuehua understood that mere material compensation would not suffice to convince Shen Cangqiong to release Tang Hao. If I were to say, I want you? Shen Cangqiong's mischievous side emerged once more. That is acceptable, but only for one night. Tang Yuehua clenched her fist within her sleeve, yet she could not abandon her brother. As for seeking help from the Haotian sect, she did not dare to entertain such thoughts. Not only were the individuals from the Haotian sect no match for Shen Cangqiong, but the elders of the sect harbored such animosity toward her brother that they would likely dismantle Tang Hao before Shen Cangqiong even had the chance to intervene. Is this true? The willingness of Tang Yuehua to entertain such a notion reminded Shen Cangqiong of rumors from the original world suggesting that she harbored special feelings for Tang Hao. Initially uncertain, it now seemed highly probable. Indeed, Tang Yuehua took a deep breath and replied, "Very well. You may take Tang Hao for now." Shen Cangqiong waved his hand dismissively. His primary focus was on Tang San, and as long as Tang San remained present as a future cripple, that was sufficient. "Thank you, Your Excellency Cangqiong." Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong relent, Tang Yuehua felt a mix of joy and sorrow within her heart. Yet she ultimately managed to smile, expressing her gratitude before having Tang Hao, still unconscious, taken away from Blue Tyrant Academy. "You're not really planning to seek out Tang Yuehua for mischief tonight, are you?" At this moment, Lu Erlong, seeing the situation resolved, could not help but voice her concerns. She wondered if Shen Cangqiong had some peculiar penchant for older, attractive women. Not at all. With that, Shen Cangqiong exchanged a few more words with Lu Erlong before heading towards the training grounds on the back mountain, accompanied by a shocked Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, shortly after the conclusion of the battle between Shen Cangqiong and Tang Hao, all who witnessed the spectacle in Heaven-Do City expressed their excitement through the barrage of comments on the grand screen. Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. "Brothers, I am utterly astonished. The Heavenly Emperor Cangqiong effortlessly blocked the attack of the Haotian Douluo with just a single finger. You should have seen that scene. It was nothing short of breathtaking." Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. "I saw it too, in front of His Excellency Cangqiong. The invincible Tang Hao of the Spirit Hall is little more than an ant." Shui Yuer from the Water Academy in the variant Douluo World. "Did Cangqiong brother and Tang Hao fight? Where did they battle? Why didn't I see it?" Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. "They fought in the skies above Blue Tyrant Academy in Heaven-Do City. Of course, you couldn't see it from the Water Academy." Shui Yuer from the Water Academy in the variant Douluo World. "Oh, I see. By the way, Cangqiong brother, you weren't injured, were you?" Anonymous in the variant Douluo World. "No." Shui Yuer from the Water Academy in the variant Douluo World. "That's good." Wu from the Flame Academy in the variant Douluo World. "Where? Are you foolish? Did you not see those comments saying Shen Cangqiong blocked Tang Hao's attack with just a finger?" Shui Yuer from the Water Academy in the variant Douluo World. "I saw that. That's why I asked if Cangqiong brother's finger was injured. What else would I be inquiring about?" Chapter 112. The arrival of the positive spirit ranking in the following days. The extraordinary performance displayed by Shen Cangqiong during his battle with Tang Hao captured the attention of ordinary people from both worlds, allowing them to savor a plethora of sensational news. This event also enabled all factions to gain a clearer understanding of Shen Cangqiong's true capabilities. Consequently, some merely observed with detached interest, such as various small to medium-sized factions, Soul Master academies, and the vast multitude of spectators. Others, however, regarded Shen Cangqiong as a potential threat and began to take precautions, notable among them being the Haotian sect and the Star Luo Empire. Likewise, some factions found themselves in a state of ambivalence, both wary and eager to establish a rapport, such as the Spirit Hall, the Heaven-Do Empire, and various prestigious Soul Master academies. Notably, the most conflicted and distressed was Tang Yuehua from the Yuexian clan. That evening, she had made all the necessary preparations, eagerly awaiting Shen Cangqiong's arrival. However, she found herself waiting until dawn without even catching a glimpse of his shadow. This left her in a state of frustration that rendered her unable to eat for an entire day. Moreover, the most vexing aspect was that she could not confront Shen Cangqiong to inquire why he had failed to show up the previous night, leaving her to wait in vain. After all, if word got out that she had sought him out for such a trivial matter, others would undoubtedly judge her harshly. Resigning herself to the situation, she thought it was likely he had merely spoken in jest. After all, he was so young. While she was considerably older, how could he possibly take an interest in someone like her? With that thought, Tang Yuehua withdrew her gaze from the direction of the Blue Tyrant Academy. As she exhaled a sigh of relief, a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. This sentiment was not due to any romantic feelings for Shen Cangqiong, but rather a lament for her own fleeting youth. Thus, tranquil days passed one after another. That morning, Shen Cangqiong was training the members of his team in the usual training ground on the back mountain when the previously dormant comparison video finally stirred to life after more than a month. Today, two lists would be announced, the positive spirit ranking and the negative ranking. Note: individuals listed on the positive ranking would receive rewards, while those on the negative ranking would face consequences, with the opportunity for others to earn corresponding rewards for dealing with them. Anonymous commenter from variant Douluo World. Yet another negative ranking has emerged. Moreover, those who take action against the individuals on this list will receive rewards. This truly signifies universal participation. This comparison video is akin to my rebirth. Anonymous commenter from variant Douluo World. You are being overly optimistic. We do not yet know the specifics. Should the rewards for punishing those on the negative ranking prove substantial, it is highly likely that the major factions will capture and imprison all those listed, using them as experience fodder. In such a scenario, we ordinary folk would merely be left to harbor envy and resentment. Anonymous commenter from variant Douluo World. Setting aside the negative ranking for now, the forthcoming positive spirit ranking seems akin to the previous talent ranking, does it not? After all, the quality of a spirit is indicative of a person's innate talent. Anonymous commenter from variant Douluo World. That assertion is flawed. Spirits are distinct from innate talent. While there is a correlation, they are not synonymous. If a spirit could wholly represent an individual's talent, then all individuals possessing the same spirit on the Douluo continent would achieve similar accomplishments. However, considering the blue tyrant Tyrannosaurus family, they have only produced one title Douluo in a century, with the rest achieving no higher than Sol Douluo. As the discussions unfolded in the comments section, the comparison video resumed with the announcement of the individuals who made it onto the positive spirit ranking. 100th place, Zhang Fei from Two Worlds. Spirit, Shadowcat. Identity, Principal of the Tilly Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Current location, Tilly Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Reward, one self-selected soulbone package with a duration of 1,000 years. 80th place, by Bashan from Two Worlds. Spirit, Heavenly Star Furnace. Identity, Vice Chair of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Current location, Heaven Do Royal Academy. Reward, one self-selected soulbone package with a duration of 21,000 years. 60th place, Oscar from Two Worlds. Spirit, Sausage. Identity, Substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, one self-selected soulbone package with a duration of 41,000 years. 40th place, Ma Hongjun from Two Worlds. Spirit, Evil Fire Phoenix. Identity, Substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, one self-selected soulbone package with a duration of 61,000 years. 20th place, Yao Zi from Two Worlds. Spirit, Crimson Flamethorn. Identity, Young Miss of the Yo family from Yao City. Current location, Plan Academy. Reward, one self-selected soulbone package with a duration of 81,000 years. 19th place, Zhujian from Two Worlds. Spirit, Nether Spirit Cat. Identity, Young Miss of the Zhu family from Star Luo. Current location, Star Luo Royal Academy. Reward, one self-selected soulbone package with a duration of 82,000 years. Zhu Zhantian. Head of the Zhu family from the variant Douluo World. How curious. Our Zhu family has several individuals, yet it is only Zhuyan who has received a reward. Comparison video. Even among identical spirits, their qualities can vary. Zhu Zhuyan possesses the highest quality spirit in the entire Zhu family. Zhu Zhantian. I see now. 18th place, Davis from Two Worlds. Spirit, White Tiger. Identity, Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire. Current location, Star Luo Royal Academy. Reward, one self-selected soulbone package with a duration of 83,000 years. Emperor Dai Xianfeng of the Star Luo Empire. What a pity. Our ancestral spirit only ranks 18th. Davis, Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire. Father, this is still quite commendable. The ancestral spirit of the neighboring Heaven Do royal family only ranks 99th. Emperor Dai Xianfeng. Haha, indeed. Dai Xianfeng chuckled gleefully. Chapter 113. Tang Xiao expresses dissatisfaction with the ranking of the Haotian hammer. Emperor Xueye of the Tiando Empire remarks, what is there to be proud of? With just a handful of you from the Star Luo royal family, even if you were ranked first, what significance would it hold? When our million swans charge together, even the mightiest tiger shall face its demise. Anonymous from the one variant Douluo World concurs. Emperor Xueye speaks truthfully. Even if we cannot triumph, a million swans can surely overwhelm your few little tigers. Prince Xuesheng of the Tiando Empire responds, this sounds like support for our Tiando Empire, yet it feels oddly twisted. Rank 15, Shui Ware from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit, Azure Wave Dolphin. Identity, Young Lady of the Shui family in Tianshui City. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Reward, one self-selected four-limbed soulbone package lasting 86,000 years. Rank 14, Du Guyan from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit, Phosphor Snake. Identity: young lady of the Douluo family. Current location: Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 87,000 years. Rank 13. Feng Xiaotian from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: twin-headed demon wolf. Identity: young master of the Feng family in Shen Cangqiong City. Current location: Shen Cangqiong Academy. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 88,000 years. Rank 12. Xiao Wu from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Fire Shadow. Identity: second young lady of the Hua family in Qihua City. Current location: Qihua Academy. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 89,000 years. Anonymous from the One Variant Douluo World observes, it seems that the rankings on the martial spirit list and the talent list differ significantly for many individuals featured on both. Xiao Wu from Qihua Academy comments, I cannot speak for others, but Shui Yuer's low talent ranking is undoubtedly due to her laziness. Shui Yuer from Tianshui Academy replies, I lack great ambition, why should I toil so hard? Besides, my parents manage the family affairs now, and when they retire, I can pass the responsibilities to my sister, Shui Binger. Xiao Wu reflects, Shui Bingo is fortunate to have such a wonderful sister like you. Rank 10. Xiao Wu from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Soft Bone Rabbit. Identity: substitute member of the Shrek team. Current location: Lamba Academy. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 91,000 years. Tied rank 10. Hulaina from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Enchantress Fox. Identity: Sanus of the Spirit Hall. Current location: Spirit Hall. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 91,000 years. Tied rank 10. Gu Roan from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Bone Dragon. Identity: Elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location: Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 91,000 years. Tied rank 10. Yu Guan from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Miraculous Fungus. Identity: Elder of the Spirit Hall. Current location: Spirit Hall. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 91,000 years. Tied rank 10. Gue Mei from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Enigmatic Charm. Identity: Elder of the Spirit Hall. Current location: Spirit Hall. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 91,000 years. Rank 9. Ning Fingxi from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. Identity: Sect Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location: Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 92,000 years. Tied rank 9. Yu Yuanjin from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Identity: Sect Master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan. Current location: Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Clan. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 92,000 years. Tied rank 9. Tang San from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Haotian Hammer. Identity: substitute member of the Shrek team. Current location: Lamba Academy. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 92,000 years. Tang Xiao, the sect master of the Haotian clan, exclaims, impossible. The Haotian hammer is revered as the premier weapon spirit. How could it possibly be ranked 9th? Golden Crocodile Douluo, the second elder of the Spirit Hall, retorts, the premier weapon spirit? What an absurd jest. If you possess the prowess, compare your Haotian hammer with the 7 kills sword and see which is superior. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of Lamba Academy, adds, Grandfather Jian's 7 kills sword spirit is renowned as the foremost in offense. The Haotian hammer is dubbed the premier weapon spirit not for its might, but due to the multitude of its bearers. Should the number of those wielding the Haotian hammer dwindle to a scarcity akin to that of the 7 kills sword or the 9 heart sea butterfly, its reputation may not surpass that of the Broken One clan's Broken Soul Spear. Yang Wudi, the clan leader of the Broken One clan, expresses gratitude for the comparison. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Yet, this is the truth. At the same soul power level, I possess complete confidence in defeating an opponent wielding the Haotian hammer. Tang Xiao sighs, alas, since the comparison video asserts this, I have no choice but to acquiesce. Rank 8. Genie from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: Golden Crocodile King. Identity: second elder of the Spirit Hall. Current location: Spirit Hall. Reward: one self-selected 4-limb soulbone package lasting 93,000 years. Tied rank 8. Shen Cangqiong from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit: 7 kills sword. Identity: elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location: 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward: one self-selected four-limbed soulbone package, lasting 93,000 years. Tied for 8th place, Douluo from the 1 variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, 3-clawed Flood Dragon, ranked 8th due to incomplete evolution. Identity, head of the Douluo family. Current location, Douluo family residence. Reward, a gift pack containing a selection of soul bones with a duration of 93,000 years. Chapter 114, the confusion regarding the soul ranking, rank 7, A-in from 2 worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Silver Emperor. Identity, Blue Silver Emperor. Current location, a certain cave. Award, a self-selected soul bone gift pack with a limit of 94,000 years. Rank 6, BB Dong from 2 worlds. First Martial Soul, Death Spider Emperor. Second Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Identity, Pope of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Award, a self-selected soul bone gift pack with a limit of 95,000 years. Due to possessing twin martial souls, the reward is doubled. Rank 5, Ning Rong Rong from the variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glaze Tile. Identity, Core Disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Award, a self-selected soul bone gift pack with a limit of 96,000 years. Tied for rank 5, Yilingling from 2 worlds. Martial Soul, 9 Heart Si Tang. Identity, Young Lady of the 9 Heart Si Tang family. Current location, Soto City Great Soul Arena. Award, a self-selected soul bone gift pack with a limit of 96,000 years. Tied for rank 5, by Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, Emperor Wan. Identity, Core Disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Award, a self-selected soul bone gift pack with a limit of 96,000 years. The Patriarch of the Sensitive Family from the variant Douluo World, by Xiao Wu, has your martial soul evolved? By Shen Cangqiong, Core Disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Indeed, this is a reward for joining the Inner Academy. Grandfather, I have now become a soul master proficient in both offensive and agility-based skills. No longer the embarrassed soul master who relied solely on speed. By Embarrassed soul master? By Shen Cangqiong, He. This is a category of soul master specifically designated for our sensitive family by the Dean of the Inner Academy. I think it's quite fitting. By you mischievous girl. Yang Wu, Patriarch of the Broken Family from the variant Douluo World. Old by, congratulations. From now on, your sensitive family will no longer be mere bystanders during battles. Their relationship was amicable, and Yang Wu spoke without reservation. Niu Gao, Patriarch of the Imperial Family from the variant Douluo World. You should treat us this time, old by. Don't act like before. Niu Gao also seized the opportunity to jest, while Titan joined in teasing by he as well. Rank 4, Qianren Qiwei from 2 worlds. Martial Soul, 6-winged angel. Identity, Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Heaven Do City. Award, a self-selected soul bone gift pack with a limit of 97,000 years. Tied for rank 4, Poseidon from 2 worlds. Martial Soul, Sea God. Identity, High Priest of Sea God Island. Current location, Sea God Island. Award, a self-selected soul bone gift pack with a limit of 97,000 years. Hailong Douluo from the Sea God Island in the variant Douluo World. In the last talent ranking, the emphasis was on comprehensive qualifications. So it was understandable that the High Priest did not secure a top 3 position. However, why can't a divine-level martial soul even break into the top 3 this time? Genie Douluo, the second offering of the Spirit Hall from the variant Douluo World. I wish to know as well. Comparative video. A divine-level martial soul does not necessarily signify strength. It merely indicates that the possessor has once achieved divinity. For instance, Tang San, whose martial soul is the Haotian Hammer, was able to defeat Douluo, who possessed the 6-winged angel martial soul, as well as Poseidon. Shui Wei from the Tianshui Academy in the variant Douluo World. If the Haotian Hammer is indeed superior to the 6-winged angel and Poseidon, then why is its ranking lower than these 2 divine-level martial souls? Comparative video. It is because the quality of these 2 divine-level martial souls is indeed superior to the Haotian Hammer. Douluo and Poseidon lost to Tang San because they were inadequate. If it were Shen Cangqiong, BB Dong, or Shui Binger possessing either of these divine-level martial souls, they could easily overpower Tang San at the same level. In fact, Shen Cangqiong could defeat Tang San within 3 moves. The explanation from the comparative video rendered the people from Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall silent. Suddenly, the barrage of discontent from the 4 factions of the 2 worlds vanished without a trace. Rank 3, Shui Binger from 2 worlds. Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix. Identity, second miss of the Shui family from Tianshui City. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Award, a self-selected soul bone gift pack with a limit of 98,000 years. Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy in the variant Douluo World. Wow. I was wondering why my sister hadn't made the list. Turns out she was here to shock me. Davis. The Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire from the variant Douluo World. Is the Ice Phoenix martial soul truly that formidable? I recall that in the previous talent ranking, Shui Binger secured the second position based on her acquired comprehensive qualifications. Yet, without any additional enhancements this time, how did she achieve such a high ranking? Davis' query echoed the thoughts of everyone in the two worlds. In fact, even Shui Binger herself was perplexed at her martial soul ranking third. Comparative video. The reason you perceive the Ice Phoenix martial soul as weak is that Shui Binger has cultivated incorrectly. The Ice Phoenix martial soul should primarily focus on offensive and agility-based skills, with secondary emphasis on control, defense, and healing. To clarify, the Ice Phoenix martial soul is versatile and can be cultivated in all areas, yet Shui Binger has only pursued the control aspect among the secondary skills. In such a case, the Ice Phoenix martial soul naturally appears weak. To draw an imperfect analogy, if you insist on using a powerful martial soul like the Seven-Killing Sword as a defensive martial soul, the outcome would surely fall short of even the most basic defensive martial souls. Shui Binger from the variant Douluo World. So that is how it is. It seems that everyone in my maternal family has chosen the wrong path. Huo Wu from the Chiwa Academy in the variant Douluo World. Is this what they mean by choice being more important than effort? Choosing incorrectly, the more one strives, the further one may drift from their aspirations. Chapter 115. The announcement of the dishonor roll, rank 2. Lu Erlong from the variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, Four-Clawed Silver Dragon. Identity, Dean of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, a self-selected Forlin Soul Bone gift package with a duration of 99,000 years. Vice Sect Master Yulumian of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect from the variant Douluo World. Indeed, Cangqiong, I did not misjudge you. Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. In every aspect, this is what I ought to do. Yuluomian. Haha, splendid. Rank 1. Shen Cangqiong from the variant Douluo World. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Identity, Dean of the Inner Academy of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a duration of 100,000 years. The martial soul rankings have been announced, and the rewards are being distributed. The distribution of rewards for the martial soul rankings has been completed. Anonymous from the variant Douluo World. The martial soul rankings have finally concluded. The negative rankings are to commence, and I have been waiting far too long. Anonymous, I have already assembled a team of 20 friends. We are currently guarding the most disreputable individual in our city. Anonymous, is the first on the martial soul rankings truly so lacking in prestige that there is no one even discussing it? Anonymous, it is not that the first on the martial soul rankings lacks prestige, but rather that everyone knows Shen Cangqiong is undoubtedly the first, and thus, the anticipation has diminished. Consequently, seeing the outcome aligns with expectations, most merely chuckle and move on. Anonymous, indeed. If the first on this martial soul ranking were not Shen Cangqiong, there would certainly be more discussions. Anonymous, all right, let us cease our chatter. The dishonor roll is about to be revealed. Now, let us announce the dishonor roll inductees. Rank 100, Tianya from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Green Knife. Spirit Ring Configuration, White, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Spirit Power Level, Level 54, Strong Attack System Weapon Soul King. Identity, one of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Fireworks Street in Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting innocent families. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Tianya will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the dishonor ranking of the individual taught, but without endangering their life. Otherwise, no reward shall be granted. Note, each person may only teach a lesson to the same individual on the dishonor roll once every 7 days. Shui Wearer from the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. This information is exceedingly comprehensive. It even includes the type of martial soul, spirit ring configuration, and spirit power level. This provides a reference for those wishing to teach a lesson to these dishonor roll inductees, ensuring they do not become the ones taught a lesson instead. Regardless, I shall not dwell on this. Although unaware of the rewards, we, the Tianshui team, are heading to Soto City. Shui Wearer's thoughts are quite erratic in one moment. She is contemplating the thoroughness of the information, and in the next, She is resolved to capture those on the dishonor roll in Soto City. Yu Tianhing from the variant Douluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Tianshui Academy should go elsewhere. Our royal fighting team is precisely in Soto City. By the time you arrive, the individuals will surely have been captured by us. Xiao Wu from the variant Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Shui Binger. Shall our two teams unite to capture a few higher-ranked dishonor roll individuals? Shui Binger from the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. That sounds good. Feng Xiaotian from the variant Douluo World, Shifeng Academy. Why not? Let us form a team with the Four Elements Academy. This will enhance our chances. Feng Xiaotian is intent on achieving his goal of teaming up with Xiao Wu, knowing she would likely refuse otherwise. Yu Tianxin from the variant Douluo World. Thunder Academy. Though I am aware of your ulterior motives, Feng Xiaotian, my Thunder Academy agrees. Xiao Wu Shuang from the variant Douluo World, Qihua Academy. Then let us depart now. Converging in Tiando City. Xiao Wu Shuang is indifferent to Feng Xiaotian's intentions, believing him to be acceptable. Should his sister agree in the future, he would not oppose. Shui Binger from the variant Douluo World, agreed. Rank 99, Yi Kao from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Swan. Spirit Ring Configuration, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Spirit Power Level, level 53, Healing System Battle Soul King. Identity, one of the three swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Fireworks Street in Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting innocent families. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Yi Kao will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the dishonor ranking of the individual taught, but without endangering their life. Otherwise, no reward shall be granted. Rank 98, Douluo from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Heavenly Net Double Shield. Spirit Ring Configuration, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Spirit Power Level, level 53, Control System Weapon Soul King. Identity, one of the three swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Fireworks Street in Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting innocent families. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Douluo will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the dishonor ranking of the individual taught, but without endangering their life. Otherwise, no reward shall be granted. Rank 70, Zhang Yin from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Iron Mouth. Spirit Ring Configuration, white. Spirit Power Level, level 11. Control System Weapon Soul Master. Identity, Instructor at Soto Low-Level Soul Master Academy. Current location, Office of the Dean at Soto Low-Level Soul Master Academy. Reason for ranking, fond of distorting the truth. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Zhang Yin will receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the dishonor ranking of the individual taught, but without endangering their life. Otherwise, no reward shall be granted. Shui Yuer from the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy. What is happening in Soto City? Among the 31 individuals announced on the dishonor roll, 11 are from Soto City. Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, Stellari, is this how you govern the Soul Masters of Soto City? Once this matter is resolved, return to the Spirit Hall headquarters and provide me with an explanation. Chapter 116. The Sensation of Shen Cangqiong's Ranking, Rank 50. Wu Sigui from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Warhorse, Soul Ring Configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Black, Soul Power Level, level 55. Agility-based Battle Soul King. Identity, Lord of Shilling City. Current location, Lord's Mansion of Shilling City. Reason for ranking, sold the secrets of the Tiando Empire using his concubine as an excuse. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches Wu Sigui a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which will depend on the severity of the lesson and the rank of the taught individual. Life-threatening harm to the taught individual will result in no reward being granted. Rank 11, Li Taimin from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Heavenly Strategy Spear. Soul Ring Configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul Power Level, level 59. Strong Attack-based Weapon Soul King. Identity, Lord of Tang City. Current location, Lord's Mansion of Tang City. Reason for ranking, to become the Lord of Tang City. He did not hesitate to harm his brothers and nephews. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches Li Taimin a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which will depend on the severity of the lesson and the rank of the taught individual. Life-threatening harm to the taught individual will result in no reward being granted. Rank 10, Shen Cangqiong from Variant Douluo World 1. Martial Soul. True Dragon. Soul Ring Configuration. Red, 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 red. Soul Power Level. Level 95. All System Title Douluo. Identity. Dean of the Inner Academy of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reason for ranking. Good wife, your wife. I shall raise her. Evaluation. A true pomegranate. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Shen Cangqiong a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which will depend on the severity of the lesson and the rank of the taught individual. Life-threatening harm to the taught individual will result in no reward being granted. At the training grounds behind Lamba Academy, Shen Cangqiong was taking a sip of water when he noticed his name on the disgraceful list, and the absurd reason for his ranking caused him to spit out his tea. Huh, your reason for ranking is quite amusing, remarked Lu Erlong with a sly smile. By the way, you didn't seek out Tang Yuehua that night. Could it be because she is still a maiden? Unbeknownst to Lu Erlong. At the same time her thoughts emerged, a similar notion crossed the mind of Tang Yuehua, the head of the Yu family, not far from Lamba Academy. Well, Shen Cangqiong awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of how to explain. Though the reason Lu Erlong suggested was not the cause for his absence that night, he did have a fondness for that particular inclination. Meanwhile, the members of the battle team in the training ground observed Shen Cangqiong's every move while whispering amongst themselves. Hee, Senior Cangqiong is indeed quite knowledgeable, Ma Hongjun smirked. What are you thinking? Senior Cangqiong has been with us the whole time. Have you ever seen him venture out alone? Unlike you, who rushes to the splendid realm every evening after soul training at the Great Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong retorted. Rongrong, that's where you're mistaken. Among our team, I'm not the only one who enjoys going out. Look at Tang San. Hasn't he been out and about since his injuries healed? Ma Hongjun defended himself. Unlike Big Dai, who seems to have lost his sense of adventure lately, he added, noting that since Ma Hongjun sold his soul bone to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he and Ning Rongrong had become quite good friends. I only went to test, not to play, Tang San replied coldly. Such nonsense. How could a place like that be worthy of him? If not for Xiao Wu's reluctance, he would never lower himself to test there, Ma Hongjun scoffed. Despite the upscale nature of the places arranged by his father and aunt, it did not change its essence. Test? What did you even test? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. It's just playing, and you dare to dress it up as a test. How hypocritical. He suddenly felt that if there were a negative ranking list for pretentious individuals, Tang San would undoubtedly be on it. Does that have anything to do with you? Tang San's expression darkened. In fact, not long ago, after some maneuvering by Bibi Dong, he had sought help from the Jinshin Haidang family. However, Tang San's injuries were too severe, and time had dragged on too long. Even with Yi Linglong's assistance, he had only managed to recover a fraction of his abilities. Currently, with the aid of a pill, Tang San might last about 10 seconds. Without it, he could hardly even blink. Cut it out. Ma Hongjun dismissed Tang San's attitude and turned his attention to the comment section. Meanwhile, in the comment section, from Variant Douluo World 1, Shui Yuer of Tianshui Academy. Is there really anything wrong with Cangqiong Brothers' interest? Why is he on the disgraceful list? Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. The important thing isn't Shen Cangqiong's interest, but rather who can teach him a lesson. Even Tang Hao, one of the twin stars of Hao Yin sect decades ago, only ended up getting beaten, let alone others. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. How is that difficult? Don't you all think? Isn't Shindage known for his interests? You could look for suitable sisters-in-law at home and bring them to negotiate with Shindage. For example, let Shindage not resist being taught a lesson, and then, Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. Goodness. To think of such a method. You truly are quite clever. Anonymous from Variant Douluo World 1. This method is promising. I happen to have someone at home who fits the criteria. I plan to try my luck at Lamba Academy. Everyone, await my good news. Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of Lamba Academy. Stop talking nonsense. Senior Cangqiong is not that kind of person. By Cangqiong, a core disciple of Lamba Academy. Exactly. With Senior Cangqiong's strength, if he were truly that kind of person, who could escape his grasp? But has anyone heard any dirt on Senior Cangqiong in this regard? Chapter 117. Tang San directly confronts Oscar, the ninth on the list. Is associated with the martial spirit of the chessboard, possessing a soul power level of 59 as a control-type soul king. He is the Lord of Qiqing and currently resides in the Lord's mansion, known for his mockery of others, earning him the disdainful title of a true scoundrel. Those who successfully teach him a lesson will be rewarded, with the value of the reward determined by the severity of the lesson and the rank of the one being taught, provided no harm comes to their life. Oscar, the 8th on the list, wields the martial spirit of sausage, with a soul power level of 32 as a food-type soul venerable. He is a substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team, located at Blue Tyrant Academy. His dark thoughts have branded him as a petty individual, and similar rewards apply for those who manage to teach him a lesson. In the training grounds of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Tang San's directness stands out. He is unyielding, delivering a sharp slap to Oscar, who had previously concealed his true nature behind a facade of virtue. Ma Hongjun, barely containing his anger, exclaims about Oscar's duplicity. Ning Rongrong, with her fists clenched, is eager to join in. Seeing Oscar sent sprawling by Tang San's strike, Dai Mubai, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Tang San, steps forward. Glaring at him, Tang San, however, remains unfazed by Dai Mubai's displeasure and inquires about the comparison video, clarifying that the rewards will only be distributed after all names on the list are announced. He acknowledges this, knowing Oscar is within reach and that he may strike again if he chooses. Dai Mubai's previous camaraderie with Tang San has soured since their return from the Sunset Forest, and Tang San no longer feels inclined to appease him. Dai Mubai, ranked 7th, possesses the martial spirit of the White Tiger and a soul power level of 38 as a strong attack soul venerable. His reputation suffers from being fickle and irresponsible, earning him a reputation as someone who flits from one pursuit to another. Huoliana, ranked 6th, wields the fox spirit, with a soul power level of 54 as a control-type soul king. As a saintess of the spirit hall, she is noted for her potential betrayal of the very institution that raised her, earning the title of a pitiful ingrate. In the spirit hall, Huoliana kneels, trembling with fear before her teacher, Bibi Dong, who expresses a dispassionate desire to dismantle the spirit hall. Despite Huoliana's fear, Bibi Dong's tone softens, reflecting her deep care for her pupil, akin to that of a mother. Bibi Dong, ranked 5th, commands the first martial spirit of the Death Spider Emperor. With an impressive soul power level of 99, though currently sealed to a maximum of 97. She is characterized by her apparent loyalty, which belies her ruthless nature, earning her the scornful title of a treacherous ingrate. As Huoliana nestles against Bibi Dong, she expresses surprise at her teacher's presence on the list. However, Bibi Dong's dark expression conveys her displeasure, as she grapples with her own unresolved grievances from the past, feeling unjustly wronged. She undoubtedly deduced which incident the comparative video referred to, and it was precisely this realization that caused the flames of her anger to surge rapidly within her. Chapter 118. Tang Chun and Tang Hao's joint appearance on the disgraceful rankings. The fury simmering within Bibi Dong was a concealed tempest, undisclosed to all. Meanwhile, the video presentation remained devoid of any indication, and after a customary pause of several seconds, the new list of individuals gracing the rankings was unveiled. Rank 4, Tang Chun from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Hao Tian Hammer. Spirit Ring Configuration, black, 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 red. Spirit Power Level, Demigod, currently under control, capable of exerting a maximum of level 91 spirit power. Identity, previous generation Hao Tian Douluo. Current location, City of Slaughter. Reason for ranking. In his youth, in pursuit of strength, he callously exploited the lives of innocent individuals to hasten his cultivation, thereby establishing the nebulous concept and training system of the Evil Soul Master, laying the groundwork for the proliferation of Evil Soul Masters in future generations. Evaluation, the progenitor of the first generation of Evil Soul Masters. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Tang Chun a lesson shall be rewarded, with the value of the reward contingent upon the severity of the lesson and the corresponding ranking of the individual giving it. The recipient's life must not be endangered, or the reward shall be forfeited. In the first variant of the Douluo World, Poseidon Island's High Priestess Posisai remarked, Tang Chun is actually in the City of Slaughter? But who is it that has him under control? Her brows furrowed in alarm, yet she ultimately refrained from departing Poseidon Island to rescue Tang Chun. In the same variant, Tang Xiao, the sect master of Hao Yin sect, asserted, I care not who has my grandfather under control within the City of Slaughter. You better release him immediately. Otherwise, Hao Yin sect shall engage in a relentless vendetta against you. Posisai responded, You of Hao Yin sect must bide your time. I shall send several titled Douluo to assist you. Douluo, I acknowledge the conflict between your spirit hall and Haotian sect, but I implore you not to interfere in this matter. Douluo, the Grand Priest of Spirit Hall, retorted, am I to merely stand by as you rescue Tang Chun, allowing him to come and trouble my spirit hall? Posiasai replied, I shall persuade him to let it go. After all, in that past incident, both your spirit hall and Haotian sect were at fault. Douluo sighed. An anonymous individual mused, how laughable. Knowing full well that Tang Chun is the progenitor of the evil soul master, yet still contemplating a rescue. It seems Shun was correct. Poseidon Island is indeed no sanctuary of virtue. Another anonymous voice added, you have overlooked an essential point. If Tang Chun is the progenitor of evil soul masters, then Haotian sect is but a den of evil soul masters. The implication was chilling. This may elucidate why the talent rankings excluded all titled Douluo from Haotian sect. After all, employing malevolent means for cultivation, no matter how expedient, bears no relation to genuine talent. From the Haotian sect, the radiant Douluo Tang Lai asserted, this is utter nonsense. Haotian sect has always conducted itself with integrity and will not tolerate slander. Such accusations are not to be acknowledged by us, lest matters escalate further. An anonymous voice countered, the assertion that Tang Chun is the progenitor of evil soul masters is stated in the comparison video. Compared to your Haotian sect, I find the comparison video far more credible. Tang Xiao declared, think as you will. In any case, Haotian sect stands unrepentant. He understood that compared to the authority of the comparison video, they were insignificant. Moreover, such matters often became murkier the more one attempted to clarify them. Thus, he promptly concluded the discussion. An anonymous voice chuckled. Rank 3, Tang Hao from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Spirit Ring Configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Spirit Power Level, level 95 Title Douluo. Identity, Haotian Douluo. Current location, Moon Pavilion. Reason for ranking, 1 in his quest for Ayin, he employed various schemes solely to win her heart. Reason for ranking, 2 after successfully gaining Ayin's affection, he selfishly disregarded her safety during her pregnancy, repeatedly leading her to perilous locales where Shen Cangqiong roamed, all while deceitfully claiming he wished to show her the wonders of the world. In truth, he aimed to expose Yin's true identity to Shen Cangqiong, pushing her into a desperate situation where she might resort to a sacrificial offering to him. Reason for ranking, 3 acting out of self-interest. After obtaining the coveted 10,000-year spirit ring from Yin's sacrifice, he displayed utter disregard for Haotian sect's safety, engaging Shen Cangqiong's group in a brutal confrontation that resulted in severe losses for Haotian sect, ultimately forcing them into seclusion. Following this battle, Tang Hao acquired the desired 10,000-year spirit ring, garnered sympathy and praise from the uninformed, and successfully shifted the blame for his wife's demise onto Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking, for to enhance his portrayal as a victim, Tang Hao frequently sought revenge against Spirit Hall post-resurgents. Yet, he dared not confront them in Spirit City, instead targeting the Spirit Hall branches in smaller cities, showing no concern for the innocent staff therein. Evaluation, a quintessential villain, yet an extraordinary performer, capable of ensnaring countless fools with his masterful act. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Tang Hao a lesson shall be rewarded, with the value of the reward contingent upon the severity of the lesson and the corresponding ranking of the individual giving it. The recipient's life must not be endangered, or the reward shall be forfeited. An anonymous individual lamented, I am in tears. I am but one of the fools mentioned. Another joined, I weep as well. I too am among the fools referenced by the comparison video. Yet another added, count me in. Another voice interjected, what is there to lament? We are merely ordinary people. Is it not natural to be unaware of the truth? It is the grand powers that ought to weep. After all, the events of yore were propagated by those very powers, and the praises for Tang Hao similarly originated from them. Chapter 119. The reasons for Yu Xiaozhang's ranking in the variant Douluo World's second brother, Yu. Tang Yuehua gazed in disbelief at the comparison video detailing Tang Hao's reasons for being ranked, then turned to look at the ashen-faced Tang Hao, her mind momentarily blank. Yuehua, it appears I must leave this place, Tang Hao said gravely. Otherwise, not only I, but you too may find yourself in jeopardy. Where are you going? Tang Yuehua, recognizing the perilous situation, swiftly suppressed her tumultuous emotions. I do not know. In any case, I must first vacate the confines of Heaven Do City. His current location had been exposed in the comparison video, and if he did not escape immediately, he, the Haotian Douluo, might soon find himself besieged. Previously, Tang Hao had not been a target for troublemakers, as he had not appeared on this so-called disgraceful list. However, circumstances had now changed. With the advantages bestowed by the video, it was likely that not only Shen Cangqiong but also the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would disregard their long-standing agreements to target him. Furthermore, those he had once deemed insignificant, such as the royal family of Heaven Do and influential figures from the esteemed Soul Master academies nearby, might unite to claim a piece of the action. Very well. Follow me, Tang Weihua instructed. Deep within the lower levels of Wuxian lay a secret passage leading to the dense forest beyond the city. This passage had been prepared by Tang Weihua for an eventuality should the Haotian sect no longer serve as her support. It would provide her a chance to escape before those coveting her beauty could seize her. Oh, there's a secret passage in Wuxian? Tang Hao pondered how he might evade Shen Cangqiong's pursuit. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous surprise from Tang Weihua. Second brother. Sister-in-law has yet to send a single critical message. She may truly be upset. If possible, you should apologize to her, Tang Weihua urged, leading the way while offering this reminder. I understand. Tang Hao nodded, hesitating momentarily before sending a message in the chat. In the variant Douluo World. Haotian Douluo Tang Hao Ayin, I apologize. He offered no further explanation. It was too late for words now. In the variant Douluo World. 100,000-year blue silver Emperor Ayin. What is it that you apologize for? Why not say it plainly? In the variant Douluo World. Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, I merely wish to convey that if I could turn back time, I would take you to a safe place to live in seclusion. It was impossible for Tang Hao to claim he felt no remorse for past events. In the variant Douluo World, 100,000-year blue silver Emperor Ayin, alas. Nothing can be undone. In the variant Douluo World, blue tyrant Shrek Tang San, mother, please forgive father. You must understand. He has been despondent over this matter for 6 long years. Surely, it was merely a fleeting lapse in judgment, one he has regretted since. In the variant Douluo World, 100,000-year blue silver Emperor Ayin, I have told you, do not call me mother. You are Tang San of the Tang sect. Not my son Tang San. Ayin's tone was cold. Initially, she had wavered, but ultimately, she could not accept that her son bore the memories of another. In the variant Douluo World, Haotian Douluo Tang Hao Ayin, what purpose does this serve? Regardless, Tang San is your child, born after your 10 months of pregnancy. Even if he possesses the memories of his past life, can this negate the fact that he is your son? To Tang Hao. As long as Tang San inherited the Haotian hammer, the family's ancestral martial soul, and Ayin had not secretly consorted with other disciples of the Haotian sect, then Tang San was undoubtedly his son. In the variant Douluo World, 100,000-year blue silver Emperor Ayin, if you wish to acknowledge him, do so on your own. I refuse to. With that, Ayin disregarded whatever further exchanges Tang Hao and Tang San might engage in. The audience, having lost their source of entertainment, turned their attention back to the comparison video, which was now revealing a new list of ranked individuals. Second place, Yu Xiaojing from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Dog Pig. Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow. Spirit Power Level, Level 29 Assault System Soul Master. Identity, Honorary Elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking 1 in his youth. In pursuit of breaking through the shackles of the 29th level of spirit power, Yu Xiaojing wandered among various factions, ultimately arriving at the Martial Soul Hall. Upon discovering the peculiar taste of the holy maiden Bibidong, who was somewhat naive at the time, he employed certain tactics to successfully win her over and subsequently began to clandestinely learn from the Martial Soul Hall. When he realized that the ordinary confidential knowledge from the Martial Soul Hall could not aid him in breaking through the 29th level, he chose to organize the theories he had pilfered from the hall and publish them under his own name. Reason for ranking 2, he instigated discord between Bibidong and her teacher Qian Xuanji, leading to the greatest calamity on the Douluo continent in millennia. Reason for ranking 3, despite his own culpability, he insisted on attributing all blame to the Martial Soul Hall, Qian Xuanji, and Bibidong. Even though Bibidong endured harrowing experiences to protect him, Yu Xiaojing portrayed himself as a pitiful figure. Rejected by Bibidong for being a failure who could never surpass level 30. Reason for ranking 4, despite the numerous resources provided to him by the Martial Soul Hall, and Bibidong leveraging her influence to help him publish the knowledge he had plagiarized, Yu Xiaojing consistently failed to acknowledge their assistance, instead disparaging the hall and Bibidong at every turn. Reason for ranking 5, publicly lamenting that he had been jilted by Bibi Dong and was deeply heartbroken. Yet within a mere month, he developed a promising relationship with another woman. Chapter 120. Bibi Dong's collapse. Reason for listing 6. Despite clearly witnessing the emblem that signifies the core disciple of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family on another woman, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang obstinately refrains from revealing his own identity as a member of the same family to Lu Erlong. He shamelessly accepts Lu Erlong's affection, which stems from romantic feelings, and watches her sink deeper into her emotions without a hint of remorse. Reason for listing 7. Capitalizing on Lu Erlong's feelings for him, Yu Xiaojiang gradually usurps the leadership of the team from his elder brother, Flandre, transforming the entire group into mere laborers for his personal research. Reason for listing 8. He gladly accepts Flandre's arrangement of a wedding between him and Lu Erlong, yet upon learning of Bibi Dong's ascension to the papacy, he quietly absents himself for several days, returning with an air of normalcy, choosing to wed Lu Erlong. Unbeknownst to Lu Erlong, during his absence, Yu Xiaojiang had been inquiring about the events at the Spirit Hall. Upon discovering the fall of Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong's subsequent succession, he wasted no time in relaying news of his impending marriage to Lu Erlong back to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. This led to Lu Erlong's father arriving on the night of their wedding to prevent the union. And Yu Xiaojiang seized the opportunity to escape without bearing any blame, citing an inability to accept a romantic relationship between siblings. In the end, the infatuated Lu Erlong waited for him for a full 20 years. Reason for listing 9. When Yu Xiaojiang realizes that Bibi Dong, after taking the papacy, does not extend an invitation for him to return to the Spirit Hall as he had anticipated, he rekindles his intentions towards Lu Erlong. Once again aided by Flandre, Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, who had been waiting for him for 2 decades, establish an agreement to remain as spiritual partners, devoid of any physical union. However, perhaps due to his habitual disregard for promises, with Bibi Dong's fall and the annihilation of the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaojiang, now possessing absolute authority amidst the control of the Heaven Do, Star Luo, and the upper 3 sects over the Douluo continent, brazenly overturns their prior agreement and genuinely unites with Lu Erlong. Evaluation. This is a tale of one who disregards family and loves no one but himself. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Yu Xiaojiang a lesson shall receive a reward, the value of which corresponds to the degree of the lesson taught and the ranking of the recipient on the disgraceful list. However, the life of the recipient must not be endangered, or no reward shall be granted. The atmosphere within the Pope's hall had plummeted to an icy chill. Crack. In a moment of overwhelming pressure, Bibi Dong's staff finally succumbed, splintering in two, awakening her from her stupor as she slightly tempered the chilling aura she exuded. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Hulaina and the surrounding titled Douluo, Bibi Dong pointed towards the grand door of the Pope's hall and coldly commanded, "All of you, get out." Outside the Pope's hall, Elder Yueguan pondered, "What kind of history lies between my master and that Yu Xiaojiang? I have never seen such a terrifying expression on my master's face." Gently closing the hall door, Hulaina turned to quietly inquire of the nearby Douluo, Yueguan, "Do not ask. Even if you do, I will not divulge anything." As Yueguan spoke, he cast a furtive glance at the firmly shut door, seemingly fearful of being overheard by Bibi Dong within. However, Yueguan was clearly overthinking. At this moment, after ensuring that everyone inside had vacated, Bibi Dong rose and kicked her papal chair into ruins, then, in a frenzy, began smashing anything within reach. Before long, the entire Pope's hall was reduced to ruins under the weight of Bibi Dong's overwhelming resentment. "So it was all lies you told me. You left Lu Erlong not out of lingering love for me, but because I ascended to the papacy. As long as you remain single, you could reap greater benefits from me. So my master did not deceive me. You have always been sowing discord between me and my master. So it is true what Shen Cangqiong said. I am utterly foolish. Ha ha, ha ha, Yu Xiaojiang. I even went so far as to help you elevate your soul power, risking my own exposure to procure various elixirs for you. In the end, all I received was your derision and a heart devoid of gratitude." At this moment, Bibi Dong sat amidst the debris, her eyes vacant as she stared at the glaring list of reasons for Yu Xiaojiang's notoriety and the equally glaring evaluations, unleashing a series of chilling laughter. Chapter 121. The most infamous Tang San. Rank. First on the infamous list. First martial soul, blue silver grass, unawakened. Second martial soul, Haotian hammer. Spirit ring configuration, yellow, yellow. Purple. Spirit power level, 37. Control system soul master. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking, 1. Extremely narrow-minded, for instance. Should anyone inadvertently provoke Tang San, he would seek relentless revenge without mercy. Reason for ranking, 2. Utterly hypocritical. In the Grand Soul Arena, where battles are deemed absolutely fair, if someone from Tang San's side severely injures an opponent, he perceives it as entirely normal, regardless of intent. However, if an opponent inflicts even a minor injury on one of his allies, Tang San considers it an outrageous act deserving of death. Reason for ranking, 3. Excessively greedy. When Douluo sincerely regarded Tang San as a cherished friend, he not only gifted him some treasures, but also permitted him to forage for herbs in his medicinal garden. In return, Tang San shamelessly cleared out all the herbs, leaving nothing behind. Reason for ranking, for utterly shameless. Upon Douluo's return to find his once abundant garden now barren, instead of acknowledging his wrongdoing, Tang San brazenly claimed it was Douluo's fault for allowing him to harvest. He shamelessly shifted the blame onto Douluo. Reason for ranking, 5. Exploiting emotions. He repeatedly took advantage of Hu Liena's affection for him, reaping countless benefits. Reason for ranking, 6. Ungrateful and cold-hearted. While Douluo was ignorant of the herb's value, Tang San, as a disciple of the Tang sect, was acutely aware of their significance. Yet, after depleting Douluo's garden, he offered not a single herb in return. Reason for ranking, 7. Malicious intent. Self-interest above all. He recognized that his childhood friend, Xiao Wu, was transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, yet rather than protect her, he encouraged her to enter a highly competitive elite competition, ultimately leading to her being discovered and sacrificed for his sake. Reason for ranking, 8. Appears innocent, yet is debauched. He feigned a virtuous demeanor, shunning sensuality, but could effortlessly evade any attack from foes. Conversely, he never managed to evade advances from women. Reason for ranking, 9. Disregarding kindred spirits. While seeking assistance from his aunt, Tang Yuehua, he carelessly engaged in conflict with her subordinates, showing no respect for her territory. Reason for ranking, 10. Extremely hypocritical, always blaming others. During his first visit to the Haoyan sect, Tang San, still weak, acknowledged his father's faults. In subsequent visits, as his strength grew, he shifted blame onto the sect for his father's past actions, even demanding apologies from them. Evaluation, 1. Inexpressibly unforgivable. Evaluation, 2. The true origin of evil soul masters. It was with Tang San that they began to rise. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Tang San a lesson will be rewarded, with the value of the reward corresponding to the severity of the lesson and the rank of the individual teaching him, provided no harm comes to his life. Otherwise, no reward will be granted. An anonymous observer from the variant Douluo World. Allow me to pause a moment. Tang San's reasons for ranking are truly shocking. An anonymous observer from the variant Douluo World. Indeed, it is surprising to learn that among the illustrious Haoyan Tang family, 3 members simultaneously occupy the infamous list in the top ranks. One wonders if Tang Hao's father were still alive, would he also be among the infamous? Could it be a generational legacy of infamy? An anonymous observer from the variant Douluo World. I have only heard of the 3 heroes of one family and the 3 dukes of 4 generations. This time, the Haoyan Tang family has truly opened my eyes to the meaning of a family of 3 infamous members, unparalleled in the world. Chapter 122. Xiao Wu's distrust towards Tang San in the variant Douluo World of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. To everyone's astonishment, hidden within the Blue Tyrant Academy was a soul beast that had transformed over 100,000 years. In the conference hall, Sword Douluo Chen Xin restrained his excitement and expressed his envy. I wonder if there are any reckless individuals willing to capture that soul beast at Blue Tyrant Academy. In response, Bon Douluo Rome offered a sarcastic remark. It's hard to say. This world is never short of those who are blinded by profit. In fact, Ning Fengji was also quite tempted by Xiao Wu's soul ring and soul bone. However, he understood that such treasures were beyond the reach of either himself or the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. After all, he did not believe that Shen Cangqiong was oblivious to the true identity of that rabbit. Since Shen Cangqiong had already discerned the rabbit's real identity but chose not to take action, it was clear he had other plans. We can merely spectate, Ning Fengji continued. If someone does attempt to capture that rabbit at Blue Tyrant Academy, all we need to do is inform Shen Cangqiong of which force made the move. After a pause, he added, this approach is sound. Although Shen Cangqiong is powerful, his rise has been too swift. and his intelligence-gathering capabilities cannot compare to those of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. If we support him with information, it would be akin to him owing us a favor. Sword Douluo Xin wholeheartedly agreed with Ning Fengji's proposal, while Gu Rong, who often countered Chen Cangqiong, merely nodded in silent accord. In the variant Douluo World of the Tiando Imperial Palace. Father, are we truly not going to take action regarding Xiao Wu? What if Shen Cangqiong is willing to hand her over? In the study, Shui Bang expressed his dissatisfaction. His motives were not born from foolishness, but rather an attempt to undermine the relationship between his elder brother Shui Qinghe and Shen Cangqiong. Although Shui Qinghe had not interacted with Shen Cangqiong since their last meeting, Shui Bang was wary of any potential schemes his brother might be hatching. Thus, to be on the safe side, he believed it prudent to create discord. Leave. Shui Yu was unaware of Shui Bang's thoughts. Seeing Shui Bang's despondent demeanor, he felt a wave of frustration. Alas, Qinghe, thankfully you are unlike your fourth brother, possessing true capability. Otherwise, the Tiando imperial family would indeed find itself in peril. Watching Shui Bang leave with a gloomy expression, Shui Yi sighed, weary from the increasingly aggressive stance of the spirit hall. Father, my fourth brother is still young. In a few years, once he matures, I believe he will become more competent, Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue, advised. Let us hope for that. Now, you may leave. As discussed earlier, the task of capturing the individuals on the disgraceful rankings is entrusted to you. Shui Yi waved his hand. Your son takes his leave. Meanwhile, various factions across Douluo continent, both large and small, were urgently discussing the capture of those on the disgraceful rankings in the matter of Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year transformed rabbit. However, aside from a few domineering forces accustomed to ruling their territories, most factions merely glossed over Xiao Wu's situation, redirecting their focus entirely on apprehending those on the disgraceful rankings. After all, capturing those on the disgraceful rankings presented immediate tangible benefits. While that rabbit was under the watchful eye of Shen Cangqiong, leaving little belief that they could truly succeed. In the variant Douluo World at the training grounds behind Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu, you are indeed a transformed soul beast? The most astonished of all was Tang San, who had grown up alongside Xiao Wu since the age of 6. Indeed, I am the transformed form of the 100,000-year soft bone rabbit. As she spoke, Xiao Wu cautiously distanced herself from the crowd, especially from Tang San, whom she regarded as her brother. There was no alternative. She clearly recalled from the previous video that she had ultimately been sacrificed to Tang San. She was unaware of the events that transpired in the original plot between her and Tang San, yet at this moment, she was adamant about not being sacrificed to anyone. Not even him. No wonder you have rabbit ears. I initially thought there was an issue when you awakened your martial spirit, causing some of its characteristics to linger. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, marveling at Xiao Wu's ears, seemingly enlightened. She held no particular animosity towards Xiao Wu's identity as a transformed soul beast. After all, Xiao Wu was her classmate, and she could not bring herself to harm a fellow student. What is wrong with all of you? Why are you staring at Xiao Wu? Do you intend to harm her to take her soul ring and soul bone? Following Ning Rongrong's expression of goodwill, Bai Qinxiang approached Xiao Wu, glaring at Tang San, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, questioning them. Do not forget, Xiao Wu is our classmate. Moreover, Senior Shen would not allow you to act against her. Bai Qinxiang's words prompted Zhu Zhiqing to stand beside Xiao Wu, her support evident. Thank you all. With Jiangzhu also resolutely joining Xiao Wu's side. The warmth of their camaraderie moved her deeply. It should be I asking you what your intentions are. I merely express curiosity about a transformed soul beast, having never encountered one before. Yet you nearly resorted to violence against me, Xiao Wu responded, feeling the atmosphere grow tense. At that moment, Dai Mubai intervened, directing his reproach towards the 5 girls. Dai Mubai speaks truthfully. I too am merely curious about the differences between someone like Xiao Wu, who is a transformed soul beast, and a true human. Ultimately, I am just a food-type soul master. Even if I had the desire to act, my abilities do not permit it. Following Dai Mubai's lead, Oscar quickly chimed in. Xiao Wu, we have been together for so long. Do you still not trust me? How could I possibly harm you? Tang San. Rather than continuing the line of reasoning initiated by Dai Mubai and Oscar, feigned hurt at Xiao Wu's distrust. Chapter 123, The Miserable Tang San. Tang San. Are you blind or deaf? The comparison video has made everything abundantly clear. If nothing changes, then the ultimate fate of Xiao Wu following you is to be sacrificed. I cannot fathom how you have the audacity to blame Xiao Wu for not trusting you. What disgusts me even more is your expression of being hurt. As if Xiao Wu has done something wrong to you. If one were unaware, they might think you sacrificed yourself for her, rather than the other way around. Upon witnessing Tang San's pretentious display, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of nausea and retorted without reservation. Indeed, the comparison video stated that you would sacrifice yourself for me. But such a sacrifice must be voluntary. Therefore, even if I were to wrong the entire world, my concern for you is genuine. Otherwise, how could you possibly be willing to sacrifice yourself for me? Tang San chose to ignore Ning Rongrong's scorn. His primary objective was to regain Xiao Wu's trust. As for the enmity with Ning Rongrong, there would be ample opportunity for that later. Let us remain calm, Xiao Wu suggested, shaking her head. She had seen the fleeting look in Tang San's eyes, one that sent a shiver down her spine. It felt as though he coveted not only her soul rings and bones but also harbored a deeper, inexplicable greed that was suffocating. You decide, she replied. Just don't ignore me. Xiao Wu, remember, I will always be your brother. With that, Tang San ceased to press her. He understood that Xiao Wu was on high alert. Whatever he said or did would be met with skepticism. To restore her trust, he would have to wait until this storm passed and gradually mend their relationship. In truth, Xiao Wu's feelings had not been misplaced. For Tang San, who had long been deprived of love, he yearned for a sister who would never abandon him, come what may. Yet, how could a fully conscious individual ever meet such an expectation? Thus, transforming Xiao Wu into his soul ring and bone became the only viable solution. While this would render her incapable of conversing or playfully teasing him, Tang San would achieve his goal. Xiao Wu would never be able to leave him again. Perhaps such a thought appeared terrifying to others, but Tang San, accustomed to selfishness, saw nothing wrong in his desire. After all, he merely wished for a family member who would be utterly devoted to him. What could possibly be wrong with that? At this moment, having concluded his conversation with Xiao Wu, Tang San redirected his focus to Oscar and Dai Mubai. Seizing an opportunity when they were distracted, he executed a swift move, appearing before them to strike with full force at their faces. The sound of impact echoed as both Dai Mubai and Oscar were sent flying. It seems that as the comparison video exposes you further, you can no longer pretend, said Ma Hongjun, rushing over to examine their injuries. Noticing their distorted faces, he couldn't help but mock them. Whereas my reward for teaching them a lesson? Tang San demanded, ignoring Ma Hongjun. After waiting for about a minute without receiving any rewards, he frowned and inquired. Didn't I say earlier that rewards would be given only after the list of losers concludes? Why the rush? The comparison video replied. Hasn't the list been fully announced? Tang San pressed. Indeed, but I never declared it finished, the comparison video retorted. Well, since you're so impatient, I'll grant you a favor. I had intended to reveal other lists early. After a brief pause, a commanding voice proclaimed, the negative list has been fully announced. From this moment on, any entity that successfully teaches a lesson to those on the list shall receive corresponding rewards. Tang San, infuriated by the video's remarks, felt targeted. Yet, before he could voice his displeasure, he heard Ning Rongrong's voice approaching rapidly. Take this. With a powerful punch, Ning Rongrong sent Tang San crashing against a nearby wall, sliding down to the ground. What are you waiting for? Everyone join in. This is the top-ranked loser. As long as he stays alive, keep hitting him. Ning Rongrong led the charge, delivering a relentless barrage of slaps to Tang San. Rongrong, step aside. Watch as I give this Tang San a free haircut. Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he hurled a fiery attack, transforming Tang San into a comically bald figure. The sounds of blows continued as Tang San was kicked back and forth like a shuttlecock between Ning Rongrong and Bai Chenxiang. Allow me, Zhu Zhuqing said, using her high heels to catch Tang San and summon her martial spirit, carving the words the worst of the worst into his body. Jiang Zhu, increase the healing intensity. I have many more techniques to unleash. Ning Rongrong declared, pulling out an array of small toys from her storage soul guide, rallying everyone to assist in their playful torment. Everyone step back. Watch my technique. At that moment, Tai Long appeared with a bag, asking everyone to retreat as he approached Tang San and placed the bag over his head. What on earth is in that bag? It smells terrible, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, stepping back while covering her nose. Just wait and see, Tai Long replied, and when he was a few meters away, he unleashed his soul power to cut open the bag. The contents spilled forth, prompting a collective gasp from the crowd as they stepped back, speechless. Casting incredulous glances at the smug Tai Long. Chapter 124. The commotion of the reward from the dishonorable rankings on the training ground. Lu Erlong observed the entire team, except for Xiao Wu and the unconscious Dai Mubai and Oscar, joining in the effort to teach Tang San a lesson, and he could not help but chuckle. Why should I intervene? It was Tang San who first broke the rules of martial ethics by ambushing Dai Mubai and Oscar. Besides, Rong and the others know what they are doing. They won't truly harm Tang San. If they intended to, Rong's initial strike could have easily sent him flying. It's a joke. Seeing Tang San being disciplined is enough for Shen Cangqiong to cheer from the sidelines, let alone stop such a gratifying event. Do as you please. As long as you are happy, Lu Erlong concluded, stretching and warming up his muscles for the impending action. I must summon you Xiaojing to my office and, using the excuse of which foot he steps with first, give him a thorough lesson. It will serve as a small act of retribution for my portrayal in the comparison video, and perhaps I can claim some rewards in the process. Go ahead, but take care while you are at it. You are now a level 98 Super Douluo. Be cautious not to accidentally incapacitate the weak Yu Xiaojing, Shen Cangqiong advised, nodding. Rest assured, I've been familiarizing myself with my newfound powers. Incidents like accidentally collapsing a building won't happen again. Lu Erlong patted his round belly, assuring confidence in his abilities. Let us hope for that, Shen Cangqiong remarked, watching as Lu Erlong left in high spirits. Half an hour later, Shen Cangqiong deemed it sufficient. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach Tang San a lesson in the future. He glanced at the setting sun before slowly approaching the battle group of Ning Rongrong and her companions. After this lesson, Tang San won't attempt to escape, will he? Ning Rongrong, tidying her attire after rolling up her sleeves, inquired with lingering curiosity. He has nowhere to run. Here, he may endure some hardship. But if he were to flee and fall into the hands of other forces, he would likely spend the rest of his days imprisoned in darkness. Moreover, he cannot escape. I have marked him. As long as he remains on this Douluo continent, I can sense his presence wherever he goes. Seeing that the others shared Ning Rongrong's concerns, Shen Cangqiong smiled reassuringly, dispelling their worries. That's good to hear. The group sighed in relief, and the members, led by Talon, carried the unconscious Dai Mubai and his companions back to the front courtyard. However, unlike Dai Mubai and Oscar, Tang San was dragged back by Talon by 1 foot. Comparison video. Ning Rongrong successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Sage level substitute ring symbol. Note, the substitute ring symbol allows for the exchange of corresponding level soul rings. For instance, the Soul Sage level substitute ring symbol obtained by Ning Rongrong enables the user to gain another opportunity to absorb a 7th soul ring. Comparison video. By Chenxiang successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Sage level substitute ring symbol. Comparison video. Zhu Zhuqing successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul King level substitute ring symbol. Comparison video. Jiang Zhu successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Emperor level substitute ring symbol. Comparison video. Ma Hongjun successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul King level substitute ring symbol. Comparison video. Talon successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Emperor level substitute ring symbol. Comparison video. Jingling successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Emperor level substitute ring symbol. Comparison video. Huang Yuan successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Emperor level substitute ring symbol. Comparison video. Lu Erlong successfully teaches Yu Xiaojing a lesson, now receiving a title Douluo level substitute ring symbol. In the variant Douluo World, Tianshui Academy's Shui Yuer exclaimed, "This reward is truly magnificent. If I could obtain a set of 9 substitute ring symbols, would I not have the chance to achieve 900,000-year red soul rings like Brother Cangqiong in the future?" In the variant Douluo World, the Plant Academy's Yao Zi remarked, "It seems that the configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings will no longer be reserved for geniuses." In the variant Douluo World, the Blaze Academy's Xiao Wu urged, "Everyone, move a bit faster." After gathering, we shall set off immediately to capture those on the dishonorable rankings. In the variant Douluo World, the Wind Academy's Feng Xiaotian replied, "Sister Xiao Wu, our Wind Academy is about to arrive at the designated gathering spot." In the variant Douluo World, the fearsome Beast Black Dragon King, Tian, lamented, "Is our Spirit Beast clan truly destined for extinction?" Comparison video. Tian, you overthink. I treat humans and Spirit Beasts equally. Your Spirit Beast clan can also join in capturing those on the dishonorable rankings for discipline. There is no need to worry about the gods causing you trouble. I have long sealed off the Douluo continent. Although the gods may see you, they cannot enter. In the variant Douluo World, the fearsome Beast Black Dragon King, Tian, responded, "I see. I thought it strange that such unreasonable events were occurring on the Douluo continent with no reaction from the gods. It turns out they were restrained. As the barrage of comments became lively due to the rewards received by Ning Rongrong and the others, Shen Cangqiong and his companions arrived at the front courtyard of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Strange. Normally, at this time, the academy is bustling with activity. Why is it so quiet today? Ning Rongrong and her companions exchanged glances, surprised to see only a few stray cats. Most of the students are at the front gate. Shen Cangqiong replied helplessly. One can only say that Lu Erlong is capable of anything. He even hung Yu Xiaojiang above the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy and roasted him until he was red. At the front gate? What happened there? Ning Rongrong and the others, without waiting for Shen Cangqiong's response, hurriedly ran towards the entrance. All right. If you wish to see, then go ahead. Just remember to return the 3 rascals to their dormitory first, otherwise it may cause chaos. Seeing the remaining few young men eager to follow suit, Shen Cangqiong waved them off. Chapter 125. Experience in Pursuit of the Infamous He, Old Poisoner. How long do you intend to hide? If you don't come out soon, I shall take my leave. As he watched Ma Hongjun and Tai Long depart, Shen Cangqiong turned to a corner and smiled. When have I ever hidden? I merely noticed you were busy and chose not to disturb you. Just as Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, a green figure emerged from the shadows. You've suddenly come today. You must have something to discuss with me, right? Could it be that Dugu Yin has returned? No, that doesn't seem correct. I recall Yu Tianhing mentioning in the comment section that he intended to stay in Suwa Tua City with the entire Imperial battle team to capture those on the infamy list. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong led Dugu Bo to his office. Let us wait until Yan Yan returns to discuss her matters. This can be considered her final contribution to the Academy before leaving the Heaven Do Royal Academy. In truth, I came today primarily to inquire about the nature of my martial soul. Why is the evaluation of my current martial soul in the comparison video labeled as incomplete evolution? Dugu Bo asked. It might be because your body had been severely damaged by poison. The celestial herb consumed too much energy in repairing your body, which led to the incomplete evolution of your martial soul. This was the only explanation Shen Cangqiong could conceive. In fact, had it not been for the video's assessment of Dugu Bo's martial soul, Shen Cangqiong would have been utterly unaware that it had not fully evolved. After all, Dugu Bo's current 3-clawed dragon martial soul appeared no different from Shen Cangqiong's mental image of a true dragon. Is that so? Dugu Bo furrowed his brow in contemplation, eventually nodding in acceptance of Shen Cangqiong's explanation. After all, it was undeniable that all the hidden dangers within his body had been eradicated following the refinement of that celestial herb. It is getting late. Since you are here, let us share a drink. As for your martial soul, I shall ponder a solution. By the way, here is a handwritten copy of the first 5 articles of the original true explanation. Take it and cultivate with it. Shen Cangqiong assured that he would not neglect the Dugu family, and thus he kept his word. Very well. Since I will be alone upon my return, I might as well dine here and enjoy the company. Dugu Bo accepted the handwritten copy of the original true explanation, glancing at it before saying, the characters within appear so elegant, they do not resemble your handwriting at all. I had Shuangmawai transcribe it, Shen Cangqiong replied, rising and shrugging. Shuangmawai? Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback. Oh, that would be by Qinxiang, Shen Cangqiong replied, slightly embarrassed, having inadvertently revealed his private habits. Oh. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo responded with a knowing tone, his gaze laden with implication. Although he was no longer young, he understood such matters well. The so-called Shuangmawai certainly possessed considerable allure. There is nothing between us, Shen Cangqiong thought, surprised that the usually indifferent Dugu Bo was quite perceptive. It seems this fellow was not always so serious in his youth. Aha, rest assured. I understand. Men, after all, are quite normal. Dugu Bo chuckled, patting Shen Cangqiong on the shoulder with an expression that suggested shared experience. Think what you will, Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore Dugu Bo, who trailed behind him. By the way, didn't you obtain 5 title Douluo pills? Why have you only improved by 1 level of soul power thus far? Dugu Bo suddenly inquired. Those pills do not hold much value for me. My primary focus remains on the unnamed true method. Thus, I have given all 5 title Douluo pills to Lu Erlong. Since Lu Erlong has chosen to follow me, I must ensure she possesses sufficient strength for self-defense. Otherwise, if something were to happen, no amount of regret would suffice. This can be considered Lu Academy Head's long-awaited reward, Dugu Bo mused. The following morning, Yu Xiaojiang, we are going to capture those on the infamy list. Are you certain you wish to join us? At the entrance of Lamba Academy, Shen Cangqiong addressed Yu Xiaojiang, who stood beside Tang San, resembling a pig's head. I am certain. Moreover, I can impart some useful knowledge along the way. This way, the members of the battle team can experience and learn simultaneously. Of course, these were merely Yu Xiaozhang's excuses. The true reason was his fear that Lu Erlong would devise some new scheme against him in the coming days. Although he had not suffered any physical harm from yesterday's incident, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. In fact, Yu Xiaozhang would rather endure a year and a half of confinement in bed than endure the kind of humiliation he faced yesterday. For someone like Yu Xiaozhang, the true wounds were never those of the body, but rather those inflicted upon his dignity. If you wish to join, I do not oppose it. However, aside from your disciple Tang San, please refrain from instructing the other students. Shen Cangqiong replied, exasperated. I understand. Observing the disdainful or expressionless gazes of those present, Yu Xiaozhang could only nod obediently. At that moment, he deeply missed the days when Bibi Dong would heed his every word. Unfortunately, ever since the comparison video exposed his disgraceful past, Bibi Dong had ceased to acknowledge him. For instance, last night, after finally being released by Flandre, Yu Xiaozhang, filled with indignation, attempted several times to call upon Bibi Dong from his room, only to receive the eternal response of mere laughter. This led him to believe that Bibi Dong had lost her sanity. Let us depart. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, taking the lead. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Pope, Teacher, are you all right? Hulaina stepped forward, noticing Bibi Dong's reddened eyes. I am fine. By the way, have you dispatched anyone to apprehend those on the infamy list? Bibi Dong asked expressionlessly. Yes, 2 teams were led by my brother and Yin. Hulaina replied cautiously, fearful of inadvertently angering her teacher. Good. At least Yue Guan and the others are somewhat useful. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Nana, prepare yourself. We shall visit Lamba Academy shortly, Bibi Dong continued. Are you going personally, teacher? One tea that caused too much of a stir? Hulaina hesitated. It's of no consequence. Prepare yourself. Bibi Dong waved her hand. At this moment, she had no inclination to concern herself with matters of influence or consequences. Chapter 126, Preparing to meet Ain outside of Heavendo City. 2 horse-drawn carriages were hastily advancing, one following closely behind the other. Senior Cangqiong, is it not a bit late for us to set out now? A voice echoed from the front carriage, belonging to Ning Rongrong. I noticed in the comments that the teams from other academies are already rushing off to various locations overnight. It matters not. Even if we capture none, we still hold the advantage with 4 members on the Xiaobang list, replied Shen Cangqiong, nonchalantly gesturing towards the carriage trailing behind them. That makes sense. No other force on Douluo continent possesses 4 Xiaobang members without lifting a finger. Just like our Blue Tyrant Academy does. Ning Rongrong quickly grasped the implication of Shen Cangqiong's words. Wait a moment. Shouldn't it be 5 members on the Xiaobang list? But Chen Xiang interjected, a hint of mischief in her voice. This was her subtle form of retaliation for Shen Cangqiong previously making her transcribe the original truth 100 times under the pretense of eavesdropping. Shen Cangqiong paused, realizing he had indeed forgotten that he himself was also a member of the Xiaobang list. I believe Senior Cangqiong should not be on the Xiaobang list at all. It's merely a few peculiar interests. Has he done anything wrong? Ning Rongrong expressed, holding a different view on the matter. Who can claim they harbor no personal quirks? To be honest, what surprises me most is Ma Hongjun. Who would have thought that among the 4 male students of Shrek Academy, he, the one who seems the least serious, is the only one not on the Xiaobang list? Ning Rongrong continued, reflecting, it seems we must not judge a book by its cover, nor fully know a person's heart. Zhu Zhuqing recalled Tang San's previously noble demeanor in public, contrasting it with Dai Mubai's flamboyant private life, and couldn't he help but sigh. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing had no objection to Dai Mubai having other romantic interests, provided they came from respectable backgrounds. Yet, ironically, Dai Mubai's numerous romantic entanglements had yet to include any decent women. Ma Hongjuan's only flaw lies in that aspect. However, I've heard he never coerced anyone. Everything was consensual. Talon, who was friendly with Ma Hongjun, defended him. To say it was entirely consensual may not be accurate. When I first arrived at Shrek, I witnessed him forcing his girlfriend to break up with him. Xiao Wu chimed in. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Previously, Xiao Wu had seemed quite downcast, and Ning Rongrong had thought it would take her months to regain her cheerful, carefree self. Yes, I'm fine now. Thank you all for your concern, Xiao Wu replied with a smile, expressing gratitude to the 4 girls who had stayed by her side the previous night. You've recovered remarkably quickly, Ning Rongrong observed, her expression somewhat peculiar. In truth, she had misunderstood, without the incident involving the Titan giant ape. Xiao Wu harbored only brotherly feelings for Tang San, devoid of romantic inclinations. The revelations about Tang San, while painful, did not leave her feeling as if the sky were falling. There was no need for protracted solitude to heal. Shen Cangqiong, may I join the inner academy? Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue at Ning Rongrong and turned to Shen Cangqiong with her inquiry. Do consider carefully. Once you join the inner academy, there is no turning back. Shen Cangqiong pondered her request, recognizing that if she sought to join, he had no grounds for refusal. I understand the rules. Xiao Wu nodded. She felt like a solitary figure, precariously situated, thus in need of a protector among humans. Shen Cangqiong, already aware of her identity yet having refrained from harming her, was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Very well. From this moment onward, you shall be a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy's inner academy. With that, Shen Cangqiong produced a handwritten manuscript of the original truth from his storage soul guide and handed it to Xiao Wu. How infuriating. I labored so hard to transcribe this. Bai Chenxiang exclaimed upon seeing her own handwriting on the manuscript. Who told you to eavesdrop? Shen Cangqiong shot her a sidelong glance. I did not. It was simply that your voices were too loud. Bai Chenxiang retorted, flustered. At this remark, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces flushed faintly, while Talon and the others pretended to be engrossed in their surroundings, as if they had heard nothing. It seems 100 times was still too few, Shen Cangqiong mused, finding amusement in Bai Chenxiang's flustered state. Humph. Bai Chenxiang shot him an exasperated glance, choosing to ignore Shen Cangqiong, who seemed to enjoy teasing her. As time passed, amid their stops and starts, the group finally arrived at a place named Shahan Village by the afternoon of the third day. However, the members of Blue Tyrant Academy did not enter the village. Instead, under Shen Cangqiong's guidance, they approached a concealed cave. What are we doing here? Ning Rongrong asked, glancing around in confusion as they disembarked from the carriage. There happens to be a Xiaobang member ranked 39 lurking nearby, Shen Cangqiong explained. It was merely a coincidence. He had originally planned to wait until their mission to capture the Xiaobang members was complete before coming to Shahan Village to take aim. However, upon checking the current locations of the Xiaobang members through comparative video scores, he discovered one hiding in the forest behind Shahan Village. In this situation, Shen Cangqiong naturally chose to make Shahan Village their first stop. Oh, there's a Xiaobang member here? Ning Rongrong gasped softly, immediately summoning her martial soul. Ready for battle alongside the others. He's in that cave over there. Walk about 500 meters forward, and you'll see it. Shen Cangqiong indicated a direction and then strode directly into the cave, leaving the students to devise their own strategies for capturing the Soul Master ranked on the Xiaobang list. Chapter 127. The villagers of Holy Soul Village confront Tang San inside the cave. Shen Cangqiong turned around, perplexed. What are you all doing here? We're just here to catch a level 41 Soul Master. There's really no need for us to intervene, Bai Chenxiang replied. In truth, their curiosity was piqued about Shen Cangqiong's intentions in this cave. How about this? Next time, I'll take you all to Slaughter City to find Tangshan for some practice? Though he said this, Shen Cangqiong did not dismiss the 5 women. Instead, he led them to a blue-silver grass with golden patterns. This blue-silver grass appears quite unusual, Ning Rongrong remarked as she circled the golden-patterned grass, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating. Do we even need to discuss it? Bai Chenxiang knelt down, gently caressing the distinctive blue-silver grass before them. Could this be the blue-silver emperor? Xiao Wu hesitated. As a soul beast, her understanding of soul beasts far surpassed that of Ning Rongrong and the others. Indeed, this blue-silver grass is none other than the blue-silver emperor, the legendary 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, Ain, Shen Cangqiong confirmed with a nod. 100,000-year soul beast. The blue-silver emperor Ain, doesn't that mean she is Tang San's mother? All 4 women, except Xiao Wu, gasped in surprise. Ain, I recognize you. How long do you intend to remain motionless? Must I provoke you before you respond? Shen Cangqiong teased as he observed the curious women stroking Ain without any reaction. What do you intend to do here? And how did you know I was here? Ain finally spoke, perhaps fearing Shen Cangqiong might actually take action against her. However, as she was still just a small blue-silver grass, only the 4 who had cultivated true methods could hear her voice. I've come to take you away. As for how I knew you were here, that is not for you to worry about. Without waiting for Yin's consent, Shen Cangqiong directly uprooted her and planted her in the flower pot he had brought. How could you do this? Ain exclaimed in frustration. Being taken by me is certainly better than being taken by Tang Hao, Shen Cangqiong replied. Where are you taking me? At Shen Cangqiong's question, Yin's restless branches and leaves stilled, as if resigned, and after a few seconds, she inquired, "Do you really need to ask?" "To the Blue Tyrant Academy, of course. But rest assured, I will find a way to help you transform back as soon as possible," Shen Cangqiong promised. "This is advantageous for both of us. After all, a mere grass is hardly appealing. Only the transformed A-in can truly bring joy to me, Shen Cangqiong. If you can help me transform quickly, I will owe you a favor." At this moment, A-in was genuinely intrigued. When her husband proved unreliable and her son was not truly her son, A-in's only remaining desire was to transform. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word." Though he said this, Shen Cangqiong inwardly scoffed. "A favor? That's more like a lover's promise." Half an hour later, Ning Rongrong chuckled, recalling Flinder's expressive reaction upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's earlier remark. "No wonder you insisted on bringing Flinder along. He's meant to be the delivery man for the captured scoundrels. Fortunately, my soul power level is not high. Otherwise, I would likely be unable to escape." Bai Qinxiang glanced at the pot containing the blue-silver emperor, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Flinder. "Are you Tang San?" As the women bantered, a villager from Holy Soul Village approached Shen Cangqiong and his companions. Upon getting closer and recognizing Tang San's familiar face, though slightly swollen, the villager frowned and demanded, "Is that you?" "It is I, Uncle Parker," Tang San replied, knowing he could no longer feign ignorance. He forced a smile to greet him. "Uncle? Ha! I wouldn't dare accept such a title from you," the middle-aged man named Parker scoffed coldly. "Uncle Parker, you can't judge me based solely on the exposure from comparison videos. Those disgraceful acts, even if they might occur, have not happened yet. At present, I have committed no such deeds," Tang San insisted earnestly. "My disdain for you does not stem from your position as the number one on the disgraceful list, but from your ingratitude," Parker retorted with contempt. "Ingrate? How am I an ingrate?" Tang San genuinely did not understand Parker's accusation. "You are truly heartless. If you were merely pretending to be oblivious, you might still have a sliver of hope. However, it is evident that you genuinely do not comprehend the depths of your ingratitude, and that is truly hopeless. Enough. Let me be direct. Tell me, when you were a child, how did the village chief treat you?" Parker struggled to control his temper. "The village chief treated me very well," Tang San admitted, unable to deny it. After all, when he returned to Holy Soul Village, Xiao Wu had accompanied him. He knew that if he fabricated a lie now, she would only be more disappointed in him. "Good. Since you acknowledge that the village chief treated you well, can you explain why, over the past few years, you have not once returned to visit him?" Parker's anger intensified with each word. This, Tang San was at a loss for words. How should he respond? Should he say that his father, Tang Hao, was no longer there, and thus he had no reason to return? "Tang San, when you were a child, your father, Tang Hao, hardly cared for you. If not for the village chief's assistance, you might have perished from hunger long ago. The village chief never sought repayment from you. Yet during your breaks, you wouldn't even bother to glance at him. Isn't that excessive? If this is not ingratitude, what is?" Parker clenched his fists tightly. "It's not that I didn't want to return, it's just that my studies are quite demanding. I not only have classes but also work at the blacksmith shop during my free time. I hardly have any time to rest for myself," Tang San defended himself. "Huh." Parker could only laugh in disbelief at Tang San's response. Then, without further ado, he directly transcribed his previous conversation with Tang San word for word into the bullet screens, intending for everyone to weigh in on the matter. Chapter 128, Tang San's defenses are breached, and he contemplates action in the variant Douluo universe. Shui Yuer from the Water Academy remarked, "Without embellishment or criticism, it is evident that Tang San is merely deceiving people. If someone truly harbors another in their heart, how could they neglect to return home for years? If it were I, regardless of my busyness, I would certainly find the time to visit, even if only briefly." After work, the blacksmith from the Nodding City, owner of the iron shop, stated, "I must clarify that Tang San worked at my shop. However, we are not a heartless establishment. If there was a need, he could take leave at any time. Furthermore, our business is not so bustling that Tang San would be too occupied to visit home. I can almost conclude that he has not returned to the village for years simply because he does not care to see the village chief." The principal of the Nodding Academy added, "We at Nodding Academy must also clarify that our curriculum is not overly demanding. We typically have cultural classes only in the morning, leaving the afternoons free for students to allocate as they wish, whether for cultivation or leisure." With the blacksmith's declaration, I too feel compelled to ensure there is no misunderstanding regarding our institution's focus. An anonymous voice chimed in, Honestly, I find it unsurprising that any scandal befalls Tang San. Another commented, I once believed I was quite despicable, yet in comparison to the notorious Tang San, I realize I am but a novice. A third voice remarked, this is to be expected. Our rank on the disgrace list pales in comparison to Tang San's. A brotherhood voiced, while we may not be paragons of virtue, we at least understand the importance of gratitude. Parker from Holy Soul Village addressed Tang San. Do you see? Even your former academy and the blacksmith have issued statements. It is clear that your claim of being too busy to visit the village chief is merely a ruse. Do not assume you are the only clever one, disregarding others as fools. With a sardonic smile, Parker observed the sullen expression on Tang San's face. Feeling a weight lift as the barrage of disdainful comments about Tang San filled the screen. Village Chief Jack sighed. Parker, let it go. Perhaps I misjudged him. Parker replied, Chief, your kindness is excessive. Since you wish to overlook this, I too shall refrain from further discourse with this scoundrel. Engaging him any longer is distasteful. With that, Parker cast one last contemptuous glance at Tang San and turned to leave. Wait, I, Tang San, believe I have wronged you not. Yet you have taken our conversation public, pressing me with your accusations. If you leave here without a resolution, it may not be so simple, Tang San asserted. Stepping forward to block Parker's path. The village chief and Parker may have chosen to let it slide, but Tang San was intent on confronting Parker. You wish to repay kindness with malice. Do not forget, you were raised on the charity of Holy Soul Village, and my family contributed to your sustenance. Parker took a few steps back, feeling a flicker of trepidation. Regardless of his age, Tang San could easily intimidate an ordinary person like Parker. Here is a gold spirit coin, sufficient to repay the kindness of those meals, Tang San said, tossing a coin from his storage device toward Parker. Coincidentally, it struck Parker right at his tear ducts, causing an uncontrollable outpouring of tears. Meanwhile, it appeared that Parker had succeeded in breaking Tang San's defenses. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists in indignation upon witnessing Parker's pitiable state. Just then, as Tang San prepared to confront Parker, Senior Shen Cangqiong swiftly intervened, delivering a sharp tap to the back of Tang San's head, momentarily disorienting him. Senior Shen, what is the meaning of this? Tang San finally regained his composure after a moment of confusion. Without a word, Shen delivered another firm tap to Tang San's head, then calmly instructed, apologize. Parker, sensing the tension, felt compelled to apologize. Despite his anger, Tang San understood that under such circumstances, he must acquiesce, especially after noticing the faint smirk on Shen's lips. He realized that refusing to apologize would lead to dire consequences. Tang San, though your body may be youthful, your mind is that of an adult. I shall refrain from mentioning the failures of your upbringing. However, I implore you to consider your actions. One must be mindful of their deeds in light of their audience. If you persist in your reckless ways, you may find yourself atop the next disgraceful list once more. After admonishing Tang San, Parker bowed slightly to Shen in gratitude. Chapter 129. Bibi Dong finally meets Xiao Wu as Shen Cangqiong and his companions awaited Flander's return in the Holy Spirit Village. The Blue Tyrant Academy erupted with excitement due to the arrival of the Pope, Bibi Dong. Student A of Blue Tyrant Academy exclaimed, Wow! Is this truly His Holiness the Pope? I never imagined I would witness such grandeur in my lifetime. Student B replied, I don't know why. But although I shared the same interests as Senior Shen, upon seeing the Pope, I couldn't muster even a hint of disrespect. Student C remarked, You're quite bold. Unlike me, who only dares to gaze at that enchanting Hulaina following the Pope. Student D added, By the way, Hulaina is quite fortunate. Isn't she? She hasn't been discreetly dealt with by the Spirit Hall. In the office of the Blue Tyrant Academy's principal, Lu Erlong inquired, Bibi Dong. What brings you to our academy? Once the door was closed, isolating them from the students' discussions, she returned to her seat. Lu Erlong was uncertain of the emotions Bibi Dong felt at this moment, but upon seeing her, she could only feel a profound sorrow for her. And Xiao Wu? Bibi Dong queried, having sensed his absence when she arrived at the academy's entrance. I don't know. He went out with Cangqiong to capture those lowly individuals on the leaderboard, Lu Erlong responded, shaking her head. With his mere 29th level soul power. How dare he even attempt to pursue them? Bibi Dong's face bore a somewhat morbid smile. Are you all right? Lu Erlong frowned, sensing something amiss with Bibi Dong. What could possibly be wrong with me? It is you who has chosen a younger man as your husband. Don't you fear being ridiculed for being an old cow eating tinder grass? Bibi Dong remarked. What others say or think is of no concern to me. Lu Erlong retorted, unwavering in her resolve. You remain unchanged. Bibi Dong recalled how, even years ago, when the entirety of Douluo continent mocked Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang. She never flinched. You wouldn't want to engage me in these trivial discussions, would you? Lu Erlong responded, somewhat exasperated. I merely wish to understand what my rival was truly like. Bibi Dong smiled lightly. Strictly speaking, this was their first genuine conversation. I am now with Cangqiong. Not your rival. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes. To be frank, had this been a few years ago, Bibi Dong's words would have brought Lu Erlong joy. Yet now, having willingly allowed Shen Cangqiong to have his way, she felt no emotional turbulence at the mention of Yu Xiaojiang. Indeed, we are not rivals. We have never been. We are merely two unfortunate souls ensnared by Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong's voice grew increasingly hollow. You could, like me, find someone who truly cherishes you. Considering your age and soul power level, your journey ahead is long. Rather than living in anguish, it would be better to let go and embrace a new life. Just as I once loved Yu Xiaojiang deeply, I have now cast him aside, Bibi Dong said. Lu Erlong, unsure of what to say, tried to console Bibi Dong with her own experiences. Unfortunately, I am not like you. You can start anew, but my chances are gone. Nevertheless, I must thank you. I never expected that the very person I once wished to eliminate would sincerely offer me solace, Bibi Dong said with a smile, tears brimming in her eyes once more. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's tears, Lu Erlong felt a pang of sadness, lamenting how deeply Yu Xiaojiang had wounded her. All right, I must go find Yu Xiaojiang now. I shall not disturb you further. Bibi Dong broke the silence after a moment, drying her tears and regaining her composure as she opened the door. I hope you find peace. Lu Erlong silently wished as she watched Bibi Dong depart from the Blue Tyrant Academy. Meanwhile, Shen Cangqiong continued to lead his group through various locales of the Douluo continent. They accumulated significant gains during this period. One afternoon, just after finishing a meal and preparing to pursue their next target, Shen Cangqiong was startled by the sudden appearance of two figures in the sky. Bibi Dong. Realizing who it was, he instinctively exclaimed, Shen Cangqiong, we finally meet. Bibi Dong said as she approached him, accompanied by Hu Liana. What brings you here? Is it for someone? Shen Cangqiong inquired, glancing at Yu Xiaojiang, who appeared visibly shaken. Yes, I have come for Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong admitted candidly. Are you planning to teach him a lesson yourself? Shen Cangqiong speculated, fully aware that Bibi Dong would not forgive him after witnessing the exposure of his misdeeds. You are correct, but rest assured, once it is all over, I will compensate you. How does that sound? Bibi Dong smiled. That is acceptable, but please don't kill him, even without compensation. I would not refuse such a rare spectacle of you personally disciplining Yu Xiaojiang, Shen Cangqiong replied. Thank you, Bibi Dong nodded, turning her attention to the dazed Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, do you know the purpose of these pills? Bibi Dong asked, pulling several jade vials filled with pills from her soul tool. Dong, Yu Xiaojiang trembled, calling her name. Do you realize that these pills were acquired for you? For instance, this vial contains a single pill that can elevate you from the 29th to the 30th level, Bibi Dong explained, opening one of the vials and revealing its contents. Chapter 130. Bibi Dong's destruction of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's misfortune upon witnessing the Grand Soul Master Pill in Bibi Dong's hand. Yu Xiaojiang momentarily set aside his unease and swallowed hard. Do you want it? Bibi Dong observed Yu Xiaojiang's reaction with evident satisfaction. Donger, I. As he gazed at the Grand Soul Master Pill, Yu Xiaojiang struggled to avert his eyes, attempting to articulate his thoughts. However, before he could utter a word, Bibi Dong delivered a sharp slap to his face, her demeanor shifting abruptly from playful to icy. Silence. You dare call him Donger? Coughing, Yu Xiaojiang, having been knocked away, paled as he spat out a few bloodied teeth. I initially believed that assisting you would justify everything. In hindsight, it was merely my delusion. Bibi Dong approached the fallen Yu Xiaojiang, looking down upon him. She began to apply pressure to the Grand Soul Master Pill in her hand. No. As he witnessed his hopes of breaking through to level 30 being crushed before his eyes, Yu Xiaojiang disregarded his physical pain and scrambled to plead for her to stop. Yet, Bibi Dong's intent was clear. She wanted him to witness the destruction of his aspirations. Such a waste. In desperation, Yu Xiaojiang hastily searched the ground for the remnants of the pill, but despair awaited him. With Bibi Dong's formidable power, the pill had been reduced to mere powder, leaving no fragments behind. Are you feeling regret? Bibi Dong watched Yu Xiaojiang scouring the ground for remnants with a sense of undeniable satisfaction. You have gone too far. Bibi Dong. After a fruitless search, Yu Xiaojiang, emboldened by an unknown courage, stood and pointed an accusatory finger at her. This is my property. What business is it of yours? And who are you to speak to me this way? Bibi Dong, however, was not yet finished with her amusement. She merely inflicted pain upon Yu Xiaojiang without causing him any serious harm. Are you even reasonable, Bibi Dong? Didn't you claim that these pills were meant for me? Yu Xiaojiang spat out more broken teeth in frustration. Incredible. I am truly astounded by Yu Xiaojiang's audacity. How does he manage to shift the blame onto others without a trace of embarrassment? Nearby, Bai Qinxiang remarked in astonishment, while Shen Cangqiong responded with indifference, having witnessed similar behavior from Yu Xiaojiang in the original narrative. When Yu Xiaojiang first approached Bibi Dong for the dual martial soul training method, her refusal led him to irrationally confront her instead of reflecting on his own shortcomings. Is this not shocking enough? Bai Qinxiang's expression grew even more incredulous as she turned to Shen Cangqiong, unable to fathom the depths of Yu Xiaojiang's shamelessness. Indeed, Shen Cangqiong replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The spectacle of Yu Xiaojiang's words had astonished not only Bai Qinxiang and the others, but also Bibi Dong, who found herself perplexed by her initial attraction to him. Yet soon, her amusement faded as she observed Yu Xiaojiang's relentless gaze fixated on the jade vial in her hand. Devoid of any remorse for his earlier insolence, Bibi Dong felt a pang of disillusionment, realizing her attempts to provoke him were futile. With a cold smile, she raised her hands and, under Yu Xiaojiang's horrified expression, brought them together. No. This time, although Yu Xiaojiang did not endure a physical blow, his anguished cry resonated through the air, startling a passing bird that nearly plummeted from the sky. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's desperate wail and witnessing his trembling form as he crawled on the ground, scavenging the remnants of the shattered pills, Bibi Dong finally laughed with genuine delight. Yu Xiaojiang, these pills were originally a birthday gift for you. Since you are unworthy of possessing them, their destruction before your eyes is their most fitting end. Thus, we shall part ways. With a glint of coldness in her eyes, Bibi Dong struck. In an instant, Yu Xiaojiang, who moments ago had been searching the ground, was rendered silent, clutching his vital points before collapsing without a sound. Nearby, several male students from Lamba Academy shuddered at the sight, instinctively protecting their vulnerable areas. Particularly, Tang San, who had previously endured a similar fate, felt cold sweat trickle down his back, as the injury he had thought healed began to throb once more. Tang San, I previously sought a remedy for you out of consideration for Yu Xiaojiang. Now that my ties with him are severed, I shall reclaim what is owed, Bibi Dong declared, preparing to strike again. After a brief moment, Shen Cangqiong marveled at Bibi Dong's ferocity. Have you finished dealing with him? Indeed, Bibi Dong affirmed, producing 2 tokens inscribed with the character for Dong. This is your compensation. What are these?